In a cruel world where only force rules, Yunji had to go through many obstacles to achieve his cherished goal. He lost his wife and daughter in an accident, but thanks to the Holy Grail, he would be able to meet them again. The Holy Grail was a reward for completing the game. Yunjae was destined to take first place and would definitely become a powerful player. After the loss of his family, the young man literally lost the meaning of life. Due to his bad mood, he asked to leave work early in order to return home as quickly as possible. This didn't happen to him often, so the boss came to his senses and sent him home. Today, the boy needed to rest. A lot of time has passed since the tragedy, but the guy's already feeling better. Lately, he at least started joking and sometimes appeared at corporate events. Hearing the whispering, the boss shouted loudly and forbade any discussion behind his back. He ordered all workers to mind their own business. The death of his wife and child was a big blow for the hero, but every year he came to buy flowers on his beloved's birthday. This was already an unchangeable tradition. He also bought 150 grams of meat for seaweed soup. The gentleman wanted to do everything beautifully on the birthday of his beautiful wife. All the gifts were quite real, but the young man returned to an empty apartment. It was dark, quiet, and didn't even smell of his beloved wife at all. Over the years, Yun-jae has become accustomed to such an environment. Having put down the gifts, he began to prepare seaweed soup to please his beloved. The birthday party took place in a quiet atmosphere. The young man set the table and put a frame with a photo in front of him in order to feel at least a little of his wife's presence. The hero talked to her as if she were sitting opposite him, as before. He apologized for not being able to prepare a better dinner on such a memorable day. From the day Yoon-kyung passed away, the guy's life was never the same. The only thing left to him after the death of his wife was her diary. That evening, the hero opened his diary and decided to write a message of congratulations for his wife. The only way he could convey his thoughts and feelings to her. Yoon-jae wrote that he came early today, as promised, to prepare the soup. He looked at the photo frame and laid out everything that was in his heart. The pain of loss forced his lips to squeeze tighter to keep from crying. His heart was bursting at the seams, but he continued to tell his wife about everything. A depressed Yoon-jae wrote that he bought his wife's favorite flowers and bought a teddy bear for Mina. In the notebook, he asked his daughter if she liked the gift. The boy wrote for a long time and asked the family questions, but he did not hear answers or voices, did not feel warmth or breath. The memories caused him great pain. The hero recalled with horror his wife's smile and Mina's gentle voice. He remembered how happy he had been recently, but now his everyday had lost its meaning. The guy dreamed of feeling the warmth of his family at least once again. He missed them very much. Now the notebook was filled with his feelings, and his tears blurred the ink. Never before had his life been so empty and lonely. He felt the presence of his family everywhere, and it broke his heart forever. As a result, the message from my wife looked more like scribbles. The young man could not cope with strong emotions, so he made dirt in his notebook. Suddenly, something incredible happened. It resembled very real magic. The notebook suddenly lit up, and the letters surrounded the guy from head to toe. When the glow stopped, the hero immediately grabbed the notepad to check the contents. But after flipping through all the pages, he saw that the notebook was empty. On one page, it was written that the family could be returned. The young man's heart froze, and time around him literally stopped. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a real miracle. For many years, the guy dreamed of bringing his wife and daughter back, but it was all too surprising. A few days later, Yoon-jae again asked to leave work early. He promised that this would not happen again, so the boss let him go. His thoughts haunted him. All the entries he had kept for more than 6 months disappeared from his diary. And starting from the first page, it was filled with new entries. The young man thought about throwing away the diary but could not do it. He started keeping it on September 14th, and all incidents, accidents, and deaths were recorded there. Everything that was written in the diary was fulfilled, but what was more important was that the family's return could be true. On September 18th, at exactly 10 o'clock, the first departure to another world was supposed to take place. This was the last chance for the hero to meet his family. Having lost his wife and child, the boy could not live further, so he decided not to miss the opportunity. Holding his breath, he waited impatiently for the time. As soon as the clock hand pointed to 10 o'clock, everything instantly changed. A magical whirlwind began, which turned the room into real chaos. This strange phenomenon teleported the boy to another place. Literally, a moment later, he found himself on a sports ground in the forest. The hero was not the only one who was here. The guys were scared and looked around. It was now clear that the message in the notebook was true. No one understood what kind of place it was and why everything was the way it was. In fact, they were all here for a reason. Training was about to begin. The hero found himself in another world, the basis of which was the game. Everything was exactly as described in the book. Now he had to overcome many obstacles. The guys were ordered to present the desired weapon within a minute, otherwise they were automatically given a sword. Many immediately thought of a pistol, but for some unknown reason they were not provided with one. Instead, the boys received a wooden bow and arrow. From that moment, the training began. The first task for the heroes was to unite and destroy the oncoming flock of bloodthirsty zombies. Yunjae knew nothing about this world. He suspected that the diary was records of the future, but neither this nor the real world was his present. Facing the walking dead in person was not that dangerous. It was only a little scary at first, but the young man did not want to fight with them. The longing in his heart and the desire to meet his family again still made him shed the blood of living corpses. With tears in his eyes, the boy rushed into battle. To stop the endlessly attacking zombies, it was necessary to cut off their heads. The heroes swung their sword mercilessly without hesitation. Once the dead man was killed, Yunjae received praise for being the first to stop the zombie. The achievement was received, and all stats were increased by 2 points. This made the hero very happy, and he rushed into battle. Since the stats were increasing, he decided to immediately kill all the nasty zombies in order to win. While others struggled to protect their own lives, the brave hero quickly gained experience points and increased his physical strength. The boy had no time to think about others. He needed to get stronger himself, so he handled the ball like he was born with it. Eliminate the largest number of zombies, the boy received respect and 100 experience points. Thanks to his efforts, his weapon became sharper. After the battle, Yunjae was very tired and thought it was due to his stamina stats. The information itself appeared in his head. The basis of the world was the game. The brave hero did an excellent job in this task and received 14 mana points, which was a good result. The diary said that magic was the most important stat, but right now the boy needed agility or strength to become stronger. 198 people survived the mission, and the second stage of training began. Those who, after 3 days, would be among the top 100 who received the most stats could survive. It was a real game of death. The players were incredibly scared that they would have to give up their lives if they lost. Only half of the participants would make it out alive. The brave Yunjae was not at all scared. He realized that he was definitely the only one who received the diary. There were 2 ways to get skill points. With the first method, the player needed to fight and get rid of the monsters of this world. The second method was even easier than the first. When killing another person, the hero could receive half of his points. This could create real chaos in the game. The second stage of training was open, but now the players were in a different mood. They looked like they were possessed and wanted each other's blood and glasses. The players took the easy way out so that there were only 100 people left, so they started killing each other rather than fighting monsters. Yunjae couldn't bear to watch this bloody war, so he stopped the players. He told them to kill monsters and earn points so as not to die. One of the players got very angry and said that the boy simply knew how to fight well against monsters. But in reality, a hero would fight against people in the same way. He said that during their training they must join forces and face the monsters together. Having interrupted each other, they would not have left the game. It was impossible to predict that at the end of the battle, there would have been only 100 people left. But at the end of the mission, they would definitely need to act together. In fact, the hero knew that the next training would require a large number of people. For this reason, it was impossible to allow many to die. The young man urged everyone to stop the fight and make an effort to become stronger and stay alive. Now it was unprofitable to kill each other. To save the family, mistakes could not be made, so the guy decided to go survive. But suddenly a young girl caught up with him. Young Yu-ra wanted to go with the hero. She said that she could help him, but the young man immediately refused. He was sure that the girl never killed zombies, but only hid and watched as other people killed them. It was survival behind other people's backs. The young war did not need such partners, so he sent the girl back. This time she chose the wrong target, and the boy wasted his time. On the third and last day of school, someone discovered a cave. It was a man who was on the side of the steep cliffs. The area was so narrow that only one person could fit into it. The hero was just nearby, and in addition to this, he was able to get there. But the monsters inside the dungeon were much stronger than ordinary zombies. If he had entered there on the first day, he might have died. But the people who entered the cave became stronger than anyone else. Yunjae had no time to doubt. He needed to become strong quickly. Right at the entrance, a terrible creature attacked the hero. The guy managed to react and waved his sharp sword to wake the monster in two. The first monster encountered in the cave was a carnivorous insect. Although his shell was not strong, he was quite tenacious. For killing an insect, the brave player was awarded 10 experience points, and damage reflection was increased by 1. If he had known in advance, he would have persistently saved them from the very beginning. After completing the training, depending on the points received, the reward would be changed. Even the most difficult road was not an obstacle for Yunzeng. He only thought about his wife and daughter. He had to get a meeting with them by any means. Moving forward, the guy felt the improvement in his skills and his body. At first it was hard, but as he increased his stats, he became more and more accustomed to combat. The moss on the walls indicated the presence of moss ants. These were the monsters that the hero met after the carnivorous insects. Alone, they looked weaker than fruit-eating insects, but they were dangerous because they never moved alone. The smart young man noticed that the ants were attracted to bread. He used it to attract the monster's attention, and then finish each one off. As soon as the ants were distracted by the bread, the boy swung his sharp sword and rushed at the vile cave creatures. The monsters died one after another. There were only 6 moss ants left, but this was not the limit of the hero's capabilities. He had excellent command of his weapons and easily cut through the bodies of monsters. The boy was very focused and determined. He was not distracted by anything in order to win, but suddenly one of the ants stung him in the back. Even the bite did not stop the brave warrior, and he continued to fight. The only sounds heard throughout the cave were the sounds of a sharp sword and the heads of monsters flying from their shoulders. 3 cave creatures wanted to pounce on the boy, but with one sharp movement he jumped to the side and the 3 monsters collided with their foreheads. Yun pulled off an incredible maneuver, and this allowed him to kill the last creatures. The hero's courage and true purpose helped him in this difficult ordeal. Finally, the hero received experience points, strength, and the skin of a moss ant. It was luck. After catching an ant for the first time, he gained the skill. He later learned that it was almost impossible to acquire such a skill during training, not to mention gaining E-class experience for 2 parts of training. Thanks to this, 5 stats increased. The higher the skill level, the stronger the effect became, so this skill was very important. The diary said that tomorrow other people were supposed to come to this cave. There was no more information, no other pages were turned. The hero had already come a long way, but still did not understand what kind of diary it was. He began to suspect that he had written all this in the future. There had to be a reason for going back in time if it was written by someone else from the future. Yoon-jae really wanted to know what was on the next page. The participant in second place was very unhappy that the arrogant guy was in first place. Kim Do-hyun wanted to quickly remove the young man from the front rows. Jung-yu-ra was ready to tell where Yoon-jae went. In return, she demanded that the young man who was to be killed be given to her. Meanwhile, the brave boy continued to explore all the dark corners of the cave. Over and over again, he encountered vile moss ants and killed everyone on the way. Not even 2 weeks have passed since the start of training. The mana increased rather slowly, but it was quite enough. Even though the creatures in the cave were monsters, they had the same characteristics as ants. This meant that a moss ant queen had been discovered. At this time, that same terrible creature was already standing around the corner. It looked like a real ant, but it was the enormous size of a real monster boss. The hero found himself in a real trap. He knew nothing about the queen, and besides, there were a lot of ordinary moss ants here. The guy wanted to hunt them a little, get more stats, and after that attack the queen, but soon people were supposed to come here. Today was approximately day 2, which means they were supposed to arrive tomorrow. Normal people had about 10 game points, but Yoon-jae had twice as many. He decided to try to carry out his plan at all costs and not miss the boss. Suddenly, the game panel opened in front of him again. In accordance with the rating, he was given a 3-day supply of food and 8 stats randomly assigned. Strength, health, agility, and mana have also been increased. Now the boy had enough bread for bait, so he easily lured all the monsters to one place. With deft movements of a sharp blade, he dealt with another gang of moss ants. After the small fry, the most crucial moment came. The queen was waiting for the hero. She hardly moved and seemed as if she was used to acting on her own. Suddenly, 2 angry monsters attacked the boy from behind to tear him to pieces. Yoon-jae already had excellent skill in fighting them. He swung his sword and cut them into 2 pieces. The problem was the constant collection of moss ants. Thanks to his skills and abilities acquired during 2 tasks, the hero could withstand at least 100 ants. Without hesitation, the brave warrior attacked the whole steel of monsters. Swinging his sword in all directions, he cut off their limbs and then cut their body into several parts. It was a tough battle, and there were more and more ants, but the points and stats received were like welcome rain in a drought. His strength was running out, and the boy could barely hold on. If not for his skill, it would have been dangerous. He couldn't give up on obtaining a D-class skill, a skill that could be acquired by defeating the Ant Queen. There was no time for doubt. It was necessary to act as quickly as possible to defeat the queen. It took the hero only a few seconds to exert maximum effort and scatter the gang of monsters. As soon as the warrior finished with the small enemies, he took off and attacked the queen. With a deft movement, he jumped on her head and plunged a sharp blade straight into her skull. Meanwhile, Kim Do-hyun, Jung Yu-ra, and other participants in the game were already in the cave. There was a very confusing road in this place, but they still moved on because they knew that someone had already entered there. The cave gave more points than the monsters outside the cave, but it was not comparable to capturing people, so Kim Do felt sorry for wasting his time. The enraged master was going to catch the bastard Yoon-jae, who single-handedly dealt with all the monsters here. He fought in the cave alone, so he certainly had to be tired. The eyes of the cruel Kim filled with a thirst for blood and revenge. He wanted to catch the boy, no matter the cost, and take first place in points and rating. The queen was destroyed, all achievements were obtained. As a reward, the hero received an active skill that could save lives in a dangerous situation. The power of the skill increased in proportion to mana. The higher the mana points, the more pumped up the skill became. This skill alone was already an achievement. The power of this world could be divided into 3 groups, in which points were the main ones. As a result of their increase, those who were in this world could become real superhumans. Skills were magic that such people controlled. Thanks to mana, they used superpowers that were beyond the control of an ordinary body. The last group were items, the possession of which gave the opportunity not only to raise stats, but also to use new skills. Even as an ordinary person, one could gain superhuman strength through items. This is why they were valuable, and therefore they were the real goal of the hero. At this time, following the corpses of moss ants, Kim-do finally reached the right place. He couldn't believe that he was late, and his enemy had already killed all the ants and the bloodthirsty queen. At that moment, the culprit of the killed monsters appeared in the cave. Yoon-jae realized that he acted differently, so the future in the diary changed. His enemies shouldn't have come so early. Seeing the boy safe and sound, the gentleman was simply furious. He did not want to believe that the young man had killed all the creatures and was not tired at all. The one who increased his stats by killing monsters was more dangerous than others. Kim Do-hyun had no personal problems with the boy, so he had to let him go. The boy was no longer the ordinary person everyone had seen before. It was now clear that collecting experience points was a stupid idea. To become a leader, the gentleman had to kill monsters in the cave and increase his stats. Now he decided to catch the guy at all costs. There were 148 survivors left at this point. Stage 2 of the training was completed. The first 100 people in the points ranking had to continue in Stage 3. There was a real battle between the players, where they earned places with their own blood. Literally a moment later, everything around changed. The survivors of the second stage found themselves in a new place. The hero saw completely new faces in front of him, among which were not his enemies. Finally, the third stage of training began. In the task, the players were given 3 doors of different colors. Only 10 people could enter the scarlet door, 5 could enter the blue door, and only 1 could enter the white door. Each player had to step through the chosen door and continue learning. Although the scarlet door was designed for 10 people, the difficulty level was very high. There was no guarantee that the guys would be able to complete the training. Compared to the scarlet one, the difficulty level of the blue door was lower. But after entering the last white door, the training for the players would be over. After hearing this, one of the participants in the game could not stand it and rushed to the white door. All the players immediately tried to stop him, but the door did not open so easily. In fact, the door selection order was determined based on the number of points. The person with the most experience points had to choose the door first. For the players, this seemed like an unfair decision, but with such conditions, the choice obviously fell on Yunzeng. The strongest person who took first place chose the scarlet door, which stunned the other players. The guys were perplexed and decided that all 10 people could survive. The next participant was Park Ju-ho. He turned out to be a real egoist and chose the white door. He didn't think about the lives of the other participants because there was no guarantee that they would do the same. Despite other people's dissatisfaction, what was more important for the young man was that if he chose the white door, he would definitely be able to survive. He didn't think he should have turned down this chance. The young man said that the strongest participant acted rather stupidly, even though he was ahead of everyone from the second stage. Yoon-jae considered his decision to be correct and replied that even the blue door was better than the white one. One person had to go through the white door and 5 through the blue door. Due to the capacity, all remaining participants were assigned to the scarlet door. Participants were given 10 minutes to enter. One of the guys was very scared. He thought that he would definitely die if he walked through the scarlet door. Before the time ran out, he decided to break into the white door, but was immediately given away by Park Ju-ho. The doors were supposed to close in 5 minutes. There was no more time, so Park Ju had no choice but to stop the fight and go through his door. It was also time for the others to take their places. When the young hero walked through the door, he was immediately transported to the old village. It was completely quiet and empty around, but suddenly 2 more participants in the game approached. Yoo Jong-gyo's clothes were stained with blood, and as soon as he introduced himself, Yoon-jae began to scream loudly. He said that the pathetic guy rose up killing people, because the stains on his clothes did not look like the blood of monsters. In fact, this was true, and the young man killed some people in order to rise in power. However, Rising up by killing people was better than being a coward and a fool. Twice a day and a total of 20 times, monsters were summoned to the village. The summoning time was not defined. When monsters appeared in the village, the heroes had to block them. If the stone in the middle was broken, the player lost. There should have been no more than one person left in the village. If there was no one left here, participants outside the village would be automatically summoned based on the distance to the village. It was safe outside the village, and from that moment the third stage of training began. In this task, there would be no cohesion between the players. In such a situation, usually someone would run away. Even if all 10 people took this training, more than one person would leave the village. The rest would follow one, and as a result, the hero would have to undergo training with a small number of participants. If Yu Jong-kyu had escaped, he would still have been brought back. He said that there was no point in escaping, and the likelihood of his team members dying would become much greater. Because there were too few people, perhaps no one would have left. Yoon-jae said that the three of them needed to stay in the village and fight to survive. Here, when killing monsters, the stats of the heroes increased, and in proportion to this, they became stronger. Since there were 3 players on the team, the number of monsters they had to hunt was also increased. This was the reason why the guy had to choose the Scarlet Door at all costs. In any case, when Stage 3 ended, players would have to begin completing Stage 4. At that moment, the ground shook under my feet. Due to the strong shaking, huge cracks began to appear in it, from which a whole crowd of devilish goblins crawled out. Yoon-jae was the strongest and bravest on his team. He ordered 2 players to protect the stone so that it would not break, and he rushed into battle. The goblins were made of living flesh, which meant they were tough on the hero's sharp sword. Devilish creatures attacked from all sides. They were not such weak opponents. The situation was heating up. The players were surrounded and fought as best they could. In such a battle, they might not survive. The brave warrior was literally torn into several pieces as he killed some goblins, while others attacked him from behind. There were too many opponents. The guy did not have time to fight them off. When the hero was already looking his death in the eye, a real miracle happened. Suddenly, the strengthening activated and the rapid consumption of mana strengthened his body. The damned goblin thrust his sword into his back, but the protective barrier did not allow him to penetrate inside. Soon the bloody battle with the devilish goblins was over. Everyone survived, but young Yoon-jae suffered greatly. Blood was flowing from her shoulder. If the situation worsened, the hero would have to do everything alone. After the fight, Yu Jong-jae was very upset. He actually didn't want to kill people. He admitted that he killed the man, not because he wanted to, but because he attacked first. Guilt tormented the boy from the inside, because he was still too young to easily endure death. Yoon-jae tried to support him, but suddenly they noticed that the young girl had disappeared somewhere. After a long search, the guys never found her. The young man decided that Yoon-jae was seriously injured, so she was afraid of her death and ran away. This was not a situation in which he could think adequately. Now the guys were at a loss. If there were fewer of them, then the number of monsters should have decreased. The situation would not have changed from talking, so the hero tried to at least think optimistically. The guys had to continue the difficult path of Stage 3 together. Yoon-jae ordered his partner to take on 10 monsters in order to independently confront the other dozens. Having gained strength, the brave heroes went into battle. They had to try hard to stay alive, because the number of goblins exceeded their capabilities. The heroes' new skills made the goblins seem like just weaklings. Players fought with all their might and attacked the creatures with extreme cruelty and strength. Compared to the time when the boy was catching moss ants, the points have increased significantly. Now he knew that he had not made a mistake in choosing the Scarlet Door. The training was completed when the stars were already shining brightly in the sky. The heroes successfully cleared the village. There were still 9 days left until the end, and everything had to be as written in the diary. On the first day, 1 random stat point was given. On the second day, 2. On the third day, 3. And this happened every day. Unlike the blue one, training in the Scarlet Door lasted 10 days, so even just staying alive you could get 55 points. Yu Jung-kyu received the E-Class Devil's Deal skill. When activated, strength and agility increased by 5 points, and health and physical defense decreased by 2. All this time, Yoon-jae was not far from the village. She took some bread and water with her and hid behind a large rock, occasionally watching her team. It was already the 4th day of battle, but the guys did not give up. Jong Ji-woo thought that he only had to fight against the devil goblins, but the further he went, the worse it got. For the first time in his life, the young man saw moving trees, huge rats, orcs, and other creatures that mutilated his body. The heroes needed to gather their last strength into a fist to finally finish the test. Jong Ji-woo could not have died. His juniors would have remained on their own. They wouldn't be able to go to school themselves, eat lunch on time, and would definitely cry if their older brother died. It was day 10 of the third stage of training. On this day, no monsters appeared, and this was very alarming to the players. This made them worry even more, and they thought that the system had given them a break. It was even more difficult for two players to deal with the monsters. They hoped to the last that the girl would come to their aid before the final attack, but suddenly the stone rock shook. A strange vibration was felt in the air. The rock shook with all its might and glowed with a bright light. After a few seconds, the rock turned into two sharp towers. The seal of the stone was broken. At that moment, something incredible happened. The stone gate opened, and the monster sealed in the stone was released. The Lichy demon boss came out. Along with the demon, his little servants were summoned. These were the skeletons of previously fought warriors. The guys were left alone with their fears. Now they had to really fight back to back. The huge monster looked exactly like the skeleton of a killed buffalo, but only the demonic eyes remained alive in it. The main task of the heroes was now survival, so Yunja attacked the beast without hesitation. A devilish deal was made between the players. While the hero dealt with the boss, Zhang Gyu had to focus on the small creatures. The young man fought like a real warrior. He firmly held his sword, which stuck out from the back of the devilish lychee. This monster would soon have to give up its hooves, so there was not a moment to waste. All that was left was to put in a little effort to win, but suddenly the buffalo became angry and forcefully threw the boy into a stone. The beast smashed the stone barriers and disappeared from sight. A moment later, he appeared before the hero with renewed vigor, his wound sparkling like a Christmas tree. Yunja immediately realized that the beast could regenerate its wounds. Meanwhile, Yunji decided to return because she thought the boys couldn't cope without her. She was literally petrified when she saw what her team was capable of. Biting her nails until they bled, she began to worry very much that the guys probably wanted to take revenge on her for escaping. Strong doubts crept into my head. The fear of death was now stronger. Yunjae knew about the monster's regeneration, but it still wouldn't help him. Swinging harder, he cut off the beast's tail, which immediately began to glow and regenerate. The bloodthirsty Liche was invulnerable, his strength was simply incredible, and his endless recovery helped him to be invincible. The hero had no choice but to continue the fight. The boy was sure that the monster must have had a weak spot. He ran and jumped high into the air, and with one blow of his sharp sword, the daredevil dealt a strong blow to the beast's skull. The buffalo's head immediately lit up and a bright spark came out, which illuminated the entire space. A strong explosion enveloped everything around, blinding the heroes. The guys barely managed to cover themselves with their hands from the strong pressure of the explosion. At that moment, the ferocious Lichy burst out of the smoke and attacked the hero with enormous force. The boy used the strengthening skill to defend himself, but the strong horns of the monster pinned the boy to the wall. Without the skill that the young man received on the 5th day of training, he would have suffered much more. Suddenly, he noticed a stone on the monster's head, which could be that very vulnerable spot. After some time, the carcass of the vile Lychee lay lifeless on the ground, his body of bones falling apart. Zhang Qiu looked at the remains in horror and waited for his partner to appear. When Yunjae crawled out from under the heavy bones, a loud scream was heard. The nasty Yunzi chose the right moment and stabbed a sharp blade into the boy. The bloody guy fell to the ground. The girl was clearly obsessed with the idea of her death. She believed that the guys definitely wanted to kill her, so she decided to get ahead of them and kill her first. For her, it was not murder, but just self-defense. The girl did not intend to die in such a place. The game turned her into a monster. Swinging her sword, she wanted to kill Yunjae to get their experience points. She thought that the young man was dying, but she was very mistaken. At that moment, the hero raised his sword and cut off her hand in a second. The girl paid for her betrayal. Yunji acted stupidly, for which she was punished and deprived of any chance of life. The sharp blade of the sword neatly cut off her head. There was little time. The wounded Zhongqiu was breathing with all his might. He should not have died because he had not yet seen the youngest, so Yunje poured the contents of the magic bottle onto his wound. The low-level elixir instantly penetrated the young man's skin and began to literally stitch up the wound. The elixir was diluted, and its effectiveness was greatly reduced, but it could be an excellent medicine. Zhongqiu remained alive. His wound quickly healed. The elixir went to his savior after defeating the Ant Queen. In a dangerous situation, it could become his backup life. The guys fought hand in hand for a long time. Only through joint efforts were they able to survive. By protecting each other, they became true brothers, so Yunjae could not do otherwise. From this moment on, Stage 3 of training was completed. The hero received 40,000 experience points, 10 random stats. The most pleasant bonus was the additional reward in the form of Jacquard's shackles. Now the guys could move to the location of the next training by going through the door that appeared at the location of the stone. An even more interesting adventure awaited them outside the door. After going through the door, the guys came out at the place where there used to be 3 doors. It didn't matter which door they went through, Stage 4 began for everyone at the same time. At this moment, 2 lousy guys came out of the door and wanted to kill Yunzheng. He realized that, most likely, they cleared the Scarlet Door themselves or killed all their partners. 56 people survived Stage 3. Stage 4 of training consisted of competition between camps. From this moment on, all existing players were combined into one group. Now they had to compete with other participants located in a different training location. The winner would be the camp that killed the most monsters and received the most team points. The group with the most team points would be able to complete the final training. It was quite easy to accumulate command points. They were awarded to players who hunted monsters behind the white door. Behind the black door, you could increase your stats and get individual points. Depending on the individual points received behind the black door, various items were given out every day at midnight at this very place. On command, players could return to the original location, which was saved automatically. Even if they lost in the team competition, the 10 players with the highest individual scores would be able to complete the final tutorial. The level of monsters in Stage 4 was too different from those in Stage 2. Pakju could barely keep his feet away from 2 huge cyclops and could not even cope with one of them. The nasty creatures were already catching up with the guy, but suddenly Zhang Jiwayu and Yunjae appeared in the forest. They came to the rescue and took down 2 mythical creatures in a matter of seconds. Pakju couldn't even say a word. He was literally boiling with anger. Feelings of helplessness overwhelmed him, because his enemy was stronger and more experienced. Until midnight came, the heroes were planning to go deeper into the forest. Zhang Qiu said that Jay looked happy enough as he examined and checked the bracelet. The shackles created by King Jahara from a part of his soul increased the strength of its owner by absorbing his mana. They added attack power, increased armor protection, and bypassed opponents' defenses, which were increased by mana. The shackles made it much easier to use the skills. Moreover, when uploading it, the armor of rivals could not be taken into account. With constant development, the hero could significantly increase his potential. The first day of Stage 4 of training has been completed. Yunjae once again took first place in the individual points ranking, with no one else earning team points. After counting individual points, the hero was given a reward of 12 coins. Coins could be exchanged for desired items and skills on the last day of training. Yunjae proposed a plan for the players to survive together, but Kim Do-hyun was against it. He said he could have survived without collecting team points. The boys' plan was simple. Everyone had to earn a certain number of team points. And after that, everyone could score individual glasses or go to bed. Most of the guys thought along the same lines, but Kim Do-hyun was the only one dissatisfied. He wasn't going to believe in the boys' good intentions without a shred of evidence. Behind the black door was a dark forest inhabited by ominous, huge creatures. There, the hero earned individual points by fighting monsters. His bracelet helped him a lot, making his work and weapon much stronger. Controlling his weapon, the boy easily dealt with even huge monsters. The result was good, but the spirit really drained mana. In one blow, the warrior lost half. He needed to save mana, even if the battle would take more time. The monster's body was like a rock. It was difficult even to cut it. Zhang Jiayu was amazed that his partner was able to defeat such a monster in one blow. The young man was sure that Yunjae's goal was not just survival. In fact, the hero really had a goal for which it was not enough just to stay alive. It was something like a return to the ordinary world. It was already getting dark outside, and the guys had gone far enough into the forest, so they decided to move on. But suddenly, they noticed something familiar on the hill. On the last day of the 4th stage of training, the guy heard a rumor that someone had discovered a golden goblin in the thicket of the forest. At first, he did not believe that the goblin lived in a forest inhabited by orc-like monsters, but now he saw it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the players in the forest held a meeting, and things became more complicated. 10 people had to go to the next stage, which meant that one of them had to die. The guys could not beat the 4 leaders in individual points, so they wanted to win the joint battle, but doubted their abilities. Kim Do-hyun heard an interesting topic of conversation and approached the players with a proposal. He always looked for profit where there was opportunity. At this time, Yunjae and Zhang Giwayu were chasing the goblin with all their might. He was the answer to Stage 4, but he specifically ran so that the guys would bump into monsters along the way. The players only had 3 days left, so they decided to return. It was written in the book that the goblin was the essence of the stage, so Yunjae wanted to catch him at all costs. The second day of Stage 4 was completed. The rating was updated, and now the scoreboard showed 0 results. 9 people did not keep their promise. During the 2 days of testing, Mr. Du-heng persuaded the rest of the guys not to earn points, because they were not so important. This made the hero very angry. Players might not consider everyone around them a team, but because of such a decision, others could simply die. The boy was simply furious and suggested that the players kill him. The argument could have turned into a fight, but suddenly one of the guys got involved in the conversation. He told Yoon-jae to put himself in their position and give them some time to first earn individual points and then group points. In fact, the boy was very cunning. He said that Yoon-jae knew everything about influencing people. This was definitely not a battle of 2 against 9, so everything was planned. The hero wouldn't care if players just kept collecting individual points. This is exactly what was written in the diary. One team of 6 people disappeared. They dealt with people to take their coins and individual points. Those who passed the red door and became strong enough were Park Sung-soo's team. They would definitely continue to kill people for coins and points. Yoon-jae and his partner couldn't win the team competition if they didn't do anything with Park Soo's team. It was dangerous, but now the guys had to kill not monsters, but people. When the 3rd day of training arrived, the brave hero continued his hunt for the Golden Goblin. He used various tricks and techniques to catch him, but kept running into monsters. The nasty goblin lured the guys to the huge creature, hoping that it would immediately kill the guys. The monster screamed throughout the forest and uprooted the tree to crush its enemies. The guy had only one attempt to knock down the thug. He abruptly took off and cut the monster into 2 parts. Now the Golden Goblin's defense was broken. The hide-and-seek was over. The little goblin immediately tried to escape, but Yoon-jae, without hesitation, stabbed him with a sharp blade. Now he has finally managed to get the real key to unraveling the mysteries of Stage 4. Meanwhile, the first blood of innocent players was shed in the forest. Kim Do-hyun was not joking and was determined. He had no feelings. He was simply attracted by other people's coins and glasses. The guys begged for mercy. They were ready to give all their coins. If they had survived, things would have become more complicated, because by killing other players, you could assign individual points to yourself. Bastard Kim Do-hyun felt invincible. All the players were under his control. He pulled out his sword and was ready to kill everyone because it was possible. The goblin's bag was a real paradise for a kleptomaniac. Weapons, excellent armor, and many other valuable items shimmered in the sun. It was worth it for the hero to come this far. The tears of the goddess were the most valuable item for Yoon-jae in the goblin's bag. The bottle contained one of the 3 tears of the goddess, which gave a good effect. After use, it permanently increased the amount of mana and the speed of its recovery by 20%. After the beautiful tear of the goddess, the boy felt just fine. He restored his mana, its volume increased. Plus, he got back all the mana he had just spent on the ogre. Yu Jong-gyu picked out the Swordmaster passive skill from the bag that he got from the magic book. When using mana, it imparted a coating on the blade of the blade, increasing its cutting power. The sword that kills warriors also went to Yoon-jae. The sword could increase cutting power and lower the level of mana consumption. The ring allowed the hero to use the mana concentrated in it as his own. The helpless players managed to survive, many were injured, but a brave warrior came to the rescue in time. He couldn't just leave such vile actions out of his sight. He only had 1 life, but he really had something to hope for. The young man was a master of his weapons. He coped well with even the most powerful creatures. His enemies were not much different from the forest bastards. Now it was a battle between good and evil. The swords of the heroes touched in battle. Kim Do-hyun was simply furious and tried with all his might to destroy his enemy, but Yoon-jae was stronger and pushed away the enemy's sword. The boy forcefully pushed the nasty thug away, but his team immediately intervened. They surrounded the young man from all sides, but he had enough strength to cope with them. Not everyone would come out of the battle alive. Both sides were strong and trained. The 4th stage turned out completely different from what was stated in the conditions. Training forced people to be real monsters. Kim Do-hyun could not let the small boy win. His pride and desire to be first made him attack his opponent with even greater force. The battle was gaining momentum. The gentleman did not even have time to get closer to his enemy and was already in the air. He received a strong blow to the chest, after which Yun-chung used his signature move and cut off his hand. Even the worst bastards deserved one last chance. Putting the sword to his throat, the hero allowed the villain to apologize to those he killed and wounded, but he flatly refused. Under the pressure of the sharp sword, the head with white hair instantly flew off the shoulders. Kim Do-hyun was killed in disgrace for his actions and helped the hero get rid of remorse. One of the killers managed to escape. He was going to make everyone beg for mercy. The guy wandered too far into the forest, where he came across a huge ogre. It was difficult to defeat him even with a whole team. At first, he just wanted to run away to survive, but suddenly he froze in surprise. Someone behind cut the monster's body with a long blade. The guy decided that he had been saved. Yuncheng's search was finally over. He punished everyone who went against him. The brave warrior did not even listen to the killer's excuses, and with one swing of his weapon took his life forever. The players were incredibly surprised that their saviors killed 9 people, and all those killed were close to the top 10. On the other hand, the number of people has decreased, and the team competition is now more difficult. The heroes hunted for more than 10 hours, exploring every room. They killed the most incredible animals and monsters. Without this, they would not have been able to win. The last day of Stage 4 of training has been completed. Yoonjae and Jongkyu tried for a long time and did everything in their power. All participants were tense, because the game promised that only 10 people had to survive. The team won by a small margin of 2,000 points. Loud cries of jubilation were heard. The players could not believe in the victory and rejoiced like children. Suddenly, the best result in team points was recorded, and the main character was praised for his fair actions. He found himself in a strange place, as if there was only space around him. The boy's efforts were not in vain. All stats were increased by 4 points and he was awarded 63 coins. From that moment on, within an hour, using the available coins, he could choose the desired thing. There was nothing in the store that raised stats, but the young man had enough items. He decided to use the coins to buy the Jacquard mana source, because it could be an addition to the bracelet. The training of the skill passed almost without a trace. The hero was surrounded by magical energy that even penetrated the bracelet. From this moment on, the 5th stage of S-class training began. A huge door appeared in front of the young winner, behind which something completely new was waiting for him. It could have been dangerous there, but the boy was only going to clean everything up. When he walked through the door, he immediately found himself in a strange place. Everything around looked like a tower surrounded by knights. The boy still could not understand where he was, but suddenly one of the guards called out to him. All the soldiers were fussing and fighting off enemies. The hero was not at all like them, so he attracted a lot of attention. The guards did not have time to deal with this. The task of the game was to protect the cursed fortress from the dead. There were too many skeletons. They surrounded the tower at breakneck speed. The armed soldiers fought with all their might and closed the shutters and entrances to the fortress, but their strength was not enough. The heavy wooden doors barely yielded to the pressure of the guards. The dead resisted and tried to break through. Yoonjae has always been distinguished by his courage. He decided to break out and cope on his own. The walking dead could not withstand the master's sharp sword, their bones scattered in all directions. The young man deftly controlled his weapon and used proven striking techniques. Suddenly, one of the skeletons grabbed the boy by the shoulder, pain pierced his body, and he immediately killed the nasty creature. The bone hand remained hanging on the shoulder, burning through the skin to the very bones. The hero realized that the monsters' bodies were made of poison, but they were slow and weak. He had to be very careful that everything went easily, because the dead were supposed to disappear with the dawn. The young man was confident in his abilities. He crushed a whole crowd of skeletons, and the rest disappeared at dawn. His new trial had begun. The tower guards did not know the guy, but Max thanked him for his help. He was responsible for leading the soldiers of the slot fortress. Without the help of a stranger, the tower would have long been in the possession of skeletons. Max was confused by the unusual name of this man who suddenly appeared and began to throw these piles of bones. Of course, he was grateful, but it all seemed too strange to him. Yoonjae couldn't tell the whole truth, so he didn't want to discuss it. He said that he would never be a hindrance to the fortress, and Max had nothing to worry about. For more than 10 days, the dead attacked the fortress. They were killed, but after a while, they appeared again. This went on nightly. There was no end to the skeletons. The person in charge said that skeletons were known to come at sunset and leave at daylight. No one knew where these corpses came from or who they really were. But the fortress had hope. In 10 days, help was supposed to arrive, but for this, it was necessary to hold out. The problem was that the guards were not confident in their abilities. The hero thought it was strange. It didn't seem like S-class difficulty level. Surviving 10 days against skeletons was too easy a task, suitable for lower classes. Max asked the young man to stay for only 10 days to help the fortress. Without his support, the guards would not have been able to cope on their own. The hero agreed, but before that he needed to leave. As night fell, uninvited bone guests came to the fortress again. Yoonjae still had not returned, so Max believed that he had escaped and sent his troops to defend the fortress. Suddenly, one of the guards shouted loudly. Someone near the tower was already fighting against the skeletons. The heroes could not deceive the poor people and leave them in trouble, so they returned back. It was raining heavily, clouds covered the sky, and skeletons were breaking into the tower more and more. Suddenly, the young man left his post and ran inside the tower. The guards immediately closed the gate behind him. Max was simply furious and sent the boy back to fight against the dead, but the hero came for a reason. He found the reason for their appearance. It turned out that a group was hiding in the forest wasteland, summoning the dead. The tower warriors said that the boys should have gotten rid of them as soon as he found their lair. The young man led the guards into the forest, but Max did not want to leave such an important task to a stranger. This time, he wanted to end it completely and took the best warriors with him. The warriors of the slot fortress were almost there. No one knew what was ahead, so Yun-jae was not sure that he could protect people. He decided to focus on completing the last stage. In the forest, they discovered a group of people who hid their faces under black robes. A magic circle was drawn in the middle of the forest, through which skeletons were summoned. The magicians told the tower guards to gallop as much as they wanted in the light of the sun, but as soon as darkness came, the dead would kill everyone. Ignoring the warriors, the magicians continued their ritual. They needed strength. They had protected themselves well with the magical dome, but the guards were desperately trying to break it. The hero had a bad feeling. He needed to deal with everything as soon as possible. He was sure that the magicians would not be able to summon the skeletons, and using his sharp sword, destroyed the protective dome. The brave tower guards broke through the barrier, but as soon as they entered the magic circle, the incredible happened. Strong magic surrounded their bodies, and they began to seem to dissolve into thin air. Strange feelings penetrated through their bodies. People turned into strange substances that fell into pieces. They needed to retreat as quickly as possible. At this moment, demonic energy came out, and a huge monster appeared in the circle. He was black as pitch, and his eyes glowed red like those of the devil. The monster wanted to know the reason why he was summoned. One of the magicians said that it was the hero's fault that he was disturbed, and then the bloodthirsty warlock grabbed him with all his might. The huge monster did not spare the magician and devoured him whole. No one was allowed to disturb the warlock just like that. Suddenly he noticed that the young boy harbored mana within himself. The brave guy decided to confront the monster. He had no choice but to pour mana into the shackles and defeat him with one blow. It worked on the ogre, but it was a completely different opponent. Yunjia didn't even have time to take a step, and the warlock seemed to teleport from one place to another. He dealt a crushing blow, but the boy managed to escape from under his clutches. There was no point in stalling for time. The warrior needed to finish this battle before sunset. He used half of his mana at a time and used a sharp sword to cut the monster's paw. The young man did not strike with full force, but it had an effect. He could win if he hit the vital point next time. The monster was not very upset about losing his paw. To stay alive, the hero had to try hard. The monster was quite huge in size and had incredible strength to easily destroy an ordinary person. As soon as the monster wanted to grab the boy, he stopped the huge paw with his sword. The demon's power was so enormous that the blade fell apart. Now the young man was in danger. The sword could not withstand the pressure and burst. The warlock immediately slammed onto the ground with crushing force. Yunjia jumped aside sharply and did not allow himself to die. He realized that the sword had split due to the accumulation of damage received during the battle with the dead. The hero played it safe and took a second sword with him, but the monster was already waiting for the right moment. The monstrous warlock could teleport, so he was invulnerable and took the boy by surprise. He was going to tear his flesh and chew him and turn his soul into a pathetic ghost. The hero decided to act, otherwise he would have known death in all its beauties. He jumped sharply into the air, dodged the blow, and approached the enemy as close as possible. In one motion, he cut off the devil's limb. The advantage of the devilish creature was that it had the ability to teleport. In a second, he was already behind the man and wanted to eat him. Cutting off the limbs did not give any result, so the brave boy decided to act quickly and aim straight for the throat. Swinging harder, he properly charged the monster with the ball right into the neck. Having received 2 blows, the bloodthirsty warlock no longer felt the breath of mana from the man. He decided to end the young man once and for all. It seemed that the end had come. In the most unexpected moment, the hero used the mana conservation ring, which allowed him to use the concentrated mana as his own and cause critical damage. Death was close, but the brave warrior did a great job and killed the formidable monster. Now the evil was over, and the huge carcass of the warlock fell to the ground with a roar. Max could not believe his eyes because even a team of guards could not cope with such a thug. The hero said that he was just lucky. The monster was summoned in an imperfect form and he received harm from the sun. At that moment, the monster said that he would never have given in to such a guy if he had a different shell. He believed that the price to pay for his suddenly acquired power would be great. The young man did not listen to the stupid conversations of his victim. He told the monster to shut up and stuck the tip of his sword into him. S-class training was completed. The completion rate reached 100%. Because of the warlock, the fortress could have big problems. He was the god of death, a demon who fed on living and dead people. On this note, the training came to an end. Behind the door lay a path that gave the hero a chance for another meeting. Yun-jae found himself in a place surrounded by pink clouds. Everything around resembled a real paradise, and suddenly the hero reached a place where he met a huge man. He resembled a god. The man introduced himself as a vassal of the king. His name was Arian. He saw a lost bracelet on the boy's hand and decided to find out how it got here. The young man replied that he himself did not know for sure. The hero passed by a place shrouded in fog, and then saw the temple and went inside. This did not seem like a lie, so Arian conveyed the king's favor to the boy. When Yunje was finally offered great power, he undoubtedly agreed to accept it. But even if he were to successfully take possession of this enormous power, it would be followed by an equal responsibility. The guy did not know what this power was, but he was ready to accept this share. There were those people whom he really wanted to meet, and for them, he was ready to do anything. The king's vassal touched the boy with his finger, and severe pain pierced his body. The pain was mortal, but if the hero truly wanted power, he needed to survive it. The boy fainted from pain, and then got up again, and crawled forward. He practically could not cope with the wild pain, but he was driven only by the desire to see his beloved wife and daughter again. When the young man ran out of strength, he only thought about being killed and ending this torment. Suddenly, he heard a voice from above that asked him about the real reason why he had to survive. His wife and sweet Mina were the only reason he wanted to wake up every day. The heroes could not die. He needed to survive and meet them again. After the vision, the guy suddenly woke up and managed to survive. Now the heart of a king sat in his body, but in reality, everything was not so simple. It's time to leave. Arian said that the shackles, the source of mana, and the heart were gifts from the king. The gentleman said goodbye to the boy and teleported him to another place. The training was completed. All the players immediately found themselves among the high rocks. They were transported to the village of the beginnings of Melon, but they did not understand at all where they had ended up. There were a lot of foreigners around, but you could understand what they were talking about. All the heroes were heatedly discussing what was happening, but suddenly fell silent. A stern gentleman in armor came out to them. There were people here not only who came from previous stages, but also those who came a long time ago. Alvin Walker was a member who found himself in this family world years ago. People were frightened because they did not understand what was happening. They attacked the young man with accusations that he had created a transparent wall through which it was impossible to go outside. Yunjae was surprised that this person got there earlier, because there were no traces of disappearances left on the ground. A lot of people disappeared at that time. The girl Lois erected a barrier in the way of the players. Alvin believed that the players were confused, did not realize what kind of world it was, and having decided that it was all over, were unable to get home. Upon hearing this, the players were simply furious. They were sure that this young man had brought them into this world, so they blamed him and demanded freedom. Unable to bear the loud barking of the participants, Alvin shouted loudly and ordered everyone to be silent. In fact, people had no idea why this world was built or why they were here. He said the wall was created to protect them. This place was so dangerous that players would remember the training as a funny joke. The wall was intended to prevent them from foolishly sticking their noses into a difficult location. The young man described further actions along the way. They were all heading to the village of Nacha Melon, and trouble awaited the guys on the other side. But even on the way there could be monsters that were much stronger than those that the guys had met before. The road was long. It led to huge mountains, behind which lived an angel and a demon. Alvin said that they were the ones who posed the danger. The angel and demon were far superior to other monsters, but for now the players did not need to know about this. The first village in the world, in which the guys were supposed to live from now on, looked simply amazing. From that moment on, places to stay and basic food in Melon were free for them, but only for 10 days. After this time, finding a bed and a profession would become their own concern, but the players were still delighted with the size and beauty of the village. The Skyscraper clan took care of all these amenities and protection. The village was so huge, and the rooms were small, like boogers from the nose. The players realized that the Skyscraper clan did not have the means for better housing. There were even people in the clan who loved to do charity work, so it was possible to make a good living here. It could also mean that it would be difficult to survive here without such help. Free accommodation and food were only provided for 10 days, so during this time, Yunjae decided to do something and return. But returning was a secondary task for him. The most important thing was to meet again with Yun Kyung and Mina, without whom the boy could no longer imagine his life. When the hero decided to reopen the notebook of his deceased wife, he discovered that the pages that had not previously been turned over were now covered with writing. What he read made him reconsider everything that had happened. Now the boy roughly understood how to act, but the diary did not contain any information about the angel and the demon. Even with the diary, there were too many unknowns. In the middle of the night, the heroes suddenly woke up from a strong knock on the door. The unknown person asked to open the doors for a while and said that he had some valuable information. He needed Yunjae, but this situation was not described in the book. The hero immediately tensed. The unknown frightened him. He grabbed his sword and began to listen. The stranger behind the door introduced himself as Din from the Bram clan and came to recruit the boy. Dean said the boys shouldn't have worried. Regardless, they were under the protection of the Skyscraper clan, but conflicts in the village between members were prohibited. When the guys finally let the stranger through the door, he said that there had long been rumors that Yun-jae had proven himself in training. The job of a large clan was to find especially gifted people. Dean invited the young man to discuss the proposal to join the clan. The head of the clan was already waiting outside. He smiled widely, but something made him show up so late. This aroused suspicion, because there would have been time during the day. The master's words did not convince the hero. He didn't know what the Bram clan was, but he sent Dean back. If necessary, he planned to find the clan himself. The refusal made the gentleman very angry. His expression immediately changed. He told the guys to just follow him in a good way. In fact, the Bram clan was just a lie. Yunja immediately saw through the intruder. The clan was a bunch of petty thugs. If he hadn't read about this clan in the diary, he would have agreed. There was no forgiveness for the scum who lured unknown newcomers and killed them for items. The hero was very smart and saved himself from death. Dean offered to give him all the items in exchange for salvation, but the boy was not going to cave. He threatened the stranger with a sword and violence. At that moment, the nasty Dean pulled out his weapon and attacked the hero. He was very agile and fast, so it was hard to keep up with his movements. The enemy was incomparable. He had excellent control of his body and weapons. Using various techniques, he struck two heroes with force. Zhang Guoyu barely had time to fend off strong blows with his sword. At this moment, Yun Zheng managed to seize the moment. He grabbed a knife and rushed into battle. With a sharp movement of his weapon, he dealt a crushing blow, but suddenly disappeared into the enemy. It was as if he had the skill of teleportation. Dean realized that the newcomer was not just at the level of the standout in training. The fight with the boy was more tiring than he thought. However, it was necessary to finish quickly, so the gentleman released demonic energy and disappeared. Now the uninvited guest became truly invisible. From now on, players could not see him when he merged with the darkness. He was going to kill the two yellow-faced guys without them even noticing. As soon as he crept up to the hero and wanted to attack, the boy immediately thrust a sharp sword into him. It was simply incredible. With his abnormal mana level, he even recognized the stealth skill. The situation was becoming too dangerous. Dean urgently needed to get out of there. He tried to quickly get to the door to get out, but the hero immediately stabbed him with a sword. Dean Alador spent 2 whole years in the game. He was known as a bandit who attacked newly arrived newcomers and was a member of a clan of assassins. The rumor of reprisals against him spread throughout the village, and Alvin Walker came to the heroes. Opening the wanted book, Alvin said that the reward for the guy was 30 gold. The bastard Dean was wanted all this time, and in accordance with the severity of the crime, a reward was assigned, which now went to the heroes. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Walker invited the guys to join the Skyscraper clan. He had never seen such guys who would grab someone like Dean, so the master considered Yun Zheng to be a real diamond. This opportunity could not be missed, and for a newcomer, the offer to join the clan was a great chance. Moreover, if we were talking about a clan of skyscrapers, then there was nothing to think about. The members of the Skyscraper clan admired how the guys managed to grab Dean, because they were completely inexperienced. Moreover, there was no applicant yet for them to take a newcomer into their clan. Alvin was absolutely serious about recruitment. He was sure that the young hero had not caught Dean by luck. The little one arrived in a very interesting place. It was best for newcomers to simply join the clan without question, but Yunjae refused. Alvin was shocked by the refusal, and realized that the boy had better options. The hero was not a newcomer who had just arrived in this world. The reward was supposed to arrive in the evening, so Alvin asked the guys to pay for housing first. In parting, he said that the guys could always find him in the Skyscraper clan if they suddenly changed their minds. By evening, the guys received a reward of 30 gold pieces. The harvest was even greater than they expected. One such coin in Korea would cost 1,000,000 won. Zhang Qiu said that he refused to join the clan because he didn't deserve it. Dean Alador was caught by his partner, so the guy did not want empty gratitude. The hero had one idea in stock, however. He still did not know whether it was better than joining the Skyscraper clan. He invited his friend and ally to meet with the Supreme Mage, because he was already on his way there. In Melon Square, there was a huge white portal, which was guarded by the Supreme Mage. You had to pay 50 gold to use the portal. The old man didn't help for free. The heroes did not have enough coins to use the portal, and when the magician was about to leave, the hero suddenly told him his proposal. He promised to find the location of the laboratory. The old man became wary. No one knew about this except him. He wondered who these two were, but Yunjae said that they just decided to help find the laboratory. Because of one oath, Mr. Abram could not leave this place. He promised to reward the heroes appropriately if their search was successful. However, the old man was not a fool. At parting, he decided to tell the guys that he would give them a taste of pain worse than death itself if they decided to plan something. In any case, finding a laboratory was better than joining the skyscraper clan. Yunjae learned about the laboratory through village rumors. They said that the old man used it before. He killed people and used them for magical ingredients. For this, the supreme mage was nicknamed the Human Butcher. This news scared Zhang Jiyu to death. He began to panic and fear death. In fact, there was no reason to worry because the old man could not get out. After some time, the heroes finally found what they were looking for. In front of them was a huge rock, in which there was an entrance to the laboratory in the form of a hole. It seemed that it was impossible to find a laboratory in such a place. According to the diary, the opening of the Abram laboratory location caused a stir in Melon, since nothing like this had ever happened here. In addition, the find itself turned out to be right in the rock not far from the village. However, it was not even the fact that this gaming area was discovered that was significant. It was her main reward that attracted most of her attention. It was a collection of experimental materials that Archmage Abram had been studying for years. The Skyscraper clan came to the conclusion that the effect of it must have been colossal, since the height of its level was immeasurable. Meanwhile, the heroes boldly explored the new location of the lost laboratory. Yunjae was sorry to refuse the Skyscraper clan's offer, but by contacting them, it would be more difficult to obtain a top-notch reward. On the way, the hero said that the magician could not find the laboratory himself because he had lost all his memories. This could have happened due to some powerful spell, after which he became the guardian of the portal. Moving further through the cave, the guys came across very strange things. These searches were kept secret. Suddenly they froze as if made of stone. Ahead, they saw a whole bunch of dead people. At that moment, a vibration was felt in the air, the ground shook, and a strong creaking of bones was heard. The dead rose from their knees, as if they had been simply sleeping sweetly all this time. Now it became clear why the cave was so quiet and empty. There was a real secret there. A flock of cave creatures immediately asked for the guys. They were very aggressive and cruel. Without hesitation, the brave heroes rushed back at them. Young Yunjae not only had excellent command of his weapons and techniques, but also had incredible skills that allowed him to scatter several dead people in a matter of seconds. Everything went better than he expected. Only the mood was now bad. The hero quickly dealt with a whole gang of cave creatures, and a real monster turned them into such monsters. In one of the corpses, the hero found a bright diamond of the Chimera's mana. The mana stone used by Archmage Abram to create the Chimera contained an impressive amount of mana, the energy of which caused the Chimera to move. Several days have passed since the heroes traveled through the cave. My strength was running low. This was not a place where I could rest. After a short break, they finally came to the last door. Inside was a reward for the first person to find this place. When the hero was finally burned inside, they froze. In front of them was that same lost laboratory which was hidden from prying eyes. At this time, screams were heard from the Skyscraper clan. They had been looking for Abram's location for 2 months, but everything was unsuccessful. Alvin was furious. The Skyscraper clan, consisting solely of the elite, had been of no use during this time. Even the bastards from the clan of murderers rampaging through Millen. So the master ordered his assistant to get away and find out at least something about the laboratory. Abram's laboratory was of incredible size, a lot of information was stored there, and terrible experiments were clearly carried out. In the middle of the room, there was a huge flask with a man in the liquid. After looking around a little, the boy finally found a collection of research results from the Supreme Mage Abram. The blue and red flasks were kept behind the door of a cabinet that resembled a bookcase. Among them was one purple vessel, about which nothing was said in the diary of the hero's deceased wife. Despite this, the boy took everything that was there. The goal was achieved. It was time to return. At this moment, the guys noticed that the person in the flask opened his eyes slightly. They realized that he was clearly alive and decided to immediately break the glass. The Supreme Mage was extremely surprised that the heroes found the location of the laboratory. Before talking about this place, the guys wanted to know what experiments the old man conducted there. The gentleman only remembered that he was doing research in the laboratory, but he had no memories of what and where exactly it was. He only wanted to find the laboratory because it belonged to him. Yunjae told Abram about the place where his secret laboratory was located, and he rewarded the boy as promised. The first reward was a teleportation scroll, which allowed the hero to move to the desired village. The second reward was the 198 B-class attribute ring, the fruit of the work of the Supreme Mage. The ring was under a special spell, the powers of which were capable of imparting the desired property. Abram immediately disappeared, but the young hero was not worried about letting him go so easily. In the guy's hands was a possible reason why the old man was looking for a laboratory. After half a month spent at the location, the guys saved on paying for the portal and snatched themselves a nicer room. They were going to take a breath, and then look at the plan of skyscrapers, so that they would be decently rewarded for discovering the location. Yunjae gave his partner a fragile life potion and a purified mana potion and told him to drink first the red one and then the blue one. This was supposed to pump up his body, so the boy immediately drank the contents. The bodies of the heroes were immediately filled with wild power. They felt a frantic surge of energy that quickly spread in the body. Their health, agility, physical defense, and strength were increased by one. The young man began to doubt that it was worth drinking everything at once. He took these potions because they were supposed to raise the level of his body, but they seemed to burn him from the inside. It took a long time, but the guys did a great job. Zhang Jiwayu almost saw a problem, but ultimately his stats, health, and mana increased. In fact, Abram was a real genius for creating such a miracle. The page of the notebook had not been turned over before, but now the young man could see what was written there. When he read all the notes, he realized that things had gone awry. Taking the sword with him, Yunjae rushed to the skyscraper clan as quickly as possible. Every second counted, so the guy loudly pounded on the door, and when they finally opened it, he said that he wanted to urgently see Elvis. Elvis was not the kind of person you met by simply knocking blatantly on his door. There was a certain procedure. When the gentleman heard that it was in Abram's location, he immediately became interested. Walker himself came out to the loud noise. He was simply delighted with the news he heard about the found laboratory. Yunji told him that Abram was soon supposed to attack Melon in a new body. It sounded simply unthinkable, and the clan members could not believe their ears. At that moment, something even more amazing happened. The heroes saw a real miracle before them. Abram appeared before them in a completely new guise. Now his body looked exactly like the body of the man from the laboratory. Then the heroes could not harm him, but had to destroy the vessel. Possessing a new body, the Archmage acquired incredible abilities. In a matter of seconds, he immediately attacked and fired one punch at the main character. The boy managed to react and managed to dodge. Yunjir said that if the old man came for the potions, then they were already gone. Abram could easily have done them again, because he had no plans to stop. He wanted to take away the boy's shackles and could easily have taken his hand. The old man in the new body was taciturn. He wanted to finish what he started as quickly as possible. Using his skills, he directed dozens of sharp stones at the boy, which flew at great speed. Now the hero urgently needed to do something. When Yunja's life was on a knife's edge, brave Alvin suddenly covered it with his body. Thanks to his magical powers, he managed to make sharp stones crumble into pieces. Seeing that the man who could not leave the village suddenly disappeared, Walker believed that Abram was no longer there. He could not understand how the old man was able to lift the curse and gain a new body. Yunja could not tolerate the old man's impudence and rushed off to destroy him. Abram used his skills and thousands of bright lightning burst out. They were beyond the power of ordinary beginners. This could be the hero's last battle. The young man was fearless. He was not afraid of anyone. With one swing of his sword, he dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The whole secret of his power was in the magic ring donated by the Archmage. A strong blow fell on the old man in a second and touched only his cheek. His ring turned out to be quite useful in the hands of the enemy, so he wanted to punish the boy. At that moment, one of the members of the skyscraper clan flew up from behind and wanted to destroy the ugly old man with one blow. The magician had a good reaction and managed to dodge, so the gentleman hit the ground with his fist. Lois arrived just in time. She managed to grab the old man with her magical abilities while he was still in the jump. She created protective walls around him that prevented him from moving and kept him in the air so that he would not escape. The skyscraper clan was too easy a target for the Archmage, but Yunjae and Zhang Jiwayu were too dangerous for him. The old man decided to retreat. He used his teleportation capabilities and slowly moved away. The heroes had to let him go. Now the decision was made to simply catch him. But for now, Alvin wanted to discuss something. He was sure that the guys knew about what was happening. The four of them gathered to talk about what happened. Zhang Qiu immediately expressed dissatisfaction that he drank potions that were actually made with the help of hundreds of human lives. Alvin said that if the hero's strength and magic were the result of those potions, then it could still be understood. Whatever one may say, the guys were still not beginners. In fact, Abram wanted to use potions after changing his body. He planned to drink them to become more powerful. These potions could increase his strength and magic levels to incredible levels. It was known that Abram, for some unknown reason, had a strong contempt for people. Yunjae knew that the old man would definitely try to vent his rage and get the ingredients he needed. For a long time, the magician was cursed, which is why he guarded the portal in the village. Somehow he managed to escape, but the most important thing was that the young hero made new potions. This is why he came to ask the clan for help. In Alvin's opinion, it was quite shameless to do this after the boy stole the potions. He knew that the old man would soon appear in Melon. Suddenly, the gentleman was alarmed by the fact that the young man knew too much information. A newbie couldn't know that much. Yunjae revealed too much information, but showing his wife's notebook was too dangerous. At that moment, one of the clan members, who was responsible for protecting the tower, ran into the room. He was scared and brought bad news. A whole horde of monsters was approaching outside. It was simply unthinkable. The bloodthirsty monsters rushed forward at full speed, destroying everything in their path. Their number could not be counted. They looked invincible. The players were very scared and defenseless against such creatures. They defended themselves as best they could. Suddenly, one of the monsters suddenly attacked the man, but immediately hit his face against the wall. It was the protective barrier of the Skyscraper clan. An emergency was declared in Melon. Lois surrounded the village with a protective barrier. The main goal of the clan was to protect the city and the chimeras, which needed to be dealt with. The heads of each district had to follow the Skyscraper clan's instructions. Lois's voice could be heard throughout Melon, and Jong-gu felt less cool than the others. In his eyes, everyone was very cool, and he still had a lot to learn. The guy was sad, but understood that Alvin Walker was right in leaving him in the village. Brave heroes went into battle. As fighters of an elite unit, they had to finish off the monsters as quickly as possible. Then they could stop the attack and save the entire city. Without hesitation, Yun-jae immediately rushed into battle. He was excellent with weapons and was one of the best on the team. Surprisingly, the wild monsters were weak. The boy fought against them without much difficulty. An entire army of chimeras was rushing at breakneck speed straight towards Melon. Their appearance was unknown, but a real team of titans could easily deal with them. A clash was inevitable. Each member of the team had their own personal ability that had destructive power. Alvin Walker did not move from his place. He seemed to cut the air with one wave of his hand and cut several monsters into pieces. The master was an incredible person. Meanwhile, Abram has already taken possession of his laboratory. The souls were not collected quickly enough. By this time, he planned to receive hundreds of thousands of souls. There was too little time. The bastard standing in his way would soon show up. The old man needed to hurry up. He decided to create at least one elixir. By this time, the Skyscraper clan had already entered the cave that led to the laboratory. It took Yun-jae a whole week to get to the end of the cave, but now the heroes had to do it in 2 days. Hordes of chimeras were already on their way. Lois decided to simply destroy the monsters. She used a mass skill that shot a stream of fire towards the cave. This created an incredible explosion that consumed the entire space. Now it was clear that the guys were on a completely different level. The girl did an excellent job and incinerated a gang of creatures. Even Abram would have had difficulties with them. Inside the chimeras were mana stones that allowed them to move. The stone was quite weak, so it was obvious that it was only a temporary solution to keep the blood circulating in their bodies. What was more important was that these devices were still in the monsters. This meant that the old magician had been preparing all this for a long time. Walker finally realized that Abram was planning to attack Melon. On their way, the guys met a lot more monsters. All of them were of different sizes and varied in strength. For the heroes, this was not a problem, but just another opportunity to show perseverance and patience. Zhang Jiwayu was so obsessed with fighting against monsters that he sometimes let his guard down. One of the chimeras greedily wanted to attack him from behind, but Lois managed to stop her. There was no way to do this without a team fight. Lois noticed that the young man was very tired and suggested that he take a break. He always wanted to follow Yun-jae, so he fought on par with those people who had been here for 2 years, although he had just arrived. Upon arrival at the laboratory, the Skyscraper clan saw a terrifying picture. Abram felt like a fish out of water. In his laboratory, he was going to put an end to his enemies forever and looked like he was possessed. At that moment, the old man began his actions. In a second, he managed to make the guys fall face first into the ground. Among them, only Alvin was holding on with all his strength and was still conscious. The magic circle was the creation of the Archmage. It was capable of taking human souls. The attack on Melon was just a way to get even more ingredients. By reducing the radius of action, the bastard increased the power of the circle and could now take the soul even from a living creature. He was going to use all resources to carry out his plan. Alvin was amused by the fact that the Archmage had to rely on a magic circle. This greatly affected the old man, and he directed all his fiery energy at the young man to take his life. Suddenly, the old man felt severe pain. Yunjae managed to move and strike the magician with a strong blow that shed his blood. The Archmage did not expect to see this. After activating the deadly magic circle, the hero did not feel anything. He was protected by Jacquard's shackles, his heart, and the magic formula. At that moment, Alvin noticed that the boy could move and tried to buy time. While Abram did not look in his direction, Yunji decided to seize the opportunity and use the only potion. The old man's magic and attention were too focused on the magic circle, but if he left it, Alvin would immediately attack it. Abram decided to deal with the guy in shackles as quickly as possible. The main character noticed the right moment and immediately rushed to the attack. With one movement, he cut his enemy into two parts. The old man's head immediately flew to the side. It was simply incredible. But Abram immediately disappeared, as if he had not been killed. He had crazy energy that teleported him behind the hero. Now the young man was in real danger. The magician immediately dealt a crushing blow. A strong fiery explosion pushed the boy away. At the very last moment, he managed to use hardening to at least slightly protect himself from the blow. The clan members were in no condition to fight, but the brave Yunje stood on his feet and was ready to fight. The crew's lives were now in his hands. Abram controlled the circle and cast spells at the same time. His magic was incomparable. At this pace, the hero quickly got tired, but with the last of his strength, he ran away from the enemy's blows. Suddenly, the experienced magician decided to end these games and catch the young man like a mouse in a mousetrap. He shackled his legs in magical shackles, which made the guy unable to move. When the old man wanted to destroy the boy once and for all, his magic circle was suddenly destroyed. He fell to the ground with a crash, his soul being consumed. At this moment, he noticed that the soul-sealing potion was almost used up. He wanted to give himself the option of returning to his old body if any side effects occurred. The hero got ahead of the old man and decided to borrow the potion. It was impossible to force Abram to drink the potion, so the boy applied it to his blade. The magician's soul would try to return to its old body, but thanks to the magic circle, this did not happen. The situation turned against the supreme mage. First, he needed to stop the magic circle, but in this state, he was powerless. Stopping its effects and returning to the old body was his main goal. With the last of his strength, Abram asked to be taken to the circle to stop him. This could have saved the hero's comrades, but the boy swung his sword and cut off the old man's hand. It was too dangerous to trust the archmage, because he had already shown his true nature. Yunche couldn't afford to be fooled. He suddenly jumped up and gave the old man a crushing kick in the stomach. Soon the hero took care of his comrades on his own and led them to a safe place. It was humiliating for them, but the boy was going to cope with the chimeras and the nasty magician on his own. Finally, the time for the truth came. Yunje was interested in the question of who helped the magician regain his memories of the laboratory. He wanted to hear the answer, but the old man refused to cooperate and received strong blows for this. Abram claimed that he had absolutely no idea how the old memories came to him. He said that a stranger in a robe handed him a piece of paper and immediately left. Now the old man had to answer where he learned about the shackles. Otherwise, he would face physical violence. He had no choice but to reveal that he had already seen the bracelet. The man who dragged the magician into this wore the exact same shackles. Yunze asked his last question. He wanted to know why the old man killed the people whose bodies were in the cave. Because of his fear of death, the old man had to reveal that he actually did not want to take so many lives. He needed test subjects. Initially, the Supreme Sorcerer had no idea of using people in his experiments. But then they came and destroyed everything, which forced him to become a cruel monster. Bloodthirsty Abram began taking human lives to collect ingredients, and then he enjoyed killing them. He also believed that the holy hero was also a murderer, and had taken just as many lives on the way to the laboratory. The brave warrior took people's lives, but only those who deserved it. For his deeds, the nasty old man was punished and received a strong blow to the head. This was fair, because everyone who died at his hands had a family and enjoyed life. There was no point in leaving such a bastard alive. He deserved the most severe punishment. The hero became his judge and sent the old man straight to hell with the last blow. The news of Abram's death quickly spread throughout the area, and it reached the people in black robes. It happened much faster than they expected. The magician did not manage to kill even a couple of thousand people. Abram was old, but truly strong. Even this did not save him, because the people defended themselves better than he had expected. There were strong fighters in their ranks. The people in robes realized that someone had disturbed him. There was nothing else for strangers to do here. It was a shame to return without any results, but they had no choice. They had better opportunities for you in the future. Meanwhile, something amazing happened in the village of Melon. Zhang Jiyu fought fiercely against the cruel monsters, but suddenly they seemed to change. The chimeras stopped the war and ran away as if they were scared. After the brutal massacre, the clan lost about 20,000 people. Most of them were new recruits, and due to their lack of experience, they had the hardest time of all. One of the Skyscraper clan members said that the heads of the village's districts had agreed to buy the monastones extracted from the chimeras. Most likely, they would be useful to them and would be considered a reward. Alvin was very upset that he decided to take his assistants with him. The master was not harmed in any way, but Yeshirhuo was unconscious, as if she no longer had a soul. The main character finished all his business in Melon and decided to go to another village. Lois was upset that now the guys wouldn't join in their plan, so she invited them over. Yunjae was about to go to Darkmu. Usually every village had a clan in charge of security, and in Darkmu it was the Assassin clan. Lawlessness reigned there. It was the area with the highest crime rate. As a farewell, Alvin gave the players their reward. It was the most useful thing he found in the laboratory. Teleportation rings were needed to restore the portal, so the clan gave the guys something else. The 98 A-class clockwork was the result of the work of the Supreme Magician. It allowed you to regulate your own time and consume accumulated mana depending on your skill level. Using a teleportation spell, the brave heroes were transported to the village of Darkmu. The killer village was 2 times larger than the previous one. It was very gloomy and foggy, as if this place was from a detective story. The young man chose this place for a reason. He did not need a showdown with monsters. In this mysterious village, there could be someone who killed his family, so this was the boy's only chance. That terrible day changed the hero's life forever. That evening, he was at work, as always, but on this particular day, he was a little late. Suddenly, the work was interrupted by a phone call. When the boy answered the phone, he happily wanted to tell his wife that there was too much work today. But on the phone, he heard quiet requests for help. Yunjae immediately jumped up and ran to help. His wife's voice played endlessly in his head. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest, and it felt like it was about to jump out. At that moment, the young man suddenly woke up. He realized that it was all a dream. Nightmares had been tormenting him for a long time, but he had never seen anything like this before. He decided to go into the room of his wife and daughter, thinking that they were still sleeping. The boy happily opened the doors, but the picture in the room shocked him. The whole room was covered in blood, and his wife's lifeless body lay on the floor. It seemed that Yunjae was going crazy. He ran out of work and ran as fast as he could to save his family. What he saw made his soul freeze in place. His breath was taken away, and the lump in the city was so huge that the boy could not breathe. Tears flowed from his eyes. The young man bowed his head in front of the cut-up corpse of Yun General. In my head, I heard the loud laughter of the killer, who with great pleasure stabbed the poor bodies of his daughter and wife. At this moment, the hero could not restrain his emotions. He screamed at the top of his lungs so hard that the capillaries in his eyes burst. He refused to believe that some bastard had killed his innocent family who had recently been nearby. From that very ill-fated day, the guy was tormented by terrible nightmares. He woke up with a wild cry. It was all just a dream, but it caused terrible torment to the young man. The next day, at exactly noon, the guys gathered at the square in the center of the village where entrance exams were being held for all newcomers who wanted to join the clan of killers. Now they had to defend their lives themselves, if it was dear to them. The people had already pulled up, so finally Harold Shipman from the murder clan spoke in front of the whole rabble. He was called a psychopathic killer. He was pleased with the large number of notorious scum who were rushing into the clan this year. The master was cruel and said that members of one clan were protected by a ban on killing comrades. And although some participants came here specifically in search of this rule, Harold did not care. When the entrance test finally began, the gentleman scattered thousands of flyers with the person's picture on them. Everything was quite simple. The players had to bring the head of the person depicted on the piece of paper. Only those who brought their heads along with a piece of paper with the task would be able to pass. Finding a person in a large city was problematic. In addition, it was unknown who was hunting for the heroes. This task was tricky. In addition to the test participants, the photos contained the faces of people living in Darkmu, so the heroes had to look carefully. One of the angry participants was literally seething with anger. He smashed everyone in his path and took their papers. He wanted to collect a stack of these sheets so that at least one of the people depicted would come across to him. It was dangerous to stay in such a place. The heroes decided to simply leave. Zhang Guiyu couldn't believe that the bastard was taking other people's missions and killing people to improve his chances. There was nothing to be surprised about. This is what the test was designed for. Yunjae assumed that the killer he was looking for could also take part in this test. Many people ended up here, but in reality, people remained in the dark. When people got into this world, in reality they stopped remembering their existence. After the death of his wife and daughter, the hero started work and looked for the culprit like a madman. But at some point he dropped everything and returned to the company. It was as if he had involuntarily come to terms with the fact that he would never find the killer. What was incredible was that for some reason the guy still had memories of him. Now he decided that he had to catch the culprit, no matter what it cost him, even at the cost of his life. According to the assumption, Yunjae might not have found the killer due to the fact that he ended up in this world. Every year at this time, the Assassin clan held a test, so there was a high probability that this bastard took part in it. However, if the heroes were just looking for that guy, then they didn't have to take the test themselves. Zhang Jiyu didn't want to kill innocent people for a test. Passing the task was a separate issue and the reason why it had to be done. The guys were so busy talking that they didn't notice how they were surrounded by a gang of thugs. And why did I need to know the reasons? They just wanted to kill the guys. But the heroes were not cowardly either. Yunjae was not afraid. He decided to ask the bad guys if they knew about the killer who left the X mark on his victims. The conversation did not work out, and the armed bastards attacked the young man. The sharp knife was too close to the hero at high speed, but suddenly the hero used his fantastic skills and dodged the blow. The enemy launched several more blows, but it was all useless. Yunjae's speed was amazing. The brave warrior was unperturbed. He could push away any blow from his enemies and easily dealt one bad guy a strong blow with his sword. The man was thrown to the side with force. At that moment, the second enemy flew up to the boy at great speed and wanted to stab him. His body immediately froze and the sharp blade stopped right in front of the hero's nose. The guy had an incredible ability that saved him. He acquired the skill of controlling time. The flow slowed down only from his point of view. The clock mechanism allowed you to regulate your own time. The enemies froze completely. Now the time limit was about 2 minutes. Due to excessive mana consumption, the hero could not use it for a long time. However, his leg object provided stunning possibilities. Swinging with all his might, the boy inflicted critical damage on the frozen enemy. The petrified body was immediately thrown back. Yunjae dealt with everyone in the alley, but still wanted to survive as much information as possible from the bad guys. He grabbed one of them by the throat and demanded to tell the truth about the killer. At that time, the man also lived in Anyang, where there lived a serial maniac who left an X mark. But he ended up in this world before the killer stopped. The bad guy was willing to tell everything to stay alive. Now the hero finally found out that the culprit was now in Darkmu. He also ended up in this world and had been hunting for the boy all this time, which is why he hired killers in the alley. The gentleman said that he had already been to the place where the killer stopped. There was a whole mountain of corpses marked with an X. After hearing this, the boy was going to go there immediately. At this time, real horror was happening in an abandoned building. The gentleman tied 2 people by the hands and mocked them. They were exhausted, tormented, and begging for mercy, but the man was too cruel to let them go. After some time, the heroes finally got to the building where the maniac was operating. There was only one chance to meet him. The guys had no room for error. When the heroes wanted to go inside and their backs were turned, the bad guy from the alley suddenly seemed to go berserk and attacked them from behind. The guys were in danger. His knife was already too close. Yunji immediately turned back and managed to hit the young man. He wanted to beat the enemy to death, but the assassin abruptly grabbed his hand and pulled him towards him. At that moment, the incredible happened. The man's eyes sparkled even brighter. His body began to radiate wild energy. Just as he was reaching his limit, a huge fiery explosion filled the streets of the village. One of the players chose good tactics and climbed onto the roof, where there was an excellent view. Suddenly, he saw a strong explosion and realized that he had begun to rejoice too quickly. On his assignment paper was a picture of Young-kyu. He immediately found the newcomer, but after such an explosion, his head most likely turned to ash. The wanted killer noticed that the player looked worried, so he climbed onto his roof. He immediately invited the boy to join him. He was attracted to stupid weaklings with bad character. The maniac clearly saw the level of strength and knew that the young man was weak. He grabbed him by the throat, and the devilish forces began to penetrate inside. It was a soul subjugation skill that was capable of controlling someone who was weaker. Having taken control of several people, the killer ordered the guys from the alley to be given some clues. Yunji fell for it too easily, and the explosion swallowed him whole. It was impossible to survive in such a fire. In fact, he wished he could do things differently. Killing a victim while looking him in the eyes was much more fun and interesting. He was amused by the thought that the 2 guys could be hiding somewhere. The main character had only attacking skills and no defense. Despite this, he took a huge blow. He suffered greatly, but thanks to his dexterity and courage, he still survived. The surviving victims incited the maniac even more. He moved into battle and sent his army forward. He was sure that Yunjae would not be able to resist with such wounds, and a strong soul was reserved for Zhang Jiyu. With so many people, the gentleman had nothing to worry about. He was going to have a lot of fun and lay in wait for the heroes around the corner. Surprisingly, when he saw Yunjae, there was not a single abrasion on him. After the explosion, the hero used a secret skill that, like water, washed away his wounds and burns. This skill was a real cheat, but it didn't have such a good effect and consumed too much mana. Just before the explosion, the hero received a hardening skill, which, when activated, created a durable shell on the surface of the skin. Unexpectedly, Jahar's shackles were synchronized with the hardening skill. Thanks to this, the hero managed to survive. This incident ended quite profitably for the young man. He received magical armor, which, when activated, enveloped his body in a durable enchanted armor. It was not just protection, the hero could change its form as he wanted. It turned out that the man on the piece of paper, Zhang Jiyu, was the same killer who took the hero's wife and daughter away. It was simply amazing, because the clue was always in their hands. Yunjae has already told how he left the company and devoted himself to tracking down the killer. Now the memories of that day have returned. After half a month of searching, he managed to find this man and prevent him from committing a crime. That day the maniac began to run away, but the hero chased after him, and the rescued girl called the police. He so wanted to kill the bastard with his own knife for everything he had done. The girls quickly responded to the call and managed to stop the young man. The police caught him a few seconds before the tragedy, when the guy was already aiming a knife right at the killer's back. Nothing was heard from him after those events. Although he was a serial killer, no one, including Yunjae, remembered his existence. These crimes shocked the whole world, but then everything was forgotten, as if nothing had happened. And the hero calmly returned to work and began to live a normal life. Now the sworn enemies have finally met. Yunjae went through many events just to catch the maniac. Otherwise, they would not have been able to meet face to face. Park Yun-sung laughed loudly and joked at the young man to get emotional. He said that he did not want to fight with the strong, because the easiest thing was to kill defenseless women and children. The hero wanted to personally, brutally, and slowly kill the maniac, but he stepped aside and sent his people, who no longer had their own minds, to fight. Park Yun had no intention of getting his hands dirty and said goodbye until next time. At that moment, the guy could not restrain himself and used his skill of adjusting his own time. This allowed him to instantly bypass the bastards and deal the culprit a strong blow to the face. The maniac's puppets were under his power. Sensing danger, they immediately ran to the aid of their commander. Zhang Jiyu without hesitation pierced them with the sword, which was extended due to the skills of the giant's ring. Park Yun-sung hid for a long time, but now there was no turning back. He had to pay for the murders with his own head. The hero used his skull like a sledgehammer to break the ground. When Yunjae wanted to strike the final blow to destroy the culprit, the maniac suddenly jumped up and escaped from his hands. The blow hit the ground. The brave warrior came to this world only a month ago, but his forces were of fantastic size. He used his enhanced defense skill and created an impenetrable fist from the enchanted armor. Park Yun-sung did not intend to die so quickly, and decided to defend himself. Thor's fist pierced the maniac's pathetic weapon and headed straight for him. Now there was no way this bastard could escape punishment. He would have received enough for his disgusting murders. Now the hero has become a real maniac, only his victim was only one person. He threw punches and kicks, despite the condition of the disgusting bastard who had deprived him of his family. The vile Park Yun always killed only the weak, so now he had to get the same. Yunjae remembered all the pain that the scumbag caused him and hit him so hard that the sound of a skull breaking was heard. Strong blows were incompatible with life. The maniac could barely breathe and fought for life with his last strength. He begged for mercy, but did not deserve to be saved, because every person killed by his hands begged in the same way. The young man remembered for the rest of his life the day when he last heard the voice of his beloved wife on the phone. That evening she begged to be saved, but not even a small child could stop the killer. Memories of the past turned the hero into a real monster. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. He beat the killer to death because he would never see his family again. Finally, Yunjae finished off this bastard. He managed to do something that didn't work out in real life. This was the hero's dream. He thought about it again and again. Now that the guy had taken revenge, he should have felt better, but thoughts did not leave his head. It didn't get any easier, because the pain of loss remained in my heart forever. Killing the maniac would not have returned Yun Kyung and Mina to him. Park Yun-sung's death didn't change anything. Incredible pain burned through the boy's body. He hugged the last thing that was left of his wife and cried bitter tears. The meaning of his life was forever lost. The heroes managed to perfectly complete the introductory task into the clan of murderers, and as soon as the hero returned home, they brought the heads of the dead and leaflets to the post. From that moment on, they passed the clan test. The girl handed the guys 2 black pills, which they had to swallow in order to become full members of the clan of killers. It might not be safe, but the guys had to decide here and now. The guys were assured that this would not cause them harm, but on the contrary, it would increase their strength, so they swallowed the pills without a doubt. Now the brave warriors have safely joined the murder clan. When Yunjae crushed the black pill in his hand, a strange purple smoke began to emanate from it. Demonic energy penetrated his body with great speed. Something terrifying was happening. The shackles were compressed too tightly. The hero experienced severe pain. He was very scared and did not understand what was happening. Black smoke continued to spread around. At this moment, Jahar's shackles began their transformation. The demonic energy was increased by 1. Jakar's shackles increased the strength of the owner, and now their power was increased by 40%, and the intensity of mana consumption was reduced. The shackles practically grew into the hero's hand, but everything was fine with him. His stats increased, and now he was not in pain at all. The color of the seed also changed. The shackles absorbed its magic. Meanwhile, everything was calm and melon. Abram was dead, and the chimeras returned. Suddenly, the Skyscraper clan received good news. Their joy knew no bounds. Yun Jae and Jong Kyu decided to visit them. Walker was surprised the guys were back so early. He immediately realized that something had happened. The hero's gaze immediately became cold. He showed the badges of the killer clan. Everyone who joined the murder clan had to eat the seed of the devil. Newcomers who did this suddenly had improved abilities. Thus, strange beads spread throughout the world. It was believed that thanks to the seed one could easily and quickly become stronger. Because of such rumors, everyone started using it. As a result, it took root in the human body. Slowly but surely, the demon seed changed the essence of people. Ultimately, the people who absorbed it became demons. The hero told the Skyscraper clan about how he passed the entrance exam to the Assassin clan and received the seed. Crushing it in his hand, it was clear that after absorption, the shell dissolved and the demon took up space in the body. Then it slowly began to devour the person. Walker assumed something like this, but did not think that the devilish forces, the bastards from the murder clan, were involved in this. This situation was much more serious than the case with Abram. Alvin began to suspect something. He understood that, wanting to avenge the death of his wife and child, the hero went to Darkmew. Then, in the process, he was forced to complete a task to join the clan of assassins. Such an opportunity was not provided every day, but the young man knew in detail what the seed of the devil was. The boy decided to show something to make everything clear. At that moment, the young man released demonic energy. He could control incredible power. He said that this time the bracelet was able to absorb magic into itself and also evaluate what the seed was. The body was fine. After the incident with Abram, this could well have happened. Alvin understood everything and made sure that they had no bad intentions. He was going to urgently go to the head of the clan and tell everything. Zhang Jiwayu was afraid of what problems could await them. After all, they were officially members of a clan of murderers. Their actions were considered treason. He only breathed a sigh of relief when Yunjae promised safety. The situation could be explained as being so dangerous. There was no need to join the battle, so there was nothing to worry about. Left in charge, Lois convened a meeting in the capital of Trum. Representatives of the 5 clans were already quietly waiting for her in their places. Without special urgency, they would not have been called so soon. There was little time, so the girl immediately got down to business. She revealed that the Skyscraper clan had evidence that the Assassin clan had teamed up with the devils. Confirmation of this, Loy showed a vessel in which there was an embryo of the devil. The murder clan, together with the devils, spread their seeds. This situation required an urgent solution. While representatives of the clans were talking, somewhere the devil's seeds were probably already being produced. The girl asked to take this situation much more seriously than others. Thanking the representatives for listening to their speech, Lois announced the leadership of the military operation. After the meeting ended, war would begin in the room. Even though there was little information, Yunjae could count on a reward. Elvis Walker promised that until the end of the military operation, the heroes would be under the protection of the Skyscraper clan, but the young man was going to fight. This unpleasantly surprised the gentleman, because this war was significantly different from battles with monsters. Moreover, the boy's face has already appeared in the clan of killers. The hero understood the danger and responsibility that fell on his shoulders. He was not going to back down, and instead of a reward, he asked Walker for one favor. It seemed strange, but the young hero challenged Walker to a fight. For him, it was the best option. Lois was left alone to conduct boring meetings because Alvin hated boring conversations. For a change, certain rules were established. The head of the clan was going to use only his right hand. Yunjae could use any means. To win, it was enough to hit only once. This was only the first level of their battle. Without thinking for a long time, the boy rushed into battle. He could complete the first level without much difficulty. His strength was enough to defeat a considerable number of opponents. Meanwhile, Lois was already continuing the meeting. She said that it was necessary to destroy those who absorbed the devil's seeds. They could have settled in any city, which would have caused confusion. At the moment, there was no way to find these people, so the girl was going to completely exterminate the clan. The murderers only accepted people who had swallowed the embryo of the devil. It was unthinkable to exterminate all the killers. The Skyscraper clan could not just attack them. They could not be given the opportunity to escape or prepare for battle. The Skyscraper clan needed to cover the entire perimeter. No one could be allowed to escape. They agreed to divide the people into attackers and those who would wait in ambush. Lois said the operation was strictly confidential before it began. Military operations were to begin in a week, so all clan representatives were ordered to begin preparations. The battle was gaining momentum. Both sides tried very hard to show their true strength. No matter how hard the hero tried to get around his opponent, Alvin managed to land the first strong blow and push the boy away. A whole week had already passed, and the second stage had not started. None of the heroes could hit Alvin. The hero should have paid attention to mana control and the use of skills, so winning would have been much easier. Tomorrow there was a lot of work, so the guys needed a rest, but the boy suddenly wanted to try again. His skills, stats, and defense during battle have improved significantly. With that level of skill, he could probably win. This was the hero's last chance to show his true strength and use of skills. He wanted to surprise his opponent, so he quickly jumped into the air and was about to strike. The young man was vulnerable in the air, but he was going to strike from above, using reinforced protection as cover. He turned the enchanted armor into a square platform that could act as a springboard. Yunze pushed off strongly from the platform and rose even higher in the air. The boy clearly had a plan that would lead him to victory. He was now significantly taller than his opponent. The guy used the enhanced defense in a fantastic way and created another platform in the air, from which he pushed off to go down. His imagination and strength amazed everyone. Yunze went down in a matter of seconds, but as soon as he was near his opponent, he abruptly moved to the side, and the young man was hit with a sword. The hero did not hit the enemy. Again, nothing happened. However, he was able to successfully try enhanced protection in another way. This was already a huge achievement for a newbie. Everything turned out differently. For his efforts and the journey he had made, the boy deserved the second level. Alvin said that the hero finally made it, and now it's Jongkyu's turn. After hard training, the heroes needed rest. Tomorrow they had to prepare. Alvin wondered why the hero wanted to join the battle. There was only one reason for this. If the boy could avoid all the worst things written in the diary, he might be able to meet his family again. The topic of conversation was quite awkward, so the guys were silent. Yunjae said that he was planning to go to Garan. Among other large cities that were attacked, it was quite small. The situation in Darkmu was much more complicated. The assassins could claim a place among the top 5 clans, so the Skyscraper clan needed to rally against them. But coming to a common decision was always problematic. However, what happened was a good opportunity to unite the clans. No change was going to happen unless the devils themselves intervened in the war. Upon arrival in the new village, the new recruits in the clan were not greeted very cordially. Just the thought that Alvin had sent everyone to a remote suburb made Zikhail's blood pressure rise. In addition, he was not happy that on top of everything else, they were sent 2 runts. Although Zikhail was rude, he was right. There was a whole line of people who wanted to join the Skyscraper clan. The leader thought that only small clans used such a system. There were enough newcomers to the organization, but the boss was very unhappy that those 2 were sent to war. From now on, he was forced to bear the troublesome burden. Jongkyu was upset that they were greeted like that and wanted to punch someone. But the heroes couldn't get into trouble. It would be rude to Alvin Walker. The guys had to think only about their goal. When the clan reached the territory of the killer clan, people began to follow the smell. At the intersection, they split up. Zikhail and Dahi went to the right, and the boss took the newcomers to go to the left. Everyone had to act very carefully, because danger could be waiting in any corner. The heroes remained vigilant, and suddenly came across a building from which a monstrous smell emanated. When they went inside, a terrifying picture appeared before their eyes. The entire building was filled with girls begging for help. They lay exhausted on the ground and did not raise their heads. The smell came from a strange substance, which the boss immediately destroyed. The killers used drugs to do their dirty work. It was an intoxicating scented candle. The head of the clan ordered Yunja to take the victims to a safe place while he explored the second floor. The boy immediately suspected something strange and dealt one of the girls a fatal blow with a sword. The gentleman was simply furious. He grabbed the boy by the clothes and began to shout at him loudly. All this was not without reason, because, having waited for the right moment, the injured girls attacked with sharp blades. Never before has the main character been wrong in his guesses. He immediately reacted and put up a magical barrier using enhanced defense. In fact, the girls were not victims. Everything was planned. The scented candle caused hallucinations, so the characters saw girls instead of guys from the very beginning. At that moment, the whole truth was revealed, and armed ninjas attacked them. Even while fighting off enemies, the boss continued to think that the boy saved him from death. However, the scented candle had no effect on the young man, and the gentleman decided that he had unusual abilities. After some time, the guys still managed to deal with all the armed opponents. The hallucinogenic candle could not burn for several days. The assassins knew very well when the clan was planning their attack and prepared for their arrival. Meanwhile, real horror was happening in the city of Bram. Everything did not go according to plan. Thousands of brave warriors died from the bloodthirsty clutches of killers. Turner said that it appears that information has been leaked, and other cities have also been attacked by the assassin clan. All fighters were destroyed. The situation did not look like the killers had been preparing for this coming for a day or two, so the traitor was definitely someone from the leadership. Elvis was simply furious. More traps could await them. There was no choice. The Skyscraper clan had to attack. From that moment on, the scum from the murder clan had to be afraid of meeting Elvis. He wanted to attack, even if he had to do it alone. Yoon-jae and Young-kyu were still considered hopeless, but this worked to their advantage. The hero just wanted to get out of this place unnoticed, but everything worked out by itself, more successfully than ever. The killers reached their destination too quickly. They immediately spotted Zikyle and seriously wounded him. They said that there was no one else to catch except the young man, but it was just a trap. The situation was hopeless. Creatures from a clan of maniacs surrounded the guy and were not going to let him go alive. But suddenly, at the end of the street, a voice was heard that sounded like salvation. Brave heroes came to help, although the killers were sure that they had destroyed everyone from the clan. The two warriors were real daredevils and were not afraid to give their own lives to save a drowning man. The boss was simply furious. He was watching from around the corner all this time. The killers set up an ambush because they obviously knew about the arrival of the heroes. The gentleman realized that there were no survivors. All that was left was to wait for help to arrive. The guys were new, but they fought like real trained soldiers. Young Q kept up with his partner and used the ring to extend his weapon and cut right through the bad guys. The killers dealt with the rest of the guys very easily and quickly, but this battle turned out to be too difficult for them. Their surprise knew no bounds when they saw what fantastic things the hero was doing. Using all his skills and superpowers, the boy furiously attacked the maniacs. After some time, not a trace remained of them. There was no end to the killers. Action was urgently needed. Yunja told Zikyle to join the blockade and call for reinforcements. Then someone had to guard the exits because those who were lying in ambush could enter here. The clan of killers already knew that the heroes intended to carry out an attack. Those who wanted to escape had long since fled. The hero was going to buy some time for the others to call for reinforcements. Zikyle was 5 years older than the young man, but without talking, he obeyed his order and immediately rushed off to call for help. Meanwhile, the killers from the clan were already running as fast as they could in pursuit. The heroes had to hurry, but first they had to delay the maniacs a little and then leave. You couldn't just walk past them. The battle began quickly. The killers were not going to hesitate even a minute and immediately wanted to pounce. Yoonji activated his enhanced defense skill and created impenetrable armor for himself and his partner. Literally, a moment later, an incredible flow of energy rushed through them. The boy seemed to have foreseen this moment and saved the team. Reinforced magical armor protected them from such force. At this moment, an unknown gentleman appeared before the heroes and praised the hero for his excellent reaction. He twirled a sharp blade on his finger and said that a large number of guys from his clan had died. Mr. Jeffrey was known among small circles for his incredible strength and struck fear into the hearts of people. He ordered everyone who wanted to die to get out of here. A mortal battle began, in which the opponents were very strong. Mr. Jeffrey fought steadfastly, using a sword that was not visible. Bright red blows scattered in all directions. They could not be caught even with a glance. For the first time in the history of his battles, the young hero was very tense in battle. With the strong defense skill, he was unable to completely block the invisible ball's attack, and it seemed like he was going to lose this battle. At the most unexpected moment, the incredible happened. Such a strong blow came to the killer clan that they left a deep trench in the ground. The bad guys were literally destroyed to smithereens. It was the work of the leader. With his incredible fists, he managed to scatter them from the enemies in a second. He wanted to wait for help to arrive, but at the last moment he saw the young heroes, and he felt ashamed to hide. Such force caused the killers to lie lifeless on the ground, but Mr. Jeffrey managed to avoid the sudden thunderclap. It was simply unthinkable. His body was not damaged in any way. Jeffrey Dahmer was a well-known figure in the murder clan. This guy was definitely good at fighting, but his defining characteristic was that he was a cannibal. The gentleman specialized in destroying those who were weaker. The boss spent his last mana on his blow. Now the heroes were in trouble. They urgently needed to catch Jeffrey, because if they escaped, those who came to the rescue would also suffer. The gentleman with excellent taste was not going to scratch his tongue for a long time. He wanted to dine quickly. His strength was incredible, and his cannibalism made him too cruel. Deciding to take on the enemy, the head immediately rushed off and wanted to destroy him. This was dangerous. because even by joining forces, it would be extremely difficult to kill Jeffrey. The invisible sword of the cannibal immediately entered and struck the master with thousands of strong blows. But this did not kill the man, because the main character was able to use enhanced protection and activate a protective film around him. The head realized that this was his last chance. With the help of the enhanced defense skill, he could use Jeffrey's attack against him. Strong fists flew straight into the cannibal and threw him back. The cannibal did not like such displays of the impudent bastard. He swung his sharp cleaver and cut his opponent in two. He was not to be trifled with. Jeffrey could make soup out of his enemies right after killing them. At that moment, a real miracle happened. The boss, who had literally just been cut into two parts, caught the enemy's sharp sword with agility. His magical gloves were destroyed before his eyes, but he steadfastly held the enemy's weapon. Suddenly something happened that no one expected. To the surprise of all the heroes, Jong-gyu's finest hour came. While everyone was distracted, he climbed onto the roof of the building, and now, when the enemy was literally blind, he jumped on him from a tall building. The young man always wanted to imitate the great Yunjae, so he decided to surprise everyone around him at all costs and take advantage of the moment. He used the magic ring spell and extended his sword to pierce the enemy through. Jeffrey had a great reaction. He immediately turned around and managed to deflect the ball's attack with his cleaver. Such pitiful strength was not a problem for him since he had participated in larger battles. No one could doubt the strength of the young heroes. They were calm and always won. Taking advantage of the excellent moment, Yunze approached the enemy from behind and with a deft movement cut off his head. Jong-gyu's huge long sword immediately pressed the cannibal into the ground. In fact, the brave guys were a great team and helped each other. Now, thanks to mutual assistance, they managed to defeat the famous cannibal from the clan of murderers. The boss suffered greatly and lost a lot of blood, but the main thing is that he survived. Only with the help of his steel armor did he manage to avoid death. The gentleman did not know that the rest of the team had gone to catch Jeffrey and was not alone. He told Zakale that he couldn't do it alone, so two newcomers helped him. It was hard to believe, but this was the first time that Alvin Walker himself made such sacrifices for the sake of newcomers. The guys were real monsters. They were not at the level that they usually were after the time they arrived here. The head could not even imagine what would happen to them a few years later. The chief wanted to discuss a few more things with them, but Zakale said that they suddenly disappeared. The boy first of all decided to find them, because it was thanks to the guys that he was able to bring help. But the search was unsuccessful. The gentleman was simply furious at what he heard, and immediately sent the boy on a search. The guys were excellent fighters and could not have died. After the battle, the head asked the boys to go and rest. If anything happened to them, he would no longer be able to look Alvin Walker in the eyes. Meanwhile, the heroes entered the cave of Naran's underground labyrinth. They took too long because of Jeffrey, but they finally got there. Thanks to Quan Ki Huan, they managed to deal with the enemy. The cave contained a secret kept by a clan of killers. Zhang Jiwayu was not even aware that such a cave existed in the Quran dungeon, but the hero found out about it because he was very smart. There was a disaster here. However, knowing the future, Yunjae had no intention of remaining idle. He could no longer allow the tragedy to repeat. From now on, he decided to decide his own destiny. At that moment, the hero felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was pierced by a sharp sword. There was no one else in the cave, so when the boy turned around, he saw his partner, who was stabbing him with force. At the very last moment, the boy managed to break free and jump to the side. It was simply incredible, because the two heroes were inseparable from the moment they met in the game. Their union complemented each other like halves of a heart. Zhang Qiu had no control over his actions. The guy was out of his mind. He began to hallucinate and his eyes turned white. It all started too suddenly, as soon as the guys entered the cave. The hero was at a loss because there was no one in the cave except them. He didn't understand what caused his partner and friend to become possessed. The distraught young man attacked Yunjae again and again. The brave warrior managed to avoid the attack and pushed away the blow with his sword. Now the partners have become real enemies, although not long ago they defended each other. The boy assumed that all this happened because of the smoke that enveloped the entire cave. All this was reminiscent of the situation in the village when the clan began to hallucinate due to a scented candle. The boy urgently needed to correct the situation, so he struck with his fists to bring his partner to his senses. But even this did not help, and the eyes of the guy who came to his senses still remained white. With great strength and fury, he endlessly attacked his friend, but suddenly quietly asked for help. When the heroes were undergoing training tests with Alvin Walker, Zhang Qiu was very tired. At any moment, he could have given up and not fought anymore, but with the last of his strength, he was ready to go to the end. It was very difficult for the boy. He did not have as much stamina as the others. But he couldn't stay on the sidelines, because if he just watched the slaughter, he would become a burden to Yoonjae-hyungnim. The main character did not know what he should have done in such a situation. He did not understand how he could bring his friend to his senses, so he did not strike him, but simply dodged. Suddenly, the young man assumed that it was all due to the demonic energy that was in the smoke. He immediately decided to act to save his friend and attacked him, throwing away his weapon. Yoonjae pushed Young Kyu to the ground and pressed his hand against his throat. The savvy young man decided that perhaps his shackles could absorb the demonic energy that had penetrated his body. The distraught guy strongly resisted and tried to break free, but the black energy gradually began to leave his body and penetrate the shackles. This was the only way to save him. When Jafar's advanced shackles absorbed all the demonic power, the boy's eyes immediately turned white. He rose abruptly from the ground, as if he had just been sleeping all this time. He remembered almost nothing, but his face looked as if he had been bitten by a swarm of shoulders. The boy did not understand what happened to his face, but since the hero simply brought him to his senses. After Jong-kyu found out the truth, he was very unpleasant. He felt guilty and asked the hero next time not to complicate his life and just kill him. For these words, he received another slap. It all sounded like nonsense, but the young man really believed that it was easier than trying to deal with the burden in his face. Jong-kyu didn't need to feel like a burden. During the entire time they played the game and trained, the guys became a real family. This touched the boy's heart, and tears flowed from his eyes. In the other villages, everyone except Darkmew was affected. It was known that the first attack was successful, but then Alvin Walker came and fought back. One of the killer clan members said that the new batch of seeds was 3 months away. The head of the clan ordered his assistant to carefully check whether the newcomers ate the seed or not. He was simply furious that he did not cope with his task, because then this would not have happened. The boss had a bad feeling, so he was going to go to Gron and check everything. He wanted to carry out his plans, no matter what the cost. The heroes spent about 15 days in the cave, but they were lucky because the monsters there were not very strong. Yoonjae was glad that the effect of the intoxicating fog was just a one-time thing. The guys continued on their way without rest, but Zhang Jiyu doubted that they were going in the right direction. The roads looked like a whole labyrinth, but the young hero did not doubt that he was right and moved forward. Having passed through the red door, the guys found themselves in a new place. The situation there looked more terrifying. A huge bear was sleeping in the middle of the room. Even in his sweet sleep, he looked quite strong. To fight him at all. Yoonjae said that all they had to do was enter the black door behind that creature. The guys should have walked past him unnoticed. This was the best solution. Taking every step, the heroes were as careful as mice and moved on tiptoe. Suddenly, Jong-kyu tripped over a stone, which flew straight towards the bear. This creature could be their last. This time the heroes were lucky, and the bear only turned on the other side. The guys slowly opened the door and entered the next room. This was their fastest time completing the level. What the guys saw inside made them doubt that they were in a dungeon. In front of them was a large clearing with an open sky, in which a tall tree grew and rested directly on the clouds. In his entire life, Zhang Jiyu had never seen such a tall trunk, but it was not sacred. In fact, the tree that was hidden behind hundreds of rooms was a devil tree. It was on it that the seeds of the devil grew. Taking a closer look, the guys saw hundreds of millions of black pills on the tree, which were provided by the killer clan upon entry. The devil seeds needed to parasitize someone in order to hatch, so Yoonjae wanted to destroy the tree. The tree was huge. The heroes might not have been able to handle it together. But in this situation, they had no choice, so a lot of effort was required. When Yoonjae touched the trunk, he released the demonic energy that was trapped in his shackles. It worked. An incredible power enveloped the entire tree. The demonic power began to increase, and the hero's health began to decrease. The boy wondered if he could absorb the power of the seeds. In this way, he was able to increase the level of demonic energy, but his health was decreasing too quickly, and his arm was about to break. At the very last moment, the hero ran out of energy and sat down on the ground. Jong-kyu said that he overdid it, but the guy just needed a little break. His health had dropped temporarily, so there was no need to worry. Demonic energy and mana were at the same level. If the demonic energy could not be higher than the mana level, then it was time to call it a day. When the young warrior's strength ran out, he wanted to stop and continue tomorrow, but his partner decided to try one last time. He wanted to imitate his teacher in everything. Zhang Jiyu used his new giant sword skill everywhere, so he decided to use it this time too. Having gained strength, he swung and struck the tree with a strong blow. Meanwhile, in Trum City, Lois was holding a meeting in the hall again. The current situation was not that bad. She said the Bram operation was a success, thanks to Alvin Walker and Mr. Tom of the Singer clan. All that remained was to solve the problem with shipmen. The gentleman suggested sending Alvin Walker to Darkmoon, because among the people, there were not many who could defeat shipmen. It was difficult. A representative of another clan said that Mr. Walker became aware that members of the clan had been captured by Jeffrey, and he left Bram. All representatives considered the guy uncontrollable, but it was worth admitting that he had incredible skills. Those guys from the reserve that were mentioned were also good. At that moment, an employee burst into negotiations. He brought bad news and said that Shipman had left Darkmew. This was good news, however. No matter what the master did, it would still be difficult for him to resist the alliance of clans. The following information that the informer brought shocked everyone. He said that some of the captured killers vomited. Devil seeds came out along with their vomit. Meanwhile, the sounds of strong blows were heard from the cave clearings. The giant tree shook as if hundreds of warriors were cutting it down. Zhang Guiyu puffed for a long time and tried, making all his efforts, and finally he managed to cut down the tree. His sword worked much harder. The guy spent half a day cutting down a tree with it. Along with victory came failure. After such diligent work, the young man's sword broke. From a huge steel weapon, it turned into a thin strip that fell apart into dust. Suddenly, when Yunjie was approaching his partner, he suddenly fell down, under his feet. All this time, there was a hidden pit that had no end. Zhong Qiu immediately ran over to help, but the hero called him down. When the guys were downstairs together, an incredible view opened up before them. Most likely, this was the secret vault of the assassin clan. There was a lot of gold, armor, and supplies. In such a small dungeon, there was a devil's tree and even a hiding place. The hero would never have guessed about this place if not for the clues from the book. In the hiding place, Yang Jiyu got the best sword that was there. The blade, born from Muhammad's lightsaber and absorbing his blood, increased its cutting power due to the mana absorbed from the absorbed blood. The young man also found a suitable weapon in this vault. The half-demon sword Baltrix had excellent durability and cutting power. The greater the amount of demonic energy absorbed, the greater the percentage of cutting force enhancement. Unexpectedly, the guys found a real jackpot there, an elixir that could even heal a lion. The legendary undiluted potion healed even the dead and helped bring the body into the best possible condition. There were no cool rings or anything like that in this hidden place, but the heroes took everything that could be useful. Now it's time to go back. In order to leave the cave, the heroes had to go all the way that they had done to get here. Opening the door slightly, the young man saw that the bear was no longer sleeping. Yunjie had not yet regained her strength, but she couldn't stay here forever. To destroy the bear, the guys simply thought it was an opportunity to test new items. The bloodthirsty bear looked much scarier than it initially seemed. With each attack, the unusual monster released an incredible amount of demonic energy. This effect was manifested from behind the cave. The partners needed to get back, so they had no choice, and they brutally attacked the monster. They agreed to use the usual attack tactics and damage the bear until it got tired. With the help of the Ring of Properties 198, the powers of which were capable of endowing an object with the desired property, the warrior turned the weapon into a real torch and sword in one. Even the flames did not frighten the bear. He greedily pounced on people. Zhang Jiyu was not going to stop. He hit the beast with a flaming sword with all his might to drive it away. This was not enough for long, and the beast returned again. The bear was simply abnormal in size, and the man in comparison seemed like just an ant. The owner of the giant sword was not going to stop there and beat the beast with a new skill. After some time, the speed and stability of the monster noticeably decreased. If the guys continued in the same spirit, they would be able to defeat this monster. Only now they had to find out how best to use the accumulated demonic energy. Suddenly something happened that shocked the guys. When the bear got close enough, it opened its mouth wide and released a blast of enormous force. Her tension surrounded the entire cave. With rapid speed, this incredible blast of power flew straight at the warriors, a force that was capable of destroying an entire army. Now the guys were in a terrible situation. Yunjie quickly reacted and activated his enhanced defense to transform the protective layer into a platform. He managed to grab his partner and escape with her help. The young man was extremely surprised that the bear had such strength. This was all due to demonic energy. He decided to immediately use enhanced protection. Over time, the hole in the ground turned into a real ravine. The earthquake around her caused huge rocks to fall down and turn this place into a real death zone. The guys managed to survive only thanks to the skill of the main character. The attack was very powerful, but not enough to penetrate the reinforced defenses. Thanks to the monster, they were able to simply rise to the surface. None of them expected that the monster's attack could push the guys to such a distance. At that moment, Harold Shipman appeared at the ravine. He was extremely categorical and asked the guys what they were doing in the cave and whether they were members of the clan. The hero showed the badge of the Killer clan and said that they came here instead of Jeffrey because something happened to him. The gentleman decided that the rumors that Jeffrey had been wounded were true. Mr. Shimpan could not be deceived, so the heroes decided to run away. The main character apologized and said that they accidentally disturbed the bear, but the tree was fine. The man from the killer clan decided to personally check the condition of the tree, but as soon as he wanted to go down, he suddenly announced that he remembered the guys. He told the guys that they killed Dean and were the ones who betrayed the clan. Since Shipman disappeared, everything has become simpler. The gentleman from the clan was very courteous. There were few such people in this world. That's why he was called Gentleman Turner. When Turner returned, the clan boy was about to leave Darkmew. If the devil seeds were destroyed, it was no different from failure. Shipman set out before him, but was late. The guy didn't understand what was wrong and decided that Turner was guilty. The assassin clan assumed that the existence of the seeds would sooner or later be revealed, but everything happened too quickly. Turner knew full well that it was impossible to overcome the labyrinth. The angry killer said that no one except the leadership of the killer clan even knew that the labyrinth even existed. The most logical option was that Turner's spies betrayed the clan. Mr. Turner was offended by the accusations. He told Kim Tae-han that he had grown a lot and could continue if he wanted to die. In any case, the young man was going to disappear for some time. He thought that the demons and the clan leader would soon begin to act. It was obvious to Turner that the head of the clan was the initiator of the deal with the demons. Shipman was due back soon, so the gentleman was going to talk to him, because no one except the leader could detain him. Harold Shipman did not expect to meet such celebrities. He realized that the guys had gone through the labyrinth and returned back. He was interested in how they knew about his existence, so he wanted to get information out of it anyway. The bloody fog suddenly took away the breath, making it difficult to breathe due to the concentration of blood in the air. The ability was extremely problematic and caused difficulties for the heroes. It was difficult, but the guys held on with all their strength. Suddenly, everything turned into a real fight, and sharp, bloody spikes rushed past. Now the heroes were in real danger because the speed of the spikes was prohibitive. Shipman said the boys were no mere rookies to survive so long in the bloody fog. But by that time, Zhang Jiwayu could not stand it and fell. Now Yunzhe was left alone against the enemy. The hero decided to distract the enemy and said that he destroyed all the carriers before they hatched and killed a bunch of people. There was no problem with this, but no one asked Shipman about it. The gentleman was literally seething with anger and attacked the young man, hitting him with a sharp, bloody weapon. At the very last moment, the young man managed to dodge. But that was just the beginning. When the hero thought that the danger had passed, several hundred more bloody spikes were already flying towards him from the sky. At that moment, the boy was in a critical situation and could easily have died. Having excellent command of his skills and techniques, the boy did an excellent job, and he managed to bypass each of the bloody thorns. He moved so fast that it was impossible to keep up with him. To do this, he used a clock mechanism that allowed him to regulate his own time. And thanks to the magical armor, his body was wrapped in durable enchanted armor, but it did not work, and the enemy's blows carried through it. The enemy was very determined. He was one of the best killers in the plan. The gentleman had incomparable control over his bloody weapon and thought through his every step. Swinging harder, he struck the boy once. Yunzhe immediately wanted to hit the enemy with his weapon, but Shipman was much stronger and struck first. This was one battle in which the young hero was defeated and found himself on the sidelines. Harold Shipman sensed demonic energy emanating from the hero, although he said that he had destroyed all the seeds. The gentleman was stronger than Alvin Walker and told the young man to forget about a quick death. The battle gained momentum and continued for a long time. The leader of the killer clan dealt serious crushing blows, and the young man made a lot of effort to repel them. This fight took an incredible amount of effort. Shipman noticed that the boy was almost exhausted and ordered him to tell him how he knew about the labyrinth and the seeds. For this information, the gentleman promised to kill the guy painlessly. The hero's clockwork was useless. His magical armor could not withstand the onslaught of the enemy. The blood mist skill used blood and increased the effectiveness of attacks, and it also made breathing very difficult. Yunzhe wanted to know why a person collaborated with demons, because people would not be able to live among them anyway. To Harold, neither humans nor demons mattered. He only chose the side on which he could kill the most. It was a stupid question. The hero already knew what bastards like him were thinking. The opponents did not understand each other at all, and Harold was tired of it all. The master did not want to play with the stupid boy anymore, and decided to make him die. He pulled out his bloody blade and pointed it at the boy at great speed. The sharp blade looked straight into his eyes. The brave newcomer woke up just in time, but looked a little different. His eyes were bloodshot, and his strength could be felt a kilometer away. Now he finally understood how to use the sword created by the blood of Muhammad. The blade spawned from Muhammad's lightsaber was perfect for fighting Harold. The sword became stronger by absorbing blood, and seemed to be specially created for the skills of the nasty shipmen. But the sword's feature was a big problem. It absorbed all the blood accumulated for blood mist. If Zhang Jiyu could absorb the next attack, then he would have a chance to win. He doubted he could have done it alone, but now he was not alone. Only through joint efforts did heroes always prevail over evil. Harold Shipman was not going to humiliate himself and lose in front of such pathetic insects. He was a true master of his weapons and wanted to destroy the last survivors from the clutches of his clan. The master attacked sharply, and the bloody sharp spikes headed forward. The brave guys were definitely not ready to bow to such a bastard. He wanted to win even at the cost of his own lives. Nothing could stop them. Justice had to prevail. Using their new swords, the heroes activated their fantastic skills and fought desperately. Bloody blows flew from all sides, driving the guys to the center. They had to try hard and work together to survive. They stood back to increase their view and protect each other. There were too many blows and some of them managed to injure the brave warriors. This only made Zhang Jiyu even more angry. Suddenly, the entire flock of bloody daggers seemed to gather together. A huge explosion filled the entire battlefield, covering the young heroes completely. Bloody flames from the explosion flew in different directions. By that time, more than 15 days had passed since the search. Quan Ki Huan said that judging by the fact that the heroes' bodies were not found, they should have been alive. The gentleman hoped that everything was okay with them. At that moment, a strong explosion was heard not far from the village in the forest. Bloody smoke and fire appeared above the forest. The boss immediately understood everything and immediately sent Zikail to contact the clan. Zhang Jiyu and Yun Jie were caught right in the middle of the explosion, the incredible force leaving a large hole in the ground. The entire space was filled with bloody smoke, which was slowly killing them. Now the chances of survival were extremely small. Zhang Qiu suffered the most. His strength and defense were not as good as his partner. He could barely breathe and sat with his head bowed. His body was so exhausted that at some point he could not stand it and collapsed to the ground. The hero ordered his partner to get up, but suddenly noticed that he was not a tenant. He ran up to the boy and began to shake his body in different directions to bring him to his senses. But Zhang Qiu did not move anymore. Absorbing blood, this sword put its owner into a state of rage. By acquiring greater strength in a short period of time, he received a corresponding return. The young man used it thoughtlessly and was now on the verge of death. The hero has already prevented the clan of killers from carrying out their plans several times, but now Harold Shipman was going to destroy him with his own hands and put an end to his arrogant actions. At that moment, nightmarish memories surfaced in Yun Jae's head. He remembered his wife who begged for help, about Park Yun-sung, who with particular pleasure slaughtered his family and then mocked their death. The young man had memories of how Zhang Qiu cried because he didn't want to die. He always said that after death, there would be no one to take care of his younger ones. The boy really did not want his death. He had a kind soul and a heart that beat like a clock. During all the time spent together, the heroes became a real family, which Yun Jae now did not have. The hero promised his partner about safety. He wanted to protect his comrade in arms from all troubles and attacks from murderers and other reptiles. Zhang Qiu believed him with all his heart, and always followed on his heels. Now his mutilated cold body lay on the ground. He did not deserve such a death. A much better fate was prepared for him. At this moment, Yun Jae rose from his knees, his heart filled with hatred. He wanted to take revenge for another loss. Mana and demonic energy mixed. The hero's magical power increased sharply. Bloody smoke surrounded his body, but now the boy stood on his feet without difficulty. The thirst for revenge forced him to turn into a real monster. Thanks to the shackles, mana and demonic energy changed their flow. The regression skill was acquired, and by changing the flow of mana and demonic energy, magical power was temporarily increased. Shipman became wary. The power of the enemy forces tripled. He could not understand what influenced the young man so strongly and quickly that he reached the incredible limits of his capabilities. Now the real killer had to pay attention. But as soon as he lost his vigilance, the brave hero immediately attacked him from behind and wanted to inflict critical damage. This could have been the last day for the clan of killers, but Harold turned around at the last moment and noticed the enemy. He parried his blow with two of his bloody swords. Now the side of good and evil collided in one battle in which they had to survive. The vast experience of murders did not help Shipman in any way. He tried to defend himself, but Yun Jae was very dexterous and nimble. The young man moved very quickly and struck from different sides, confusing the enemy and depriving all chances of victory. Although the young warrior was still completely new to this world, he never lost. The boy always punished his sworn enemies, and this time he attacked the enemy from behind in order to finally kill him. Using all his strength and fantastic skills, the main character managed not only to hit Harold, but also to turn away from his blow. He had no intention of retreating back and had to kill every last enemy. At that moment, something happened that no one expected. The young man's last attack did not even wound Shipman. It seemed incredible, and Yunjae could not believe his eyes. He was confident in his punches, but it turned out worse than he thought. The guy suddenly increased his mana, so Mr. Harold was very surprised, but he said that even this could not penetrate his physical defense. The enemy was practically invincible, so the poor young man had no choice. All the hero's plans immediately collapsed. He could not believe his ears. This was inexplicable. The enemy blocked the blow with his main defense. There was a huge difference between his skills. The chance of winning was critically small. Although Yunjae's movements were unpredictable, the end was quite expected. The cruel gentleman already knew the ending of the battle. He was going to punish the boy. But before that, he decided to listen to his last word. At this moment, a strong energy was felt in the air. A gentleman appeared on the horizon, heading straight towards the heroes with incredible power. His power was enormous, and the rapid flow of energy destroyed everything in its path. Breaking through the red fog, Quan Ki Huan flew at all speeds. He said that he doubted for a long time, but at one moment he used the fist of heavenly thunder and rushed over to deal with the evil spirits. The hero couldn't believe that after so much time he met the boss again. His help would definitely come in handy now. Harold Shipman was not at all happy about such a meeting, because then he would have to deal with yet another piece of garbage. Suddenly the sound of armor was heard, and Alvin Walker himself appeared on the horizon. By calling the gentleman garbage, Shipman greatly overreacted, because the brave warriors had great difficulty getting there because of real garbage. Alvin Walker was honored to be recognized as a killer. Without hesitation, he threw his first blow into the air to challenge the enemy to fight, and told him to leave the boy alone and fight. Quan Ki Huan was ready to help the master and fight with him, but Mr. Walker was going to destroy the clan of killers alone, so he took the fight upon himself. He told the boss to take care of the two boys who suffered under Shipman's clutches. Harold didn't understand why he needed to fight Walker specifically, but the commander's audacity greatly attracted him. The cruel master could not miss this opportunity and not get even with the Skyscraper clan. Quan Ki Huan immediately ran up to the young man and made sure that the wounds were quite serious. The boy was surprised by his arrival, but he arranged such things there that it was impossible not to notice. The master informed the clan as soon as he saw the bloody fog. Luckily, Mr. Alvin Walker happened to be in Garan, so they arrived quite quickly. Mr. Walker had too little time and a lot of other things to do, so he wanted to end this miserable battle as quickly as possible. Armed with a sword, he was very serious and planned to end the war against the assassins forever. Shipman completely agreed. He was already tired of the garbage from the Skyscraper clan and wanted to quickly get rid of them all in order to implement his plan again. This time, the gentleman was not going to spare his bloody energy for such an occasion. At that moment, a holy energy seemed to be felt in the air. Walker activated his hidden abilities, and an incredible power surrounded him. A real miracle happened. The gentleman acquired an angelic robe, and wings grew from his back. Damned Harold did not stand aside and finally showed his true appearance, which was hidden behind human skin. The bloody weapon was not his only attribute. The master incarnated himself into a real bloody demon. For the first time in the history of the creation of the world, a guardian angel stood in the way of the demon. The struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, kindness and self-interest was supposed to forever end the discord between the clans. The uprising of demons led to complete discord between the two sides. The most hostile creatures began a war. Alvin used his holy powers to defend himself and defeat the evil, but the demon was persistent and powerful and attacked back. Shipman was going to use all his evil powers. After some time, a huge explosion rose above the quiet, peaceful sky. Bright fiery rays illuminated the entire space and penetrated through trees, houses, meadows, and mountains. It seemed that this was the real end of the world. Sometime later, in Trum, the Skyscraper clan building, Alvin Walker was having lunch with Lois. That day, newcomers were supposed to appear, and each time there were more of them. Mr. Walker said that not all of them wanted to stay in this world. They had discussed this before, but the warrior maiden was still very upset. I understood that in the end it would be difficult for all of them, so the clan needed to end this quickly. If the young newcomers arrived on this day, then exactly a year would have passed since their last appearance. This upset Lois even more, because 9 months had passed since he left. She spoke as if he had died, but they really didn't know what happened to him. The last time he went into the Devil's Forest, Lois wished that no one else would get hurt or die. Alvin treated this much colder and knew very well that this was impossible, neither in this world nor in the original one. Sometimes emotions floated inside him, but he never showed them to people. Lois knew about this, but still did not want situations like those with Shipman to be repeated. That bloody battle left huge wounds on her heart. She remembered it forever. On that fateful day, Mr. Walker suffered greatly after a battle with a demon. The guys from the Skyscraper clan managed to save him, and dragged him to the clan on a stretcher. The gentleman urgently needed help from members with healing skills. What she saw left the lady in complete shock and horror. She did not understand what had happened. Quan Ki Huan told her that in the forest they encountered shipmen and the two young heroes, and Mr. Walker suffered greatly from his cruelty. After some time, Alvin nevertheless came to his senses, but was treated in the hospital. All this time, Lois was on pins and needles and accused the master of his irresponsibility. She got very angry and hit him on the back. The young man screamed in pain because his body was still crippled, but after that, the girl began to beat him even harder. Anyone who knew about feelings of pain would never do such a thing. You could actually die in a fight with Harold. When she saw the young man unconscious that day and with such wounds, she was really very worried and thought that he could not survive. It was incredible, but by that time, Yoon-jae and Jong-kyu were still alive. People from the Skyscraper clan managed to heal them. It seemed as if they were about to die, but now they were healthier than Alvin Walker himself. Suddenly, Yoon-jae bowed and apologized to the master. He considered himself guilty because he began to act alone. Many people were in danger. Mr. Alvin was glad that the young man understood everything. Fortunately, everything ended well, but the gentleman asked the boy not to decide everything on his own in the future. When he remembered Shipman, Lois said that he was bound with the strongest chains and sealed with magical power. A demon from the murder clan would not be able to get out on his own. This was great, however. The clan would greatly benefit from the information Shipman knew. In any case, Alvin was glad that they managed to deal with the devil tree and capture the killer. Therefore, now it was possible to rest. Suddenly, Yoon-jae interrupted the conversation and said that now was not the right time to rest. Taking his partner with him, he was going to go into the Devil's Forest for several days because this was an excellent opportunity to hide. Walker really didn't like this idea. He had saved the boys with such great difficulty, and now they wanted to go straight into the hands of death on their own. The hero already knew that in the forest there were labyrinths with intricate paths and mirages, because of which it was impossible to even determine the location of the entrance. Also, monsters appeared there that looked like ghosts and were affected by physical attacks. Approximately 90% of those who stayed in the Devil's Forest for more than 3 days did not return. This place was fraught with many dangers that were prepared for uninvited guests. Because of all this, it became forbidden. Alvin Walker became even more angry when he heard this. He didn't like that the guys were going into the forest, knowing about the danger. Even taking into account the hero's abilities, the Devil's Forest was too dangerous, but that's why the hero strove there. Yoon-jae said that there they could become many times stronger than they were now. Nobody wanted the recent situation with Shipman to repeat itself. Lois was also not happy with such an adventure because it was too dangerous for such inexperienced guys. The girl said that the young man had recently apologized for his actions, because of which everyone suffered. Even though Shipman was detained, the warriors from Medora were free. Alvin said that the Devil's Forest would be ideal for hiding from them, and the heroes would become stronger only if they returned alive. Everyone doubted that the guys could cope, but they had no other choice. Yoon-jae did not want to die just like that. He had to do at least something to save himself. Suddenly, Mr. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, but Lois was not ready to let them go just like that. In fact, Walker liked the way he thought. He thought that the characters had become completely boring, but now he was convinced that they remained the same. Yoon-jae knew that the Skyscraper clan had an item that could help them return from the Devil's Forest. They visited Walker to ask him for this thing, thereby killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Having made a decision, Alvin decided to let the boys go and give them the returning item. In return, he asked them to come back and promised to kill them if they died. Since then, there had been no news from the heroes for 9 months. Lois regretted that she had allowed Walker to let them go. The girl was very worried, but the gentleman was sure that everything was fine with them and considered their disappearance a plus. Nobody knew that this could happen. Alvin said that right now it was best for them not to appear in this world. Otherwise, they would cause even more problems. Meanwhile, something fantastic was happening in the devilish forest. It was literally turning upside down. Honing his skills, the young warrior overcame all obstacles in his path and destroyed monsters that were now within his power. In this terrible place, he destroyed demons and devils that he encountered. Using his magnificent sword, the young man was excellent at dealing with even death. For a second, the boy lost his vigilance and turned his back to the enemies. At that moment, another death with a scythe decided to take his life with itself and attacked from behind. In this monstrous place, monsters could kill even sleeping people. Suddenly, a bright flash of light blinded Death and an incredible blow pushed him aside. This power destroyed the nasty creature of the Devil Forest, and Mr. Yoon-jae survived. Death was destroyed by the clever and brave Jong Ji-wyu. He climbed a tree from where he was not visible, but had an excellent view. All this time he trained and became stronger, imitating his master Ji. When the heroes finished the battle, they needed to move on. They stayed in the Devil's Forest for about 9 months, so Yunjae took out a guidebook. The pointer showed a saved location, so the hero decided to activate it. The decision was made to return to Troom. Now they had finally completed their long and difficult mission. Meanwhile, in the dense forest in the intermediate area, a group of people were wandering among the trees and thickets. They made their way through the grass and bushes and felt disgusting every time they got there. They wandered into unknown places and were very worried. Many did not want to go there, but these were areas that were important to them, so they went ahead and marked everything on the map. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief of the detachment said that a danger zone had begun. Another gentleman replied that he could not work in a normal environment because of the cartographers. Everyone was ordered to gather, as demons had recently begun to appear. No one knew whether the Devil Tree or the Murder Clan was to blame, but people needed to be prepared. They made a living by going to such places. If the Wanderers returned this time with nothing, the head of the clan would definitely be furious. Suddenly, they heard strange sounds coming from the forest and assumed that it was an omnivorous bear. Having gathered in a circle, the Seekers took out their weapons and prepared for battle. The news of the death of the cartographers reached Thrum in the Skyscraper clan. They were very important to the clan, but they all died cruel deaths. Alvin Walker now realized that the clan was in big trouble. However, they needed to explore at all costs the dangerous territories into which the cartographers went. Therefore, the Golden Forest, who was the head of the clan, sent Walker and 2 newcomers from the reserve there. The master did not want to go to the intermediate lands. Even high-ranking cartographers died in this place. It was too stupid and reckless to send the reserve there. According to the head, such a team could be effective regardless of their level of training. The Golden Lion was an excellent ruler, but was cold towards death. Alvin was simply furious and asked to go on a hike alone, but the head was against it, so the gentleman refused the task. He said that the reserve was not even part of the Skyscraper clan. They could not be saddled with the clan's worries. In this case, the Golden Lion decided to see the reserve. He ordered Walker to bring them to continue discussing the exploration of the intermediate territories later. Upon arrival in Trum, Jung Giwayu was beaming with happiness. He was incredibly happy to return. Now he could finally eat normal food, take a warm shower, and sleep on a soft bed. Now the hero needed a good rest, because they only had a few days left. Yunja had already made plans and was about to travel to the lands in between again. He wanted to go to the place that Alvin Walker talked about during the passage of the stage when the heroes first arrived in Melon. It was even more dangerous there than in the Devil's Forest, so the guys needed to prepare. When the guys finally arrived at the Skyscraper clan, guards met them at the entrance and blocked the door. Only by showing the pass would they be able to get in, so they immediately pulled out their reserve badges. The guards were at a loss and were talking among themselves. One of them was not aware that the Skyscrapers had a reserve, and the other said that Walker himself brought the newcomers. When the guys went inside, they realized that their rumors had already spread throughout the clan's castle. Now they were real celebrities here. They didn't even have time to notice when Lois suddenly grabbed them and dragged them along. She was very glad that they were able to return safe and sound, but she took them away because they could not be seen by the head of the clan. The girl did not have time to hide the newcomers. The head of the clan was already standing on their way. Archon already knew about their arrival, so there was no turning back. The head took the heroes into the office and told them about his plans. He would like them all to go to the intermediate lands together, and he was going to send a cartographer with them so that they would not worry. They were offered a choice of tea or beer. The lady wanted tea, and Jongkyu preferred beer. Yunja and Alvin refused everything. They were unhappy with Archon's decision, and did not want to go to dangerous lands with each other. This task was too dangerous. Even a demon or an angel could be found in the intermediate lands. That is why they were called a location dangerous even for rankers. Alvin didn't understand why the head wanted to send newcomers to such a place. He volunteered to go there alone and not drag uninvolved people into this if the Golden Forest wanted to get rid of those who were interfering. Despite the enormous danger, Yunjae decided to go and greatly anger Walker. He knew that the lands in between were more dangerous than the Devil's Forest, but he wanted to try. He said that he and Jongkyu had business not far from this place. They received one task. Archon was very pleased with this. Everything was going well, and his plan continued to develop as it should. The chief's joy knew no bounds. He was beside himself with delight and told the guys to go together, since everyone had their own business there. At parting, he promised to give them a cartographer so that they would not worry. When everyone left Archon's office, Alvin Walker walked ahead of everyone and remained silent. Zhang Jiwayu and Yunjae thought that he was angry because they agreed to go to the lands in between. It really was very dangerous there, so Alvin and Lois were against it. In fact, it was not only the guys, they were only one of the reasons. Alvin did not have the best relationship with the head of the clan. The thing was that Mr. Walker didn't like the first generation. These were the people who first came to this place, to the reverse world. They said that their strength was now at an incredible level. It was difficult for everyone who came after them to reach such a limit. Lois said that they were not liked because they did nothing but occupy high positions. They were completely uninvolved in matters of returning to the original world or preventing the war with the demons. They had the most information about this world because they were not at all interested in solving the problems of the clan. Discussions began among the clan members about Alvin becoming the head, which eventually began to cause problems. Suddenly, the gentleman turned around and asked if the guys could continue living like this if they returned. He realized that they didn't want to go back. He didn't like it. After making sure that the heroes definitely wanted to go to the intermediate lands, Mr. Alvin still agreed. He was just going to keep them company, but only on one condition. Unexpectedly for everyone, the master led the entire team into the underground premises of the Skyscraper clan. There were dozens of stumps in the empty, huge room. They reached the size of a person, and the guys saw this for the first time. Alvin said that this is part of a tree that grows in the forests of the intermediate lands. Due to the incredible strength of the tree, forces were often used as a tool to test attack power. The indicator depended on how hard the heroes could cut it. Such strong materials could be used to make weapons, but wood had low magical conductivity, so it was ineffective. Mr. Alvin Walker gave a task for his team. They had to cut the stump to more than half the width of a palm, and then they could go to the lands in between. This required strength similar to the level of rankers. Unexpectedly, the gentleman decided to set an example for the guys and cut the stump himself. He boasted that he could cut it in more than half, and swinging his sword dealt a strong blow. Using quite a bit of force, he cut about 80% of the tree. Now, no one doubted his capabilities, but the heroes now had to try to earn approximately the same result. Yunjae volunteered to strike first. A great responsibility fell on his shoulders, because if one person could not cut down the tree, then the trip to the intermediate lands would be cancelled. The young man used his magic sword skills, which he learned during all the time spent in the Devil's Forest. He ran faster and dealt a crushing blow. The entire team now depended on his results. To complete the task, it was necessary to cut at least half of the palm, and the young hero did an excellent job. He cut more than one palm's worth of stump and struck everyone else. This result deserved 300 points. This was the level of rankers, but the hero was not happy with the result. He struck with maximum concentration, but could not cut even halfway through. It seemed impossible. The guy realized that Alvin was very strong. When it was Jong Q's turn, he was not afraid and ran with great joy to deliver his decisive blow. He concentrated hard and swung his sword with all his might. His result was 100 points, which was exactly half a palm. This meant that the guys coped with it and completed the task. Now, the most important thing awaited them. The Skyscraper clan members were shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Alvin himself began to break the stump into the middle of his palm only a year after he came into this world. Now he was convinced that the guys were amazing. The guys did their best and passed the test. Now they had to go to the intermediate lands. They were so happy that they could not contain their emotions. Only real warriors could rejoice in the fact that they were going to certain death. The guys had recently returned from the Devil's Forest, so they needed to rest and recuperate. Lois decided to take care and prepared a luxurious dinner that they rightfully deserved. The table was full of dishes. There was a huge roast turkey, salads, grilled meat, fried chicken, and many sauces that emitted an incredible aroma. The smell of fried meat made the boys drool. After a hearty lunch, the heroes could finally rest like human beings. They had been warriors for too long and sometimes didn't even wash themselves. Yunjae was soaking in the hot tub, which was located in the courtyard. Even there, the young man read his diary, left by his deceased wife. Zhang Guiyu began to worry that the notebook might get wet, and then the hero told him that he protected it with the help of magical armor. The guys were in complete idle, but suddenly Zhang Qiu remembered about Shipman. He said he was killed while locked in the Skyscraper clan's underground prison. Miss Lois and Alvin suspected that the demon did it. They also believed that the death of cartographers in the lands in between was also due to demons. In fact, the young man was afraid, but said that he became interested in what angels and demons were like. Angels and demons have been in this world from the very beginning and fought with each other for the Grail. No one knew almost anything about them, but when he heard that Yunjae had already met a demon, he was simply shocked. During the last stage of training, the hero saw a demon named Warlock. Even though it looked like he was summoned in a hurry, he was still very strong and looked quite fierce. He spoke as if he knew something about the human world. That hero never understood what the demon meant, but in any case, he was an enemy. Whenever he saw an enemy, he always had to be killed. Until now, Yunji lived by these principles. In the future, it would be enough to simply follow them, so the boy told his partner not to worry unnecessarily. For centuries, demons have underestimated people, so the hero decided to change that. At that moment, he opened the diary and saw that the following pages were filled. The war with the Killer Clan ended with the victory of the Skyscraper Clan, but the warriors did not think so, because too many people died. Lands that had previously served as recreational areas were now a dead zone. But this was not the end. The joy of victory was short-lived. The great border mountains separating the intermediate lands and cities turned out to be no barrier to the evil entity. The mountains withstood the onslaught of demonic energy for a long time, but suddenly bloodthirsty monsters surged, easily crossing them. Their strength was irresistible, and their numbers could not be counted. Lying in bed, the hero was planning to go to the intermediate lands and deal with the monsters before they reached the city. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The stranger behind the door introduced himself as Lois. Meanwhile, the head of the clan was playing backgammon with his acquaintance. The gentleman asked Arkan to walk faster because they had been playing for the third hour, but he was not going to rush. Baekcheon was the leader of the White Tower clan. He already knew that the Golden Lion sent the guys to the intermediate lands. Lois was indeed behind the door. She brought the guys a reward for dealing with the Devil's Tree. The box contained 2 delightful pendants in red and blue. She said that the boys deserved even more. And besides, in the intermediate forest, a good object was not out of place. Therefore, the heroes accepted the gift with great gratitude. Zhang Qiu chose a blue stone pendant that contained physical protection. It could be used to summon the heavenly dragon armor and absorb damage, which was an excellent option for the youth who was not yet that strong. These items were created using special technology from the White Tower clan. Their cost was close to the annual budget of a large clan. The heroes were supposed to move forward tomorrow, so Baekcheon asked why the head was not at his workplace. Arkan did not care about this. He replied that the guys did not feel comfortable choosing objects in his presence. The White Tower clan member believed that sending newcomers to the lands in between was a bad idea. It was worth gathering a prepared team, because they could simply die. Arkan recalled that he could not go there himself, because the scoundrels were always on the trail or. His interlocutor was amazed at how easily the gentleman spoke about it. That people were in a bad situation was largely their fault. The head knew that it was his fault, but he was completely calm. He was not even afraid of the death of his people, because he believed that the idiot Alvin Walker was better than any trained team. As expected, a cartographer was sent for the heroes, who was supposed to go with them and show the way. A cartographer with 10 years of experience, Chong Pen-tak, worked in the lands in between. He immediately assessed the situation and realized that Zhang Jiwayu and Yun Jae were too weak. Even considering their achievements, this was not enough. The gentleman was glad that the team at least had experienced fighters whom he already knew. Chong Pen-tak's eyes darkened at the thought that he had to go to the intermediate lands with the newcomers. However, he had no choice and decided to show them the area they were to explore. On one side of the map there was Melon, and in the middle there was a border in the form of the Great Mountains, separating the city from the intermediate lands. Behind them lay the intermediate lands. Placing a cross on the map, the cartographer said that this was exactly where they needed to come. It was there that a team of cartographers recently died. Along the way, the heroes came across a beautiful view that opened from the rocks. Zhang Qiu rejoiced at every tree like a child, but the cartographer assured that his mood would definitely change when they reached the intermediate lands. Yunze did not understand why they were walking through the forest, because it was much safer in the air. He was sure that there were people with the ability to fly. This would solve a lot of problems, and the Skyscraper clan constantly thought about it. But the sky was an inviolable territory. Dragons lived there, which could not be touched, and no one had the right to encroach on their habitat. The dragons were as strong as the Demon King, although their numbers were not great. Zhang Pyeongtak said that nothing good could be expected from meeting them, so no one moved through the air. The intermediate lands were a forest separating the territories of demons, angels, and people. In other words, they were studied by all 3 races. No one knew where and when the heroes could meet them. After a while, they finally entered enemy territory. The guys were surrounded by trees of abnormal sizes, from which they made a tree of power. It was exactly the same wood, so the heroes felt quite familiar. Suddenly, the cartographer became interested, and he invited the guys to try their hand at it. He wanted to see their abilities. Without thinking for a long time, Yunjae decided to act as the first. He swung and dealt a crushing blow to the tree, but this time he only used his fist. The tree immediately shook, touching the top of the other trees. The hero's fist punched a huge hole in the tree. The trees really looked like those that stood in the skyscraper clan. Now the young man understood them well. At that moment, a slight vibration was felt in the air, and a terrible noise began to be heard from all sides of the forest. The heroes were immediately frightened, but Jong Pentak said that such a noise from the blow was impossible not to hear. In fact, the gentleman knew that this would be the case. He deliberately told the heroes to test themselves to see their abilities. Now the heroes' opponents were omnivorous bears, which could reach 4 meters in length. Their roar could be heard throughout the forest. 10 individuals of the most common monsters in the middle of the forest were already rushing as fast as they could. For the first time, the young warriors found themselves face to face with such creatures. Although they were one of the weakest species here, their teeth and claws easily tore the bark from the trees. Therefore, the guys needed to act urgently. The guys regarded this as another test of strength. They were not going to step back, because behind them there were quite a few defeated monsters, enemies, and battles. In a matter of minutes, the partners dealt with a whole crowd of brutal monsters. They were well trained and skillfully wielded their weapons using the necessary skills. Only together could their power truly go beyond limits. The cartographer was simply shocked that the boys had such strong abilities, although they had only been in this world for a year. No one warned him in advance, so now he saw it with his own eyes. Alvin Walker said the best thing for the gentleman was to see for himself. After all, many people still doubted that the guys could deal with Jeffrey. Usually it would take 3 tankers to fight 10 omnivorous bears, so even the cartographer was going to help them. These two became very strong over the year. Yun-jae was especially impressive with his abilities. The hero asked if this was enough for Young Pyeong-taek's test, because he said that the bears were the weakest in the intermediate forest. The guys had a lot more to show. Jeng-gu showed his Muhammad sword, which he had never wiped. So the sword liked it more. The more blood it absorbed, the stronger it became. The young man had already gotten along well with his weapon and mastered it. However, the guy never managed to learn to cope with the berserker state. The more the sword's attack power increased, the more difficult it became for him. The young man tried to learn this for a long time, but he still couldn't do it. This could be due to the sword absorbing a huge amount of blood during that fight with Shipman. When the guy used berserker, he couldn't control it. It was a little difficult in the Devil's Forest due to the fact that Jung Gi-Wyu could not restrain himself in such a state. He completely lost his mind and became not himself. Lois said that such items were very dangerous. In other words, because it had absorbed too much power, it became much more difficult to use this sword. But if the young man could cope with it, then the sword would be much more useful. On the way, the children had more than once encountered wild, omnivorous creatures that attacked every person who caught their eye. Without much difficulty, the warriors destroyed each of them, leaving blood in every forest clearing. After 6 days, there were fewer and fewer of them. They were much weaker than the other monsters living here, so they could not survive inside the forest itself. The road was still long, and even the resilient Alvin Walker was very tired. Continuing their journey, the heroes noticed that the bears were simply watching from the forest. They saw the people fighting and did not attack them, but in fact, they were biding their time. Because of this, the guys could not rest properly. From that moment on, territory began that was not on the maps. The unexplored zone was fraught with many mysteries and secrets. An ordinary mortal could not spend more than 1 hour there. Meanwhile, the young demons were already watching the uninvited guests through the magic ball and hoped that interesting people had come this time. Lairage and Beld were already eagerly awaiting the arrival of important guests. Mr. Turner said that these were the people who killed Abram and cut down the devil's tree. Judging by the fact that they got this far, these guys were not that simple. Suddenly, monster energy appeared in the air. The general realized that there was a demon nearby. If one was able to feel free even in the depths of the forest, then they should have met a demon no lower than the level of a general. With every step in the forest, the heroes found more and more terrifying things. This time, their attention was attracted by the huge claw marks on the tree, but they were too large for omnivorous bears and were far from their habitat. At that moment, a huge omnivorous bear came out from behind the trees. It looked exactly the same, but was 4 times larger. The cartographer had never even heard of such people. They could not live in this forest. The bloodthirsty bear looked simply terrifying. One could petrify you from one glance. Seeing people, he immediately attacked. This was very dangerous because his claw alone was the size of a human body. Jong Gyu decided to show courage and attacked the monster. He jumped into the air, and when he was already close to the beast, he used the elongation skill. A huge golden sword was flying straight at the bear and was about to cut off its head. Going after such a beast alone was a bad decision. It was too dangerous. The disgusting monster obeyed his demonic instincts. He immediately swung at the young man to swat him like a fly. Lois arrived just in time and stopped the bear with her magic. She imprisoned him in a magic cube, through the walls of which it was impossible to break through. This should have stopped him for a while. It was the most powerful monster that the heroes encountered in the intermediate lands. Lois was sure that it would be difficult for mid-level rankers to fight such a beast. Lois's magical barrier was removed for only a second, so that Alvin could attack the monster. When he struck him, the girl immediately imprisoned the bear back into the protective cube. Zhang Pente began to think about why the omnivorous bear became so huge. He realized that he was most likely a mutant and suddenly found a small black ball on his fur. It was a devil seed that contained a small minion. Since the seed was planted in the bear, it means that there was a devil tree in the intermediate lands. This was possible. Demons could use the fact that bears ate tree bark. Yunjie was sure that his goal here was the devil tree. In his diary, it was said that monsters in the intermediate lands turned into demons precisely because of the tree. As a result, they broke into human territory. Judging by the fact that they only met one monster that ate the seed, there was still time. The hero was going to destroy the tree as quickly as possible in order to end the evil. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something strange in the bushes and immediately struck with his sword. A clot of magical power immediately appeared, and it turned out to be an eye that followed the heroes all the way. The eye allowed demons to see everything through a magic ball. When the hero destroyed him, Beld's ball burst. He was simply furious with the pathetic people who dared to do this. The young man was quite sensitive to demonic energy, and now he could be calm. Lois hated the thought of someone watching them. Elvis assumed that this was confirmation that there was a demon general there. The heroes needed to move on quickly, but according to the cartographer, this territory was unexplored and the distance was not explored. When everyone let their guard down for a while, omnivorous bears suddenly appeared and surrounded the wanderers. Now the guys had a huge problem. Because there were a lot of creatures, they filled the entire territory. This battle would be incredibly difficult. The heroes faced about 40 huge wild creatures that would never retreat back. The warriors immediately rallied and stood in a circle. They had no one to count on. They couldn't handle that many, so they had no choice but to just run away. Yunjie stayed behind his bait to give the others a chance to break away. There were only a few individuals chasing them, so it would not be difficult for them to deal with them. Zhang Qiu went out first again and tried to stop the ugly bear from devouring everyone whole. Together, the guys managed to attack the animals and imprison them under Lois's protective layer. It wasn't that hard, so the heroes managed it quickly. The main character initially intended to become bait and informed everyone of his decision. Alvin Walker thought this was complete nonsense. He said that there was no one else to deal with the bears except him. But the young man had an ace up his sleeve that he wanted to try. The ghost pendant had an additional ghosting skill. In this state, all attacks were ignored and no damage could be dealt. Beld already knew that the people had left one as bait. He was going to kill them all, because the lousy people dared to destroy his crystal ball. Mr. Demon General said that they did not deserve to fight the demons personally, although most likely those who escaped should have survived. The demons had doubts about who ran in. Veles was a hunting ground for omnivorous bears. Running away from some, he could easily run into others. The boy ran as fast as he could using every method that could help him. In the forest, he tricked the bear and ran through a tree so that the ugly monster crashed its muzzle right into the thick bark. The lighting skills were truly amazing. They helped the boy perfectly on such a difficult path. With its help, he could pass through creatures and even objects. Suddenly, one of the monsters took the young man by surprise and was about to destroy him. He hit him with his huge and heavy paw so that the boy turned into a real meat patty. In a second, Yunjie found himself not under the paw, but on it. With his new skills, he was now invincible. He tricked the bears like clowns. This fight was incredibly easy, even without weapons. As expected, the young man did not receive damage from the attacks. Of course, it was impossible to attack in this state, but it was quite easy to cancel the skill at the moment of the attack. Although the mana consumption was incredibly high, if used correctly, the hero would be able to finish this battle without damage. All he had to do was concentrate and see the job through. Turner said that the young man of extraordinary ability was Alvin Walker. He was considered one of the strongest among people. The victory over Shipman was his doing. Now the demon understood why everything happened this way. Something interesting had not happened here for a long time. Since everything turned out this way, Beld decided to wait for the people to kill them with his own hands. Yunjie managed to deal with the bears but got lost in this terrible forest. Alvin left marks on the trees for him, but everything around was covered with bear tracks. The boy could not understand which of these were marks. At that moment, the boy felt hot breath behind him. When he slowly turned around, he saw a huge dragon who looked at him with his eyes. The hero grabbed the sword and was about to kill the dragon, but he suddenly transformed into a man and stopped the weapon. The strange guy said that an ordinary person would already be dead. It was simply incredible. Yunjie couldn't believe his eyes. The stranger abandoned the attack with his bare hands, but the guy put all his strength into the blow. He had never encountered anything like this on his journey. Although the young man really gave it his all, the blow was more painful than the stranger expected. He had no intention of causing harm, so asked the hero to put the sword away. In fact, the youth from the forest was a dragon. He came to convey information. The heroes walked past him and said that they had another straggler, so the dragon showed which way they went. The young man could not so easily believe the stranger, but he said that he was several thousand years older. The mistrust here was unnecessary, because he did not want to harm anyone. Little was known about dragons, but there were only a small number of them. Each of them could compete with the devil in strength, and the dragons always maintained absolute neutrality. The dragon wished only good things and escorted the heroes to the place they needed. This seemed strange to Yunja, because he knew that dragons preferred to remain neutral. The stranger said that he felt energy invisible to human eyes. It was inconvenient for him to constantly be in his true form. Life in a human body is much more comfortable. Meanwhile, a group of heroes who went to the lands in between came to a place that theoretically could not be in the forest. In front of them stood a huge building built in the Gothic style. Hundreds of huge steps led up to it. Yunjae was still not with them, but Alvin Walker didn't want to waste time just waiting. He wanted to go inside and look around. Even the cartographer was suspicious of this place. He did not want to risk his life for the sake of simple interest. The gentleman was in this place for the first time, so if something happened, he could not even show the team the way. Alvin Walker didn't listen to anyone and asked Lois to inspect the path using her magical skills. With her palms against the wall, the girl seemed to have opened a magical portal that began to scan the structure of this building with the help of magical waves. Virgo had no physical defense or attack. She was a support mage, but she was one of the strongest. Her mana level was almost impossible to measure. It took some time, but now the heroes could know the entire internal structure of the building. Suddenly, with the help of magical waves, Lois saw the devil tree. However, everything was not as simple as she thought. There was more than one tree. This place could be called a small forest. Every tree in this forest was completely covered in demonic cores, and in the next room there were 2 demons and 1 person. The cartographer considered himself absolutely worthless. Jong-kyu understood his feelings and tried to reassure him that they would soon know the internal structure of the building. The guys categorically did not want to believe that it was true. Alvin said that they would gain more strength if the demons turned out to be demon generals, but no one knew what kind of person was connected with them. Suddenly, Lois felt very ill, dizzy, and her legs gave way. She used too much mana, which took a big toll on her body. The girl did this for a reason. She suddenly said that the demons were approaching. At this moment, 2 cold demons broke the wall of the building and flew out. They made a huge hole in the wall, and the bricks scattered in different directions. Those who could easily kill the pitiful people came. They appeared too suddenly and took the heroes by surprise. Larridge immediately found Alvin Walker and attacked him. The gentleman managed to draw his sword and repel her attack. Mr. Walker delivered another powerful blow and knocked back the impatient demon general. The devil girl flew away. Now it was becoming too dangerous for ordinary people. It was quite noisy. The 2 demon generals had enormous power that was not that easy to handle. Even the composition of a human team of heroes would hardly be able to cope with it. At that moment, something happened that no one expected to see. The demons suddenly parted and Mr. Turner appeared on the battlefield. All this time he was a real traitor, and now he showed his true colors. He told the demons that people had no connection with him, so the nasty creatures were going to kill them. Although they never needed Turner's permission, they were free to do whatever they wanted. The prey turned out to be too easy for the devilish creatures. Beld greeted the cowardly people. He decided that they got there so quickly because they wanted to die as quickly as possible. To begin with, the demon general was going to kill the bastard who destroyed the glass magic ball. However, he was very surprised when he did not notice the right person in the crowd. The dragon needed help. He asked the hero to destroy the devil's trees. He did not like the fact that the demons disposed of the intermediate lands as they pleased. He was sure that the boy had come for the same reason. The dragon boy was infuriated that the demons were turning cute animals into something strange. Moreover, they continued to plant their trees, and soon this place would become the territory of demons. The lands in between were supposed to remain the lands in between, but the dragons couldn't start killing the demons. Therefore, they hoped that the heroes could get rid of their trees and themselves. For this task, the young dragon was going to open the way for Yunjae. The comrades had already gone ahead, so the hero had nothing to worry about. The young man realized that this could mean that even with a goal, the dragon would still be watching what was happening. He didn't take other people's lives into account at all, but he himself had perfect strength. There was no incident in the diary at this point, but the guy tried to think positively. Although conditionally, The dragon even helped him. The future was changing. After thinking for a while, Yunjae thanked the dragon. Thanks to him, the heroes would be able to find the devil's trees. The dragons did this for their own sake. When all the issues were finally resolved, the dragon disappeared. Before leaving, he told the hero that Arkan knew what they were really doing in the temple. These words made the young man think for a long time. The appearance of a new person meant that a new key had appeared. The young man did not understand how to react to this. He watched the hero from the tree and looked for questions to answer. The dragon girl asked why the boy helped the man, but that was not entirely true. He just liked the way Beld started to settle down here. Something unusual was happening in the side of the Lord of the Heavenly Worlds, so it was time for them to go. The dragon guy really hoped that man could become the key to ending this unbearable war. Meanwhile, the battle between the demon general and Alvin was gaining momentum. Using a cold sword, the master fought with all his might, but it was quite difficult to resist the power of the demons. Lois saw that this battle was very difficult and helped. She used her magical powers to trap demons in a space from which they could not escape. Even the cartographer intervened in the battle. He was simply furious that Turner had betrayed the people. The gentleman attacked the traitor at great speed, and Zhang Jiyu tried to hit him with his sword. But the blows didn't even hit Mr. Turner. For him, it was not a betrayal, but a question of existence. He did all this for a reason, and did not expect that other clan members still did not understand this. Walker's punches were weak for someone who had killed Shipman and was facing off against omnivorous bears. The cold and cruel demon was going to show him true strength and used a tail that could extend and move in any direction. The devil's tail was impossible to cut off, and it was very fast. It would be difficult for Walker to get close. If there was only one demon, this would not be a problem, but now the master was trapped. The two demons were a real tragedy. Larage was like a kamikaze with an incredibly powerful body. In addition, her body could instantly recover. Lois used too much mana to scan the temple. Her strength was running out. The situation was truly hopeless. Fighting against the demons was very difficult. With the last of her strength, the girl imprisoned herself in a magic cube, which protected her from attacks. For Walker, she prepared defensive platforms that could be used for attacks. The situation was critical. The demon's tail became detached and shattered Lois's protective cube. Now the girl was in danger. There was no more time to protect. A real miracle was needed. The girl was on the verge of life and death. The demon's sharp tail was already right next to her face. Just one touch of this arrow could completely destroy a person. Lois couldn't stop the arrow. She sacrificed her life and manipulated her magic to help Elvis. At the very last moment, a strong hand stopped the arrow, and someone came who would bring justice to this unfair battle. The great and unique Yunji always came on time and helped his partners. He never left in trouble those who once did him good. Now, after his appearance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The demon general immediately noticed the man who had broken his magic ball and was fighting with the omnivorous bears. He was determined, because starting with Abram and ending with the devil's tree, the boy destroyed their plans one after another. Beld was going to check whether the young man would be able to thwart all the devil's plans this time. He used his tail like a sharp arrow, which headed straight towards the enemy at full speed. Now the young warrior had to act quickly, because there was no time at all. The tail was already very close, and the boy decided to take everything into his own hands so that the others would help Alvin. The hero was not going to just launch a frontal attack. He came up with a much more interesting plan of action. Using the additional skill of ghostliness, the boy deftly walked through the sharp tail and ran towards the enemy. The demon general was simply perplexed that the guy had bypassed him so cleverly. His signature weapon did not cause any damage to the man, and now the situation has turned against the devil himself in the flesh. Since the hero could not inflict physical damage while the pendant was in effect, at the very last moment he cancelled this skill and dealt a crushing blow to the vile Beld. The devil was furious and released all his hidden power, which was capable of destroying everything in its path. He couldn't allow the pitiful people to use their items as a way to destroy the devilish race. A bright stream of demonic energy surrounded the entire space around. The merciless demon spewed out its energy like a fire-breathing dragon. He had no intention of backing down and wanted to truly punish humanity. At that moment, the brave hero ran up to the enemy from behind and struck a strong blow with a magic sword, but the horned one managed to dodge. For a second, the thought flashed through the demon's head that his plans were thwarted not just due to the usual coincidence of circumstances. All this was very dangerous. A fight against the demon general himself could end in death. Magic armor and ghostliness did not help the boy at all. Suddenly, the demon sensed the presence of demonic energy and decided that the boy had eaten the seed. The sensation he felt was different from the others. Compared to other people, there was something different about the young man. A bad feeling made the general decide to kill the hero right now because he could find out everything after death. The cruel Beld released all his power, which had a destructive effect and became a real invincible Satan. The searing demonic flames completely changed him, and now the demon has regained his true form. He acquired his usual skills and a faithful devilish horse with white eyes. He felt much more accustomed to this body. This transformation was perfect for killing unfortunate people, so the cold demon was going to play with the hero a little. He wanted to finally make people shake with fear of the power of darkness. Meanwhile, the fight with Turner was not ending in success. He held tight and fought with all his might. Mr. didn't want to use superpower, but had to deal with the heroes before Mr. Beld and Mrs. Larage were finished. Turner decided to show his true attire. The heroes froze in horror. Now the gentleman did not look like a man. He had white eyes and horns, like a real demon. He was no longer human. The team lost one fighter. Lois no longer obeyed her body. She used too much mana, and now she could not even get up from the ground. The girl felt very bad, but could not do anything about it. She blamed herself because the rest of the team fought desperately against the evil country. The cartographer had his share of fighting against Turner. He couldn't believe that he really decided to stop being human, because it was impossible to return to the original world in this form. Turner had enormous strength and edged weapons, so he had a huge advantage over Jung Pentake. He struck very hard, and the cartographer had no choice but to retreat back. The devilish force was capable of turning Turner into a real killer. His strength was enough to grab and lift a person with one hand. Before such greatness, the cartographer was in danger. Mr. Pengtek resisted with all his might, but the demon's cruelty was stronger. The gentleman flew straight into the wall with enormous force. It was unlikely that anyone could survive such a blow. At that moment, Zhang Jiwayu happened to be nearby. He immediately wanted to help the cartographer, but did not have time to turn around, and Turner immediately punished him with one strong blow of his sword. Walker's battle turned out to be much harder than he expected. Defeating such a strong demon general was not at all easy. These creatures seemed unkillable. They weren't tired at all, so they fought without a break. Lairage had a lot of fun participating in such a battle. She took pleasure in tormenting people. She could regenerate endlessly, so any blows were not a problem for her. The she-devil could restore entire limbs, and she was not even embarrassed by the hole through which the insides were visible. The heart, neck, and head were vital organs in humans, but it was not much different from demons. Meanwhile, Yunjae bravely resisted the attack from Beld. The demon's advantage was that he was on top of the horse and controlled incredible magical energy. The boy could only flee. The devilish master was not interested in playing catch-up, and he demanded from the young man the same confident attacks as before. At that moment, a stream of devilish power lifted the horse up. The demon was about to destroy his opponent. Devilish power enveloped the entire space like a thick fog. The young hero decided to take advantage of the situation and used magical platforms to find himself on the other side. The boy managed to deceive the demon. He was going to cause critical damage. Yunjae was confident that he was able to confuse his opponent, but at the most unexpected moment, Beld turned in his direction and sent a crushing stream of devilish energy. A huge force collapsed on the hero. The boy was saved from death only by the magical armor that enveloped his body. He went through many trials and killed many monsters on his way, but in this battle the young man fought with too strong an opponent. The strong demon used a long spear that shot out flames. His horse could also create fire. Based on ability alone, there was no way the protagonist could defeat him. However, the war saw the chances of victory. He activated his magic armor skill and created platforms in the air with which he quickly moved forward. And the 98 clock mechanism allowed the boy to penetrate the devil's fire. Beld did not expect such endurance and strong desire from the enemy. He ordered his horse to rush into the attack. The beast immediately began to spew out devilish flames. This force immediately consumed the hero headlong. Just when the demon thought he had defeated his young enemy, Yunjae suddenly jumped out of the burning fire. The surprise effect worked, and the boy hit the vile demon with a cold sword. One with such enormous strength has never lost in a fight. The hero realized that his opponent always started with flame, but this technique was not universal. One could not be called a demon if he lost to a pathetic little man. Beld lost his temper easily and had a huge injury, but he was still going to burn this entire team. When the devilish horse jumped up, it instantly hit the barrier of magic armor created by Yunzhe. The demon did not understand what was happening because he was much stronger, but he was wrong. The real power was with the one who ran. The hero grabbed the sword and immediately cut the demon into two parts along with his horse. He was the only winner in this battle. It was only a matter of time. Now the demon was finished. It was dangerous. The young warrior was just lucky. If Beld had dodged his last attack, the boy would have lost. The demon general's strength was incredible. Meanwhile, the situation has improved even for Alvin Walker. The regeneration speed of his opponent has become several times slower. Now the girl was badly injured and tired, so her enthusiasm had dropped to zero. Everything was very simple. After talking about the vital parts of the body, Larage concentrated on protecting them. Eventually, she began missing attacks that weren't aimed at the head, heart, or neck, and her movements became hesitant. In fact, everything was captured. Mr. Alvin did a great job and turned the demon's strengths against him. Now the monstrous girl was very battered, but she had enough strength to go into a state of rage. There was no turning back. Every attack by Larage ended in failure and a great loss of physical protection for her. Her body now resembled a leaky pot that could burst at any touch. The time has come to end this rubbish, and finally the bright time has come. With one deft movement of his hand, Alvin Walker cut the demon general into two even halves of one whole. In the battle with Turner, some changes also occurred. Zhang Jiwayu activated the Berserker mode and now looked like a city madman. He was no longer an ordinary rookie, but a real killing machine. From a strong blow, Zhang Pentak lost consciousness for only a minute, but everything changed dramatically. He was sure that Berserker skills could not be used in normal battles. Zhang Jiwayu said that in Berserk mode he could not control himself. But this was a completely different person who showed phenomenal abilities in battle and excellent striking techniques. The young man was not afraid to get into trouble and fought with all his might. The Bloody Ball's abilities made the guy a real monster, but he managed to defeat Turner. The boy dealt several strong blows and then pinned the gentleman to the ground by his throat and was about to deliver the finishing blow. The boy, who had been crying after the brutal killings from the very beginning, was now becoming more and more aroused with each blow. He took great pleasure in striking his opponent with the sharp edge of the blade. When Zhang Jiwayu was about to attack again, Mr. Turner suddenly threw down his sword and said that he had lost. He did not want to continue the fight, and now he could be killed or left alive. Now the young team of Titans has finally completed the reprisal against evil. At first they lost a lot of strength and lost, but using experience, dexterity, and a sharp mind, they managed to defeat cruel enemies. In fact, Turner was surprised that the heroes were truly incredible and defeated the two demon generals. Alvin said that they were not that strong, but in this fight, Zhang Jiwayu almost died. The gentleman was going to let Turner go, but in return he had to answer a few questions. Mr. Walker was wondering why the gentleman went over to the side of the demons, but he would find out about that later. Unexpectedly, the gentleman said that today the heroes won, but in the war they would never be able to prevail. After these words, blood flowed from his mouth and he collapsed to the ground. The heroes froze in place in surprise. Lois said that the man changed the flow of his energy using magic. Magicians sometimes used this method of suicide, and Turner was no exception. After the gentleman's strange words, the whole team discussed them for a long time. The cartographer said that, most likely, the gentleman was not talking about something ordinary like a difference in strength. It was about something more serious. Alvin stopped this stupid stream of thoughts. There was no point in thinking about it now. The team needed to move on, because they had not yet finished what they came for. Ahead of them was a task to destroy the Devil's Tree. Along the way, only one room bothered Lois. While she was still scanning the area, strong security magic was cast on her. The girl said it was an A-class skill. The strange magic did not frighten Alvin Walker, and he decided to open the door to try to enter. Inside, the heroes found something they had never seen before. All the walls and ceiling were covered with patterns that resembled some kind of paintings or text. It was as if the room consisted of drawings, the meaning of which was unknown. Lois believed that there was some meaning to them, they just couldn't understand it. It was decided between the team members to first deal with the Devil's Tree and then return to this place. But suddenly the main character froze in surprise. There was fear and horror on his face. Zhang Qiu suddenly realized that the drawings on the walls were words that he could read. Most likely, this was thanks to his rings, which were not such ordinary objects. By this time, Zhang Qiu had already woken up. His body was fine. In Berserk mode, he lost control of himself, but his healing level increased. Despite the risks, the sword was amazing, and the boy had to quickly learn how to use it. The room was not so huge, but it would take a considerable amount of time to read all the inscriptions that were written on the walls and ceiling. Lois said that in order to get to the room with the devil trees, you just had to keep going straight. Therefore, Alvin decided to go deal with the devilish trees while the young man read the inscriptions on the walls. Behind the huge stone wall was the very place where the devilish trees were hidden. Mr. Walker, without hesitation, decided to punch her as quickly as possible and began to strike hard with his fists. Huge stones scattered in all directions. This time, the devil trees were incredibly huge. They reached such a height that people next to them seemed like real ants. All the trunks were filled with devilish embryos. As expected, there were a lot of omnivorous bears here. It wouldn't be easy to confront them and destroy the trees at the same time, but Lois decided to save the situation. She was going to hold the bears back so they wouldn't interfere. There were quite a lot of trees, so the heroes needed to get to work quickly. The first to act, as always, was Mr. Alvin Walker, and with one blow he succeeded in cutting down the huge tree despite its size. Meanwhile, in seventh heaven, Kim Jin-suk meditated in the fresh air. Suddenly he felt someone's presence and asked why the wanderer had come to such a distance. Arkin said that he came because he missed him. There was no need for any reason to meet an old friend, but in fact, the purpose of his coming was that a new key had appeared. The young hero was left alone with 1,000 drawings. Although there was a huge amount of information collected there, it was easier to read than he thought. Humans, demons, and angels fought a war to obtain the Holy Grail. Each race was given a key that was capable of helping those in need. The Holy Grail could only be obtained with the help of this key. In other words, a race that lost the key could not obtain the Holy Grail. When the key met certain conditions, then he would be entitled to possess the Grail. The one who could take possession of the Grail would get everything he wanted. The heroes cut down the huge trees one by one, and now they finally managed to cut down the last devil tree. Even Zhang Jiwayu tried hard to cut down the entire trunk. The omnivorous bears began to slowly calm down. Lois said that the devil seeds growing in them caused them to protect the trees. However, now that they were cut down, the bears no longer obeyed them. There were only 5 heroes, but they were able to complete the task safely. Not to mention that they faced 2 demon generals and dealt with those trees. Now it was time for them to rest until Yunjae arrived. The cartographer needed to make notes on the map. This was his job responsibility. For the first time, the heroes saw how maps were actually drawn up and were shocked. The Skyscraper clan was very uneasy. It had been more than a month since Alvin Walker's team set out for the lands in between, but there had been no word from them. Unexpectedly for everyone, the 5 experienced horsemen finally returned to their lair. They were safe and sound and had enough information for the clan leader. After the terrible ordeal, the heroes still could not relax, even though they returned safely. Mr. Cartographer left the skyscraper building. He said it wasn't what he was supposed to do. Lois and Zhang Q were waiting for the others to arrive. They were waiting for a conversation with the head. The girl did not know what kind of person the head was, because he had not shown any activity for a very long time. People from the first generation did nothing. Kim Jin-sung, Arhan, Baek Cheon, and even Emily from the Assassin clan did not interact with anything. The head of the Assassin clan was a girl from the first generation, but for an unknown reason, she became the master of the Assassin clan. No one knew who Emily was in real life, because the Skyscraper clan was not interested in her. They couldn't even be sure that she was alive. After all, even if someone from the Killer clan died, this did not spread. There was beer on the table to create the atmosphere. Alvin Walker decided to talk to the head directly, and said that the dragon knew about him and was sure that Arkin was hiding something. At that moment, something amazing happened. The Golden Lion bowed and apologized. Everyone thought that if they defeated demons, angels, and received the Grail, then they could return to the real world. But the gentleman said that it was all a hoax. The heroes listened to him with great contempt, listening to every word. The gentleman had deceived them more than once, so the guys did not really trust his stories. Archon said that people could not win this war until Yunjae appeared. The boy was necessary for survival in this war. He was the key with which one could get the Grail. In fact, Golden Lion had known about his hero status for a long time. What he could read written in that room was proof that the guy was the key. The first generation kept one secret. From the very beginning, they were very strong and did not have any problems in this world. They easily made it to the temple the heroes went to. And of course, upon entering that room, they managed to find out who the key was and how this world worked. People were happy, because they were sure that they could return to their world if they found the Grail. But then, they did not yet know what problems they would have to face. They met the dragon. Having experienced a previously unknown sense of danger, people attacked him without really understanding anything. They eventually defeated the dragon, but the cost was high. Arkin said that during that battle, the key died. At that moment, everything lost its meaning. It was obvious what would happen to a race that lost the key. Therefore, people decided to take this secret with them to the grave. The head of the clan was sure that if demons or angels found out that people did not have the key, then everyone would be dead now. They also had to hide it from ordinary people. If the inhabitants had no hope of returning, they would most likely exterminate each other. The team hid the whole truth and told everyone that they had to survive at all costs and find the Grail. The head thought that this would not last long, because he believed that a new key was soon to appear. But 20 years passed, and the key never appeared. The gentleman revealed the truth that the people of the first generation stopped their activities and could not do anything without it. In order to somehow maintain order, they created clans and did not disband them. But now a new key has appeared and the time has come for change. Now the clan had to unite for a common goal, because there was no longer any reason to be inactive. Of course, It would be good if the head of the clan talked about this from the very beginning, but Alvin Walker was glad that at least now he could change his mind about him. On this occasion, the gentleman even wanted to drink a glass of beer. Nothing really justified their lies. Arkan said that they gave people non-existent hope, hiding behind the fact that they did it for their own good. It was not too late to fix everything. The clans just needed to follow the right path. Raising his glass of beer, Alvin said that not everyone had given up yet, and he was always ready to help. Rumors of the deaths of Larridge, Beld, and Turner reached the head of the murder clan. This meant that the plan with the deviltries in the intermediate lands had failed, and Walker, Lois, and two newcomers from the Skyscraper clan were to blame. All of Emily's plans failed, but that didn't bother her much. She said that by cutting off a piece of flesh, starting from the feet, a person would only have enough to reach the waist, after which he would definitely be dead. The killer under the black hood was not afraid of such death threats. He was no longer human, and simply decided to remind the head that now he would solve the situation with his own methods. Emily recalled that the killers no longer needed her. This made her happy, because he thought the same. But all this was not important, because everyone died the same way when they were chopped, which the girl was an expert at. The next morning, Yoon-jae jumped up from the arrival of Elvis. He was sleeping so soundly that they had already lost him. The guy was surprised that he didn't even hear the knocks on the door. His body was very relaxed. The head of the clan said that he had a conversation, so he was expecting Yoon-jae and Alvin at his place in 2 hours. The young man realized that if Arkan was looking for him, then most likely it was because of his next destination. Looking at the shackles, he suddenly discovered that they had changed again. Now they could freely use the absorbed mana, thanks to the combination with the owner's body, and ignore the defense of their opponents. If the hero could freely use the accumulated magical power, the effectiveness of his attacks would increase significantly. He expected an increase in magical power, but the unhindered use of mana was a complete surprise. Health was just professional stamina. The hero hasn't been pumping it up lately. Mana and demonic energy had already reached 104, so the young man decided that now the power of his attack would increase even more. This meant that he couldn't handle her without improving his stamina. Now this was the hero's highest priority task. During training, Alvin said that mana was important, but for people like them who used weapons and magical abilities, it was important to maintain balance. After all, there were cases when people could not control their powers. Now Yoon-jae understood the meaning of those words. The people fighting the battle, like the heroes, were strong because of their combined attacks. People like him and Alvin fought, placing magical power inside themselves, becoming more invincible, and their maximum effectiveness was achieved when there was a balance between magical and physical power. However, now there was no benefit from the huge reserves of mana. Alvin said that all his stats were at the same level, but how he came to this was unknown. The hero always tried to think optimistically, but wanted the same results. The hero was sure that this system had not only disadvantages. After all, now, knowing all this, he could raise other stats, gradually becoming stronger and stronger. Exactly 2 hours later, Alvin and Yoon-jae went up to the middle floor of the clan building. When they entered the office, Arkan was already waiting for them, but all the treats had already been eaten. Also sitting at the table was Kim Jin-suk. He was the only person of the first generation who was not listed in any clan. The master surpassed everyone in the room in strength. It was a completely different level. He was the only one equal in strength to the large clan. No one understood what such a person had forgotten in the clan, but the gentleman kindly invited the heroes to sit down. Yoon-jae was distrustful of such a strong person. He did not understand why a man who lived in seclusion suddenly decided to go out into the world, but he assumed that it was definitely because of the key. When Arkan told Kim Jin-suk about the hero's abilities, the master was the first to come to the clan upon hearing about the appearance of the key. He wanted to teach the boy. Everyone would be in trouble if the key died, just like the last one. Such a training opportunity did not present itself often, but the choice still remained with the young man. It's time to stop just surviving. It was time for the hero to rise to a higher level. He had to develop comprehensively and maintain a balance between stats. The boy decided that this Kim Jin's son was the one who could possibly lead him to his goal. Bowing down, he without hesitation asked the master to take care of his training. The guy agreed, but was still a little worried. There was nothing to worry about, because this guy's abilities sometimes amazed even the head of the Skyscraper clan. It was strange that Arkan called the heroes to a new meeting place. The young man decided that he was hiding this meeting from the scouts who were in the clan. The head just nodded his head and was glad that the guy knew everything. Yoon-jae said that in the intermediate lands they met Turner. At that time, he was no longer human, but he definitely knew about the secret of the pioneers. It was obvious that Mr. Turner found out about this from Emily, because she knew about everything. Most likely she believed that people no longer had a chance and joined the demons. Kim Jin-suk was sure that those close to her also knew the truth. For many, this was no longer a secret, and there was a high probability that they had told all members of the clan about it. Arkan said that the problem was that not only in the assassin clan, but also in the ranks of the skyscrapers, there were those who made a deal with the demons. There was a search for traitors, but they could not catch the fox by the tail. Those who made a deal with the devil were very careful. Perhaps these were even people above the management ranks, so now the head was definitely going to cooperate with the main character. People would have questions if the clan leader and the newcomer met too often, so Yunjae's task now was to become stronger. Arkan was going to figure out the moles that had started in the clan. The hero had hard training ahead of him, but he had to cope and surpass his limit in order to become stronger, in order to get one step closer to the Grail. Taking with him all the necessary things and Zhang Jiayu, the hero went straight for the new teacher. The boy didn't yet understand who this man was, but he could definitely teach him. The road was very long and difficult. The heroes walked in the open sun, made their way through rocks, and walked around the desert. This path alone was already a real test. These three headed in the opposite direction from the devilish forest, right behind Thrum. They came to a sheer cliff located on the border of two cities. Climbing up, the guys could not believe that they could be in such a place. The exhausted and tired guys still climbed up. They couldn't keep up with the teacher's speed, so they began to wonder if he was human. In a place where ordinary people could not even climb, there really was a house. The tiny and cozy house was perfect for living, hidden from everyone. When Zhang Jiwayu found out that this gentleman was Kim Jin-sung, he was simply delighted. The young man could not believe that such a strong man agreed to train them. Everything was true, because the gentleman was from the first generation and he knew the fate of the key. That's why he tried to prevent such an outcome. The heroes had to stay in this place for a minimum of 3 months and a maximum of 6 months. In fact, Yoonjae thought that this was not enough. If he could, he would start acting right now, but he didn't have enough abilities yet. The Holy Grail was in a special place located in the camp of demons and angels. The teacher told the guy that in his current state, he could die even in the intermediate lands, not to mention the demon camp. This was a great opportunity to become as strong as Kim Jin-suk, so the guys went inside the house. At the threshold, they froze in place, could not believe their eyes. Everything inside was provided for training purposes. There were a lot of weapons in the room. Swords, sabers, spears, and even a mace were hung on the walls. Everything you needed was here. Kim Jin-suk gave the hero a sharp sword, and from then on it was his personal weapon. The single-edged sword was sharpened only on one side, and also the end of the blade was slightly raised. The hero always used a double-edged sword, because he could easily cut in battle, but he never picked up a single-edged sword. The gentleman tried all the weapons in his room, and only after that came to the conclusion that the double-sided sword was ideal for him. He asked the heroes what specific weapon they decided to use right away. To take the first step towards self-improvement, the heroes needed to find out which weapon suited them best. After all, conscious and unconscious use of weapons were completely different things. Kim Jin-suk used each weapon for 3 months. It took him 10 years to try everything that was in the room. He told the guys to use at least one weapon for at least a day. The master believed that the hero was too weak for the magical power he had. Endurance and physical protection were truly necessary for those who wanted to control enormous power. The young man learned that strength, agility, and damage reflection were not the most important stats. If the bowl was not strong, it would definitely crack due to the force filling it. The master also knew that Zhang Jiwayu was devouring the sword in berserk mode, and ordered him to use this skill every day, morning, afternoon, and evening from now on. The guy's surprise knew no bounds. It sounded like complete recklessness, but for some reason the young man believed the teacher. If he could become stronger using berserker mode without losing his mind, he would be equal in strength to Turner. From this moment on, severe trials were to begin for the heroes. The gentleman warned them that they could not leave this place until the teacher himself made such a decision. Kim Jin-suk would be happy with the result when the head of the murder clan, Emily, was unable to kill the guys. If she found out about the existence of the key, she would certainly want to eliminate it because she was no longer human. The hero was surprised how well the teacher was aware of everything. There were rumors that no one escaped his attention, but still the guy was amazed at how informative he was. As soon as the guys were ready, their training began. They pulled out all their weapons into the street, and something told them that the torment was just beginning. Suddenly the teacher brought a long iron chain, and so far the children did not quite understand how this was supposed to help them. Jongkyu immediately thought that it was also used as a weapon. In fact, the hero's arms and legs were supposed to be wrapped during training. They had to wear it at all times. It was the most effective and simple way to increase endurance and physical strength. The chain was very heavy. Even holding it in your hands without using magic was a bit difficult. The gentleman immediately forbade the use of magic and said that the guys were also forbidden to use restorative skills. The heroes spent the next few hours training. Their limbs were wrapped in heavy chains and their fighting weapons were long wooden sticks. From now on, they had to do everything they could to push their limits. They had to train until their body began to tear apart. Battle after battle, the young warriors had to fight until it seemed to them that they were really dying. Heavy chains made the task more difficult and dug into the skin until it bled. There was nothing simpler and more effective than such a training, where the guys could learn self-control, endurance, and endurance. All this would lead them to the final point, where they could become stronger. The moment when the heroes felt like they were on the verge of death would be the beginning. Only in this way could they become real strong fighters. At first, 10 days of training had already passed. Even with chains on his hands, the hero did not make meaningless swings, but stretched as far as his stance allowed. He had never studied with anyone before, but his learning abilities were truly amazing. Kim Jin-suk thought that it would take almost a year to train the young man to improve his stamina. But who would have thought that the guy had such a tough character and a persistent fighting spirit? It had been quite some time since he had surpassed his limit. Now the hero should feel like his muscles were tearing, his breathing was interrupted, and it seemed as if his lungs were about to explode. It's only been 10 days, but the teachers are already pleased with the kids' excellent results. It was impossible to get bored with them, so the gentleman became interested in how much they could endure. Meanwhile, Emily returned to the city and came to the meeting. It's been 6 months since she dated her friend. Time passed unnoticed, because the gentleman's face was not one that I wanted to see more often. The gentleman with the scar said that Kim Jin-suk took the key. He was sure that the girl would not be able to destroy the key that Kim Jin-suk would train. Emily immediately ran up to the bastard and put her hand to his throat. She warned him that if the information was false, he would not get away with just a scratch. Finally, he said that Fleiton was very angry because the girl killed the demon who came to her. Now he was thinking about how he could get rid of her. If Emily hadn't wanted to be found, he would never have been able to catch her in his life. She wanted to destroy the key so that everyone would immediately forget about the recent mistake. After all, the death of a demon who did not even reach the level of a general was not a terrible loss. After hard training, the hero loved to relax in the clearing, washing himself with the last rays of the sun. It took him about a quarter of a day to get used to any weapon. At first it took a day, but you could get used to everything, and this period gradually shortened. Every day the boy learned to use new weapons, of which there was nothing left after training. It's been more than a month since the guys came here. Because every moment was like hard labor, the day seemed incredibly long. At some point, the young man concentrated so hard that he even forgot about the passage of time. The stats were growing faster than he thought. The boy thought that he would not have enough health, but during this month, it has increased greatly. Thanks to the fact that during training he was constantly in chains, his strength and agility indicators also increased. But the regression still weighed heavily on him. Yunjae no longer knew what the pattern was, but regression, which is an effort to increase mana, became a skill. The longer he used it, the more his body got used to it. As her skill level increased, her side effects should have decreased. All this gave the hero thoughts that he pondered at sunset. The last training session was quite difficult for Jong Kyu. He could not get out of bed. Judging by the fact that he no longer lost his mind so easily, it was safe to say that the guy was becoming stronger. Yoon-jae said that he was fine, but the teacher knew that his body was not in the best condition and asked him not to show off. The hero's body was overloaded by only one skill. Kim Jin-suk said, in order to get used to the skill overloading the body, the hero trained with the weapon while continuing to use it. Because of this, his body tired several times faster and collapsed. He did not understand why the boy was so diligent and worked until exhaustion. Yoon-jae said that everything was because of his dead family. The young man simply thought that he could see them again if he got the grail. He knew it was funny, but he was going to go out of his way even for the faintest hope. The fact that the hero could go crazy to such an extent not for himself, but for the sake of someone else, was incredible. The teacher said that this world did not give in to the laws of logic, or rather, everything was turned upside down. Those who were carried away were resurrected after death. The master believed that everything was possible in this world. After all, there must be room for miracles in this world. Kim Jin-suk heard rumors about the resurrection. Many said that there was an object with which it was possible to change what had already passed. These thoughts did not give the guy peace. In a world like this, it was not surprising that such things existed. He already knew what kind of object was his guiding star. The diaries made no mention of any objects, so the hero was sure that all this was somehow connected with the reverse world. It was impossible to deny the existence of an intermediary object. If Yoon-jae could somehow find out how the future self obtained that item, he wouldn't need this diary. It's time for him to open up. The future has already changed. The present is strikingly different from what was written in the diary. The frustrated hero began to realize that, most likely, these notes were useless. Suddenly, the guy picked up one of the pages and he turned over. It was incredible because at some point the sheets did open. Every time a new page opened, something happened. Early in the morning, Alvin Walker again held a talk. He had heard about people teaming up with devils and was going to track them down. I just had no idea who it could be yet. The master watched not only the skyscraper clan, but also others, but still could not understand anything. A lot of people were connected with the murder clan and the devils, so the war with them could not end so easily. Alvin said that the devil trees originally provided this place with endless power. The moment they destroyed them, the assassin clan fell. Even if there were other traitors or people allied with devils, there was no reason for them to reveal themselves after this. Turner was in charge of obtaining information. Mr. Walker was sure that the problem was that almost no one except Turner revealed his face. The gentleman suspected Xian Wu Hyun from the Jingo clan of betrayal. Soon, Yoon-jae came into the room. He wanted to know if the clan members had figured out who the traitor was. Alvin said he had observed several people and was about half sure about one. The gentleman checked everyone who was connected with Turner or with the clan of murderers. Most of them were members of the Jingo clan. It's been 6 months since Kim Tae-han began living in hiding after the dissolution of the assassin clan. He couldn't walk around in public like the rest of the idiots. Large guilds would immediately decide to catch him. The guy had no choice but to continue living in hiding. He had not killed anyone for more than 6 months, so he felt as if his whole body was itching. Suddenly, a gentleman came into his room with a message from the head of the clan. Emily told all the killers that they needed to kill someone. She needed extra hands. The young man was shocked that the Black Widow could not cope and asked for help. Kim Tae-han was even more surprised when he learned that it was necessary to kill Kim Jin-suk. Even the widow herself could not be sure of victory over him. It was becoming more and more interesting. The guy was just bored, and then such wonderful events brightened up his day. No matter how far the journey was, the boy decided to deal with the bastard in the most disgusting way. About a month passed from the start of training. The guys continued to train hard under the guidance of the teacher. He told the guys to take a wider step, to think of the leg and the sword as one. If the leg and sword moved together, then even applying the same force, the speed and power of the hero would increase. The young man obediently followed all the orders and tasks of the teacher, becoming stronger every day. In 1 month, Yunzer managed to try each weapon once, but in the end he still returned to the sword. Although he returned to the roots, it could not be said that there were no successes in development. Zhang Jiwayu continues to undergo tests, practicing his craft under the influence of a berserker. Each time he lost consciousness and went crazy 5 minutes after the start of the fight. The teacher said that from the very beginning, it took the guy 10 days to stretch the time from 1 minute to 5. But now he had to make big leaps in increasing this time. It was still early, but suddenly Kim Jin-suk stopped the training and allowed the guys to drink a restorative. A guest came to visit them. A strong energy was felt in the air. A strong wind began, which lifted the leaves from the ground. At that moment, the head of the assassin clan, Emily, landed on the training ground. The heroes were incredibly surprised. For the first time, they saw the head of the clan they had been fighting against all this time. The whole world has heard about Emily's fantastic strength. Although it looked like she had no intention of fighting right now, there was no telling what could happen or when. The hero watched in disbelief as the teacher left to talk with the killer. He was sure that the girl wouldn't act badly without any reason. Even knowing the possibility that she could kill the key, the teacher went after her. Emily led her enemy far from home, flying through forests and clearings. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk decided to stop this pursuit and suddenly stopped, landing on the ground. The girl was at a loss. She just wanted to talk in a quiet place. The gentleman asked the she-devil not to do anything that would make her suspicious. After all, then he also would not be able to calmly let her go. Kim Jin-suk asked the girl what she had already told. She wanted to live, and being a human was impossible to win until there was a key. The gentleman did not think that this was a worthy reason for betrayal. Emily did not consider herself bad, because the master also took up a sword when he wanted to live. For her, entering into a relationship with the devilish side was just a way to get ahead. It was now too late to criticize the choice made. If Emily, as a demon, would put people in danger, then the master would have no choice but to point the blade of his sword towards her throat. They were once old friends, but the teacher believed that these were just fleeting emotions caused by the surrounding atmosphere. Emily said that he never learned to lie. It was written all over the gentleman's face that he still hadn't gotten over his feelings for the young girl. These conversations made Kim Jin-seok furious. He literally seethed with anger and ordered the girl to shut up. After the creation of the clan of assassins, Everything in his life changed and turned upside down. It was time to end the interrogation. It was just a pointless waste of time. Now the gentleman was sure that they would not be able to return to the past. All this was just a trick. The gentleman understood that the girl was aimed at the key. He asked what Emily wanted, because she didn't come to talk about the past. In fact, the head of the murder clan had already planned everything for a long time, and was only pretending, sweetly talking about love. At this moment, cold killers were already flying out from behind her. The armed demons hid their faces under large hoods. They came at the behest of Emily and surrounded the master on all sides. Now the teacher needed to stay a little longer. Kim Jin-suk slowly pulled out his long blade and prepared to fight. He was sure that the ugly girl had already sent members of her clan there too. The gentleman blamed himself for one single moment when he could not cast aside his stupid hopes. But now that his feelings were locked away, somewhere far inside, the experienced warrior was no longer going to give in to his emotions. He was in the mood for a serious fight, and it would take him 5 minutes to get out of there. At this time, Jong Kyu was very worried because one could not even feel how far the teacher had gone. The guys were ready to fight. From the very beginning, Yunze relied only on his body, so he had plenty of mana. The hero said that the problem was health. He hoped that nothing bad would happen until he was fully restored, because the teacher didn't just leave there. In fact, the main characters really needed to prepare for a strong battle. At that very moment, the cold killers were already climbing at great speed along a high cliff straight to the teacher's house. There were an incredible number of members of the killer clan, a whole crowd of them heading straight towards their goal. It was quite difficult to defeat such a number of enemies, because they were real maniacs. Yoonjae had sensed their presence for a long time, but Jong Gyu was panicking greatly. The boy was really looking forward to the teacher's arrival, and was sure that Mr. Kim could not have foreseen this situation. The killers were approaching too quickly, so the heroes needed to act as quickly as possible. They could not wait any longer. John Gyu said that he could now maintain a berserk state for about 5 minutes. The desire to kill each member of the murder clan, taken individually, was not so great, although among them there were several people with a higher level. In any case, the heroes needed to pull themselves together and deal with them. This was the first thing the guys did after training. The hero immediately rushed into battle. If the killers had time to climb up, the guys would have even more problems. Although the uninvited guests were quite fast, this was the hero's only chance to use his powers in real combat. Yoonjae ran as fast as he could and jumped off the cliff to attack his opponents. The killers were already halfway there, but the hero turned out to be faster and reached them in a matter of seconds. He used the enhanced defense skill to create platforms in the air that he could push off from. Using platforms made of protective film, the boy deftly bypassed all the gang members. They froze in the air and could not believe their eyes. This was their first time encountering such fantastic technology. The young man was literally elusive. He moved so fast that the killers did not have time to notice his presence nearby and immediately received a strong blow. Despite its numbers, the criminal group was beginning to lose. The gentleman was simply furious that the pathetic guys attacked their team first. He was absolutely sure that they must have been completely dead. The armed bastards continued to climb the stone mountain, still trying to get to their goal. Their only obstacle was a boy who deftly jumped on platforms and threw off all the enemy reptiles. A gang of killers surrounded the young man from all sides, but he deftly dealt with each of them. His magic squares were distributed throughout the entire territory, so the guy easily scattered enemies in different directions. On the other side, Jong Ji-Yu fought bravely, his madness controlling him and doing incredible things. The guy fought with a smile on his face and turned his opponents into meat. His devastating berserker skill allowed him to not use any other abilities. The young man was as if in a fog and did not control his actions. The sword deftly did everything for him. The madness in his eyes was terrifying. Jong Gyu was invincible and dodged all the blows. His body was perfect for the berserker skill that completely mastered him. Now the killers only lost to one person. The monstrous group could not leave it like this. They had to punish the boy, but he was too fast. The killers aimed hundreds of sharp swords at him, flying at great speed. Pathetic attempts were not scary for such an experienced fighter. But unexpectedly, while the guy was distracted, one of the swords hit his hand. Rage began to overcome, his body even stronger. The thirst for revenge was uncontrollable. At that moment, one gentleman from the killer clan waited for the right moment and struck the guy from behind. The boy did not expect this. The blow hit him in the back, and he immediately flew to the side. An enraged Jong Ji-Yu landed directly on the stone wall, but managed to avoid being hit. Under the influence of the fantastic berserker skill, the boy slowed down with his feet and paused on the rock. Having thrust a long sword directly into a rock, the young man performed incredible things. He held himself on the rock in a horizontal position, as if he had no attraction to the earth. Such things were not capable of being done by an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Yoon-jae's situation was getting more complicated. A team of thugs tried to surround him from all sides. Now the young man was only on one platform and had only one chance to defeat them. While the hero was thinking about which direction he could go to escape, one of the clan members suddenly ran into him. The boy managed to repel his attack with a sword, and now the two opponents came into contact with weapons in battle. The brave warrior tried his best to resist the assassin's attack. At that moment, an unknown gentleman seemed to emerge from the abyss and pounced on them to stop their battle. He wanted to immediately stop this fight so that he could attack the nasty young man himself. Now the boy was in a hopeless situation. He stood alone among a whole crowd of nasty bastards. The gentleman was not going to hesitate. He wanted to destroy the nasty guy who stood in their way at all costs. Swinging his sword with all his might, he attacked his opponent. At that moment, something amazing happened. His attack didn't work. The horned member of the assassin clan was simply beside himself with rage. His sword literally broke into several pieces. The main character was stronger than one might have expected. There was no way he was going to lose, so he gathered all his strength together and created a magical funnel from his blows that pushed enemies in different directions. An enraged member of the killer clan tried to destroy the boy with a blow from his elongated tail, but at the most unexpected moment, the hero changed his direction and avoided the attack. Any methods of the killer clan had no effect on him. It was not so easy to completely destroy the nasty gang, but it required a lot of force. Using several magical platforms, Yoon-jae slipped through the opponents and decided to escape. The assassin team immediately gathered together and began using their long tails to attach themselves to the rock. The thugs couldn't let the guy go just like that and immediately chased after him. Using his skills, the main character quickly reached the top of the cliff and found himself in a training clearing. He assessed the strength of his opponents and realized that he could fight them here too. Bloodthirsty killers were already breathing down the steam room. The thirst for murder forced them to rush to the clearing with incredible speed. Most of them had already turned into demons and had devil horns. When they reached the top, there was no turning back. Now the battle had to continue on Earth, and the hero had to constantly face people like them, those who were no longer human. The cruel master was the leader of the army. Now he realized that the boy was the key. He said that today luck smiled on him, so he was going to get the key to obtain the Grail. There was no more experienced and stronger master than Kim Jin-suk. His incredible training allowed him to gain enormous strength. A whole gang of thugs could not resist one gentleman and fell before his greatness. Kim Tae-han couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked just once, but didn't understand at all what happened. The guy realized that everyone was mistaken about the strongest of the first-generation participants. But now the killers were able to see his fantastic abilities with their own eyes. It only took one moment for the master to turn a bunch of creatures into the dead. Emily said that the gentleman's technique was still rough. People who had previously felt the warmest feelings towards each other were now pointing guns at each other. Since then, the girl has changed a lot. The assassin clan leader's face lit up as if she were a sorceress. She said that there was no need to judge her just by her appearance, because she had not changed that much since then. In fact, the girl came to invite her old friend to become like her. Her body suddenly took on a different appearance. Her skin was now black, and all her features showed her true demonic essence. Emily jumped up and rushed to the attack. The girl did not immediately beat, but began to play with her victim, quickly moving around the master. She only wanted to give other people a taste of her flowing power. Having cloned her body, the devil surrounded her old friend. Nothing changed from the next appearance of the key. She was going to bring everyone to their knees before this force. Kim Jin-suk silently watched her actions and did not move. Every step of the ugly girl made him convinced of his intentions. Suddenly, Emily grabbed two sharp knives and rushed at the gentleman. At the very last moment, the head of the killer clan used her clones, who rushed into battle at great speed. The devilish creatures were like killing machines. Stopping them was not at all easy. Even such dirty tricks of the killer were not scary for the merciless and unique teacher. With just one move, he easily dispatched the clones and sent them back to hell. Killing Kim Jin-suk was not Emily's main goal. She said that he was too calm while his students suffered at the clutches of the cruel members of her clan. The teacher was not worried about this and was absolutely calm. He was sure that if such a rabble went there, then he shouldn't even bother going there. The gentleman said that the key was not something that only needed to be protected. Breaking forward, the thugs pounced on the boy like the last piece of bread. The young man activated his enhanced defense and fought off two enemy swords at the same time. His speed allowed him to destroy in a second two bastards in black hoods, who were already completely annoying the hero. Despite the fact that the battle had lasted for a long time, the boy's endurance greatly exceeded its previous levels. The gentleman with horns was very surprised that an ordinary person did not get tired at all and endlessly ran in different directions. Because of his defensive wall skill, the assassin gang couldn't do anything to him. Under the influence of protection, the hero not only did not take enemy blows, but also could not deliver his own. When the moment was right, the guy immediately canceled the protection and killed his opponents. Blocking blows and dodging was not that difficult. It was just a battle of attrition. It was inconvenient for the boy to use the clock mechanism in such a chaotic battle. The hero held firm until he received a sudden blow. This confused him greatly because something invisible ran nearby. The boy restrained himself so as not to fall, but now he was very confused. The gentleman from the murder clan could no longer watch as his team was brazenly bent over. He was incredibly angry and was going to take revenge. Using his stealth skill, he hit the young man on the back. His advantage now was that he was invisible and could strike unexpectedly. Zhang Jiyu managed to catch this energy and dodge the sword. He realized that because of the devil seed, the master was now more accurate than before. In this case, the hero completely decided to change the location of the battle and fled. Lifting himself off the ground a little, he jumped off the cliff. Wild thugs immediately rushed in pursuit. It was impossible to miss such valuable profit. When the battlefield was already empty, Zhang Jiyu deftly climbed the mountain and came to help. His berserk skills were still working, but the boy was very surprised because there was no one else in the clearing. The bloodthirsty killers were already on their way. They were well armed and rushing at full speed. They had to try to make sure that the young man did not hurt them, because his sword was sucking blood. The boy arrived just in time, only the stronger ones remained. The sword seemed to be alive and angry at the opponents, in whom alluring scarlet blood flowed. Now there would be no mercy for anyone. At this time, the brave hero was running away. He led the enemies far into the forest in order to deftly destroy them. Members of the killer clan were already on their tail, so the boy urgently needed to act. There was no time to think. Yunjae only had one chance to win. Although Kim Jin-suk said to refrain from using the secret weapon in the ring, now was the time for him. Suddenly, something incredible happened. A bright flash in the forest illuminated the entire space, and the maniacs heard the strange sound of a clock. At that moment, the hero abruptly disappeared from the enemy's eyes, although he was right in front of their noses. Suddenly, he appeared in another place, and with a sharp movement passed his sword right to their heads. The young master created things that were impossible to even imagine. He stopped his own time and destroyed all enemies in his path. He was like Sonic, who acquired a magical watch. During training, the hero told the teacher about the clock mechanism. He could use a different flow of time. In a sense, it was the opposite of acceleration. To use this skill, one needed not magical power, but concentration and strength of mind. It was a physical skill that could be honed along with increasing stamina, but the teacher forbade its use. Kim Jin-suk also thought so, but the other problem was that the young man would definitely lean on him. Habit was the most dangerous thing in battle, so the skill was banned. The most important thing was to release the feeling that came out in a dangerous situation. The teacher asked to use the skill as little as possible, and someday the day would come when the guy would understand everything himself. Yunjae didn't just speed up, he used his skill completely freely. The enemies did not even have time to blink an eye, after which their head was immediately cut off. The battlefield was completely filled with the hero's techniques. This was completely different from what Emily had said. The girl said that the key was only approaching the level of rankers, so the demons decided that the forces of such a composition would be quite enough. But this was very little, because the warrior was able to even reach the commander-in-chief of the demon. The sharp blade of the sword pierced his body several times. The gentleman stopped breathing and dropped his weapon from his hands. Although Yunjae was the key, his skills were drastically different from the green rookie who had only been here for 1 year. He was a true master and could match the strongest. Emily had never seen Mr. Kim Jin-suk be so confident. He was not used to lying, so the girl was going to destroy the sprout even before it grew even bigger. At that moment, several more Furies attacked the teacher. For them, he was like a red rag for a bull. Alone in the field, the warrior was focused on his energy. He was going to get out of there alive. Emily's clones attacked the location of their target. They waved their weapons and struck, but suddenly they noticed that the gentleman had suddenly disappeared. It was incredible, because he was a centimeter away from them. The master did not intend to continue the empty conversation. He appeared as unexpectedly as he had disappeared. Using his power, he headbutted the two clones. There was no turning back. Now he had to try hard to win. Emily and her clones did not have time to strike. The master was a very experienced fighter who had no equal. Using his skills, he scattered the nasty clones in different directions. For him, all the blows were insignificant. Kim Jin-suk deftly bypassed all his opponent's tricks and pressed him to the wall, grabbing him by the throat. Now the girl would not be able to sneak away anywhere and would be responsible for all her actions. His hand was tight around his throat, but he didn't finish. Emily could barely breathe, but laughed in the face of her old friend. In fact, she decided to deceive until the very end. Emily's betrayal made the master's heart become cold. He had no soul. It was time to finish, so he left his beloved and closed the wound in his heart forever. The head of the assassin clan thought that she could even deceive Kim Jin-suk. For the clones, she used the same face, the same voice, exactly the same magic and soul, but every single one of them died. Now Emily had to hurry. There was not much time. She saw him again. This chance could not be missed. Yunjie continued to fight against the demons. There weren't many of them left, so he decided not to use magical power. Even during the fight, he thought about his friend and hoped that everything was fine with the distraught Zhang Jiyu. Suddenly, Emily ran past him. The hero did not believe that it was her. The girl looked completely different, but the boy was sure that everything was fine with the teacher. Suddenly, blood poured from his neck. The boy was at a loss because he was using a clock mechanism. When the head ran past, she stabbed him with a knife and wanted to disappear from view. She thought the young man incredible and went down to Earth to talk to him. The demoness sent so many people to search for the key, and he was still alive. Making a contract with the dark side turned Emily into a real monster. Her main goal was just the key to unlock the opportunity to obtain the Grail, so she pounced on her trophy. Yunjie pointed his sword and resisted with all his might, but the girl pushed him away with her strength. With such a small dagger, the demoness was capable of carrying out an incredibly powerful attack. She released her magical energy, which gave her enormous power. The girl only seemed small and fragile. She was not a real killer. Using only the strength of her own fist, she brutally pushed the hero away. Yunjie surprised Emily. She actually intended to kill him. Now the opponents had to face each other more seriously. The hero had to be so strong not to die at her hands. That's what Kim Jin-suk constantly told him. But now the most important thing for him was to recover enough to at least just survive. In this fight, the boy had to survive in any way. He decided to slow down time in the clock mechanism as much as possible, but even using this skill, the guy was at the same speed as Emily. The head of the skyscraper clan had his own insane speed and excellent techniques. She again sent her clones into battle, and now the young man was in danger. Kim Jin-suk's student was so similar to his teacher. Grabbing a sharp small knife, the girl attacked the boy and tried to kill him. At that moment, Yoonji activated a protective film that enveloped his body and saved him from a strong attack. Emily was not taken aback and pushed the young man away with her foot. He immediately bent in half and flew to the side. The battle was unequal. The main character could not overtake his opponent in strength, speed, or magical power. It really was dangerous. The boy, at great speed and with great force, crashed straight into a stone and destroyed it with his own body. Now he did not understand how he was supposed to resist such force. The young man's breath caught as soon as he tried to keep up with her movements. The task was made more difficult by the fact that Emily's real body was among the clones. Yunja could not just use the strengthening that was difficult for him. Suddenly he decided to concentrate strengthening and regression in one place. To begin with, the boy was going to intensify special feelings. Closing his eyes, the hero finally felt that same feeling. He needed to maintain this feeling, and the mysterious energy came out. At that moment, it was as if inspiration came to his mind. All this seemed incredible, but the boy was instantly able to discover the real Emily among several clones. Using a crushing blast of energy, he immediately pounced on her and struck her. Thanks to the expenditure of magical energy that arose from maintaining all the copies, the girl's movements became heavier than before. At this rate, her body would soon be in complete failure mode. The head of the murder clan couldn't believe her eyes. She had never encountered an amplification of such power. A real devilish force was moving towards her with crushing energy. Kim Jin-suk doubted that she could handle the hero. The girl didn't think that his words could mean something so serious. Her incredible strength was not enough to withstand the guy's power. In an instant, the main character managed not only to reveal Emily, but also to attack. Her opponent had incredible power, but she couldn't stop here. The head of the thugs couldn't just give up and give victory to the nasty boy. She went into a state of rage and released her true demonic energy, which filled the entire space. With this blow, the girl was going to put an end to this battle, but the young warrior still had strength left, and he was going to resist her. Two completely different demonic energies collided head-on. Yunji's endurance was simply amazing. All the magical power that had been accumulated in his body was now coming out in huge clouds. His eyes filled with wild rage and thirst for revenge. Emily was in the air and was about to deliver her critical blow, but the guy had to stop him. The rage further aroused the power in his body, and he concentrated the increased energy into the sword. The young master of fantastic skills and the head of the cutthroat clan collided together. Their two incredible powers could destroy each other. Seeing two bright flashes, The members of the killer clan fled for their lives. The hero did not die under the pressure of all the magical power, but Emily really attacked, gathering all her strength. The young man realized that there was still a limit to what he could adapt to. The boy had no more strength, but he was not going to bow his head to the nasty girl. Suffering from pain, he barely got to his feet and stuck his sword into the ground to hold on and not fall. The head of the clan, the assassin, was about to deliver her final blow and finally end this war. When the girl approached her enemy as close as possible, she suddenly felt a strong blow and flew to the side. Kim Jin-suk was a little late, but still came to stop the devil. He came faster than she thought and just wanted to hear something Emily would say in person. The master considered the girl fallen. Whatever her past choices had been, now there was no reason for her to continue doing it all to this extent. In fact, the key had to be stronger than anyone else, so Emily considered her choice not to be wrong. She said that if the chosen one were to be an insignificant person, then it would be better to get rid of him from the very beginning. The teacher wondered if she had thoughts different from the choice she made when the girl crossed swords with Yun Jae. The question was whether she really did it for the key. At that moment, Emily realized that she had lost her desired goal while she suppressed the pleasure of becoming strong. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. In fact, she just wanted to return. The most important thing was that she admitted to herself that she had made a mistake. But Kim Jin-suk apologized, which is why he had to cut her down. It was too sad to end it all like this, but there was no turning back. At that moment, the girl pulled out a knife and stabbed it right into her heart, as if time had stopped. She told the gentleman not to pretend that they knew each other. It was a plan drawn up by her personally. She came to this world as the head of a clan of killers to destroy the heroes and failed in her plan. The head of the murder clan, Emily, decided to choose death. Kim Jin-suk knew that Emily was going to gather criminals. In this world, there were many more criminals from the outside world who were used to this. They would be a huge obstacle to their plan. That is why the girl decided to gather all the criminals and create a clan capable of controlling everyone. She pursued only one goal. The girl needed to return. Seeing his dying friend, the teacher immediately ran up and took her in his arms. Now the girl finished everything she wanted, but the gentleman hugging her could not come to terms with it. In fact, there was another reason for the clan, but Emily asked to tell Kim Jin-suk about it. Reaching out with a gentle hand to the master's face, she was going to tell him why she tried so hard. At that moment, the demoness's hand fell to the ground, her breathing froze and her eyes stopped blinking. The gentleman could not believe his eyes. He thought Emily had changed, but everything remained the same. For a long time, the gentleman could not forget how he held his dead girlfriend in his arms. In the evening, he sat by the fireplace and reflected on what kind of person Emily was. He told his student that after completing his training, 10 people remained alive. Among them, Emily was the only girl and was stronger than any woman he had met. This girl created a clan of killers and led criminals. She always talked about it, and it was obvious, but it took someone who could do something incredible. Discipline was capable of limiting people who had different goals. The girl tarnished her reputation in order to get rid of them. Emily continued to act, keeping everything a complete secret even from Arhan and Baek-chun. Only Kim Jin-suk knew about this. He said they had to make a different choice, no matter the cost. Emily had a look that wanted to protect something. Her face resembled Yun Jae's face. If they had met earlier, the young man would be stronger now and then perhaps she would have made a different choice. Meanwhile, Arkan came to the city of Baram to visit the Jingo clan. The head of this clan was surprised that the master came to him himself, although lately there has really been a lack of communication. In the head's office, there were books that had something to do with Abram. The gentleman studied them so carefully that it was not even noticeable that someone was leafing through them. After Fukushi Kenji found out everything about him, he was going to do the obvious, because he was looking for them because of the chaos that happened a long time ago. He did this kind of thing because he was initially interested in it. Fukushi was always like this, avoiding his gaze when he was trying to hide something. The Golden Lion decided to ask again what Abram left in that place. For the first time in a long time, the gentleman wanted to talk about the past and feel nostalgic, but it was difficult. He was very welcoming and said that at one time, he and Arkan were excellent friends. Several more friends were already waiting outside the door and wanted to greet the Golden Lion. They were all armed, and the gentleman immediately felt it. It turned out that not only Turner from the clan of murderers was a spy. Mr. Fukushi did not know about his betrayal. He said the seed was planted by Emily, who didn't trust anyone. The head of the Jingo clan no longer remembered how long ago he had been associated with demons. The thing was that the devil tree grew for a very long time. Arkan really considered the master his friend, which is why he told him about the appearance of a new key. The Golden Lion's kindness had turned against him, and now Mr. Kenji was going to kill him. At that moment, there was a loud noise in the room, and a huge cloud of dust flew inside along with Alvin Walker. His appearance surprised everyone here. He was sure that his intuition was worth trusting. Yoonjae told Walker that he should have been careful about Kenji. There were a lot of suspicious people in this clan, so Alvin also investigated everything about them. He learned that the Jingo clan was looking for information related to Abram. The traitors were planning something and, most likely, wanted to find a clue about the key. After all, no matter what anyone says, then Kim Yoon-jae had the greatest merit. Mr. Arhan had to be more careful than others. Although outwardly it was not active, it was difficult to replace the symbol that it represented with anything. The hero was the one who warned Alvin Walker that the meeting between Arak and Kenji could be very dangerous. After all, it was unknown what could be behind this. The head of the clan was not afraid of the late visit. Nothing would have changed from it. This was the territory of the Jingo clan, the huge city of Baraum, so the master was ready for anything. At that moment, the head of the White Tower clan, Baek Cheon, entered the office. He really hoped that this would become a meeting place for old friends, although the picture already seemed good. After the battle, the young hero survived and only suffered minor abrasions and bruises. He said he lost the battle, but somehow he was still alive. During the time that Jongkyu lost his mind, a lot happened. When he woke up, his wounds were almost healed. This was too unnatural, the speed of treatment. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk said it was time to move out. The heroes should no longer remain in the teacher's training camp. Now something more important awaited them. On their return to Troom, they learned that there had been a great commotion the previous night. People said that Barahum was attacked by a clan of skyscrapers. Many did not know the details, but they knew that even Baek Cheon helped in the attack. Rumors spread very quickly. Being a famous person here, even if I wanted to hide something, it was extremely difficult to do so. The heroes headed straight to the clan building to find out about the rumors. When they went inside, they saw Arkan not in the best condition. Now was not the time for drinking, but Alvin and Lois, who were outside, said that the head of the clan had missed Kenji. The gentleman was unable to think and said that it happened that way. He demanded that everyone except Yoon-jae leave the room. He planned to talk about other matters later. When they were alone, Arkan revealed that Kenji had been his friend and comrade in arms for 20 years. It was difficult for him to get used to the fact that there were fewer and fewer people in this world whom he could trust. If Kenji agreed to the meeting, then this could be considered a sign that he wanted to destroy the Golden Lion. The master was not on the best terms with him, but not to the point of killing him. The territory connecting the lands that belonged to humans and demons was called the Intermediate Lands. This was due to the fact that the opening of that path was almost completely completed. Yoonjae learned the secret of another world. Arkan told him that he went to the lands between and told him the secret of the past. The future recorded in the diary, according to his assumptions, was supposed to come in about 3 years. But the hero has already survived this. He had reason to believe that the course of time had been completely reversed. This meant that what was supposed to happen in the future would not happen in its turn. Flipping through the pages, the guy tried to find what should have been in an even more distant future. Suddenly, he discovered that Fukushi Kenji, who was with Arkan in the first generation of members, had committed this murder. It was written in the book that the skyscraper clan was rapidly destroyed. The fact that Baek-chan survived could be considered lucky. Yoonjae told the head that the path was opening, and this meant that now the creatures had to cross into the world. This meant that they were planning to kill the dragon. The role of dragons was close to that of reconciliators, so that angels, demons, and people would not attack each other. But for some reason, small groups secretly invaded each other's territories. The hero said that the dragons he met were also the same. However, the dragon he saw nearby said that he could not do anything with them. This was true, because there was a rule according to which they could not be active on those who did not belong to their territories. Arkan said that there was a possibility that they were hiding in the territories of the dragon he killed. This meant that they came having found out everything in advance. The demons began to act in order to take possession of the Grail. All this gave Arkan a headache, so he washed his grief down with alcohol. Yoonjae believed that there was no need to think so pessimistically. If total war was inevitable in any case, then it was better to reduce the fighting as much as possible. If the demons were the first to use their powers, then the clan side might be able to spend a little less effort on it. The hero's advice was that in this situation, they could organize a counter-offensive. The head of the skyscraper clan decided to act faster than he expected. Since the demons' plans were now revealed, they also had no more time to hesitate. Meanwhile, the king's screams were heard from the terrible castle. Little Goblin told him that they could not kill the key and reduce the fighting strength of the people. Upon learning this, the cruel king was simply furious. He used his magical abilities and lifted the small servant off the ground, tearing his body from the inside. The servant asked for mercy, but the master could no longer calm down. The Demon King Flyton was cruel, but did not kill the informer. The crime committed was not that long ago, so he was going to get a price for it. There was nothing left until the end of the journey. The little demon said that they were chasing the last remaining dragon and were almost done. He promised that everything would be resolved within the next 6 months. The devil's servant wanted to prepare a little more, because their plans had failed. They had nothing to lose, but he was still a little worried about the outcome. Despite this, the Demon King ordered everything to be completed within 3 months. There was nothing to worry about, because those guys had not yet revealed the path. Fleeton said that they needed to advance their plans a little, and as soon as the path was completed, the demons would immediately cross the intermediate lands. The head of the White Tower clan came to the Skyscraper clan to help. Jin Suk told him that the ability they used had side effects. They became much smaller than they were before but did not disappear completely. It was impossible to completely get rid of them, but the basis of the ability, called reverse magic, was a way of enhancing magical power through an intermediary expressed by an object combined with and subordinate to reverse magic. It was worth a try, because the gentleman believed that everything imperfect had its limitations. Side effects from the technology were just one part of these very limitations. Baek Cheon said that if he replaced this with already learned theory, it might be possible to shorten the trial and error process. He had previously tried to reduce something that could not be completely eliminated. The research books that were in Abrams' research laboratory went missing. They were acquired under the name of the White Tower. There was really a lot of interesting research there. It was impossible to count the research in books. After all, it took the gentleman more than 1 year to read more than 1,000 books with research. They described a way to get rid of the side effects of the flow change technique. After some time, Yunjae and Baek Cheon came to Abrams' laboratory to conduct experiments. To increase the physical strength of his chimeras, Abram forced the brains of most of them to degrade. He placed such incredible power within them that their heads found it difficult to cope with it. The mediator was a mana stone that was placed in the chimeras. The spectacle was not a pleasant one, but Abram's experience was crowned with success. Baek Cheon assumed that after acquiring a new body, the magician was going to put his experience into himself too. This indicated his confidence in the possibility of reducing side effects. There were only 2 ways. The first was research on the topic of maximizing lost magical power, and the second was obtaining a superior human physical body through experiments carried out on chimeras. Research for the sake of enhancing its performance was the potion of a strong living creature. When the main character first discovered the laboratory, those potions were already here. Without thinking, he drank them. The ability to change the current placed a burden on the body that was impossible to withstand with normal stamina. All this was the reason why there was no theory about this ability. Thanks to this potion, the hero would be able to withstand everything. Initially, its effect was not the development of the abilities of the physical body, but its strengthening with the help of magical power. Now everything has become much easier. If the potion had already worn off, the heroes could start without any delay. However, the head of the White Tower clan could not guarantee that the experiment would certainly be crowned with success. The gentleman said that perhaps other side effects would have followed, or they would have failed altogether. The likelihood of success was unknown. If the hero remained alive until the very end, it could be considered a success. Yunja only verified the successful completion of Abrams' experiments with the help of his research notes. It was better not to know what happened when he failed. The hero nevertheless decided on this and agreed. The master knew that all living and breathing life forms in this world had magical powers. All this was at least a little filled with mana. Even every living cell had at least a little magical power. Depending on the mana manager and what living object was filled with it, the nature of their use differed sharply. In simple terms, it was not the paths that were tempered, but the muscles protected by the paths of mana. Baek Cheon found out that Abrams' research was aimed at developing the paths themselves. He believed that this maximized the regenerative power. The gentleman said that if you did this, then even with exactly the same amount of mana, you could use it more efficiently and consistently. For this purpose, the very essence of magical power was necessary. For a long time, the Supreme Sorcerer grew his new body inside this laboratory. Using his talent, he found a way to achieve eternal life. If he had not been prevented, it would have turned into a real disaster. The main character didn't want to be cut with knives, so the sphere on that side would have been much more convenient. The head of the White Tower clan was going to conduct a similar experiment on him. Yunjae was sure that Baek Cheon and Arhan were friends. This was truly an unusual experiment for him. Even while in the liquid, he did not feel any restriction in breathing or movement. The hero clearly felt the flow of mana. Both time and this place itself all blurred. He felt great, but did not understand how long he needed to stay underwater. Suddenly the boy saw a strange light in the water and felt a wild pain in his chest. Some force completely took over his body. The veins were greatly inflated, and the boy could not cope with such pain. From the very beginning, the young man was in blue water, but now it had acquired a red tint, and the blood was flowing into the body faster and faster. The head of the White Tower clan realized that everything had begun. It resembled a real mutation. The boy experienced incredible pain. The body became stronger and expanded before our eyes. The transformation was inevitable. The gentleman closely watched the development of the process through the glass, but now it was unsafe. The young man became a real strong monster and began hitting the glass with his huge fists. Streams of mana were located throughout the human body as closely together as veins. This solution, which transformed something surrounding the entire body into such paths for the flow of mana. It was some kind of protein. Destroyed mana paths were torn, broken, and then restored. And this happened again and again. It was impossible to avoid the pain. Research into placing mana into a person, collected from another living being, so that he absorbs it himself, is truly incredible. After fantastic changes, Yunjae suddenly woke up in bed, but still did not understand where he was. The head of the White Tower clan was glad to see him, and moved him to a place where the young man could rest. The gentleman said that many days had passed since the boy lost consciousness. Either way, it was very reassuring to see him open his eyes. After all, he suffered greatly to hold out until the end. The hero did not remember anything from the moment he felt that his body was about to burst. This was the first time this had happened to him. For now, he only felt a little sleepy. It was logical. Although the method was different, the essence was the same as if the hero were forced into mana. The young man was sure that it was a little like when he took that medicine. But this time, the young man received much more mana than then, and came to his senses much faster than expected. Yoon-jae and Baek Cheon went into the forest and wandered into a place where the leaves on the trees no longer grew. They walked as if through a lifeless section of the forest, which frightened with its mystery. When they finally reached the desired point, the gentleman was about to begin. He was going to show the boy his new skills and fight him. Since he was responsible for this, checking was also part of his plans. The White Tower clan leader started first. He activated his abilities, and blue magical energy surrounded his body. The gentleman pulled out the sword with which he was going to fight in battle. Meanwhile, Arkan was mired in business and worries. He had no time to sleep. The head had endless work to deal with. This is what he was going to do without wasting time on sleep. The head was engaged in the distribution of clan members and responsible persons, the study of documents and places of residence of ordinary people who were not members of the clan, but contributed to it, the reward for their help, and the decision after death. Kim Jin-suk told him that rumors spread very quickly. Something bad would happen if they acted. Heroes have always acted secretly, but now they really caught the eye too often. Suddenly, an assistant looked into their room. He came to report that in the beginning of the intermediate lands adjacent to Melon, someone had caused a lot of noise. Now the gentleman knew that this had attracted participants located in Melon. They said that the tiger came if he was remembered. They could not resist and came to the part of the forest where Baek Cheon had come to battle. They were extremely determined and wanted to find out what the head of the White Tower clan had done. At that moment, they noticed Yunji lying next to him. He was leaning against the stones and closed his eyes. The young man looked quite broken, and it seemed that he was dead. Baek Cheon thought that the fight would have ended quickly, but he didn't know that he could turn into something like this. Suddenly, he sat down next to his opponent and said that he had not had so much fun for a long time. When the crippled and tired hero returned home, rumors of his battle had already spread everywhere. He was gone for about 10 days, and Zhang Jiwayu even began to worry. Seeing that everything was in order, the young man was about to return to training. His control was still not perfect. Miss Lois helped him so that it would not be dangerous. Opening the system panel, Yunjae was very surprised. Mana, which had barely increased since reaching 100, suddenly increased by 6 units. This incredible effect seemed unreal. During the battle, the hero was wounded by mana that looked like tiny blades. For a long time, he tried to just hold on and resist the force, but suddenly he realized that attacking was the best option. Using his incredible speed, the boy pounced on his opponent. If Abram's medicine had an effect, then it would definitely come in handy. Compared to using a defense system similar to magic armor, Yunjae was able to evade sufficiently and get closer to Baek Cheon. This was already a completely different force. Now the minimal preparation has been completed. It was important to get used to the mana he had just received, but the hero still had something important left. Although the guy's body was not yet fully restored, it was time to move forward. The envisioned future has already changed greatly. But still, there was something constant. At this time, the forest was filled with a whole crowd of monstrous demons. They walked forward coolly and carried their King Flython on their shoulders. Torches lit the way, nasty bastards inspired fear. The Demon King had been waiting for the journey to end for a long time, and now it had begun. Finally, The last dragon was gotten rid of, and the gentleman was simply overjoyed. Fleeton's face immediately changed when he learned that the key went alone. The master had always told him not to act alone, but now he regretted that he had not listened to his gut. The king's servant said that Kenji's man was hiding, and promised to join as soon as the demons arrived. The little demon doubted that this man was worth keeping with him. It was rumored that the man had been badly injured in the last war, but the demon king didn't think he was too bad to use and throw away. Fleeton's plans were incredible. It was time to move forward. Members of the skyscraper clan gathered at the top of the great mountain. In a clever way, Lois was able to recognize that they were approaching. Arkan took only a few people with him, but was absolutely calm. The girls said that for now they were far away, but if they continued to move at the same speed, they would arrive in a quarter of a day. She couldn't track them for long. They already reeked of demonic energy. Being at the top of the mountain, Lois already had to use a large amount of magical power to concentrate on their location from such a distance. Everything turned out worse than the head of the skyscraper clan expected. When he first heard about it, he thought it was crazy. He heard something that even the former key, Lucia, did not say. Arkan ordered his people to notify everyone that evil spirits were approaching. Everyone needed to focus on the levels of rankers and prepare to become them, and request the missing forces from the Alliance. Alvin Walker met with the heroes in the Devil's Forest. They met Lois several times, but they haven't seen him for a long time. The gentleman has been very busy lately. Yunjae and Jongkyu were supposed to join the battle and provide assistance to the skyscraper clan. In the forest, they found everything they were looking for, and now it's time to hit the road. This was the beginning of a new revolution in the reverse world. The heroes had to hurry, time was running out. The sky began to sparkle with different colors. It was the beginning of the war. The monstrous minions of the devil did not possess any spiritual qualities. They were merciless killers who were almost impossible to defeat. The place where two different worlds met sparkled with bright rays of light. Everything really looked like a battlefield for the coming war. The clan suspected that the monsters were already aware of their presence. Evil was approaching with incredible speed. The smell of death emanated from the monsters. There were several strong sources of energy in their pack. As expected, the ruler had the most of it. The leader knew that people were waiting for them, but he did not expect such a reception. There were quite a lot of people, and they developed so much that they were able to kill Belad and Leraj. The king knew that they could cause significant damage to his military forces. Suddenly, the commander noticed movement from the nasty little people. They were advancing first. Wild rage took over his body. The demon growled at the top of his lungs and began to radiate his magical energy. The battle had begun. The bloodthirsty creatures were rushing into battle. Now they had only one goal. For the sake of the victory of the great demon camp, they were going to kill all the people in their path. The battle between demons and humans was the most brutal in the entire history of the two worlds. People used their magical powers and skills to resist terrible monsters. The monsters had the advantage of being wild. Helping each other, people still managed to get ahead and destroy every hellish creature. Every second counted. Fighters for justice and monsters straight from hell who wanted to seize power fought in this battle. The commander-in-chief of the army did not participate in the battle. His main target was the head of the clan. Even at a great distance, he sensed Arkan's energy and was about to destroy him. The leader recognized the leader. The master was already ready for this. He was sure that the demon was only in charge for today's battle, and the real overlord had not come today. Arkan was also not in charge, so since they were both pawns, their battle should have revealed the strongest. These creatures already knew about the coming war and that people would start it first. All over the opposite world came the signal of war, a red-pink light indicating an emergency. The war began, but the Demon King and the Key were nowhere to be seen. The heroes arrived just in time for the heat of the day and were not late. Now was their way out. They were like an ace in the hole that would come upon the monsters when they least expected it. Meanwhile, one of the demons was hiding in the forest and waiting for the arrival of the Demon King. Flyton ordered him not to act alone, but the master was so tired of everything that he could not sit still. The demon was very angry that that idiot dragon was making fun of him. He couldn't understand why the king brought such a crowd with him and didn't expect one idiot to show up in battle. The demon Baal apologized for causing inconvenience to Mr. Satan. He wasn't as stupid as the others, and that idiot. Truly, everything was learned by comparison. At this moment, Fukushi Kenji finally came out to them, but the Demon King did not believe that it was him. The young man said that they all underestimated him, and now he had to lead them further. Fukushi was a man, but he had been collaborating with the side of evil for a long time. He said that most of the seeds, including Emily, died. The survivors were already waiting to be contacted. This was a problem for Satan. In fact, he wanted to kill everyone indiscriminately, but he said that he was going to do everything in moderation. However, if he was having a lot of fun, anything could happen. The head of the Jingo clan was grateful to be the chosen one and asked to be taken care of. A good choice was made, the acquaintance was over. The demons remembered all his efforts and promised to reward him for it. Yunjaya was worried about Mr. Arhan, making sure everything was okay with him. Even if there was no demon lord in this one, this confrontation with evil was too dangerous an undertaking. The head of the skyscraper clan had led a reclusive life for a very long time. If he could not cope with such a trivial matter, someone else would have already taken his place. Lois said that even they were far from the people of the first generation, and the hero was nothing here, so he did not realize his strength. If he ever saw her, he wouldn't have any more questions. The two strongest sides clashed in battle. Archon's opponent was an Agaresra. This was a fairly high rank among demons, but this did not frighten the master at all. The bloodthirsty demon decided to attack first and, swinging, hit the master. The head of the skyscraper clan was much stronger and immediately dodged the blow to deliver his own crushing blow. It seemed simply impossible. An ordinary person had the power to defeat even a demon commander-in-chief. The monster flew forcefully into the wall and smashed it with its head. This battle clearly revealed the winner. Archon was a man of the first generation and did not do anything, but in fact, he held his position for a reason. There was a power hidden in him that was scary to talk about out loud. The cold-blooded gentleman was going to destroy his nasty enemy. The Golden Lion's strongest energy blast flared up like a hot sun. A huge bright explosion appeared in the sky and spread over the entire forest. Everything was as Yugenjay said. Although the demons pretended to be in a fierce fight, the strongest of their kind simply watched. Archon decided to act separately. Before the battle, the hero was about to go to the Devil's Forest. He heard that rites were hidden there. The boy was sure that the demons also received this information. This added to the headache, so the head of the clan proposed dividing the army in half, but Yunja flatly refused. There was no need for this. He knew better about the location of the fragment. The Golden Lion was convinced that the boy was right, but it was too early to congratulate him on his victory. Archon was only an assistant and decided to take out his anger on the battlefield. The demons came to that very place to get the key. Suddenly they realized that rats had already been there, although Satan said that no one knew about this place. There were still remnants of the emotions experienced: fear, tension, and determination. But what was more important was that Satan felt the presence of a guy who looked like him. He realized that at most a few hours had passed since his arrival. To eliminate the possibility of error, the gentleman decided to go inside and check. Placing his palm on the entrance, he magically opened the passage to the prison. At that moment, the entrance to the dungeon seemed to explode and thousands of huge stones scattered everywhere. The demons tensed, because the human key could take the item. The bloodthirsty Satan's guesses turned out to be correct. Inside, a huge space awaited the demons, in which Yunjae and Zhang Jiwayu were already tired of waiting for them. Two sides of the same world found themselves in a closed space. Satan felt that Yunjae was the key. Meeting him gave the demon a strange feeling. In the book it was written that Trum was destroyed. Demons came to them from the Devil's Forest. The main character met the same key as himself. This was the supreme demon spoken of in the manuscripts. The crowd of demons studied the wild evil energy that gradually filled the entire room. Satan was their key, and in reality was the Lord of Fire. In a second he heated up the entire underground room, which was quite cool. The Demon King didn't know how the heroes knew about everything that was even waiting inside, but it was a bad decision. He said that if people wanted to resist them, they should not have come in fours, but brought 10 million people with them. Yunjae was completely confident in himself. He said that their numbers were really small, so he brought allies who could pass for 10 million people. At that moment, the gates to the room opened, and Baek-chan and Kim Jin-suk appeared inside, like savior angels. These were the guys Kenji was talking about. Together with Archon, they were the three people to be most feared. These were the participants who were the first to come to the other side of the world. The human demon key was only amused by the situation. He didn't even know whether it was stupidity or despair. He was sure that with such a composition, people would not be able to resist the demons. After his reincarnation, Yunjae was fully prepared to fight such monsters. He possessed some kind of crazy magic that was capable of destroying the entire world that already belonged to him. The Demon King immediately ordered his servants to rush into battle and stop the nasty boy. Wild, angry creatures took off and rushed to attack. They were ready to tear any person to pieces. The warrior was not going to hesitate. He activated his magical power and, placing his palm on the ground, created a magic circle. It was originally used to suck out the souls of people in order to later use them as the main ingredient in potions. The hero used this on himself, so he should have known that these circles could also be used as a trap. Baek-chan told him that in theory, they could work on demons. This was possible only if there were satisfactory conditions for the presence of a soul. The gentleman said that in such a case, race could not matter so much. The magic circle looked like a real miracle of nature, and the young man wielded it like a sorcerer. Blue magical patterns spread throughout the land and emitted incredible energy. When the magic circle was completely created, the heroes were protected. The entire floor in the room was covered with patterns that resembled winter frost. This did not stop the demons, and they moved forward. When the vile creatures fell into the circle, its magical power immediately began to take effect and penetrated their souls. The demons' bodies rose into the air and twisted in pain. Never before had the cold demons encountered such incredible energy. The power of the magic circle penetrated their bodies, causing their heads to split in two from the pain. This force could not be resisted. In the laboratory, Bei Chong said that the problem would not have been solved this way. He assumed that the hero would activate the magic circle, and then their comrades would also fall under its influence. It was a stupid decision to endanger the entire Skyscraper clan team in order to destroy the demons. The head of the White Tower clan was looking for some way out, but it was not so easy. He heard that the hero was not affected by the magic circle back then. Yunjae himself didn't yet know why this happened, but he chalked it up to a peculiarity of his body. Mr. Cheon could not believe his ears when he learned that the young man had a heart that he received during his training. He wanted to find out more about this as quickly as possible. The head of the White Tower clan believed that the heart held the soul in the body, but did not know how it was related to the key. He needed information about why the magic circle did not affect the boy. He decided to ask Yunjae for a favor. If all this happened because of the heart, then the gentleman would definitely be able to find out on what principle Abram's invention worked. Something incredible was happening in the room. Baek Chan was impressed. By sucking out the souls and minds of demons, the magic circle only became stronger. Under the influence of his power, all the little things have already perished. Fukushi Kenji was literally seething with anger. He could not cope with this pain that penetrated his head. The young man could not understand how the enemies restored Abram's magic circle and why it did not work on them. Flyton was furious. He erupted his demonic power like a burning volcano. It seemed simply an incredible phenomenon. He moved, resisting the influence of the circle. The great and bloodthirsty Demon King awakened a wild anger within himself. His powers were invincible. For insects like these people, one king would be enough. The situation got out of control, so Kenji suggested the king retreat. But the merciless Flyton became even more angry. He was not going to run away from the battlefield when there were such idiots against him. Kim Jin-suk pulled out a sharp blade and stepped forward. He was going to kill the demon, only he was capable of standing up to this idiot alone. The method found by Baek Cheon only weakened the power of the magic circle. It also affected the heroes, only to a lesser extent, so now they did not have 100% of their strength. The Demon King was amazed at the resilience of the people. He heard about the strongest of them from Kenji, but Kim Jin-suk turned out to be stronger than he thought. There was no turning back. The two most powerful opponents faced each other in a fierce battle. Their strength was fantastic and beyond the realm of possibility. Having gathered it together, the experienced fighters attacked each other. The master used his magical energy to attack the enemy, but a strong and huge demon dealt with it. He dealt a crushing blow, and Mr. Kim Jin flew to the side. The opponents attacked each other again and again. There was no limit to their cruelty. A friendly atmosphere was in the air. This battle was supposed to end their feud. At that moment, a strange energy appeared in the air. The entire space around was illuminated by a bright flash that illuminated the heroes. At the center of this outbreak was Satan, who was clearly up to something. Satan said he was bored. He wanted the little people to entertain him, so he took the first step. The heroes didn't know if they had a chance, but they were going to face this fight. The Skyscraper clan team immediately rushed into battle. Now the four heroes were opponents of Satan. Alvin Walker and Yoon Jae attacked first, but the master of the evil side deftly dodged their attack. It was now clear that the demon key was not susceptible to the powerful magic circle. Thanks to his abilities, he could move sharply and soar in the air like a real spirit. The demons were amused by the stupid guys who initially chose their opponents. Fukushi Kenji decided not to stand aside and chose Baek Chan as his candidate. For the demon ball, only Jung Ji-wyu and the girl remained. This hurt his pride, so the gentleman decided to end it as quickly as possible. Baal had great spear strength and lightning. People said that he was one of the strongest demon generals who failed to become the Demon King due to one mistake. Using his magic wand, the demon opposed his enemies, whom he considered just ants. The battle with him instilled enough fear in the heroes. The battle against Satan was not as easy as it initially seemed. Yunjia fought bravely, but the strength of this demon far exceeded human capabilities. The heroes' strength was almost running out, but suddenly they were interested in something interesting. Yoon Jae wanted to know who really killed Lucia. Satan spoke of death as the most important event in life. Finally, he was able to admit that he killed the former human key. It turned out that all this time people were suffering because of him. A huge number of corpses were piled at Satan's feet, but sooner or later everyone had to die at his hands. Talking was a waste of time. Satan's soul could no longer be saved. Alvin Walker decided to act immediately and dealt critical damage to him with a sharp sword. The demon managed to step aside and thought that he was on top again, but suddenly his joy changed to surprise. Living scarlet blood flowed from his face. Wiping the blood from his face, the gentleman was simply furious. No one dared to touch such a great demon, so he was going to take cruel revenge on his offenders. On the plus side, Mr. Alvin noticed only that now the demon would not be able to infuriate them with his speeches. But after such a blow, the real battle was supposed to begin. The entire room was in agony. The Demon King was even accustomed to the energy of such a magic circle. He admitted honestly that at first he felt extremely dizzy. Fleeton didn't think that a human who was usually weaker than the average demon would be able to go up against him. Kim Jin-suk also didn't know that the guy who became the Demon King turned out to be such a weakling. Their battle resembled a real volcanic explosion, energy flying in all directions. The man and the demon clung to each other like a cat and a dog. Kim Jin-suk waited for the right moment and found himself on top of his enemy. Using his magical power, he immediately rushed to the attack. He was so interested in how incredible the demon was, but now he was disappointed. The demon managed to react and immediately formed a huge protective dome with the help of its energy. Hundreds of magical attacks from the experienced teacher could not get inside. Fleeton shouldn't have relaxed too early. At the most unexpected moment of the attack, the teachers broke through his flames. A crushing magical force fell upon the pitiful demon. The main character's battle gained momentum and became more difficult. It was quite difficult to deceive the experienced Satan, but the young man tried to defeat him with all his might. When Yunjae approached a sufficient distance, he struck his enemy with a sword. The bloodthirsty demon grabbed the sword with his bare hand and stopped its movement. Demonic energy began to come out. Satan was an incredible fighter. A red demonic haze suddenly surrounded his body. It seemed simply unreal, but he absorbed the demonic energy of the sword. It turned out that this energy did not cause any damage to the demon. He didn't know how a person had gained such power, but it was very tasty. The time has come to end the games. Satan decided to play and show people his real power. His capabilities were much greater than one could imagine. Along with the energy, a loud deafening sound came out, which caused pain. Yunjae covered his ears and could not understand what was happening. This sound gave me goosebumps. This was not just a release of demonic energy. Satan called upon local ghosts, who immediately arrived at the battle site. Such an incredible phenomenon of a hero has never been encountered before. The king of all ghosts of evil spirits swung upward. Everyone who died and could not go to another world belonged to him, and in this place there were tons of them. The heroes were unable to resist the demon Baal. He used his magic rod and launched powerful lightning strikes. His greatness and bloodthirstiness were his advantage. Without the berserker skill, Zhang Jiyu was practically unarmed, but he bravely fought off the enemy's blows. The demon was so strong that even by joining forces, the heroes could only repel attacks. Lois was a fragile girl, but she used her defensive skills to the fullest. She couldn't fight like a warrior, so she protected herself and her partner from the demon's attacks. Both heroes had defensive skills, so lightning attacks were just a waste of time and energy. Bloodthirsty Baal decided to deal with the humans with a fatal blow. The agile Zhang Jiyu was able to dodge the blow and swung into the air to strike back. Both opponents fought without stopping, using their most incredible techniques. Human strength was not enough, and the young man gave in to his opponent. The demon pressed with such force that in a second he threw the boy aside. Sensing danger, Lois immediately used her skills and enveloped Zhongyu's body in a multi-layered barrier. Baal did not stop there and dealt even more crushing blows, destroying the shell. Suddenly, the demon flew up and attacked the guy. His energy of 1,000 lightning completely enveloped the rod. The merciless beast immediately thrust it into the man. Yunjae screamed loudly in pain. It seemed like it was his last breath. When Baal decided that he had gotten rid of the annoying boy, he decided to destroy the nasty girl. She didn't pose much of a threat, but she was going to buy some time. At that moment, Zhongqiu returned. He flew up to the enemy at great speed and cut off his head in one movement. The surprise effect worked perfectly. The demon did not have time to dodge the blade. Baal roared in anger, and thousands of ghosts flew out. They couldn't be physically harmed, but as long as they weren't allowed to cluster together, individual strength wasn't a problem. At this time, the sound of Satan spread throughout the entire area. His whole body emitted incredibly loud sounds that tore his head from the inside. The situation worsened when hundreds of Satan's ghosts flew out into the world. There were countless of them, and now the heroes were in real danger. Suddenly, Alvin Walker decided to do things differently. He left the ghost to his partner, and he himself swung upward and was about to deal with the demon. The brave Yunjae had to cover him. Baek Cheon was the only one who managed to survive the battle. The young man did an excellent job with his enemy and made him bleed. He was sure that Kenji joined the demons because he thought they would be winners. In fact, this was not the case now. Behind the master's back, the demon king was receiving good blows from his enemy. From there, all that could be heard was the cry of the demons losing. Fukushi asked the gentleman to complete the matter so that he would not have fun with the one-armed disabled person. Due to the traps of the head of the White Tower clan, Kenji lost all his powers. Suddenly, the head of the Jingo clan jumped up and attacked. He could no longer return, so he asked the gentleman to do everything as it should. Only death would stop him. Even with one hand, Fukushi Kenji fought desperately, but his opponent was worthy and had excellent command of the striking technique. Mr. Beck was sure that the young man created a clan of murderers and involved demons not for the sake of his people. If the master knew about everything, he should have told his people. The gentleman from the White Tower said that Fukushi left everything as it was, so that they could point fingers at Emily. Baek Cheon's anger knew no bounds. Emotions controlled the body. The master wanted justice. With renewed vigor, he attacked Kenji and was about to kill him with a sharp blade. The blade of the sword cut Fukushi's body into pieces in a second. He screamed from the wild pain that burned through his body. For all his actions, he deserved to be punished by the same method that he used. The traitor initially had too many secrets. Baek Cheon knew that this was wrong and hoped that the young man would come to his senses. But the head of Jingo did not stop and now deserved retribution. Brave Alvin Walker could no longer watch Satan humiliate everyone around him. Suddenly his strength increased. It was not just a change in appearance. The master was invincible. The very flow of mana changed. So Mr. Alvin fought and dealt crushing blows. The ugly Satan did not expect such strength from the enemy and was simply furious. Using his fantastic energy, the master surrounded the demon from all sides and quickly struck. It was all fun. Satan had not felt such intense pain for a long time. Now the situation has changed radically for the demon. It has become much more difficult for him to defeat. To hide from the enemy, he summoned 100 of his demons, who immediately surrounded his body. Suddenly something strange happened. Alvin stopped feeling the presence of the demon. He hid well between the ghosts, and among their energy it was difficult for a person to find him. Among the ghosts, the master's body quickly grew tired, as if the life was being sucked out of him. He admitted that Satan was really powerful and didn't think it was that dangerous. When fighting a man, the demon did not expect that he could be in danger. As a reward for this, he was going to reward the person with a devilish attack. Alvin Walker found it difficult not only to fight, but even to straighten his body. His wounds were much deeper than they seemed. The master was trapped, because the cold demon was waiting for the right moment. Satan realized that it was necessary to finish quickly, so he armed himself with the most critical power and rushed into battle. At the most unexpected moment, his attack was repulsed by Yunze himself. Trying to move the youth's sword away and drain the power from him, Mr. Satan received a serious wound to his arm. He was seething with anger, thinking that the boy was up to something. Yunje gained some time and immediately ran to the master's aid. He created a magic circle that strangely lifted Alvin from his knees. Although outwardly this power was not particularly remarkable, it was quite dangerous and the hero seemed to suppress it. This was only a temporary measure, but the gentleman should have gotten better. During the battle, Alvin felt as if he was fighting with his hands and feet tied. He said it was not easy to get out of the Spirit Collection Center. Satan could not be underestimated. His strength was too atypical. He heard that not even 2 years had passed since the new key passed into this world. But it developed faster than expected. When the master finally met a worthy opponent, he could barely resist his skills. Yunje's strength was very powerful, and this was not even the limit of his capabilities. Every outburst of Satan's rage ended in failure. He couldn't believe that the young man could learn to control his power like that. The Demon Key had not felt such powerful blows for a long time. The Demon King lost 2 arms and all his strength. He was practically destroyed and could barely stand on his knees. He didn't understand why such a pitiful man was able to fight so steadfastly. It seemed that Abram's magic circle only slightly constrained Flighton, but its effect was gradual. While he was inside, the demon gradually weakened. Since ancient times, demons have looked down on people. That's why they went inside, knowing it was a trap. This was the retribution for reckless courage and arrogance. This was unrealistic, because the head of the demons, King Flitton, could not lose to an ordinary person. Fury filled his body. The gentleman was simply furious and released bright flames. The battle against the demon was in full swing. Zhang Jiyu activated his berserker skill and was now invulnerable. His body did not get tired at all, so the young man moved with great speed. He rose up and attacked the enemy. Bale was already very tired, but the guy was still full of strength. Somehow the little man became stronger as he lost blood. The invincible warrior pressed on the enemy with enormous force. The berserker in his body did incredible things. The wounds on Baal's body appeared too quickly. His strength was running out. Now he realized that he had messed with the wrong person. The cruel demon tried to strike with lightning, but they no longer had any effect on the boy. The horned monster needed to buy time to survive. The demon's incredible power did something deadly with his lightning skill. He raised the staff into the air, and huge bolts of lightning surrounded the entire space. Now the gentleman resembled the real god Perun. He said that the young man was alive only thanks to the protection of the woman, but he was still quite persistent. At first Baal considered him ignorant, but this turned out not to be the case. The strong energy created real thunderclouds in the room. The master was stronger than even King Flinton. Waiting for the right moment, he began to generate a powerful lightning attack. In this terrible place, Baal could not give out the maximum that he had. However, with such a volume, there should be no problems with completion, so the master was going to destroy the two nasty people. When the enemy was already too close, Zhang Jiwayu suddenly heard the call of his sword. He asked the warrior if he needed even greater power with which to defeat the demon. The boy needed this power, so he accepted the sword's offer. At this moment, the berserker's skills improved. The hero's body turned into a real monster. His eyes became red as blood. The sword wanted blood. Meanwhile, Satan resisted the blows with all his might. Due to the increase in mana, his body became stronger, however. If the second hero recovered and attacked him, the demon would not be able to withstand it. The key of demons finally decided to hurt its enemy and release the spirits out, but now the ghosts no longer worked on the hero. It was a waste of mana. Suddenly, Yunja noticed a strange figure among the ghosts that was his copy. The unknown person said that his family's killer was still alive. At that moment, the image of Park Yun-sung appeared in front of the hero. The killer smiled widely and looked real. Old memories of the murder surfaced in the hero's head. It seemed simply unreal. The young man could not believe his eyes. He was sure that he had killed the maniac with his own hands, but now his exact image stood safe and sound. The pent-up mana burst out. At this rate, everything that was nearby would have been blown to smithereens. Alvin didn't understand why Yunjae suddenly lost the ability to control his power. The hero seemed to be in a dream. Old images appeared before his eyes. Yunjae saw how the maniac killed the family again, but all this was just a pathetic attempt to confuse the boy. The guy understood that his family was already dead. Suddenly his illusions confused him, and the hero dealt a strong blow to the killer. All this was only in my head, but in reality there was only emptiness. Satan found the enemy's weak point and pressed on it with all his might. He said the guy's family was still alive, but he would have given up the opportunity to save them. The hero's patience gradually came to an end. Thoughts about his family confused his mind. Yunja found himself under the strong influence of illusions. The ghosts around him took on the appearance of his wife. Satan said that the boy needed to save his family and not search for an object about which he really knew nothing. The image of Ungen was so warm and familiar that the hero began to believe in what was happening. For a moment, he was completely immersed in the illusion and began to believe that the family was alive. The warrior completely trusted the non-existent reality and approached his wife as close as possible. At that moment, she hit him in the stomach with great force. It was all just a created world. In fact, it was Satan. He pierced the hero's body and experienced heavenly pleasure. The demon had already lived in this world for a long time, but he had not seen a person who kept such sadness and torment in his heart. Poison penetrated into the boy's body through his fingers. His strength should have disappeared instantly, and then severe suffering would have begun. At the most unexpected moment, Alvin Walker appeared on the battlefield and became the savior of the protagonist. With a sharp movement, he cut the demon's hand and severed this lousy alliance. Yunji immediately fell down, but Alvin managed to catch him and put him on the ground. The wound in the body was huge. A black hole seemed to destroy the boy's body. After a powerful attack, Zhang Jiwayu should have died, but he survived. His black wound in his body was too wide. This was the limit of the young warrior. He apologized to Lois and exhaled heavily. There was no need for Lois to be alone in this battle. Kim Jin-suk and Bei Qian came to her aid. They were ready to deal with Baal. The demon couldn't believe that Fleeton and Kenji were dead. Now the situation turned against the evil side. Two whole guys who looked like monsters were going to end the war. Baal could not come to terms with the fact that some little people destroyed an entire army of demons. He rose up and decided that now they had to die all together in this cave. Kim Jin-suk knew that the vile demon could not simply accept his fate and lose with dignity. The gentleman decided to put an end to these games. Baal was a madman until his death. For his cruel deeds and conspiracy against the human people, he was punished and lost his own head. Although Zhang Jiwayu used Abram's magic circle, Kim Jin-suk did not expect that the boy could fight Bale. Even though Yoon-jae didn't notice it, Jong Ji-yu was still stronger than the other participants. Meanwhile, the hero was catching his breath behind a stone. Fortunately, he was not injured by a physical attack. The demon was just trying to penetrate his mind. Satan wounded him mentally and was able to capture the boy only because of one emotion that he could not cope with. Yoon-jae almost ruined everything. Alvin Walker attacked the last demon who stood bravely. Because of the huge wound, it was even difficult for Satan to cast a spell. His first opponent was to blame for everything. No matter how wounded Satan was, he always felt great. But now for the first time he was tense. The confidence that was there before disappeared from his face. Mr. Walker was sure the demon was puzzled. Demon Key realized that his opponent was already fighting demons. The gentleman very persistently aimed only at vital organs. At this moment, Kim Jin-suk and Baek Cheon appeared on the battlefield and noticed a huge mess. The heroes said that almost everything was sorted out downstairs, and nothing threatened Jong-kyu's life. 3 experienced fighters were going to get rid of this idiot Satan as quickly as possible so that the war would finally end. They had to hurry before the demon did anything else. Suddenly, the entire space around was surrounded by a magic circle. This was the work of Satan. It was obvious that the demon had noticed the intruders and was now going to hit them with all his might. The head of the Skyscraper clan watched in horror at the bloody battlefield. Torn corpses of monsters littered at every step. The war between the parties reached dire consequences. Suddenly, Ri Cha-hon ran up to him. He had too many questions. He said that people were confused. They did not know whether they needed to catch up with the escaped demons. The Golden Lion would like to catch them, but the situation did not allow him to waste time on this. The gentleman abandoned the pursuit and said that now it was necessary to focus on clearing out the demons opposing the clan face to face. Now their main task was to treat the survivors, and most of those who escaped were just small fry. Agares and the demon generals were destroyed, so there shouldn't be any problems. In any case, the result of this war would not be determined here. Therefore, Arkan was convinced that it was necessary to maintain maximum strength and observe the result. The master ordered Ri Cha-hon to gather 50 capable guys, rankers, and those who were approximately at their level. The clan had to go to the Devil's Forest now. Brave heroes found themselves trapped by Satan, with ghosts of incredible size flying above them. It seemed that all the ghosts of the Devil's Forest had gathered there. It was obvious to Baek Cheon that the idiot was up to something. Satan turned into a real monster and used all his strength to drive his enemies into a circle. He felt the ghosts of Fleeton and Bale brutally killed by people. It was even better this way. The bloodthirsty demon was going to absorb all the souls himself, including the souls of his partners. The demon was incredibly powerful and immediately began to absorb the ghosts that surrounded him everywhere. Dead souls that failed to go to hell went straight into the body of the demon. His strength grew without stopping, his body became stronger. Satan was rapidly turning into a real devil. Yoon-jae said that the book said about the endless source of the demon's power. He had a limit on the amount of power he could use at one time. It was now clear that Satan could once again gain this enormous power. By absorbing other people's souls, Satan received in addition the abilities and powers that they possessed. The bloodthirsty monster has mastered the skills of Baal's thunder and the fiery power of the Demon King. Having collected the powers of all the ghosts, the demon reached the limit but gained the greatest power. Now he was much stronger and was going to destroy the 4 people who were considered capable in his camp. Without hesitation, Satan immediately attacked the people. He used 2 of his teammates' skills at the same time to speed up the process. The heroes found themselves in danger. The power of fire and the power of thunder came against them. The acquired power of thunder was incredibly powerful. She began to play with completely different colors in the enhanced body of Satan. A huge ball lightning headed straight towards the guys and blinded them with its energy. The attack of enormous power was beyond Kim Jin-suk's control. He could not withstand such an onslaught. His body was not at all ready for such a war. The gentleman needed much more time to recover. The fiery power of the Demon King was used. Satan fired a huge volley of fire that destroyed everything in its path. This force destroyed Abram's magic circle in a second. Yoon-jae could not even imagine that the demon would absorb the souls of Baal and Fleeton. The hero noticed that Baek Cheon had fallen into the fiery abyss and immediately ran to the rescue. He was thrown down along with the young man in an attempt to protect him. While Alvin Walker was distracted and watching his injured partners, he found himself in danger. Satan picked up the perfect moment and attacked him from behind, using the power of lightning. There was still a little time left. The absorbed magical energy rushed out. This energy was reflected in the power with which the shackles were thrown away. With all this, a brave hero could defeat that guy. Yoon-jae looked directly inside himself and released magical energy that surrounded his body from head to toe. The eyes were filled with crazy rage, which was capable of destroying everyone. Satan was already quite tired of all this, so he decided to end these games as quickly as possible. Using his energy, he decided to kill the boy and absorb his soul. The hero was no longer an ordinary warrior. He became truly possessed by devilish energy. The boy was not going to give up his place as leader to the nasty minion of the devil. When Satan wanted to launch a devil core at the enemy and absorb the soul, Yunzhe suddenly disappeared. He suddenly found himself right in front of the demon's face and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him high above the ground. It was time to finish. The hero was already tired of these games. Now his strength was enough to defeat the enemy. The guy swung his sword and dealt a crushing blow with all his might. This was unthinkable. Even Satan himself caved in under the fantastic strength of the warrior. The demon could not believe that a human had such power and decided to absorb other spirits in order to survive. Both fighters were keys to two different sides of the same world. The main character was interested in why and for what his opponent fought. Satan did not understand at all what was being said, but the young man came closer and closer and turned him into an invalid, cutting off his limbs. The boy knew that the demon never fought for anyone and therefore was not capable of defeating people. People from the Skyscraper clan did not fight for themselves. They fought over a long-standing promise because they wanted to protect the people important to them, correct their mistakes, and return to their old lives. The hero fought because he had people waiting for his return. He had a reason why he had to survive no matter what. Yunzhe didn't talk for long. He swung his sharp sword and cut off Satan's head. Now the evil was finally over. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than one could imagine. When the demon's head was on the ground, a huge stream of power emerged from his neck and directed upward. This power was concentrated into one large ball that resembled a huge pink bubblegum. The hero realized that Satan had decided to go crazy to the end. Yunzhe wasn't going to lose anyone anymore. He jumped high into the air and swung harder to drive his sharp sword into the incredible accumulation of energy. The boy was going to stop the nasty creature no matter what the cost. The cold sword went deeper and deeper inside, but the shell was very hard. Under strong pressure, the ball began to burst. After some time, the brave heroes returned back to the clan with good news. They were badly crippled and could barely walk, but they were going to return as quickly as possible because victory was in their pocket. It seemed unreal, because after the battle, only a huge crater remained in the ground, as if it were the mouth of a volcano. The heroes managed to send the nasty monsters back to hell. Called the Golden Lion because of his extraordinary strength, the strongest of Archon's comrades, looking at the scene in front of him, felt two things: the hope that people could win the war for the Holy Grail, and the fear of Yunzhe's capabilities. Until the current human key felt excellent, the clan could not act deliberately. The hero dreamed of being cured as quickly as possible in order to help, but Alvin asked not to worry. Now people managed to defeat the demons, but their next opponents were angels. Nothing was known about their strength, what abilities they possessed, so people needed to prepare seriously. In this regard, Mr. Walker considered the restoration of the army a priority. According to Baek Cheon, there would be nothing terrible if the boy died in the battle against evil. This was the first time the young man had been in such pain, and it took much longer than usual to recover his strength. His magical enhancement level was twice that of the rankers. While eating the soup, Alvin said that the percentage of magic spent was at most the average value of an ordinary person. Even rankers borrowed power from objects, despite the fact that they themselves were born with incredible power. It was only because of what Yunzhe became that he managed to survive. Extraordinary magical power and the chains that store it, a heart that endlessly spreads magic throughout the body, and an intermediary that constantly increases power. This level of enhancement exceeded that of humans. The boy was confident that he was able to activate the change in flow only through the proper use of these three parameters. He experienced completely different sensations, unlike previous changes in currents. Even though he felt that the power belonged to him, the hero felt that he did not control it perfectly. Left alone, the guy again remembered his wife and child. He was sure that he needed to learn to control the magical power in order to see them again. After visiting his partner, Alvin Walker met in the corridor with Baek Chan, who had come from the very beginning, to meet. The head was wondering if the gentleman was confident in his intentions. Baek was always happy, but if something went wrong, Jin Suk would beat him to death. If everything were like this, then the head of the White Tower would no longer care what happened to Alvin. Walker's associate said that he and Yunzhe were very different. Their magic chains were not the same as those of ordinary members. Plus, the master's physical body would be strengthened by the influence of skills. The chance of success was only 50%. If everything had happened like with Yunzhe and had failed, Alvin would have been dead. And if successful, it would take a long time. The head of the White Tower clan was not even sure that the fighter would have been able to maintain his appearance. Magic chains could not be changed. People only expanded existing ones. Impact was possible only on the sphere that a person created through his own efforts. No one knew what the limit of expansion was and when it was necessary to stop. Baek-chan led his colleague to Abram's laboratory, which he was still using. People created problems, but the mechanisms were flawless. The chances of success were mixed, but Alvin had to endure his best. The end justified the means. Walker would soon become stronger. Before starting, the gentleman asked Mr. Beck to keep everything that was happening a secret, especially from Miss Lois. The reason was that if the girl found out, she would try to stop it. Meanwhile, the head of the Skyscraper clan and Kim Jin-suk colored their evening with alcohol and waited for Baek-chun. He had not been seen for a long time, so Arkan decided that he had escaped for the first time in a long time. The gentleman said that it was not so easy to recover from Flyton's fire, so the hero needs to recover well. He begged everyone to rest, but he never did it himself. It was expected for him that Yoon-jae survived. Arkan assumed that the young man became so strong in a short time because he was the key. Despite his serious injuries, the warrior continued his training even in the hospital room. He shouldn't have stopped, because he could have rested even after the end of the test. The predicted day has arrived, the time has come. The day they had been preparing for 20 years was not the cause of their fear. The angels were determined. Gabriel and Michael could live there forever, but ordinary and young angels hardly crossed the threshold of 200 years. They gave their lives for this moment. The moment has come for which the angels have been waiting for a very long time. Metatron was about to march his army into the reverse world and reclaim the long-awaited Holy Grail. The angels finally gathered together and awaited the arrival of the king. They had not seen each other for a long time and completely hid their appearance behind their hoods. Uriel, Raphael, Anael, and Ragel completely covered their faces under the shadow of their clothes. Their ruler, Saint Metatron, reported that he had greatly succeeded in opening the gates between heaven and the reverse world and summoning the angelic army. The angels were immensely happy that they could finally fight next to the heavenly king. It took him 20 years to open the gates, and he also had to spend energy both in the heavenly world and in the opposite world. But now everyone has gathered. Humans, demons, and even dragons, none of them could stop the angels from rising. It was no longer possible to stop them. After a few days, Yoon-jae's body slowly recovered and he continued his training outside. Thanks to Bae-cheon, he was able to increase the limit of magical enhancement. After the hero approached the border, he needed a lot of time to recover. He couldn't increase it with the help of other people, so he had no choice but to train endlessly trying to do it himself. Suddenly, the young man's training was interrupted by uninvited guests. Miss Lois and young Kyu came to report Alvin missing. He left a note and disappeared. Lois was extremely unhappy that the master was putting himself in danger again, but Jong Kyu calmed her down. He said that after defeating Fleeton and Satan, there was no longer any danger. Seeing that the young master was already training, Jong Gyu wanted to practice his skills a little too. He needed recovery, because to get used to being a berserker, he needed rest. Lois didn't expect that there were fools worse than Alvin. She asked them to start since the time had already been spent. In any case, the girl could not stop them. The training finally began. The young man became a berserker much faster than before. Now the guy was in better condition and was not afraid to overwork himself, using his strength to the maximum. But just in case, Lois looked for information about Lamar, who belonged to the demon swords. The blade was known to gnaw and consume the mind of its owner, driving him mad. Its properties intensified after absorbing the blood of Baal. Jong Kyu would torture himself to fit in with him. And when he did this, he would have to fight stronger opponents. If he survived, the guy would have to get used to Lamar, who had become even stronger. All this time, Lois was protected by a fence in case of berserker madness. Yoon-jae tried to stop his friend several times, but he still only listened to the girl. After thinking a little, the hero passed through the protective wall and found himself alone with the berserker. He was going to do something, because his partner always wanted to be useful and stick around at all costs. This was the first battle between the comrades. Jong Gi-wyu was much stronger than one might have expected. He held his own well and fought like a real pro. Yoon-jae decided not to hesitate and forced the young man to show his real abilities. He deftly swung his sword and dealt a strong blow. The possessed guy struck back only to receive them again. The heroes fought on equal terms and deftly wielded weapons. Suddenly, Jong Kyu was confused for a second and received a powerful blow that made him fall. The boy immediately rose from his knees and wanted to continue fighting. But suddenly something began to happen to his body. The warrior twisted in pain. A voice and some energy penetrated his head. It all looked quite cruel, but Lois continued to watch as the young man writhed in pain. It was incredible he didn't suppress Lamar but tried to fight with him. Alvin had no time for training. He was already in Abram's laboratory under full surveillance. His body floated in the water at the same place where Yunjae became stronger. When he finally woke up and came out of the water, he looked simply amazing, as if he had been reborn. It was fantastic. Alvin absorbed all the energy perfectly. To check the result, Baekchan challenged the gentleman to a fight. The target of Walker's magical power needed to expand. He just needed to increase it beyond what was previously the limit. Mr. Walker had excellent absorption ability, so Beck was not going to spare him and entered the fight. During the battle, the gentleman had to give his best at least once. Yunzer's battle was gaining momentum. The guy's strengths were equal. Suddenly, the hero found himself in a better position and decided to pounce. He jumped into the air and was about to deal critical damage. 10 days later, the Golden Lion called the heroes into his office. It was time to move forward. He said that he had to leave tomorrow and was going to prepare everything that would be useful on the way. The guys should have been careful. Before the road, Arkan said that even though the Demon Kings had died, it was still dangerous outside the territory. Someone below the ranker level would have died there. When all the heroes were finally assembled, it was time to move forward. Someone had to stay and watch over the guild, so Arkan had no intention of going with them. The company of the guys was quite enough. If there were more people, it would greatly affect the speed of movement. Kim Jin-suk told the guys to be careful and promised to give details on the way. This time the guys got to the place faster than before. Suddenly, Kim Jin-suk handed the hero a bag with a gift from the White Tower clan. Lois was delighted. Inside was a rare invention. They said that this bag was endless and you could put anything in there. The girl's admiration knew no bounds. It could not be bought for any money. The bag was worth as much as a whole guild. When the heroes sat down to rest, they shared with each other what they had been doing during their absence. Alvin didn't want to say what he was doing. He was trying to distract the team with the stunning skies. This evening, all the guys had a great time around the fire. They joked and laughed, but only Kim Jin-suk sat separately. All evening, he was silent and immersed in his thoughts. After capturing the demon camp, the head of the clan celebrated the victory with his comrades. They laughed, and the gentleman joked that Beck had become the local fool. Baekcheon said that Yunjae had more strength, but he could not defeat Alvin yet using his abilities. However, he asked to wait to feel the fear. No one could have thought that the strongest people of the first generation could laugh like that. There was still something human left in them. Looking at the power of the new key, without noticing it themselves, they gained hope. The heroes have already covered more than half of the central territories. When they first crossed the Great Mountain, it seemed to them that it was very far away. Then they had no information, and there were many more enemies. Suddenly, Zhang Qiu noticed that the forest was suspiciously quiet and peaceful. Now their path would be more difficult. Alvin knew that if they set about a deserted place, from that moment people would start pouring out in a crowd. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared in front of the heroes. Next time, Yunjae needed to remain silent. He decided to take on the hellish snake. He wanted to see the results of his training. Alvin said that the teeth and blood of the snake were poisoned with a deadly poison, but allowed the young man to try himself. Zhang Jiwayu had definitely gotten stronger. Something like this shouldn't have caused him to go crazy. Activating his berserker skill, the young man immediately rushed into battle. The hellish snake was incredibly fast and rushed at the living prey, but the boy was not afraid and was going to cut off its cold head. Using incredible striking techniques, the warrior managed to draw blood from the monster, but that was not the end. The hellish snake seemed to go crazy, its eyes filled with red flames. It was about to pounce. This was too little to defeat such an experienced fighter. The boy kept his skill under control, but continued to beat the snake and soak his sword with its blood. Suddenly, the cold creature became even more angry and turned straight towards the man. The snake opened its mouth wide and wanted to grab the enemy with its poisonous fangs. Zhang Jiwayu knew what had to be done and did not doubt it for a second. He jumped high and flew down at great speed, cutting the snake's body into two parts. The sword quenched its thirst and became saturated with energy. It seemed that everything was over, but suddenly several more cool heads appeared from behind the hero. He knew that everything was not easy and thanked him for the fact that the battle did not end so quickly. Zhang Jiwayu worked perfectly and destroyed the wild forest creature. Having overcome his inner berserker, the boy completely imbued the sword with bloody energy. The heroes could not believe their eyes and stood rooted to the spot. The young man killed the monster with his own strength and in a second turned back into a man. It seemed simply unthinkable. A month has already passed, but there is no end to the monsters. They expanded the zone of intermediate lands quite far. The closer the heroes approached to the demon's domain, the more monsters they encountered along the way. The monsters were very different. It was impossible to predict. Instantly, a skeleton using Oro attacked the hero, but the young man managed to repel his blow and destroy him. Zhang Jiwayu fought desperately and destroyed all the monsters that were in his way. Even using the power of a berserker, the boy was very tired and already wanted to take a break. He was a little overexcited due to his berserker mode, but the guy was able to control himself. He dealt with monsters very well, and then returned to his original state. Suddenly, on the way, the guys met a huge stone monster, which looked crazy and was not comparable to the previous creatures. Its size was enormous, and its strength was amazing. This guy was very strong. Even a sword couldn't take him. The brave Alvin Walker decided to put forward his candidacy and destroy the enemy in order to test his new powers at the same time. The monstrous golem immediately attacked its opponent, but Alvin had a plan. He used his angel wings to fly high and climb on top of the monster. The battle was very dangerous. The monster could crush the hero with its own weight or easily push him away with a stone hand. Using his abilities, Mr. Walker cut off his opponent's limbs. The last blow was decisive for the golem. The master cut his stone body into two parts, and huge boulders rolled to the ground. Walker was absolutely confident in his abilities from the very beginning. The heroes wandered around in circles for a long time, but could not find that very place. They began to suspect that the map had been tampered with, but Lois suddenly said that they were almost there. She felt the golem's magical power emanating from the hill. Having passed through the magical wall, the heroes found themselves in an incredible place. Everything around was in a red fog. The mountain range, the Scarlet Star, it was all there. Yunjae was the only one who saw the Scarlet Star. The other heroes could not see anything through the thick red fog. The boy saw her because he was the key. What the heroes were looking for was right below them. The guys, without hesitation, began to use all their strength together to cut the ground under their feet. Huge stones suddenly fell down, and the gang fell into the abyss. After a successful landing, the team found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. Everything around them resembled a cave. Lois was very scared and did not expect such a fall, but Alvin managed to catch her. None of the heroes were surprised. They had experienced too much. Inside, the girl immediately felt the power of the cave, but did not feel any hostile monsters. The heroes had to hit the road, but each of them was in the cave for the first time. They hoped that in addition to the star, Yunjae also saw the right path. This greatly surprised the hero, because he did not have a cheat code for the game. Kim Jin-suk suggested that the team throw off their things and take a break, but the guys decided to do without rest. They walked there for too long. Everyone still had mud left, so the heroes wanted to quickly find her and return. Yunjae also thought so. The entire team was already very late, and besides, no one knew who could attack them during their rest. At that moment, something strange happened. Kim Jin-suk listened to the opinions of all the guys and pulled out a sharp blade. He decided to fight with everyone and let only the one who could defeat him through. The guys did not appreciate such jokes at all. They crowded together like offended kittens. It was completely incomprehensible to them why the gentleman became so angry. The teacher decided to tell us that when they first went on a search, they unexpectedly found themselves in a very dangerous situation. Then they gave up, and only after losing the key did they realize that the most dangerous situation was one that could not have been expected. The gentleman thought that at least this time he should have protected the key. Without the skyscraper guild, Archon, and the key, none of this made any sense. He was not afraid to die and still suggested that the heroes go to rest. After such a speech, the guys went to rest without objection. They lit a fire in the cave and lay down around it directly on the ground. Everyone was dozing peacefully, but only Kim Jin-suk could not relax. Jong-kyu was sleeping soundly, but he was tormented by nightmares. There was a lot of blood in his dreams. The thirst for the sword called the young man and asked him to become stronger in order to get even more blood. The voice of the sword made the boy remember that feeling of savagery and convinced him that he felt good at that moment. He told the young warrior to continue killing in order to avoid another death. In his head, the boy heard cruel words that made him remember the murders and become a real thug. Even in his sleep, the young man could not cope with such pressure. In fact, this was not his real essence. These dreams literally drove me crazy. Suddenly, Yong-kyu felt a strong pain in his chest. An image of Yunjae appeared in front of him, stabbing him with a sword. The hero said that if the boy could not become stronger, then he should have simply died. The young warrior begged not to do this and fell in pain, but the main character was merciless and was the main key, and not just a person. It was all too cruel, but Jong-kyu always wanted to imitate him. The demon tempter did everything to get the guy's consent to receive new power. The puzzled boy had already begun to doubt, because with little strength he could never be on par with his idol. The power of the sword was incredibly dangerous. It literally devoured its owner. His devilish image was completely trusted, and Jong-kyu was already too close to agree. At the most unexpected moment, the boy grabbed the demon by the throat and struck. He didn't go crazy for blood, and he didn't need to follow the sword to become stronger. To gain power, a warrior had to overcome the bloodlust of the sword. From these incredible nightmares, Jong Kyu woke up abruptly and jumped to his feet. His heart was beating wildly. The boy still felt the power of a berserker inside. He calmed down a little when he saw that the team was sleeping soundly nearby. Suddenly, the young man felt someone touch his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Yoon Jae behind him. The hero already knew everything and praised his partner. Recently, the sword has been talking to Jong Ji-Yu every now and then. The more power he absorbed, the easier it was for the sword to connect with him. The guy was clearly in doubt and did not understand his purpose. It was difficult to advise the young man on the right decision because the hardest thing was for him himself. Jong Kyu was disappointed that he couldn't be as decisive as his partner. The guy was unable to handle the sword and experienced pain every time. Unexpectedly, Yoonja handed the diary to his friend because he could not read it calmly. It was as if he was going crazy when he remembered his wife and daughter, but even so, running away would have tormented him even more. Now this family existed only in the hero's heart. The young man could not imagine life without them, but lived only in memories of them. If he forgot them and ran away, they would disappear forever. It seemed that looking away and throwing something out of my head was too cowardly. But the main character said that although it was painful, the moments of thinking about his family were the happiest for him. Yoon Jae said that this is why he wrote the diary. When the guy first started writing it, he couldn't stand it, but then it seemed to him as if he was talking to his wife and daughter. The young man forgot about the difficulties and remembered the good moments, so he continued to write it. But now the current situation was different from what it was before. The hero really believed that he could return to his family because he had already met them. What happened to them was also difficult to believe. Thanks to the support of his partner, Jong Ji-Yu collected his thoughts a little. He realized that his friend beat everyone, not because he was just himself, but because he put effort into it. The next morning, the heroes continued their journey. They were still unhappy that the human key did not see the right path, but such details were unknown to Yoon Jae. Kim Jin-suk demanded to concentrate and use his brain. The team walked through the dungeon for a long time and suddenly they came across huge forged doors. They were completely covered with strange drawings, and Yoon Jae immediately realized that a lot of information was written there. There was a warning written on the doors saying that anyone who dared to go inside would face death. For the guys, it was complete boredom. They wanted to get inside as quickly as possible. The forged gates opened and the guys went inside. Inside, they saw something incredible. In an empty room, there was a pedestal on which there was a red ball. Yoon Jae asked Lois to put up the fence immediately, while he was going to do everything himself. He jumped high into the air and cut through the scarlet ball. It was broken into 4 equal parts, and at that moment, some terrible energy came out. She filled the space too quickly, so Lois immediately activated the protective barrier. Yoonjae ran away as fast as he could, but the energy was too fast. At the most unexpected moment, she nevertheless overtook the guy and captured his body. The boy seemed petrified and fell to the ground dead. With the last of his strength, he jumped out of the energy and found himself outside the energy barrier. The young man was alive, but his body was slightly damaged by the poisonous fog. The hero did not fall under the full effect of the poisonous fog. It made him angry because he thought that he could not just leave it. The guy did not expect that it was a trap and miraculously escaped death. There was nothing mixed with the poison, so the wound was easily healed by the potion. Kim Jin-suk said that since she was cured with the antidote, it was most likely an ordinary acid poison. Suddenly, the gentleman suddenly changed his face and grabbed the hero by the throat. Such behavior could not be allowed, because the young man could have been mortally wounded. He ordered the human key to henceforth act on command. The master couldn't let the key die any longer, so he told Lois to pull herself together. If she had hesitated a little, she could have lost her life. In emergency situations, it was always necessary to do and then think. All this made Kim Jin-suk very angry. He was afraid that at this rate the plan could fail. One of the team was too slow, and the second was too fast. Jong Kyu wanted to spice things up and suggest going to the next level. He said that the poisonous gas had already dissipated and there should have been no monsters, but at that moment a strong roar was heard behind him. At that moment, a strong earthquake began in the room. The earth shook under their feet with such force that it was difficult for the children to stand. Huge stones fell on them from above, breaking on the floor. Thanks to the diary, Yoon Jae knew what would happen next, but he trusted what was written there too much. Although the diary did not describe the smallest details, the hero hurried and almost put his comrades in danger. As it was said in the book, scarlet monsters appeared in the dungeon, whose bodies seemed to melt. Due to their enormous weight, it was difficult for them to move. The monsters attacked, spraying poison. Now everyone had to act on command. Kim Jin-suk ordered a protective barrier to be put up, and he himself was going to go into battle first with Alvin. If the enemies were not too dangerous, the others could join. Before the teacher went inside, Yoon Jae decided to warn him that after death, These creatures exploded their bodies and sprayed poison. You had to be extremely careful with them. Experienced fighters rushed into battle. Now they knew the secret technique of the monsters and struck very carefully so as not to get caught in the explosion. Teacher Kim was excellent at striking techniques and literally dismembered monsters. After another attack, the monster suddenly inflated and immediately burst, its body scattered into hundreds of pieces. At the same time, poison splashed out in all directions, and the gentleman immediately jumped back. Alvin Walker also barely managed to escape from the poisonous monster and ran to a safe distance. This fight was more difficult than it seemed. The radius of the explosion was quite huge. Suddenly, a nasty scarlet creature attacked Mr. Walker while he was distracted. He would not have time to repel the attack, but suddenly Zhang Jiwayu flew into the battle and protected him with his body and bloody sword. This was not the last attack of monsters, because they were waiting at every corner. Their size was enormous, so only by working together could a team of heroes be able to defeat them. The fighters fought on equal terms and resisted the vile monsters with all their might. Lois's job was to hold the magical barrier. For her, this mission was pathetic. The girl did not understand what she needed to do. Looking at how her partners fought against the creatures hand in hand, the warrior maiden realized her worthless position. In a moment of complete hopelessness, she felt useless. When Lois questioned Alvin Walker about his adventures, he did not tell her where he went, and this greatly angered the girl. Mr. Post blatantly lied that he was in training. Miss told Alvin not to worry about her and rest easy. Pushing back her chair with a bang, the offended Lois left the room. When the girl looked into the guy's room, they had already started their training a long time ago. They thanked Lois for her help and told her not to bother with any more visits, but to just relax. The girl didn't know how she needed to fight to help, so she turned to Archon for help. The head of the clan just laughed at her and told her not to overwork herself so much. Anger filled the girl's body and literally shrank from resentment. Everyone around felt sorry for her and sent her to rest, but being a participant, Lois also wanted to fight, help, and win. When defeating monsters, Alvin Walker said that the best defense was attack. In battles, he always got into trouble, but he won only because Lois protected him from behind. At that moment, the girl realized that everyone could fight only thanks to her help. She felt her true importance, her eyes filled with joy. Suddenly, something incredible happened to the girl. Crazy energy came out, her hair flew in all directions. She was no longer a helpless princess who needed to be protected. Gathering all her strength together, the angry girl was going to show her partners what real defense was. Using her skills, she created a huge cube in the air, which crashed directly onto the monster. This was unthinkable, because Lois had no physical skills. She used her protection and sent huge magic cubes at all the monsters, which would crush the creatures in a second. Magic power was now a real mass weapon in her hands. The cubes fell with force onto the monsters and killed them. All that was left of them was a large scarlet explosion. This method easily destroyed all the vile monsters that the guys had been fighting for so long. They couldn't believe their eyes that they didn't use their power, but just stayed in the protective space the whole time. The brave maiden decided not to stop there. The delight of her partners only excited her more and more. She activated a protective barrier around the monsters, which locked the enemies and literally crushed them into a cake. It seemed that it was simply impossible. The monsters of the underground were defeated. Lois was not a fighter, but she was able to use magical defense and convert it into a decent physical attack. Hundreds of doors appeared after the destruction of monsters. The heroes, incredibly tired from the battles, had to think for a long time about where they needed to go next. This was only said in the diary. There was really only one way out. Everything was different from the situation in the diary. Once inside, Yunjae had to find out if this was the right path. None of the team knew whether this was the right road, but everyone followed the hero. Inside, there was another cave, in which the waves crashed noisily against the low shore. Suddenly, Yunjae stopped and realized that something was wrong. He had already noticed the same stones in the water several times and decided that they were moving in circles. Everything inside was very similar, so the heroes considered this situation strange. From the very beginning of the journey, Lois suspected this and, with the help of her power, established a magical thread that trailed her all the way. At that moment, the thread turned into walls, and it turned out that everything was not so simple. There was an illusory labyrinth in the cave. In such an inconspicuous place, there were exploding monsters and illusions. Kim Jin-suk finally became convinced that there was a fragment in this place after all. The guys just wanted to destroy everything, but Yoon-jae stopped them. If, while going forward, the heroes returned to the same place, then something would happen while returning. The hero was very insightful, but sometimes a simpleton. The whole team listened to his decision, because the walls could be broken at any moment. Soon the heroes miraculously emerged from the dungeon. As always, the guy said it was just intuition, But in fact, it was not he who found the solution, but Kim Jin-suk. After they had passed all the forks, the gentleman would suggest turning back. The hero's path was not at all easy. On their way, they encountered demonic graves that gave them goosebumps. The sky at this point was purple and resembled a real Halloween evening. Alvin thought until recently that these were not real graves. But suddenly the heroes were dumbfounded with horror. Cold skeletons began to break out from under the forgotten gravestones. It was a real uprising of the dead. The brave warriors did not think for a second and rushed into the attack. They weren't going to stop because of some pile of bones that should have been sent to bed long ago. This was too easy a battle for such experienced skyscraper clan fighters. Each of them used their best skills and striking techniques to defeat the skeletons. And the bones scattered so quickly that the guys did not have time to get tired. The heroes have become very strong. It seemed to Mr. Alvin that the skeletons could be defeated not only by rankers, but also by ordinary participants. In this battle, Zhang Jiwayu didn't even need to activate Berserker. The skeletons seemed familiar to Yun-jae. He had already seen them in training at the last checkpoint. They must have been very strong back then, but there were worse monsters out there. Suddenly Lois felt something incredibly huge and strong. At that moment, a frightening monster with 8 eyes, huge horns, and strong muscles landed from the sky. The bloodthirsty warlock flew in on devilish wings. The monster was in training, and now has finally returned to the reverse world. He felt a familiar smell and noticed a boy who had now changed a lot and could use magic in battle. Warlock couldn't believe that the worthless man was so proud of capturing one clone. Last time the hero only broke his body, whose spirit could not be fully summoned. It turned out that by interfering with the summoning ceremony, the tower's warriors were unable to defeat the monster. He considered people to be real fools who only pretended to be geniuses. At this moment, the hero suddenly suspected that it was still an illusion and stuck his sword into the ground. He realized that that summoning ceremony was so that Warlock would come out of this reverse world. A magical flower formed on the ground. In this very place, a whole mountain of dead people appeared, whose bodies had long since rotted. The Warlock was chained and could not move. Mr. Alvin said he was very sorry that this had happened. Although this place contained the monster, it belonged to him. He didn't kill the heroes from the very beginning because he had something to talk to Yun-jae about. Near him lay the naked skeleton of a dragon, which was quite tasty for the demon. He said it was the first time he had eaten a live dragon, and it was tough, but fresh meat tasted best to him. Yun-jae was surprised that the monster's power allowed him to hunt the dragon. The hero decided to offend and suggested that Warlock was in shackles because of the dragons. The Demon King decided to tell him why he was locked up. He wasn't so weak that the dragon would render him useless. The one who chained him was Jakar. Realizing some connection between the Demon King and his own Jahar shackles, the boy was at a loss. All this was not in the diary. The story began to differ. Warlock had given enough information to know. He had already expected such an ambiguous reaction, so he instantly activated the magic cube, under which he locked himself and the hero. The bloodthirsty demon invited the boy to participate in a bet, because he was interested in Jakar. He promised to tell everything he knew, but in return, the man had to defeat him. In case of loss, the main character had to free the demon from captivity. Having defeated the young man, the monster would not have left anyone alive, so fighting him was too risky. Brainwashing and mind control were not Warlock's forte. The most important was the dispute in which lives were at stake. There was no point in arguing if the stakes were so high. The demon did not want the hero's partners to know about the bet. After all, one of them could survive and remove the shackles. The monster was sure that the young man was looking forward to this. With a snap of his finger, the monster smashed the cube into sharp pieces. He told the young man to prepare and come in the best shape. He wanted to quickly find out what such human non-entities were capable of. Although the terms of the dispute with the Warlock were not recited, everyone was ready to fight. To face the monsters at their best, the heroes drank potions and decided to get more sleep. There was only one problem: a new page that opened after the meeting with the demon. There was no guarantee that everything would have happened as it was written there. The heroes were already able to take a different path. When everyone had had enough rest, it was time to act. Kim Jin-suk suggested attacking all together, but it was too dangerous. Yun-jae said that if the first attack didn't work, it would be the end for everyone. The hero had a different plan. Shinogyo's important role was that the berserker power was the most unusual of all. The guy could easily attract the attention of the enemy. It was enough to simply catch his eye and force him to act. There was no need to fight. Yun-jae told the young man to simply dodge attacks and feed the berserker's power. The battle finally began, and the young warrior activated his berserker skill to take the first step of the plan. He got very close to the monster and struck a strong blow, but the chains not only restrained him, but also protected him. The demon suddenly grabbed the chains and began to spin them with all his might to push the boy away. Zhang Guiyu managed to react and immediately dodged the attack. Warlock used a huge metal object, which acted as a weight, and spun it in the sky. With enormous force, the ball fell directly on the boy, and the demon decided that he had killed him. The huge head was unable to crush Zhang Guiyu and landed directly on the protective dome. Lois did a great job and protected her ally with magical power in time. Next in line was Alvin Walker, who found himself all alone against a giant head on a chain. Now he needed to act urgently, otherwise the time of reckoning would come. The projectile reached Alvin faster than he expected. The gentleman did not have time to do anything and received a strong blow, which made him fly away. It was clear to the demon as day that the heroes intended to use their numerical advantage and attack from all sides, but in this case they would attack at the same time. Suddenly, Warlock saw that there was no one around anymore. At this moment, the demon did not at all expect the attack that flew into his head. Kim Jin-suk jumped on top of him and delivered a direct blow that greatly confused the enemy. Immediately after this, Mr. Kim jumped to the ground and at great speed began to entangle the monster's legs with chains. The warlock could not stand it and fell to the ground with force. Rising from his knees, the cruel monster decided to repeat the brilliant course of action of his small enemies. He again spun his head on the chain and was going to knock out each hero. The king became more and more angry, but the guys continued to defend themselves. Lois performed her protective functions to the maximum and gave the heroes the opportunity to fight calmly. Alvin Walker found a great opportunity and took advantage of the fact that the enemy was huge. Usually, large cabinets fell loudly, so the gentleman grabbed the chain and pulled the monster's legs again. The warlock fell to the ground with a crash. The frightening monster was not going to give victory to the ants that got in the way. He used the space technique, and the gentleman found himself in the air. His body seemed to be torn apart from the inside. The hero asked everyone to trust and buy some time. To save absolutely everyone, it is he who must fight. When Warlock first heard about the human key, he expected much more. But this was not the end. Yoon-jae appeared on the horizon, finally showing off his fantastic skills. He thanked everyone for waiting and pointed his sword at the enemy. In fact, the heroes were simply stalling for time, and now that the hero had activated superpower, they were going to protect the human key altogether. Since people decided to be smart, the Demon King used his strength to the fullest and attacked his main opponent. Yoon-jae only advised him to prepare, and without retreating, flew forward. Possessing incredible speed, the boy deftly bypassed the enemy on the other side and used his magical power to strike. First of all, Warlock lost one of his horns. The team members immediately pounced on the monster and began hitting it with all their skills. They were smaller than the demon, so they remained in an advantageous position. The monster could not keep up with the deft and sharp movements of the people. Like a huge mountain, he tried to turn around to catch them. While he was distracted, Yoon-jae again flew up to him as close as possible and forcefully took away his second horn. With some effort, the boy cut Warlock's body into several pieces. It seemed as if the monster had just been in a meat grinder, but incredibly, it restored its body again in a matter of seconds. The monster's body was glued together before our eyes. In fact, he was immortal, which is why Jacquard locked him here. The demon said that people could not kill him, but suggested that they twitch a little more before dying. Yoon-jae decided not just to move, but to completely destroy the arrogant demon. He used fantastic energy and managed to dodge every enemy blow. The hero emitted energy from all parts of his body, creating a circle of magical energy capable of striking the enemy. Without hesitation, he brutally attacked the demon and dealt him critical damage. This was at least something to stir up Warlock's condition. He decided to show his enemy real strength, and opening his mouth wide, began to spew out a huge stream of fire. This power was already very close to the hero, but Lois's protective function immediately worked. The girl activated a protective barrier that stopped the demon's attack. The bloodthirsty warlock immediately became angry and wanted to destroy the girl. But while his attention was distracted by rage, Kim Jin-suk suddenly attacked from above and delivered a critical blow. The heroes strictly followed the plan and helped each other. They missed no opportunity to strike the enemy. As soon as the demon turned his attention to Mr. Kim, Yoon-jae immediately entered the fight and hit the king hard with his sword. One was for all, and all for one. The guys accurately performed precise techniques and gradually drove the enemy into a dead end. Zhang Jiwayu also did not stand aside and flew up to the monster, allowing him to feel the full wrath of the berserker. The demon found himself in a hopeless situation, where people completely misled and outwitted him. The final blow was dealt by Walker, who flew up very unexpectedly and cut off the demon's wing. In surprise, the Demon King immediately turned over and fell to the ground with a crash. His rage knew no bounds. People were too harsh. Now he had to muster the strength to withstand their strength. The angry monster immediately rose to his feet and spun his chain in the air. He was not going to die just like that because of some pathetic people, so he decided to awaken the full fury of the berserker. He wasn't the only one with a fantastic berserker skill, so the monster was already at a dead end. Zhang Jiwayu focused on self-control and awakened the latent power of the sword to destroy the enemy. With one deft movement, he managed to cut off Varlak's limb and the monster was left to fight on one leg. Now the fun began. A few moments later, the bloodthirsty monster had already lost all its limbs. The heroes worked harmoniously and were excellent at wielding weapons. Yunjae was about to deliver the finishing blow that would decapitate the demon. Everything went well. The brave hero used his improved strength and cut off the enemy's head. This was not the end, because Warlock could still talk and invited the boy to kill him. The boy's plan was simply amazing. He couldn't kill the demon, but he could make it suffer. The warrior pierced the monster's head with a sword, and all its body parts were imprisoned piece by piece in Lois's protective shells. Continuing to press the sword into his head with all his might, Yunja assumed that the warlock's immortality was given to him along with the devil's power. But Lois's barrier blocked her too, so the monster had to do something. At the most unexpected moment, the hero pulled out a bloody sword from his head. He said that he would not dare to do such a thing, but simply wanted to look at the feelings that Warlock experienced when he died, but could not die. It was not easy for Lois to contain such power, so the hero demanded all the information about Jakar. Warlock said that he would eventually rebel when he would shut his mouth and endure, and then the heroes would not be able to resist him. Yunjae was beginning to dislike all this, since under the conditions of the bet, everything was at stake. The Demon King would not dare to chicken out and said that he knew almost nothing about Jahar, only that the Lord was like him. The brat Jakar was the one who took the Grail into his hands, and the one who, like Warlock, had the right to do so. The Lord had the first sword entitled to the possession of the Grail. The boy did not expect that the Holy Grail was already in someone's hands. He realized that if Jakar was the first key to obtain the Grail, then perhaps the young man would have to take it from him. All this became a reason for serious reflection. Now it was clear that it was the key that had put Lucia and Abram, who had previously been the key, to sleep. They were never able to get the Grail. Yunjae wondered how long Warlock had been imprisoned. The demon said that he had been chained for about 200 years. Counting time became meaningless for him. After this, the young man asked a couple more questions about the Grail and Jahar, but the demon knew almost nothing. Unexpectedly for everyone, the monster offered help to the heroes and promised to open the door leading to the fragment. The boy was suspicious of such a proposal because the monster could deceive them. But the Demon King asked the young man to close his mouth. With such a body, it would take him a lot of time to recover. After thinking a little, the hero agreed to a deal with the demon. After Lois's protection was removed, all of Warlock's limbs were in place. Now he was going to open the heroes the right path leading to the fragment. The bloodthirsty ancient monster whispered a magic spell, and at the same moment the ground under his feet parted in different directions. A huge hole appeared in the ground, in which the steps leading to the dungeon were hidden. Alvin Walker still doubted the monster's words and feared a setup. Warlock would be glad if it were so. In fact, he wanted the freak Jakar to get what he deserved. The demon did not want to stoop to the level of a watchdog. Yunjae convinced the entire team that the demon was telling the truth. If he lied, he would not gain any benefit. Kim Jin-suk was worried that the key might be in serious danger. The young man promised to survive, no matter what it cost him. Fearless and brave, Yunja sent him to the dungeon to find the fragment. The guys were very worried about their partner, but they asked the demon if it was safe for them to wait outside. Warlock said it would take him several weeks to recover his body. His main goal was to verify the key, so he was not interested in the rest. Ri Chahon came to the head of the clan to report the results. The interior of the dungeon was arranged like an intricate labyrinth. The gentleman handed over a map compiled by rankers with reconnaissance skills. Archon was pleased with the work done. He said that it had been a month since Yunjae's team left, and hoped that everything was fine with them. For this purpose, the clan took the fragment located in the forest. Mr. Ri said that during the reconnaissance, several more types of monsters were discovered, but the depths of the dungeon were still far away. It was not difficult there, but very dangerous. All groups believed that it was impossible to get there. The young man sent 10 people there, but it was still not safe inside. During the reconnaissance, 2 veteran cartographers were killed. Archon was simply furious from what he heard, and could not believe the words of his assistant. All this seemed impossible, because the cartographers died despite the fact that the rankers and Baek Cheon were sent to the dungeon. Apparently, Baek Cheon returned in a hurry. The assistant did not hear the details, but the gentleman told the whole group that if they wanted to go inside, there were many victims waiting for them. The reconnaissance had to be stopped at this point. The head of the clan considered this his mistake, because of which the people of the guild were in danger. He decided to continue the operation after Kim Jin-suk returned. Archon thought that everything was already over, but suddenly Ri Cha-hun flew into the office again. The young man dragged with him the wounded Baek Chan, who was completely covered in blood and could barely move. Collapsed on the sofa, the exhausted Mr. Beck said that the fragment had been stolen. It has become a real instrument for measuring combat power. Everything was too dangerous. The angels crossed the border. The great Metatron was heavily stained with blood. He was simply in a good mood because of the long-awaited walk. The angels of death idolized their king and asked if he got what he wanted. The winged servants assumed that the dragon had deceived them, since the king was able to find what he wanted. They bowed down to Metatron and apologized for daring to say stupid thoughts despite his own. People were pleased with the interestingness. This greatly excited the great gentleman. He said that once the fragment was found, everything was in order. Now it's time to find the demon shard. Metatron was going to immediately go after the second shard, even if he had to fight Satan. The servant said that Satan had been killed, and the master realized that the irrational insects had achieved amazing results. Having read people's thoughts, the winged warriors set off. They had to be careful, because the people of this world were not the same as before. Now the angels were coming to end the war. Meanwhile, the main character had already reached the place where anyone with the right to do so could go. Inside, he saw a huge white hall with large columns and arches. The giant gentleman met the young man. 3 years have passed since their last meeting. He said the boy had changed a lot. There was no longer any doubt or pain in his eyes. This time, even after seeing the giant, Yun-jae was fine. The boy told Warlock's story that Lord Jakar was the first to pick up the Grail, the first human key. The master met not only Warlock, but also all the keys of the angels. They had a lot to talk about because the giant was actually a dragon. Yun-jae immediately guessed this, because he had already met a real dragon in the intermediate lands. All the dragons had a similar energy that was difficult not to catch. The hero had too many questions for the king's vassal. He was wondering why the master was here, why he worshipped Jakar as his master, and why he protected the fragment. Arian was surprised that the boy came to pick up the fragment about which he knew almost nothing. The young man knew that this object was the hint and permission necessary to obtain the Grail. The master did not want to give up the fragment, but nothing was said about it in the diary, so the hero could not defeat him in battle. He said that he hoped that Arian would consider him a worthy owner of the shard. Yun-jae's victory over Warlock meant that he was more than worthy. The king's vassal had confidence in him. The monster had an indestructible body, so he had to strain, but from Arian the hero felt much more energy. If the demon king had not been weakened, then none of the heroes would be alive. It was all about the chains wrapped around his body. Always with one of them, the monster was able to seal away several demon kings. Now Warlock's strength was not even 10% of what it was before. In fact, he was a being incorrectly created by the former lord. Arian said that the demon really was a key, the worst key. The former lord believed that it was enough to make someone just a little weaker than himself. This is how Warlock was created. The demon lost and became like this. It was an incredible choice of Grail. The gentleman realized that he had said a lot of unnecessary things and asked the young man not to think too much. Ultimately, he agreed to give up the fragment. The shard was kept in a place that bore the mark of the demon wings and was kept by them. Yun-jae never thought that the item was in such a place, but it was all worth it. People were colorless, angels were white, and demons were black. These are the colors people usually think of when they talk about race. There was a superstition that angels were good and demons were evil, but each race fought for its own goal. The world from this side was a kind of testing ground. When Arian approached the holy place with his hand, a strange red energy came out and completely enveloped the place where the shard was stored. Many people, angels and demons, were called to this place so that the Grail could choose its owner. Those who stood at this examination site, and that was all of them. Handing the red ball to the boy, Arian asked him to think about the meaning of everything he said. He would still know everything about everything within a few days. Now the hero has finally got his hands on the shard. The master said that the fragment needed to be absorbed, so Yun-jae ate it without talking. As soon as it was in the stomach, Arian immediately gave the boy a strong slap and threw him far away on his journey. The young man flew back with great speed and broke the glass with his body into thousands of fragments. Together with them, he seemed to be flying into the very abyss, where it was completely dark. A moment later, the boy again found himself at the entrance to the dungeon. Seeing him, the team members immediately jumped up and rushed to their partner. Yun-jae said that he found the fragment. Now something dangerous was coming. This evening the guys gathered around the fire again, where the hero told about everything that had happened. There was no evidence that it was a fragment, and the boy felt completely incomprehensible changes. The warrior still did not know exactly who the guides that Aryan spoke of were, but he felt a huge and very different energy. Although it was not superfluous to prepare, Kim Jin-suk imposed a ban on assumptions that the heroes could not be sure of right now. Exploring the dungeon and retrieving the shard was completed, so the heroes finally completed the task. It was time to return. Jonggyu's joy knew no bounds. If, as Yunjae said, something unknown was heading towards the heroes, then they should have been careful. They wouldn't be able to return by the direct route, so Kim Jin-suk asked everyone to follow the path they came by. The road was long and led through the forest, so Yunja did not waste time and studied the diary. It was important for him to notice the new written pages. Yongkyu thought he was strange, because the young master didn't even notice the stone and almost got killed. Lois was concerned that the boy was reading while walking. She already knew that this was the same notebook in which the memories of the hero's deceased wife were stored. The girl said that she understood the boy's feelings, but if he read the diary too often, it would only torment him more. The guy always said everything was fine, but Lois could see that the diary kept him awake almost every night. Mr. Alvin did not like all this very much. He told the girl to stop immediately, because everyone could think for themselves. The conflict arose out of the blue. The partners fought like cats and dogs, defending their opinions. The debate had to be interrupted. The heroes were attracted by the sound of a stream nearby. Lois suggested getting some drinking water and cleaning up a bit before moving on. The blood was so sticky that it was difficult for her to walk. Mr. Alvin was against taking a bath right now, but he smelled very rotten. The heroes grabbed each other again, proving that they were right. Their relationship was like an endless struggle. In the end, the guys decided to freshen up and replenish their water supplies. These memories were so vivid that Yoon-jae wondered if he was actually experiencing them. No matter how much he leafed through the diary, there was no information about this. After the battle with Baal, Jong Gyu noticed that his body was breaking down. He was training himself to become S rank, and then he absorbed Warlock's blood and his body grew larger. The heroes hoped that the guy did not have problems with the sword. But as soon as he said that his mind became clearer, the guys immediately sighed with disappointment. They had big problems. Suddenly, Lois grabbed the young man by the shoulders and said that the demonic sword absorbed both the enemy's life force and its owner. Jong Kyu has already begun to merge with him. The main character's sword turned out to be S rank. Until recently, it was a developing type, but now a parasitic type has been added. It was now clear that Lamar had become a parasite for Yong Jiwayu. The heroes couldn't believe that the second S-class item was Lamar's demon sword. Until now, they only knew about one such item, which was kept by Archon. The sword was dangerous, but that spoke volumes about its strength. Jong-kyu couldn't be happier that he could now provide his partner with more help. In fact, things could only get worse. Until the boy learned to fully control Lamar's power, or until the boys returned, Kim Jin-seok put this power under ban. The boy could not hold back his tears and even tried to beg him to return to fighting. It was very hard for him to do nothing and just follow everyone, so the boy promised not to use this power. Tears and snot were unnecessary. The teacher's decision was firm. All the way, the tearful Jong Gyu was muttering something under his breath, so Yoon-jae decided to cheer him up and promised to help him when he arrived at the clan. The boy was very afraid of being left without battles, and again becoming a burden. The young man thought that if he became weak and ceased to be useful, he would be immediately thrown out. The hero told him that the things he had done earlier would not have disappeared because he had already made a lot of efforts. No one would have abandoned Jong Kyu. The partners had to go together until the very end and look for a way forward. Because of the warm words, the boy literally cuddled his master like a teddy bear. At that moment, Lois felt that something terrible was approaching. She touched the ground with her hand and felt the energy of the black hell snakes. There were 5 of them, and they were very dangerous. Alvin Walker said that black hell snakes hunted common black snakes for food. They usually moved in male-female pairs, but 5 snakes was a strange sight. The cold monsters advanced with incredible speed. Their hissing could be heard even from underground. It felt like the team of heroes were their target. As soon as the black hellish creatures approached too close, the brave guys pulled out their swords and threw them into battle. There were 5 black snakes, as well as heroes, but Jong Gyu was ordered not to get involved in this fight. The first to attack was the great Kim Jin-suk. He used his fantastic sword, and his great strength cut the snake's body into several pieces in no time. Unafraid of such monsters, Alvin Walker stood up to the black hellish beast and stabbed it right in the open mouth. This fight was too easy for such an experienced and fearless fighter. Due to the unequal number, Yoon-jae had the heaviest share. Standing against him were 2 bloodthirsty black snakes. But suddenly he noticed that the snakes flew past. They were not attacking them at all. The hero said that the black hellish snakes did not come for the heroes at all. They were running from something that was much stronger than themselves. In the struggle, the angels missed several snakes, and asked the Great Lord if they should have followed them. Mr. Metatron believed that if there were people here, then surely there would be someone who had the shard, so he sent angels in pursuit. Those whom Arian spoke of noticed the heroes. They had wings, and the energy was the opposite of demonic. Yunjae finally realized that they were angels. A whole host of angels were heading to this place. They were determined to fight, even if there was someone stronger than the dragon. One of the angels said that everyone should have behaved carefully, because people would definitely disperse. The angels knew that there was a key among the people, which they protected with all their might. The team already had a plan. First, Kim Jin-suk ordered everyone to disperse. He planned to immediately go north towards Melon in order to deceive the angels. Yunjae had a dissatisfied face, but if he died, all the people would die. One of the angels was about to head north. There was a high probability that the fragment was there. Otherwise, the gentleman was going to block this direction. Mr. Alvin was ordered to go in a northeasterly direction. His main goal was to end the battle as quickly as possible and join the northwest. A person who could join the north at any time would go to the northeast. It was obvious to the blindfolded angel that he would be good in a fight. Uriel was sent in this direction. Lois and Jongkyu were sent to the northwest. Although due to the fact that they were alone, there was a very high probability of an attack on them, but the guys had to cope. Yunjae needed to go west. He would have to take a detour, but the likelihood that the angels would attack him was reduced. The weaklings were supposed to be sent there. The roles in the angel team were assigned. Everyone else had to go to the west. If the person heading there turned out to be a splinter, then the commanders, who had figured out their directions, should also have followed there. One of the angels was not given the direction of the path. He was the harshest and strongest angel. So at the last moment, the commander-in-chief ordered him to simply kill everyone in his path. There was less and less time left, so the heroes had to get out of there quickly. Of the entire team, only Lois did not run away. Jongkyu immediately came to pick her up, but the girl had other things to do. The warrior maiden came here to save the key and lead people to victory. She didn't want to just be a cowardly girl like everyone else on the team. Gathering together the accumulation of her magical power, the girl threw the charged core directly at her enemies. At that moment, a protective magical barrier was formed, which blocked the angel's path. Lois was no longer the little defenseless girl who could only protect. After trying to transform her magic into physical attack once, she learned that the best way to save her allies was to kill her enemies. Finding themselves near the protective barrier, the angels found themselves in trouble. Lois immediately activated her ability and manipulated the barrier to gather all the angels together and send them as far as possible. This was not the end, and a huge force was directed directly at the girl. The brave Jongkyu was not going to leave her in trouble and promised to help. Apart from the two heroes, no one else dared to speak out against the angels. An unexpected charge of crushing energy hit the guys and immediately exploded. The enormous energy after the explosion spread in all directions, but Lois managed to run to the side. Jongkyu stupidly fell into the very epicenter of the explosion, and his body lay lifeless on the ground. The cruel angel found it most fun to kill with one blow. He decided that the man thought so too. The girl had already killed many angels. About half remained. The winged gentleman was sure that the ugly girl was very happy, even though she was not the key. Lois said she had the shard, but she could lie as much as she wanted. The angel didn't care at all. During the autopsy, any truth could be found out. The gentleman found the girl too boring and invited her to have fun. Using his strength, he immediately attacked her. Now the brave lady was left alone on the battlefield. Uriel was very worried that Raphael would get angry. The commander-in-chief only reassured her. He said that if a person had a shrapnel in him, his friends would definitely come to the rescue. A man was not a key if no one came to him. Suddenly, the head of the angels noticed a strange energy that was flying straight towards him. He managed to pull out the holy sword and repel the attack. It was completely unclear who dared to oppose him. After a moment, Michael finally noticed the enemy, who came out of the flow of his power. The Lord was the strongest angel in history, controlling the flames of the heavenly world. Kim Jin-suk knew that his enemy was actually just a scavenger cleaning up after the heavenly king. The teacher did not believe in God and was going to kill his minions. Michael did not like to kill, so he asked the master only one question. What mattered to him was whether his opponent was the key. This question meant that only one dead person could be enough, so Kim Jin gave a positive answer. Having pulled out his sword, the experienced master was going to check whether the angel could ask such questions after he lost his holy wings. He used his magical power and attacked his opponent. The king's assistant did not wait until the enemy got too close. He activated the fire core and launched this crazy energy directly at the person. Meanwhile, Uriel asked forgiveness to the departed souls. There was no resentment in her. Despite her title, the girl had a very pure angelic soul. Alvin Walker felt the same way. but he didn't like how the good-for-nothing girl looked down on others. This impudence was an angelic quality. The angel believed that if the Great One said such things because of just one look, then the angels would be an arrogant race. The gentleman was a little offended by these words, so he suggested comparing the levels of their views. Mr. Walker was not only a strong fighter, he had a certain ability that imitated angels. Gathering all his strength together, the master activated his angel wings. He was not afraid of some pathetic girl in a white robe because he himself had incredibly strong abilities. Clenching his steel magic fists, the warrior was about to check who was inferior here. The angels had fantastic skills. Closing her eyes, Uriel created a magical portal through which a sharp arrow flew out. At great speed, the girl aimed it straight at her opponent. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiwayu heard the voice of his demonic sword in his head again. He noticed that the owner was in trouble and thirsted for his power, so he offered the boy to get some blood. The sword ordered to confront those who block the path and enjoy the fight. Only victory could prove the boy's existence. At this moment, Zhang Jiwayu seemed to have a second wind of a berserker. Once in the west, Yunjie found himself in trouble. He ran for a long time and dodged the magical attacks of the angels, but they still overtook him. They had to make sure the guy was the key. In case the hero turned out to be the key, the angels had to kill him at any cost. Being servants of Metatron, they were not afraid of death and were devoted to the king. It was only a sacrifice in the name of duty. The boy thought they were crazy bastards. It was foolish to think that the one who did not feel guilt when others put their lives on the line for him, the one who insisted on these sacrifices, was not a true king. At that moment, the angels realized that the boy was the human key and had to die. If they died, the remaining enemies would have to be dealt with by the leader. To begin with, the hero was going to use a clock mechanism in order to save as much as possible the power of regulating time. He was going to stop the angels and cancel all their plans. The fantastic energy of the clockwork completely surrounded the angels. They were very determined and were going to destroy the human key and get the fragment. When Metatron's assistants were ready to stop the young man, they did not have time to take the first step and immediately received a blow from the enemy. Yunjie was incredibly fast and strong. Running next to the angels, he cut them into two parts. The weakest of all the angels who went to the west fell alive. If they didn't care, they would have to meet before more serious enemies came. The warrior decided to reduce their number as much as possible. Despite the fact that Raphael was the most nimble and wild of all the angels, his blood slowly flowed to the ground. His opponents did fantastic things and turned into real devils in the flesh. Zhongqiu radically changed his appearance. Now this was not just a berserker skill. The young man had a demon mask on his face, with huge horns sticking out of it. His hands turned into real paws of a bloodthirsty demon. The warrior had to finish the fight quickly before Lamar completely consumed his body and mind, but the boy was not going to finish. He attacked the already crippled angel with renewed vigor. The fun was just beginning, so Yongqiu jumped high into the air and attacked Raphael with crushing force. This was the best the angel could feel. He wanted the battle to continue and repelled the attack with ease. Suddenly, the angel swung harder and hit the young man on the part of the body that Lamar had already taken possession of. The young man did not have time to dodge and received a good hit in the face. This did not stop the distraught warrior. He struck until Raphael reached the protective barrier. Zhongqiu brutally struck with a powerful blow, but at the last moment the angel dodged the attack. He immediately wanted to hit the youth with his fist, but suddenly his blow landed right on the protective wall. Zhang Jiwayu found himself under protection and managed to elude the enemy. It seemed simply crazy, but the young fighter surrounded his enemy and suddenly appeared in front of him. Due to the surprise, the angel did not have time to move aside and received several critical blows from the sword. Being half a bloodthirsty demon, Zhang Jiwayu finished off his opponent with a finishing blow. The blood-absorbing sword immediately absorbed a new portion, but the angel's blood tasted disgusting. Despite numerous wounds and blows, Raphael was still alive. Our boy was a real bastard, and while he was still breathing, he was going to take revenge with all the cruelty. When the angel was already very close, the owner of the bloody sword was sure that he could destroy it and delivered his signature blow. At this moment, something strange happened. Raphael used magical power and stopped the attack with one hand. It was a real battle between an angel and a demon. The boy pressed with all his might on the sword, but his opponent was also strong. The enemies were going to compete to determine who was the strongest. At this point, Lois became suspicious of great danger and ran over to stop her partner. She couldn't get into trouble because the angel immediately threw her aside using his power. Raphael was sure that after his comrade's blow, his opponent became very angry, but he only heard laughter. Zhongqiu said that he and his friend had a contract. They agreed that instead of taking the body, the young man would receive something important. At the very last moment, the demon freed his hands from the sword and attacked the enemy. The angel could not even imagine such an attack. The young man's body was the source of his strength. The fight continued on equal terms, the opponents struck each other with strong blows, and then again dispersed to different corners. Two completely different forces collided in the battle for the title of the best. Even without the demonic sword, Zhang Jiwayu was able to fight perfectly. He could not stand it and gave his opponent several strong blows in a row. The angel was barely breathing and was already spitting blood. The battle continued for a long time. The opponents fought with all their might. They beat each other with their fists without sparing. One could endlessly watch three things: how the water flowed, how the fire burned, and how Zhang Qiu tried to defeat the angel. Lois realized that the situation was becoming dangerous. If this continued, the team could lose Zhang Qiu. The girl was ready to attack. She had to end this. The warrior angered the angel and forced him to reveal his secret appearance. Raphael activated his superpower, which gave him fantastic lightning energy and added 2 more pairs of wings. Now he had a skill worse than Metatron. This fight greatly tired the guy with the demon's sword. He jumped up and greedily attacked his enemy. The boy decided to absorb the angel in one go and end this once and for all. At that moment, something incredible began to happen to the gentleman. Bright rays of light pierced his body. Raphael began to pray to the heavenly king to send him strength. Even in case of death, he asked the king to punish this man. Without waiting for God's gifts, the beautiful Lois activated her magical power and created a huge object in the sky, which at great speed fell straight on the angel. His body turned into a real mess. It was quite difficult for Uriel to resist the power of a man. She used her magical portal again and again to pelt her opponents with sharp spears. These blows were insignificant to Mr. Alvin. He used his sword to deflect blows with ease. The angel talked too much about a person's weaknesses, so the master was going to show her what the last moments of people like them were like. Uriel became even more angry. She teleported hundreds of copies from the portal, which immediately headed towards the master. Even in this situation, the skyscraper clan member was not afraid and fought off each of them with his energy. It was necessary to quickly finish with the king's assistance, so Walker used all his speed and quickly found himself in the face of the angel. Gasping louder, he pushed the girl back. Now the man looked from above, as he should have. Uriel admitted that she didn't think there was another person who would surprise her. One day she met such a person where the fragment was located. The girl said that the man killed 3 heads of angels and was so strong that he was able to escape from her hands. Although he was no match for Mr. Michael or Metatron, he was very strong. Mr. Alvin was not interested in these stories because he was much stronger than the man from the dungeon. He abruptly grabbed the sword and rushed to attack the angel. The great Metatron did not expect that the heads would be able to fight such a fierce battle. It turned out that the hero's comrades were surprisingly strong. Yunjae was already seriously injured. His nerves were on edge. He did not understand how the one who called himself king, despite the death of a huge number of subordinates, continued to look at everything around him with indifference. The action of the clock mechanism was finally completed. The hero could only try his luck. He decided to show the King of Angels something interesting and rushed into battle, armed with a sword. At the most unexpected moment, Metatron waved his hand and hundreds of spears fell from the sky. Each of them was capable of permanently piercing the boy, so now he had to try to survive. Using the power of his clockwork, Yunja deftly avoided all the spears. At great speed, he managed to perform such techniques that not a single spear even touched the tip of his hair. When the boy wanted to attack, he noticed that his opponent suddenly disappeared. Metatron suddenly appeared behind him and, directing his magic to attack, said that the man was too slow. At that moment, the incredible happened. Yunje, with the speed of light, found himself behind the head of the angels and cut his body. Everything was much more interesting than Metatron expected. In fact, it wasn't the end yet. The great and terrible king was invincible. His wounds were restored as if nothing had happened. The energy allowed him to regenerate at tremendous speed. The main character was simply furious. He could not allow angels or demons to look down on people. The guy awakened in himself the incredible rage of the new energy he received and rushed into battle. At that moment, hundreds of spears immediately fell on him from high. The guy barely managed to run away and avoid death. All this was reminiscent of a game of mousetrap, where the main prize was a human key. Yunjae knew that this was not the king's double in front of him now, but it felt different. Metatron's body was not real, but he began to avoid direct attacks from the young warrior. The guy's guess was debatable, but if he was right, he wouldn't have to hold back any longer. The hero ran up and rushed into attacks, holding back all the juiciest strength for the enemy. There might not be another chance, so Yunjae was going to fight the enemy with full power. His rage caused incredible energy to awaken in his body. capable of destroying everyone around him. Metatron lost his arm in a second. Scarlet blood flowed onto the ground, but now he was no longer restored. Finally, it was clear to the hero why the master treated his subordinates so coldly. The King of Angels said that he did not recover, so he could fight against such a fool even without an arm. Approaching ever closer, Yunje was sure that the master could be revived endlessly, and now he was clearly saving something. Every time the Great Chief was mortally wounded, he used life and was revived. That is why his followers were only expendable. The hero considered it wasteful to waste a whole life because of one hand, so he suggested to the master to waste lives until one of them died. Using his magical power, the King of Angels sent a stream of energy towards his enemy. All of this only amused him, but his preparation time was different from that of humans. The flow of energy created an entire army of fiery angels on the surface of the earth, who were simply puppets. The king showed the boy how a real leader should use his subordinates. The angels immediately pounced on the hero and began to grab his arms and legs, making his position difficult. The boy literally could not move and found himself in a difficult situation. Suddenly, one of the angels began to beg God for mercy and strength, and gradually his eyes began to pop out. A bright light broke through all the cracks, and the gentleman would have exploded. When the energy already exceeded all possible limits, the angel nevertheless exploded, and a huge explosion threw the hero aside. Bright flashes of flame engulfed the battlefield. A moment later, all the other king's puppets exploded and incredible explosions consumed the entire space in fire. Observing his actions, Metatron admired himself and was sure that the lower being had died. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared from the thick smoke. The young dragon protected himself with a protective dome and came to finally end this war. Seeing the dragon, Metatron was simply furious. He wanted to strangle him right now because he didn't understand why he abandoned the role of observer and took the side of the people. The dragon said that he did not take sides. In fact, angels broke the rules and came into this world. It was obvious that this matter should have been dealt with by an observer. What had happened could no longer be corrected. The tragedy was terrible, so the young man sent Metatron back. The master was ready to leave, but he was not sure whether the other angels would have left. Meanwhile, in a berserker state, Zhongyu attacked Lois because he believed that she had taken his prey. The King of Angels was very mistaken, because the other dragons knew about everything and had already begun to act. If the young dragon failed to restore order, his companions would immediately know about it. The dragons had no choice but to intervene themselves. Metatron was seething with anger. If he attacked now, then all the dragons would become enemies of the angels. The gentleman had already gotten everything, so he turned around and walked away. After the battle with the king, Yunja suffered greatly, but his old acquaintance arrived just in time. The boy was exhausted and vomiting blood, but even at that moment he was thinking about saving the rest of the guys. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim Jin-suk continued to fight with Michael. Their strengths were approximately at the same level, and their use of swords was excellent. In this fierce struggle, one of the warriors had to lose. The pressure from the angel was so enormous that at the last moment the master gave in and loosened his grip. Michael immediately took advantage of his weakness, and running past, inflicted a mortal wound with a sword. The gentleman did not go in pursuit. He sat down on the ground and bowed his head in pain. The angel liked all this. He turned around and was going to finish off his opponent in the back. When the angel was almost there, Kim Jin-suk suddenly jumped up and wanted to hit him with his sword. Michael just laughed in response and easily dodged. Such tricks didn't work with him. At that moment, a beautiful dragon lady appeared at the battlefield. She used her power and said that she deigned to come to reconcile the rivals, but she received something else. The puzzled Michael could not believe his eyes. The young man realized that his enemy sensed the girl's presence and attacked, but he did not notice it. At this point, the friendly meeting of the guys was over. The dragon girl sent the angel back because his owner had already left. The brave dragons were not afraid of the angels and completed their mission. They managed to help every hero in trouble and transported them to a safe place. Now, everyone was finally assembled. Lois was in a very difficult situation, but now she was fine. She was not hurt at all. After the brutal attack, in an altered consciousness, Zhang Jiwayu slept sweetly. Alvin wanted to say that he was fine too. He said that he could easily resist the angels, but his lie was revealed by the blood gushing from his mouth. The dragon realized that the master was only pretending to be strong. Kim Jin-suk was the only one on the team who suffered the most. The master was in critical condition and was slowly dying. The dragon girl took responsibility and was going to heal the master so that others could rest. A little time had passed since the fight, but Yunjae still couldn't come to his senses. He couldn't believe that everything ended so well. If it weren't for the dragons, the entire team would have been dead long ago. Suddenly, one of the dragons approached the hero and extended his hand. He introduced himself as Abraham. He already knew that the boy was the human key. The girl who helped Kim Jin-suk had the human name Mara. Eden and Galleon, whom the hero had already met once, came to the aid of the team. Mara didn't understand why her partner introduced everyone by name. Abraham had not seen people for a long time, so he said that he wanted to try to do everything according to their rules. This was the territory of dragons. They almost never left her and did not invade strangers. It was a rare situation when the guys interfered with something. The young man said that the reason was that the Heavenly King broke the rules. Being on the territory of the key and receiving treatment from Kim Jin-suk was also a violation of neutrality. But what was worse was that the Heavenly King disrupted order and personally summoned a huge army. No one knew how he opened the dimension, but it wasn't supposed to happen. Initially, the head of the archangels Gabriel and the archangel Michael could be in the reverse world. But 4 more archangels came for them from the heavenly world. Raphael and Uriel were defeated. Michael was different from other archangels. This man, who was in intelligence, also fought well, but in the end he ended up in this state. If the angels had brought the archangels and put pressure, then the heroes would have had no chance. Therefore, Galleon asked how much time the guys needed. The heroes could interfere in the affairs of the human clan outside the territories. That is, in the intermediate lands, they could interfere as much as they wanted. In this way, the dragons could gain time. The more time the heroes had, the better the situation, so Galleon allocated 3 years. If more was needed, he could consult other dragons. Yunze realized that most likely Metatron and the angels avoided direct contact with the dragons. This was the best deal out of the worst, so after thinking a little, the boy agreed and asked the dragons to do it. Now the guy's task was to cleanse all the monsters in the area, so the clan members could now rest peacefully and return. Their next meeting was to take place 3 years later. The situation was a little confusing. As soon as the guys woke up, the hero was going to take Alvin, Jin-suk, and Jongkyu to return. But he was still wondering why Lois didn't run away. The girl's face saddened. She thought she could at least reduce the number of angels. She was a very important part of the team, just like the rest. Yunjae asked her next time to just try to survive, because that's what they fought for. Lois was very pleased. She said that the guy was not a husband and father for nothing. The hero was always called a participant or a key, but he completely forgot that he was also a member of the family. He missed being called husband and dad. Having met with the angels, Galleon informed them of a 3-year reprieve. The king regarded this as a threat, but everything depended on how the master accepted this news. This made Michael very angry. She pulled out her sword and was about to rush into battle at the dragon, who thought that he was safe and was talking a lot of unnecessary things, but the King of Angels immediately stopped him. Metatron promised to wait 3 years, and only then was the dragon sure that they would fulfill their promise. There was nothing more to talk about, so Galleon immediately disappeared. Michael did not understand why the master so quickly agreed with the dragon's words, because Uriel and Raphael were dead. In fact, if they refused, they would certainly not be able to withstand the dragon's power. The angels had been waiting for a very long time, so the king was going to wait a little longer for the sake of victory. In addition, he was sure that people did not kill the archangels on their own. The key was strong, but it was obvious to the master that the dragons had interfered in the battle. 3 years later, as they wanted, the king was going to destroy first the people and then tear the dragons themselves to shreds. Metatron has been alive for a long time and his emotions have already been erased. Michael's comrades died, and for the first time he was given a sentence. The king had to maintain this thirst for revenge for 3 years, because this was the way to create a new empire. When Zhang Guoyu found out what happened when the bloody sword took over his mind, he was very upset. The boy apologized to all team members for his behavior. The young man was very sorry. Tears flowed from his eyes. He promised to give up this sword, keeping it with him. The boy would only harm everyone. Everything was fine, and Lois held no grudges, but Zhang Guoyu considered this the end of him. He thanked his partners for everything that had happened so far and apologized again. During this time, Lamar constantly spoke to him. He desired the young man's body and was going to absorb his consciousness. All this caused the guy great pain. In the battle with Raphael, Zhang Guoyu thought about the need to win by any means. Because of this, he teamed up with Lamar. It was obvious that if the young man continued to use the sword, everyone would be in even more trouble. Suddenly, Lois said that at the moment of uniting with Lauren, she heard his voice too. He said that in exchange for the warrior keeping his body, the master was going to get something important. None of this was important right now, so Yunjae interrupted their conversation. He said that if his partner was scared at the moment of suppression, he could run away as much as he wanted. When the hero first came to this world, met Warlock, fought Satan, and met Metatron, he was very scared. However, nothing could be done if one was afraid of what had not yet happened. If Zhang Q wanted to continue fighting with his comrades, to emerge victorious in the battle with himself, Yu team would help him. There were only 3 years left. Everyone needed the boy. Yun-jae would be happy to fight with him on the battlefield. Unable to contain his emotions, the boy began to cry. He was incredibly glad that he felt enormous support from those closest to him and promised to try even harder in the future. So 3 days passed, during which Alvin woke up and realized the situation. The heroes went back. It was incredibly difficult for the wounded to return, and even carrying the unconscious Kim Jin-suk. Most likely thanks to the help of dragons, the guys did not meet a single monster along the way. Their path was calm and measured. So having found the fragment, the heroes again found themselves in the skyscraper clan. Everyone returned alive, but the battle with the angels took a toll on them. Having learned about everything that happened, Arkin, in principle, understood everything. The fact that the team returned alive and found the fragment was already a huge achievement. The gentleman thanked the guys for their excellent work. When everyone left, the head of the clan said that the fragment was stolen very carefully. He sent about 5 rankers to thoroughly comb the area. Archon even went there in person, but found nothing. That's why he was so glad that the guys brought the second fragment. Yunja did not hesitate and decided to go in search personally. The next day, when it was already dark outside, the hero packed a bag with everything he needed and hit the road. In the corridor, he bumped into his partner and said that he had to go somewhere for a while. The guy did not take his friend with him because there were reasons for this. Yong-kyu stayed to rest in order to have time to study the material on his problem. After a long and grueling hike, Kim Jin-suk decided to visit an old friend. The first face he saw today was Baek Cheon. Judging by the way he spoke, he could definitely live. The gentleman was shocked that he missed 10 whole days and slept through the team's return. If he had continued to fight, he would definitely have died. He believed that fighting the archangels was pure madness. Even Jin-suk wasn't capable of doing this, but that's why he came. The teacher came with one request. He needed something with which he could withstand Michael's flame. The shape wasn't important. The item just had to hold up. Baek Cheon knew that Michael was one of the archangels who used hellfire. It would be very difficult to get a weapon against him, but the gentleman could not come to terms with the fact that his friend was brazenly humiliated. The hero's journey was incredibly interesting. In the forest he smelled the dead, but they were wary of him and hid in the thicket. The young man was helped by the energy with which he surrounded himself for safety. When the hero finally reached the dungeon, he immediately went down. Previously, it was incredibly difficult to get to this place, but now it was not difficult. The atmosphere inside the cave was a little scary. There were pools of blood on the floors and white feathers scattered everywhere. The guy suggested that people and angels fought there. Having penetrated through a secret exit in the ceiling, the hero finally found himself in the place where the fragment was stored. This time the sacred place was empty, and Aryan did not meet him. Suddenly another giant came out to the hero and asked what kind of attitude the boy wanted. The young man replied that he would like not to be ignored. The giant recognized the human key, which was the next generation of Jahar. The gentleman was sure that this place did not have what the boy came for. Yunja asked for help and said that the fragment was already in the hands of the angels. Metatron broke the rules and brought a huge army to the reverse world. The heroes managed to achieve a truce thanks to the dragon galleon, but the hero did not think that it was fair. The guy wanted to know how the fragment could be used. Having received approval from above, Garan began to train the hero. He said that in order to accept the shard's power and use it, it was necessary to undergo a severe test. All this time, the master was pointing a long energy spear at the young man, which rested directly on his head. He was worried about whether the guy would be able to withstand this test, but Yun-jae was going to try. Meanwhile, Jong-kyu challenged Alvin to a practice fight and asked him to cut himself if something went wrong. Mr. Walker was pleasantly surprised that he was the one invited. During this fight, the young man was going to awaken within himself the forces that were prohibited inside. He promised himself to defeat Lamar and end this fight forever. When Yun-jae least expected it, Mr. Garan dealt him great damage. The boy flew to the side with force and hit his head against the wall. The giant said that in order to properly use his skills, the boy needed to know more about the power of the shard. That's why the heroes came for help. He had been fighting with Jaren for several days, but had not heard any information. The giant did everything according to the rules. If Yun-jae quickly learned the power of the chip, he would not be able to use it. It didn't matter how many times the young man learned the information, he had to learn this power himself. Deciding to give a hint, the king's vassal asked the young man what he would do if he had to defeat a person who thought exactly the same. The hero replied that he would have to look for his weaknesses for a long time. But the most interesting thing began when Gerald asked whether the young man could cope if his opponent used the same amount of force and got tired at the same time. At that moment, the gentleman snapped his finger and a stranger emerged from the thick smoke. Yun-jae couldn't believe his eyes. His opponent was his absolute copy. The enemy was created from sand, but had the same skills and striking techniques as the hero. Fighting with himself turned out to be harder than the boy thought. The sand copy exactly repeated all the hero's abilities. If Yunja saw his weakness and attacked, the enemy did the same. Each blow of the young master did not lead him to victory. He had already stopped hundreds of blows, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to concentrate. The guy began to notice more and more of his weaknesses. When the number of blows reached 1,000, the king's vassal immediately stopped the battle. This amount was enough to test the human key's abilities. The sand enemy immediately disappeared, and the battle finally stopped. This battle was quite difficult for the hero, but the vassal told him to remember his life path. The gentleman said that the young man developed differently from people, confronted many enemies, and definitely knew about these situations in advance. The vassal was sure that all this was thanks to his leading eye. At this moment, a sand funnel appeared in front of the hero again, and a new clone appeared. The purpose of this training was not to improve fighting skills. The one the hero had to defeat was himself. Alvin Walker underwent incredible training for the white robes. He did everything necessary to support the weight of the white robes. The gentleman strengthened his body to support this weight. Seeing his hard training, Zhang Guiyu was shocked by his magnificent body. The boy had to do the same to himself to become stronger. But simply working out and improving your body was not the right approach. Mr. Alvin said that the warrior had to defeat Lamar, who began to unite with him. The decisive moment has come in the guy's double life. He figured out what was needed to control the demonic force and what was needed to control Lamar. There was no turning back. The warrior had to put an end to the inner demon. Zhang Jiayu was brave and had not been afraid of death for a long time. In one movement, he plunged a sharp demon sword into his chest. The warrior finally understood his own desires and what he had to surpass. At that moment, a demonic image appeared in the boy's subconscious. The girl had not seen the owner of the sword for a long time and did not think that he would call her in this way. The main reason for Zhongyu's own sacrifice was the desire to gain Lamar's power. For her, this was not a problem at all. The young man just had to give her his body. The bloodthirsty inner demon had already looked at the boy's memories and feelings and realized that he wanted to become stronger than Yunji or wanted his strength to exceed human strength. The young man was not ready to give her his body, but this was not a problem for the demon. The guy could have easily used another method, thrown Lamar out and trained for 100 days like he was about to die. Lamar's power could not just be given to such naive fools. Zhang Qiu just wanted to stay alive, protect the people dear to him with his own hands, and live together even with those he hated. The daredevil wanted to get his life back, but to do this he needed power, so he turned to the demon for help. This all just amused the girl. Such an offer was absolutely not profitable for her. Approaching closer to the demon, the young man said that when they merged, he felt her torment. It was very difficult for Lamar, too. The guy said something that made the girl move away and be very surprised. The demoness was furious. If the owner of the sword took another step, she would suck all his blood. Zhongguyu was not afraid. He also saw her memories, the past in which the sword with its own ego was too weak. Lamar didn't want to be alone, but because of her own weakness, no one needed her. At some point, she thought that if she began to drink blood and accumulate strength, she would gain value, and loneliness would recede. As a result, her master died, and rumors spread throughout the world that she was a demonic sword. People wanted to take possession of the girl and make her even stronger. The young warrior was the same. He didn't want to be alone either, so he had to become stronger. The young man asked Lamar for help so that they could be together in the future. This made the demoness laugh even more, and she pulled the bloody sword from her chest. She considered the boy the weakest of all the swordsmen who held her in her hands. That's why Lamar decided to do as her master said, to test his durability in such a battle. She invited the boy to try to defeat her. To defeat himself, Yunjae had to foresee his actions. At the most crucial moment, he began to think about what kind of blow his copy would use, from top to bottom or cross. At this moment, the hero realized that his enemy was about to use a direct attack. When the sandy youth was already very close, the real boy instantly dodged the attack and ran away to the side. It seemed that everything was already behind, and the hero began to take steps towards victory. But unexpectedly, the boy was defeated. The enemy plunged a sword straight into his throat. Suddenly, something happened that no one could have expected. Yunja again found himself on the battlefield, where the enemy was about to strike, which the hero had literally just dodged. Now it became clear to him that he had seen the future. Thanks to what he saw, the guy deftly dodged the attack he had already passed and immediately delivered a fantastic blow. This was unthinkable. The head of the sand clone flew to the side. Victory was on the side of the main character. Mr. Garen was pleased. The young man finally understood what the silt of the fragment was. Now Yunjae knew that he was the key that went against time. That is, having the ability. With this power, the hero could foresee the future. The book did not describe in detail the new skill he had acquired, but now the young man was able to stand in the way of any sworn enemy. The shard's power manifested differently depending on the user. In Yunjae's case, it was time. He could sense in advance a situation that would occur in the future. It was different from normal viewing. The warrior could experience what would happen in a few seconds as if he had already experienced it once. He could experience sight, hearing, smell, and even death in advance. From that moment on, Garan was going to cultivate these feelings in the boy. He ordered him not to use techniques like reversing time or stopping it. The hero had to rely entirely on the sensations of the fragment inside. The giant immediately engaged the human key. Yunjae had to fight tooth and nail. After all, only the line between life and death would be excellent training for him. The king's vassal brutally beat his opponent with a huge iron spear, but despite the difference in size, the hero managed to avoid the attacks. It was still difficult for him to get used to the new sensations, but it was only a matter of time. Fully concentrating on what he had sensed earlier, the boy bravely rushed at his opponent. He struck a strong blow with his sword, but the gentleman seemed to have foreseen this moment and immediately repulsed him. Having lost control of the situation, Yunjae was unable to resist the giant and weakened his strength. He received a strong blow that made him fly to the side. At this moment, the time skills that the hero received worked. He found himself right in front of his huge enemy, and his head was immediately pierced by a sharp spear. One death of the boy was already counted. At the moment when the hero, even without knowing the future, could not avoid it, he felt death. It was a shame, but the guy shouldn't have thought about seeing the distant future. He was not a fortune teller. For just a second, Yunze could create a future that could be changed. This process was quite difficult, but the brave warrior was going to try. After all, he had already experienced enough torment because of a future that he could not change. Garan knew that this power was ideal for the boy. When he wanted to attack head-on, he suddenly noticed that the youth was already behind him. The young master saw his goal and saw no obstacles at all. Swinging his sharp sword, the young man tried to hit the giant, but he sharply dodged. His strength had achieved quite good results in a short period of time. All this was much more interesting than Jaren thought. Meanwhile, after putting in quite a bit of effort, Zhang Jiwayu finally defeated the demon within himself. He could still hear Lamar's voice, who didn't expect that the boy wasn't going to attack, but was just getting closer and closer. Now, the demon imprisoned inside the sword was not alone. Having established contact, they could now go to the vastness of the reverse world and go together until the very end. Time flew, and soon 3 years passed. Zhang Qiu continued training on monsters, testing his capabilities. He made a lot of efforts to deal with the gang of goblins. Surprisingly, the boy became very weak, but Lamar considered him an idiot. This is all that the young man's body was capable of, withstanding the power of the demon. All this time, the guy spent time following his goals. By clearing the space of the reverse world, he intended to become as strong as possible. The entire fearless team fought to overcome the weight of their own strength. Each of them developed their skills to reach the limit of perfection. For 3 long years, there was not a single day when the masters of their craft did not train their bodies and strengthen their fortitude. They could handle any obstacles. They developed so as not to lose again. Their abilities reached perfection. Their striking techniques were honed to the smallest detail. The heroes strove for a goal in order to lead everyone with them, in order to change their own past, which became the future. After long and grueling training, Garan had to appear before Yunja in his true dragon form. Their battles allowed the young man to radically change his body and consciousness. This was the long-awaited victory of the protagonist. He completely defeated Garan in 1 second. The guy corrected the past and changed the future. But this had nothing to do with the present. The hero was going to correct the future that had become the past. He wanted to return everything and make sure the family lived. Therefore, the fighter received the time feature. Meanwhile, Archon was doing accounting and signing papers. The report on the academy was finished, so the head was writing the information. The master knew that Zhang Jiwayu was fine and had almost complete control over Lamar's power. But the more important news of Yunjae's return made the clan head realize that the time had come. Throughout the time Zhang Jiwayu was exploring the forest area, the blood sword was talking to him. The Lamar inside him was telling him that the incapable idiot had taken too long to deal with the measly snakes. Even though they were insignificant snakes, the guy still found it difficult to control Lamar using his own strength. He couldn't help but feel like he was fighting underwater. The demon imprisoned in the sword was unhappy and called the young master an idiot. Until now, Lamar had spent all her strength on this. She not only took the young man's body, but also saved him. During the entire time of their cooperation, the girl greatly helped the warrior. In 2 years, he only achieved this level of ability, but in order to fight the angels, he needed to try much harder. Sometime later, when Zhang Jiwayu returned back to the skyscraper clan, his sword, even in front of the gate, sensed the strange energy of Yunjie. The young man did not wait and, flying into Archon's office, finally saw his old partner. The boy immediately attacked his friend and began to cry. For a long time he was waiting for Yunjie very much and dreamed of seeing him live. The guys had fought with evil hand in hand for too long, and now their bond was unbreakable. Surprisingly, the hero spent about 2 years alone and changed a lot. All this time he was engaged in self-development and learned how to use the fragment. Upon learning of this, Archon could not contain his emotions and began to torment the young man so much that Kim Jin-suk had to separate them. The gentleman said that there was about a year left, so the guy needed a good rest. Before leaving, the teacher asked the young man to cut his hair because they had become too similar. If the gentleman was joking, it means that something really interesting happened during the hero's absence. Jung Kyu said that since the kid was making jokes, he really didn't like it. The whole team started laughing loudly, but Yoon Jae was the only one who didn't understand the humor. Lois suddenly said that they were all feeling a little nervous about something happening to the guy, but he returned so courageous and strong that the girl immediately relaxed. These words drove Alvin crazy. Suddenly, Mr. Walker ran up to the hero and grabbed him tightly by the shoulder. He told the guy to take a good rest to see if his training went well. Studying newspapers with news, Mr. Arhan laughed loudly. He was shocked that in times of stress, celebrities would do stupid things. Academy representative Young Seung-hoon strongly criticized the unsatisfactory skyscraper clan. He believed that the skyscrapers held the key and were trying to benefit not only humanity but only themselves. The next day, the skyscraper clan's party was to celebrate training. The restless team members wanted to see how to use the shard, but Yunjae was in no hurry to do so. At that moment, Lucy appeared in the hall. She reported that she had sent all the clan members outside, but things turned out a little differently for her. Mr. Walker told her there would be no special treatment, but the girl was dissatisfied because there was no need to free up the whole hall for the training of 2 people. Lucy treated the heroes with contempt. She said that if they were such incredible people, then it would be better to fight in front of the clan members. This would help their learning. Mr. Walker was tired of listening to stupid claims. In reality, everything was different. All the clan members that the clan took so long to gather would die. Soon the installation of the protective barrier was completed, and the heroes were placed under a magical dome. It had been a long time since the partners had seen each other and fought in the same battle. Over time, their skills had grown, so now they had to face off. Zhang Jiwayu was no longer that snotty boy who cried, trying to imitate his teacher. Thanks to his excellent connections with Lamar, he became possessed and mastered the demon's power. After 2 years of cultivation, Yunjae finally reached the limit of perfection in his abilities. He was already an excellent fighter, but with the power of the shard, his power was equal to the endless sky. 2 fantastic warriors clashed in battle. They crossed swords in order to begin the battle. Despite their incredible fighting intentions, they were truly happy to see each other. The bloodthirsty Zhang Jiwayu attacked first. He took off and dealt a bloody blow to his partner, but Yunjae professionally dodged the sword. It was impossible to defeat him with simple blows. Using all the amazing powers of Lamar, the young man tried to hit his opponent at least once, but the main character easily dodged all the blows. The experienced fighter used all the newly acquired skills. The master's evasion ability greatly infuriated Zhang Jiwayu. The young man did not understand how his enemy had been doing nothing but evading for some time. The hero was completely invulnerable and could predict every move of his opponent. This was the power of the fragment that he discovered. Against such an ability, young Zhang Jiwayu would not be able to withstand to the maximum. Unexpectedly for everyone, Mr. Alvin suddenly became very angry and attacked the young man. He activated his abilities in a second and took on a robe with angel wings to punish the owner of the shard. Yunja managed to repel the attack with his sword, but did not quite understand why the master became so violent. In reality, Alvin Walker just wanted to clash and see what the young master was capable of. Lucy was unhappy with everything that was happening. Although this man named Kim Yoon-jae looked strong, the girl was sure that the conversation would change as soon as Alvin, who is the strongest even among the rankers, stepped forward. It seemed as if the student and teacher had switched places. Alvin's strength had never been in doubt. However, he was now inferior to his opponent in using his skills. Young Yoon-jae completely matched his opponent. Squeezing out all their strength, the heroes fought using all their combat power. From their magical attacks, sparks flew in all directions. At all times, Mr. Alvin was the strongest, but now the opponents were equal. Seeing Archon on the battlefield, Lucy immediately became frightened and bowed to him. The gentleman said that the girl had too bad an attitude towards that hero, who was the same ranker, but only made everyone wait. Lucy and all the clan members were very strong, but the density of time that man named Kim Yun-jae had experienced was different from the others. In the midst of the battle, the Golden Lion suddenly decided to stop him. This was enough. The gentleman suggested that the guys put someone to bed after their arrival in order to calm down. This test was enough, but Alvin didn't really want to stop. He decided to hit his opponent one last time. Arkan ordered to stop the fight immediately because the guys could not cross swords at every meeting. At this moment, Kim Jin-suk decided to join and test his strength. Lois was already tired of constant training, so this time she couldn't stand it and yelled at the guys. She ordered the two to immediately end the fight and calm down. When the whole team was already heading towards the exit, Yun-jae suddenly turned around and noticed Lois loudly clarifying something with Alvin. They swore heavily, and some words could be heard. When he turned around the next time, there was peace and harmony between the guys. A second later, they were smiling at each other and looking with loving eyes. Their strange relationship always caused a storm of emotions. Lois had always been very reserved with positive emotions, and was constantly rude, but at that moment her heart seemed to melt. Alvin gently stroked her cheek, and Yoon-jae realized that he saw something strange. Unexpectedly, the couple in love suddenly announced that they were now boyfriend and girlfriend. The main character was surprised only because he thought that they had already met for a long time. The point was that Alvin did nothing, and the guys agreed to meet again after returning to their world. At least for the sake of his family, for the sake of Jong-kyu, Lois, Alvin, and all the people here, the hero was obliged to return back. It was important for Arkan to know whether Jong Ji-wyu had become a better person, and Yoon-jae told him that the danger that was there before had disappeared. The young man became stronger and became a little friends with Lamar. The young man was pleasantly surprised that his partner was so closely associated with the demonic sword, although he himself fought very honorably. The power of the shard did incredible things to him. Arkan had known about this for a long time. Although it was not very noticeable, the head of the clan saw that the young man was moving a little earlier than the attacks of Alvin and Jong-kyu and succumbed to them. The owner of the bloody sword was also delighted with such an exciting battle. The young man received a lot of new sensations that he had not encountered before. He felt like he was fighting in another space. In any case, the head of the clan called the guys to do something. While Yoon-jae was gone, Melon changed a lot. Many clans united and many participants gathered in preparation for the battle with the angels. So, to unite the gathered people, an academy was founded. But the people gathered there knew almost nothing about Yoon-jae. To them, he was just a ranker-level person. There were forces that did not trust the hero and wanted to restrain him. Therefore, the great Archon wanted to ask the guys a favor. Before fighting enemies, you needed to know about your allies. The head of the clan wanted the guys to go to the academy. Since they were back, they would at the same time warm up, practice, and help a little. Educating people was only a superficial goal. After some time, the heroes finally came to the academy building, which was built in just 2 years. The head's task was a little tiring to Yoon-jae. He did not understand why it was entrusted to him. At this point, Young-kyu suggested that most likely this task was to get rid of a man named Jung Seung-hoon. The young hero definitely did not expect this. He had never heard this name. Previously, this man was the master of a clan called Fate, and now he opposed the Skyscraper clan in absolutely everything. The gentleman was monitoring the situation and waiting for the moment to seize power. Everything had to end, so Yoon-jae didn't understand what kind of power Jung Seung-hoon wanted. It was obvious that Archon wanted to take the chance and show off his experienced warrior, and at the same time, hit the envious person on the nose. The former master of the Fate clan was unhappy that the master asked to invite mentors to the academy, but 3 weeks later he replied that they were Kim Yun-jae and Jong-gyu. The assistant said that there were rumors that after the reprisal against Jeffrey and the Demon King, Yun-jae disappeared for 2 whole years, and they said about Yong-kyu that he used a sword that went crazy with blood. The gentleman should have also added a little rumors, because all the news was only for the better. He asked that all mentors be told to solemnly welcome the new arrivals. At the entrance to the Heroes Academy building, a serious bull blocked the way. He stopped them to check the documents because everyone was not allowed inside. Recognizing the recruits and the guys, Cho Woo-man indicated that he was the main mentor and was now the head of the newcomers. Even though one of the heroes was the key, the master considered them pathetic brats with no experience. The boss was very stern and did not stand on ceremony even with young guys. He didn't know how they got to the top level of trainers, but such tricks certainly wouldn't have worked at the academy. The heroes were supposed to follow their mentor, but were stuck in a stupor for some time from such a manner of communication. They didn't expect that the people at the academy would be so rude from the start. Jong-kyu said that they did not have any information about further steps, because they arrived at this place for the first time. Despite the respectful communication, Cho Woo-man replied that it was too noisy, and asked the small fry to shut his mouth. The young man was furious at such rudeness, but Lamar inside the sword became even more angry. The demon was offended by such words, but the boy tried to calm him down by the fact that what was said to him was not turned to the sword. Since Yunjae was not going to be kind and obedient, his partner suggested that he get into trouble. If they were going to fight the main one anyway, then they could create problems from the very beginning. Lamar was an excellent provocateur, which is why he and the owner became friends. The main character proposed to deal with the fact that it should end soon as possible and leave the academy. The demon imprisoned in the sword greatly confused the young man's thoughts. He said that Jong Kyu made the right choice and should follow other instructions from now on. There was a special connection between them. Suddenly, the young boy approached the mentor and asked on what basis they chose their boss. With his sword to his throat, he was planning something terrible. The possessed young man suddenly seemed to go crazy and followed the instructions of the sword. He asked if he could take the place of the boss from now on if he went after the boss and cut the throat of that very boss. They both didn't like each other, but Cho Woo-man suggested that the guy let the words fall on deaf ears, until one of them died. Although the youth could not kill all the people here, his plan was different. The owner of the demon sword was going to make sure that at least the big guy could not remain with all his limbs. Jong Ji-yu spoke well and had complete confidence in Lamar's abilities. Mr. Mentor showed the heroes the ship to the restrooms. There at the end on the first floor of the building, in the leftmost room, was the place where they were supposed to live. Delighted with the distribution, the partners went to their room. The boss realized that these guys would be a lot of trouble. On the way back, he had to be careful. When the guys went inside, they were literally stunned with surprise. The room was incredibly beautiful. Expensive furniture and decorations sparkled in the sun. It was obvious that the academy was rich in money. Then Jong Kyu wanted to land on his soft bed with a running start, but suddenly a member of the academy came to them. The mentors at the highest levels had not yet rested, but they had already been called. The academy was supposed to hold a demonstration performance by mentors, so the heroes were urgently led to the main event. Mr. Ruslik was already very tired of the members who had arrived from their skyscraper clan. The guys came immediately after the man after they were called, but the gentleman was unhappy. He said they should have come before they were called. Before they had time to go inside, Ruslik immediately bombarded them with insults and accusations. He said that they became mentors, but did not know the rules at all. In addition, he was not satisfied with the amount of abilities of the newcomers. Unable to bear such nonsense, the guys laughed out loud. Jong Kyu told his friend that they were too weak and needed to practice well first. All this was truly hilarious for them. Mr. Ruslik immediately became angry because he took their laughter personally. He grabbed Yunjae by the collar and wanted to hit him, but all this was no longer important. The hero asked why they were called, because they could not remain ignorant. There was a lesson where mentors showed their strength in practice. The high-level members gathered here were stronger than other people, but they could not reach the level of rankers yet. Ruslik said that in the process, the mentors showed on their own bodies what a truly strong participant is. All this was strange, because the participants should have been trained before the heroes arrived. To begin with, the battles had to take place after half the teaching staff had been eliminated. The gentleman was going to take questions later. It was noticeable that he decided to teach a lesson. Without thinking, Jong Ji-yu proposed to team up with Yunjae so that everyone else would attack them. However, the two of them would fight against high-level mentors. The participants were looking forward to the spectacle of the key's abilities. Some of them did not believe that the boy could win, while others even saw their partners for the first time. Since the academy was going to check the new arrivals, Jong Ji-yu was going to show the meaning of the strong participant status, because Ruslik did not know this. The young master literally enjoyed the manipulations. Mr. Ruslik also decided to take out 2 people at a time. To test the recruits' abilities against 2 high-ranking mentors, he called Marin and Leon from the crowd. The opponents were ready for battle. Yunjae told his partner that he didn't have to fight alone. The 2 guys could finish faster. Jong Ji-yu refused help. He was going to fight alone. All this time, there were rumors about him that the boy was the 6 of the key, stuck to Archon, a psycho with a demonic sword. The young man was going to prove to everyone that he was a worthy participant. Lamar fully supported him and asked him to show his abilities to the brats who did not value her. 2 cruel mentors armed themselves with bladed weapons and rushed into battle. Jong Ji-yu was not at a loss and attacked them in response. He was capable of more than they expected. The boy didn't need more than 2 hand movements. At great speed, he cut down 2 opponents at the same time. Thanks to Lamar's strength, there were no flaws in his skills. The guy eagerly awaited the other participants who opposed him. He was confident that he could deal with 20 more people. The situation was heating up, so suddenly a gentleman from the crowd agreed to confront the new recruit. Before this, there were the weakest mentors, so no one yet knew what would happen next. The young man heard many rumors about Zhang Yuayu and his demonic sword that controls blood. It was too much for someone like a hero to own. The daredevil rushed to the attack and wanted to win in order to take Lamar's sword, but his opponent suddenly disappeared. The possessed young man appeared as suddenly as he had disappeared. With a deft movement, he inflicted critical damage on the enemy. The merciless owner of the bloody sword did not even have time to draw his weapon, but managed to cope with 3 high-level mentors at once. It seemed impossible, but his strength exceeded all human capabilities. The capabilities of the newcomer gave Rustic a huge shock. He could not believe his eyes. Even the highest-level mentors themselves did not achieve such rapid results. The gentleman received an offer that he could not refuse. The young man invited him to fight with a whole team of 20 people, against him alone. Otherwise, at this rate, the students would begin to consider the leader a weakling. All those remaining rushed into battle, in which case they were allowed to kill even Yunze. The young warrior was not afraid even of a crowd of mentors, no matter what their rank. This made it even more convenient for him to fight. Left alone with his opponents, Zhang Jiyu used Lamar's incredible powers. The strongest demonic blow was able to capture every mentor who surrounded the boy. The others also tried to attack and use their greatest strengths to destroy one person, but their numerical advantage did not save them. The bloodthirsty warrior managed to defeat an entire crowd in a second. Mr. Rustic did not believe what was happening. It was very different from Zhongyu's abilities that he had heard about. He had to do at least something. Otherwise, he would not be able to look into the eyes of the head, Zheng Xiong-hun. The fight was too boring. As soon as Yunze relaxed and yawned, the mentors pounced on him like a pack of jackals. Now it's the young master's turn to have fun with the dogs of the academy. Ri Chahyun did not understand what could change if Zhongyu and Yunje went to this place. After all, in fact, this place was tantamount to an enemy camp. The assistant simply did not see how they fought. Arkan told him that no one at the level of Kim Jin-suk or Alvin Walker could attack these two. The gentleman gave them something just in case, so everything was in order. All the heroes, knowing it or not, were under the influence of Zheng Sung-hoon's brainwashing. If those two went there and made a fuss, Ri Cha-hong was sure it would backfire. That's why the clan had sent them, because if the participants didn't see Yunze's strength, there was still a chance of victory. If the clan wanted to gain the trust of the people of the academy over time, they would have many ways to do this. But now everything was different. The heroes had to quickly unite within a short time and fight, being ready to die. It was obvious that enemies would doubt their opponent's trust. And at this moment, instead of showing people friendliness and gaining their trust, it was better for the hero to show superior strength and win even more of their faith. The battle looked like a bunch of bad guys were caught in a hurricane that was blowing them away. It seemed unrealistic, but the young hero scattered his opponents in different directions in no time. It was time to stop looking at each other, so Yunjae stopped the fight. He extended his hand to his opponent and suggested stopping the training there. This time, Rusli learned something from him. When the news of the loss reached the head, the gentleman was simply beside himself with rage. The gentleman did not understand how 20 people could lose without even really fighting. He scattered the dice and ordered Rusli to simply disappear. For this loss, Rusli was humiliated and insulted. He said that the enemy was very strong and the swords did not even touch him. This nonsense was absolutely not interesting to Jung Seong-hoon. He screamed at the top of his lungs and ordered results to be brought. The gentleman said that his subordinates could have killed those monsters or brought them to a dying state. Rusli seemed to have been replaced. He began to doubt whether it was really necessary to destroy the arrivals. If they were so strong, then they could be believed. After these words, the head of the academy wanted to punch him. Unexpectedly, one of the head's employees calmed him down and proposed his plan. He whispered that if the newcomers could not be defeated by force, then they should have had other weapons. Late in the evening, Yunjae went for a run while his partner was sleeping soundly. The young man chose the right time for himself so that it would be quiet, and no one would bother him with their conversations. Unexpectedly, the hero noticed a strange meeting of people where they did not even hide their magical power. He hid around the corner and overheard their conversation. His surprise knew no bounds when he learned that they had even done this. The boy returned to the room only at dawn. His partner immediately woke up and asked where he had gone in such darkness. Closing the window shutters, Yunjae said that he went for a walk and sent the young man to bed. That day, the heroes who arrived at the academy trained the students to fight. The boys listened to all the teacher's instructions and tried their best to fight to become stronger. First-class masters were given a training task. They were instructed to teach students the simplest things. Looking at the list from top to bottom, Zhang Jiwayu still didn't understand what needed to be done. The training was quite quiet and calm until the doors swung open and a crowd of people with the leader in the person of Yung Seong-hoon poured inside. His bespectacled assistant walked behind and unwittingly followed orders. Before the greatness of the head, all the disciples bowed at his feet. These were the rules invented by the head of the academy himself. Failure to comply with them led to cruel punishments and expulsion. When Yung Seong-hoon approached the guys, he immediately found Yung Kyu among them and waved his hand at him. Yunji could not tolerate such impudence and immediately stopped the master's hand. As a senior master, the hero was not going to allow anyone to offend his partner. He said that the gentleman should have explained what was happening. Yung Seong-hoon said that the six did terrible things and handed over a piece of paper. The master was sure that the vile archon would have done this. The photographs showed the corpses of innocent people bleeding. The head found out that Zhang Jiwayu was controlling the demonic sword. During each battle, he went crazy, and the mentors who participated in the exhibition battle said the same thing. The heroes denied everything and said that abilities were to blame. Then the head showed a picture from a camera capable of capturing special demonic energy. She imprinted an ability related to blood. Jo Woo-man said that the six Yunjae killed the academy students at night because the hero flatly refused all accusations, even after seeing all the evidence with his own eyes. The head of the academy could wait no longer. He ordered the newcomers to tell the truthful reason for their appearance. He suspected that either the six had gone crazy and made noise, or it was an order from Archon. The academy management community had prepared a lot of evidence to accuse the newcomer of using a demon sword. There were witnesses who indicated that the young man was the killer of several students. The master even had witnesses, but the young heroes continued to deny. As a final show of concern, the head even took them to a place where no one was there. Since no excuses worked, the young man had no choice but to reveal his identity. He pulled out his sword, from which the demon's energy burst forth, and offered to speak with the demon personally. The gentlemen could not believe their eyes and were dumbfounded with horror. The demon's energy was swirling above them, capable of killing anyone in a second. Now each of them was in danger from Lamar's bloodthirsty paws. A terrible force took over the entire space in the room, but no one was familiar with this energy. When Lamar was finally ready, she went outside and greeted the people who wanted her to appear. In the reverse world, there was no power more powerful than that of the bloody demon. The girl filled everything around and grew in size. She wrapped the head of the academy in her energy and lifted him into the air. Lamar would never set her sights on such useless creatures. She assumed that to people she seemed to be just garbage, devouring everything in her path. Wild pain made men realize the real power of the demon. The bloodthirsty demoness was going to chew and swallow the people there, but her pressure was already enough, so Zhang Guayu called on Lamar to return back to the sword. When the demon released the pitiful souls of the people, the young man told them that he could have been guilty, but it was all strange. If Lamar went berserk, the entire academy would be his target. Suddenly, Young-kyu turned to Jo Woo-mong and told him to watch his words or admit that he killed 20 people to capture one. The guy was determined and was going to use the power of his inner demon at every opportunity. If his enemy didn't want to admit it, he would have felt how angry the boy was. The angry bull pulled out his sword and was about to attack, but suddenly he was stopped by Yunje. The hero ordered his partner to stop. Nothing would be resolved if he acted so emotionally. There was another way to find out the real criminal and brighten the youth's reputation. The main character pulled out a magic ball that projected a scoreboard and asked everyone to focus on it. Archon gave him this thing just before he left. The gentleman was sure that the idiot Yung Seong-hoon wanted to use the newcomers by any means, and would try to create something. The head of the clan warned that the people of the academy did not know about Zhongju's ability to control Lamar's power. They didn't have a chance to use the hero, so they would try to make the owner of the demonic sword the cause of the incident. For 2 years now, there have been rumors about the instability of the swordsman wielding Lamar. Most likely, the people of the academy spread them and believed in them themselves. The Golden Lion gave instructions to go out for a walk every evening to explore the surroundings. All the words of the head of the skyscraper clan were transmitted to the projector, but Yung Seong-hoon said that Archon simply felt inferior to him. This was not the end. People would soon see and know everything. In the next film, which was shown on the projector screen, Young Woo-man gathered the academy students in a deep forest and lined them all up. These were students who exceeded the academy's penalty point limit, and 2 of them were unable to mentor them. The gentleman could not believe that they behaved like that right now. But still, thanks to this, the head would be able to destroy the 2 skyscrapers who came from the clan, so the head's assistant thanked them. The guys were surprised and promised to try harder in the future, but their fate was sealed. Helpless students should not have been expelled. Their deaths should have benefited the academy. In the video, young Wumon pulled out a sword and cut 20 defenseless people. There was a lot of blood around. The master's plan was to make everyone believe that Zhang Jiyu was guilty. It looked like it was him. Now it was enough to leave just one piece of evidence. When the truth was revealed, Ruslik could not contain his anger. Although the academy was on hostile terms with the skyscrapers, it was too cruel to kill the innocent participants because they were students. This item was created by Baek Cheon, so the head asked everyone to shut up. The item could replace memories and create lies, being an incredible creation. There were rumors among the students that this was exactly what happened. They said that Baek Cheon returned alive after the battle with the angels, so there was something to it. In this situation, it was impossible to agree by word, so the head of the academy sent his people to attack. The assistants had to be handled by the assistants, so Young Wumong flew straight towards Young Q with rage. Swinging steel swords, the opponents fought this battle on equal terms. They repelled each other's attacks, and then rushed back into the fray. The battle promised to be interesting, because the hidden energy of a demon was imprisoned in the young man. Using several blows, Zhang Jiyu forced the enemy to retreat back. The master was very angry and tried with all his might to resist the boy, but the young master pressed with such force that even the tension was felt in the sword. With another crushing blow, the young man managed to break the enemy's sword into two parts. From the strong energy, the gentleman flew back with force. Now he was completely unarmed and humiliated by the young boy. All the remaining students and assistants to the head opposed the new master. They were determined and were going to destroy him. But Zhang Jiyu threatened with a sword and warned that every attacker would die. Suddenly something happened that even the main character could not expect. Young Seung-hoon had crazy energy, with which he surrounded the battlefield with enormous force from which it was impossible to escape. Having created excellent conditions for his victory, the head of the academy flew out to fight. He wanted to punish the guy who lifted the curtain on the murder mystery. Only the most interesting things began. The enemy used his abilities and attacked with huge magical spikes, but defeating Yunje was not so easy. He easily dodged the attack and realized that his opponent had the ability to manipulate space. This skill wasn't that threatening. The hero thought for a long time whether it was true or not, but when he saw the ability, he immediately realized that he had once resisted such a thing. The guy knew very well that the energy emanating from the enemy was the magical power of an angel. When the gentleman realized that he had been finally discovered, he was not going to hesitate any longer. He decided to use his capabilities to the maximum to destroy the guy. Huge magical spikes emerged from the ground and appeared a millimeter from the hero. They were capable of destroying him, but the brave warrior held on steadfastly. The skills of the fragment allowed him to see the future, so the young man withstood everything with ease. Young Seung-hoon used all the techniques that were available to him, but all his blows missed the experienced master. The gentleman had already exhausted a lot of strength, but did not stop fighting for his honor. Despite all the efforts made, the head of the academy was in a stupor and no longer understood what needed to be done. His opponent did fantastic things and saw through every attack and repelled every crushing blow. The battle for the master ended as quickly as his deeds were revealed. Yun Jae was an unparalleled fighter and shed the blood of a man whose hands killed 20 innocent lives. Seeing the blood, the other students immediately bowed down before the strong fighters. They said that they had no choice because of Young Seung-hoon's oppressiveness, who forced them to do all this. Before the hero left, Rustic unexpectedly called out to him. The gentleman was shocked that the head turned out to be from a family of angels, and now he did not know what to do next. Yunjae promised to bring his man to the academy and asked him to wait until then. The gentleman was incredibly grateful and bowed deeply to the boy for his help. The man became a teacher, but was unable to do anything when his students were sacrificed. He would have nothing to say in his defense, even if he had 10 mouths. The hero realized that there was still at least one person in the academy who remained sane. Even though all the bad things were already behind us, we had to try to fix everything. A few days later, the heroes returned to the Skyscraper clan, where they were joyfully greeted by the head. He heard that this time the boys also did everything that was needed. Taking out another bottle of alcohol, Arkin said that he sent a man there so that there would be no problems with the students. He also sent Baek Cheon, so you could quickly find out who the angels were working on. The head of the clan said that Young Seung-hoon could be in cahoots with the angels. He wasn't completely sure yet, so he waited for Yoon-jae to go to the academy. At that moment, the hero realized that the head of the clan knew about this outcome and was silent. The gentleman said that to some extent it was a quarrel between armed parties, but the boy was very angry because dozens of innocent people died. Archon had no choice but to apologize. He said that he only guessed about the attack in the middle of the night, but did not think that the academy could use the students. This outrageous incident caused Yoonjae to suffer greatly. Because of his lost family, he took the death of innocent people very seriously. The young man blamed himself because he pretended to be fair, having already gone so far. The guy didn't want to save absolutely all the people, but participating in such brutal massacres was a difficult task for him. Sometimes he got confused in his own thoughts and didn't know if he could fix everything. From then on, when the hero began to see the future coming a few seconds later, the dragon spoke to him. He knew about the power of the shard and said that there were times when, even knowing the future, it was impossible to change it. For the first time, the boy, as a player, doubted that he could go back and change the past. Jong-kyu said that there were people whom the hero wanted to protect by returning to the past, which means he had to think only about them. Yoonjae was not the key or the savior of humanity. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to fulfill his desire. The young warrior had to work for his goal because his partner would always follow him, being nearby. Seeing the hero's melancholy, Arkan realized that he had placed too much of a burden on him. From now on, the master promised to ease them and resolve issues related to the students so that there would be no victims among the innocent. After some time, the hero decided to go to Jinsuk, because there was only 1 year left. The young man believed that it would be useless to spend this entire year. The gentleman received an offer to fight until one of them fell. The teacher immediately realized that his student had definitely learned something while at the academy. It was no longer possible to sacrifice innocent people, so Yoonjae wanted to fight because he needed confidence. After all, if the hero could defeat the strongest man, he would be able to put his plan into action. This was a good reason for Kim Jin-suk to help his student believe in himself and change the past. Pulling out his blade, the teacher instantly attacked his young enemy. At this time, students were still being trained at the academy, but now even Arkan himself taught them. He suggested to still inexperienced fighters the correct striking techniques and sword position. Suddenly, all the experienced fighters who trained the students at the academy felt a strange energy in the air. The bloody sword immediately determined that those two people had begun to fight. It was tense. The heroes decided to go there. The fight between teacher and student resembled a battle between real enemies. The fighters fought with all their might. Yunja was trained by the master, so he easily dodged his blows, but the master was not going to give up. Possessing enormous strength, the hero was able to force his opponent to fly away. The boy struck with enormous power with his sword, but the gentleman dodged and the blow hit the ground. It was not for nothing that teacher Kim Jin-suk was famous for being the strongest person. He had incredible strength that could give rise to tragedy. He rose high into the air, and fantastic energy surrounded his body. The master used real magic. The battle went on for a long time, but the fighters could not neutralize each other. They fought steadfastly and did not concede victory. Even the teacher's secret striking techniques could not break the young hero. It was necessary to end the fight, but the passion between the opponents only intensified. They were already seething with anger and suddenly simultaneously jumped into the air to attack. Their attack patterns were almost identical. The collision between student and teacher led to a real magical disaster. A huge energy explosion appeared above the forest, which covered the entire space around like a dome. A strong flow of mana dissipated in the wind throughout the forest. During the explosion, the skyscraper team happened to be nearby and immediately felt powerful energy. They began to doubt that this was a sparring match. What mattered was who would emerge victorious. This fight was crazy because the student and teacher really had to go to this length to determine who was the strongest. They had their own reason for this. The moment one of them pulled out a sword, the blows of the person who could see the future and the person who could see the trajectory, reaching the speed of the sword, came into contact. Any slightest movement exceeded 10 or even 100 blows. Everyone put everything they had on the line. The opponents thought only of their own superiority in order to outshine each other, and only when one side achieved victory did the battle between these two end. In this battle, Kim Jin-suk lost, no matter how hard he tried, and gave way to the young master, Yoon-jae. Nobody expected such a final blow. The guys froze in surprise because the rooted teacher lost the battle. As a result occurred that made the team believe in a miracle. Seduced by the strongest hero, the sword immediately wanted to devour him. Jong-kyu was forced to refuse because he was not sure that he could defeat his partner. The clan members would take the results of this battle with them to their graves forever. The battle left a huge mark on the history of the reverse world, and the battlefield turned into a real crater in the middle of the forest. The battle was very difficult, but worth it if you put in your best efforts and use all your skills. Finally, Yoon-jae could just relax and enjoy the victory. This was the true power of the key. The clan members immediately flew over the boy like kites. Baekhyun also arrived at the scene and asked the young hero not to move. Although he won, he was also wounded a lot. To begin with, the magician asked the young man to drink a strange potion. As soon as Yunjae opened his mouth and asked what it was, the master immediately poured the contents into his mouth. This was especially the medicine created in the White Tower. Now the young hero had to rest a little. When he returned to the clan, he immediately went to the academy, and after that he also sparred with Jin Suk 3 times. This guy had not rested for a day, so Alvin carried him to the room. It seemed that the young man was planning something serious, and before that it was necessary to let him rest. After all, the boy was good in everything else, but he didn't know how to rest at all. In the hero's subconscious, thoughts appeared that it was impossible to rest for the sake of his family. Suddenly, the image of his wife appeared in front of him, standing at the stove, as before. She said her husband looked very tired and asked if everything was okay. Suddenly her mood changed and she began to scream loudly. The girl demanded that her husband play more sports, live according to a schedule, and stop going to corporate parties. To all his wife's words, the young man could only smile. His great joy in life was his daughter, who always joyfully greeted and accompanied him to work. In her children's bright eyes, one could find any answers to difficult questions. Mina sincerely rejoiced at every moment she spent with Dad, and Yunjae rejoiced at her every smile. Unexpectedly, the wife gave the guy her gift. Opening the box, he pulled out the diary with trembling hands. The lump in his throat did not allow him to breathe. Emotions covered the boy more and more. Tears flowed from his eyes. The hero fell to his knees in pain and began to scream loudly. His heart was breaking into pieces. He missed his family too much. After some time, the hero woke up from the sun, which was shining brightly in his eyes. He did not expect to be in the room and suddenly felt that there was some kind of roll of paper on his nose. On the paper was a message from Bei Chan. It seemed to the gentleman that the young man had not rested at all, so he wrote that he made him sleep for 3 days. Now the boy had a good night's sleep and could move again. Noticing his notebook, Yunjae thought about his family again. The diary that his wife left was the only thing that allowed the hero to somehow communicate with his family. On June 10th, the young man wrote that he received only a notepad as a gift from his wife. He was already tired, and his wife was watching him like an eagle, so the guy didn't know how much he would have been enough to take notes. Rereading the completed pages, Yunjae felt warm in her soul. But only at that moment did he realize his mistakes and understand that there was no need to show his displeasure about the bad gift then. On July 14th, he and Yoon Kyung went out on a date for the first time in a long time. Min-ah went on a picnic, so the couple were left alone for a while. It was the best day spent together. The guy enjoyed his wife. On September 5th, he and Mina prepared a surprise birthday party for Yoon Kyung. There was a huge strawberry cake on the table that was drooling. When Mom came home from work, the boy and his daughter gave her a real surprise. They lit candles and met her at the door with candles so she could make a wish. Since the 3rd of April, Yoon-jae has been missing his family. He tried to return to normal life, even turned on the TV, which he hated before. Continuing to watch it, the young man slowly began to laugh. The hero decided not to be too sad because of the thoughts that Yoon Kyung was watching him. However, every day he spent alone, he missed her. The last page of the notebook contained terrifying information. Everyone the young warrior knew died. He was left alone and hid in the lands of angels. The hero wanted to get a fragment from their lands in order to somehow change the situation. The guy was found, but he continued to search for the location of the fragment. Although he was hungry and it was very difficult, the young man was ready to endure all this for the sake of meeting On-gyeong. Being persecuted, Yoon-jae is tired of living in hiding all the time. He wanted to give up because he no longer understood at all what he was looking for in these spaces. So much time had passed that the hero didn't even remember the voices of Min-ah and Yoon Kyung. There was no end or limit to the battle he got himself into. All that remained was to wait for it to end. After everything he had read, the boy decided to change the past at all costs and not fail in the future. His plans would lead to another meeting with his family. When the young man came to Archon's office, the whole team had already gathered together. Bae Cheon created the medicine, so the time to wake up was determined in advance. The clan members were gathering because they had many questions for the young master. The head of the clan decided to go first. He said that during the battle, both of their powers were on a different level. To call this training to compare strengths would be stupid, so the gentleman wanted to know what the reason was. The hero said that this battle was a test of capabilities. Before 3 years had even passed, he was going to be the first to attack the angels. The heroes had to make sure that they won. A few days later, the heroes were getting ready for the journey and putting on all their combat gear. Yoon-jae was surprised that his partner was not worried at all. In fact, Jong Ji-wyu was calm because he was hand in hand with his master. Someday the heroes had to do this. The young man was worried inside his soul, but his partner taught him that worrying would not change anything. From that moment on, the main character could no longer lose. He was going to do everything not to screw up and get the opportunity to return his family. Resting his palm on the diary, he promised to see his wife soon. Before leaving, Archon wished the team good luck and said that human life was more important than the fragment. Yoon-jae asked not to worry and promised to come alive. Baekchan did everything he could and ordered to return victorious. It wouldn't be him if he didn't ask his friend Jin-suk to come back and show his mug again. Only the gentleman should not have pretended to die. Their relationship was indeed a little strange and funny, but in fact these two were able to act as one organism. Their friendship was inseparable. Now the team about to set off could only wish good luck. A heavy burden fell on their shoulders, on which the fate of many depended. The guys did not doubt their decision for a second and were ready to fight. Meanwhile, Mr. Metatron was punishing one of his angels with bloodshed. He viewed everyone as traitors when they stood behind him. The gentleman suspected that the angel could be a minion of the people, sent by them. The assistant tried to stop the king and said that he himself asked him not to get in the way. For the ruler, this was also a rebellion, so he, without a twinge of conscience, crushed the angel into pieces. Scarlet blood scattered in all directions. Michael realized the depth of the problem. He noticed that after the Lord met the key, he began to kill angels indiscriminately. This was too cruel and caused great damage to the kingdom. There were rumors among the other angels that not long ago an angel serving the Lord of the heavenly worlds died. The situation taking place in the kingdom was greatly straining the employees. Suddenly, someone grabbed Michael by the shoulder. Turning around, he saw the Archangel Gabriel behind him. The gentleman noticed that his old friend was heading to the temple and decided to talk. The Archangel sensed that lately the bishop had been behaving very strangely and was very worried. This created a lot of tension among all the angels and archangels. At that moment, Michael started talking about the intermediate world and being lost in his own thoughts. Judging by what even he said about it, Gabriel was convinced that everything they said was true. The archangel knew that recently there had been terrible rumors, and mistrust had been growing. The angel said that the ruler of the heavenly worlds had become strange, and that he did not value his subordinates. The angry Gabriel simply wanted to kill the angels who were spreading rumors. Metatron's cruel servant was sure that Michael was also pretending to think the same thing. This intention was due to the usual desire of ordinary angels. The angel said that everything had to be exactly like this, because there was a little mistrust inside. Gabriel immediately flew into a rage and was going to immediately tear off all the limbs of the traitor and scatter them in the places where the devil was buried. According to the archangel, the ruler of the heavenly worlds was the heavenly world and the meaning of life for all angels and archangels. Even Saint Gabriel had a wild desire to kill. Inside the master there was a great desire to take revenge on everyone who pretended to be angels, slandering such a ruler. It wasn't even funny, but an angel with murderous intent looked even more ridiculous. Upon reaching the temple, Michael realized that things were becoming very strange. Over the course of several years, many angels lost their lives. This could no longer continue without anyone stopping these killings. In parting, Gabriel said that he had thought carefully and decided to follow the rumors and kill everyone who spread them. All this was unthinkable, because the master was going to shed the blood of his brothers. On the way to the mission, the heroes passed through a dense forest, but it was suspiciously empty. Jong-kyu talked about the strange silence, but monsters always came out after his remarks, so it was dangerous to talk about it. For Jong-kyu, all this did not matter. He took this dangerous test too lightly. What interested him most was that Alvin and Lois wouldn't be able to go on dates anymore. Mr. Walker was very tired of all these stupid jokes. He said that they came here as representatives for the battle with the angels. But Lois was unhappy. Dating was more than important to her. The girl was very offended and said that Alvin never had time for dates because he was always busy with his training. She immediately knew that everything would be like this. The role of a fighter's girlfriend was not easy. Even Jin-suk put in his 2 cents and said that if the guys didn't go on a real date, then there really was a problem. The entire team was now discussing Alvin's failed relationships. Only the main character was not thinking about relationships. He felt rather strange. According to the diary, the monsters should have appeared a long time ago, but the guy had the feeling that the whole forest was watching them. Everything turned out to be as Yoon-jae thought. Dragons were already waiting for the skyscraper team ahead. They had long been aware of the intentions of people and prepared the way for them. Their meeting was very unexpected because the time had not yet come for this. The dragons asked why people came earlier than 3 years later, but the hero asked them in response what was the reason for their visit. This was originally the territory of dragons, so there were no monsters there. Galleon said that if they were caught by people, they would die immediately, but these were all precious lives that the dragon had to protect. Mara suggested that the guys wanted to go towards places controlled by angels. The hero believed that this was possible, because the 3-year limit that the dragons talked about did not apply to people. This was indeed allowed. Galleon said that they unilaterally bought time for the people for the sake of an even fight, so there was no problem. The catch was that the dragon doubted the strength of people. He asked if the 5 of them could fight. After all, the angels were very strong, and not everyone was able to overcome them. Jin-suk said that this was their tactic. Although the dragons remained neutral, the humans could not reveal their strategy. In this case, Galleon also could not watch how strangers invaded his lands. He was ready to send his team of dragons into defense to send the people back. At that moment, something happened that no one expected. The dragon suddenly turned around and said that the angels lived on the other side. The young man was going to at least lead people to their destination. In reality, the dragons maintained the balance. Mara said that now the heroes were at a very disadvantage, heading towards the angels. Therefore, the dragons were going to escort them only to Metatron's domain. On the way to the angels' domain, Mara began to openly flirt with Alvin Walker. She hovered around him and asked why he had nothing to say to his savior. Lois endured to the last, but when she saw that the nasty girl hugged her boyfriend, she literally burst into flames with anger. Last time Mara saved Alvin, but this time he definitely wanted to kill him, because his girlfriend was capable of anything. Half the way the guys talked, and the dragon girl said that there were about 50 of them. They joked that if something happened, Mr. Alvin would destroy them all. Soon the team arrived at the place where the lands of the angels began. In appearance, there was nothing scary there, but it was obvious that the angels had put up barriers. When the heroes were inside, there would be a completely different space there. From that moment on, only people could decide whether they wanted to know what was on the other side or not. The dragons could not go any further, so they wished the young heroes good luck and left. Now it's time for the skyscraper team to find themselves in a completely different world. They approached the border as close as possible, and at that moment, a strong wind began to blow. Bright energy blinded the heroes and opened a portal that concealed something else. A stunning world of angels opened up before the heroes. At the foot of the mountains, there was a small town, which was under the shadow hovering in the air of the mountain. The main temple of the ruler of the angels was located on the mountain. This holy world amazed with its beauty. Having seen the Holy Lands, Yunje finally found himself in the beautiful expanses of Lakia. This spectacle was breathtaking because the angels had vast territories to fly. The temple was held by a golden sacred ring, which was chained to the ground. Now the heroes saw with their own eyes the goal towards which they had worked so hard. They had a plan that would bring the angel lands under attack. Meanwhile, Gabriel still fulfilled his promise and followed the traitorous chief of the angels. He began to shed the blood of those who slandered the ruler of the heavenly worlds. The cruel archangel did this in front of everyone, so that the other students would see his mercilessness and be afraid. Everyone whose soul ached for the story of the murders was immediately killed by the Holy Lord. Those who opposed the words of the ruler of the heavenly worlds were to suffer immediate death penalty. Saint Gabriel was so cruel, despite his wings, that he was ready to kill even his own brother if he were a traitor. He said that only those in whom fear was sown were afraid. It was the sin of the angels who remained silent even after seeing all their disrespectful actions. The master punished everyone who stood up against his majesty. Gabriel's terrible deeds also reached Michael. The angel was simply furious, because ordinary angels were dying. The king's subordinates said that other angels died in Lakia. This happened simultaneously and in different places. It could have been an uprising or an attack from outside. The angry angel ordered right now to send separately the 1st to 4th detachments to the very borders in the 4 directions of the world. If this was a rebellion of angels, then Michael gave the order to catch them and interrogate them. But if suddenly these were intruders, then the angel was not going to spare anyone. He was ready to deal with them personally. Meanwhile, Alvin Walker cleverly entered the territory of the angels and had fun with the employees. With a cold sword, he cut down everyone who got in his way. The master was so merciless that he was not afraid even of the ruler of the heavenly worlds. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a whole crowd of angels guarding the temple ran out. They were armed and were about to capture the intruder. Now Mr. Alvin would have to try hard to scatter the attacking angels. This was a real guerrilla invasion, so it would not have been difficult for the master to fool them around his finger. He decided to act more unusually than just go in for a frontal attack, and ran away. Yunche's plan was that the heroes were going to enter as guerrillas. In order to enter, defeating the many angels scattered throughout the village, they had no other way. The heroes would split into 4 teams, go east, west, south, and north, and then when they found the shard, would meet again in the forest. Alvin's road led to the east, Zhang Jiuyu and Lois to the west. On the western side, the heroes find themselves in a very dangerous situation. The enraged angel flew straight towards Lois. The girl was completely defenseless because she had only magical protection and was not able to fight. Having concentrated the energy into a magical core, the girl launched an attack at the enemies. Her power created a huge platform in the sky that could easily crush all the angels. The magic platform with enormous power fell directly on the enemy angels. They couldn't even imagine who they were facing in the battle. Lois had truly enormous power. When her partner saw the strength with which she defeated her enemies, he was a little scared. The guy began to think about Alvin surviving dating her. Jin Suk and Yoon Jae went to the remaining east and south. They went to take revenge on Michael, who was planning to do it himself. The strongest masters were ready to do anything to defeat the enemy army. The entire city was strewn with bloody corpses, and an atmosphere of death hung in the air. This news reached Michael, and when he saw the tragedy with his own eyes, he was furious. The assistant told him that this was done by people who came from all over the world. The assistant contacted Gabriel, and he said that Michael was sure that the angels and people were in a secret conspiracy and was now killing everyone. The angel had too much of a share. What he heard made the gentleman even angrier. He was literally seething with anger. He realized that people came at the right time for them, but at this time the angel was doing completely different things. The loss situation was disgusting. Buildings collapsed in the west, and there were angel casualties in the east and north, but the worst damage was from the swordsmen in the south. Michael was sure that the key would want to follow the safest path. Gabriel was in the north, so everything was fine. In this case, the angel only has to worry about the west and east. Having ordered to gather and send fighters to the west and east, the master went south. There, a goal was already prepared for him, which he had been striving for 2 long years. If the swordsman was in the most remote place, then the angel was sure that it was Kim Jin Suk. This time, Michael was definitely going to put an end to this battle. At great speed, the master strove for his main opponent, but upon approaching the battlefield, he discovered that the key was Yunja. The angel froze in place and could not believe his eyes, but the hero had already foreseen this situation. Kim Jin was a very important person, so he couldn't waste all his energy here. The young hero would have dealt with someone like Michael himself. Since the key revealed itself on its own, the angel immediately took off to destroy it. The Holy Lord headed into battle again and again. He wanted to make the boy regret everything he had done, but the brave hero was so strong that every time he forcefully pushed away his winged enemy. The master's blow flew straight at the angel, but he managed to dodge at the last moment, and the attack was already heading straight towards the innocent angels. Human forces turned out to be much more powerful than one could imagine. Michael ordered everyone to get out of there immediately, because the young man was not someone who could be resisted. While he was busy issuing orders, his young opponent had already fled, but the master was not going to leave him alone. Having sent everyone as far as possible, the angry angel gave chase. He should never have missed his prey, so he flapped his wings with all his might. Thanks to his skills, Yunje ran very fast and maneuvered on the streets of the city so that the angels simply could not catch up with him. Michael was already very angry, but he had no choice but to continue the chase. At one point, the gentleman simply could not stand it and used his magical powers to launch a stream of crushing energy at the fugitive. Anger did not allow him to stop because the human key was an important item. A powerful heavenly force flew straight forward at great speed. The angels parted in different directions so as not to fall under its pressure. Only the young hero remained calm. He did not move and just waited. At the most unexpected moment, the guy repelled the attack, and it boomeranged to the starting point. Michael received a strong blow and fell to the ground. Now Yunjae seemed like a real villain, but the angels seemed like that too. The young man could never again forget the cruelty of the angels. It was a real nightmare for him that the minions of the Heavenly Lord pursued the fleeing people and killed them. They advanced and crushed people. War was something about which a warrior had no choice, but it was also something that made someone shed tears of blood. The guy was not ready to put up with such a choice. He wanted to put an end to all the evil deeds of angels and archangels. In one battle, a man with unimaginable magical power and a man who was a celestial creature collided. Both of them carried enormous energy within them and were now ready to pounce on each other. The warrior tried to do everything in his power. For the sake of the people he loved and for the sake of those he had to protect, the boy raised his sword into the air and was going to finish what he started. With a sharp sword, the hero cut the angel into 2 parts. Scarlet blood gushed onto the ground. Now Michael was finally punished for mocking God's innocent creatures and was not afraid of his punishment. The place of the cut began to glow with a bright flash that enveloped the angel. Even the heavenly forces did not help him to win and remain on the dark side. Michael screamed loudly and tried to stop the brat in order to figure it out to the end, but Yunja could no longer be stopped. Without looking back, he ran as fast as he could from the battlefield. When the angel was completely sure that the enemy had escaped, Yunjae immediately appeared behind him. The angel's bandage had come off long ago. He was blind and stupid, so the hero easily outwitted him. With one deft movement, the young man struck Michael with a steel sword, and the angel flew back with force. He did not expect such cunning from the young Ki, so he did not have time to dodge his blow. The main character took the angel by surprise and kept him on a short leash. He said that Michael had too much to protect, so he shouldn't have died in that place. He told the assistant to the supreme ruler to go back and tell everyone that the human Ki had returned. After these words, the young man used his skills and instantly disappeared. Yunje was sure that this was enough for Michael not to die. He had to stay alive. The angel wanted to kill the boy, but he looked like him. The angel had a desire to protect what was dear to him in any way, so he was even ready to kill. He should not have parted with these feelings, but continued on this path. The hero wanted to move on to the most important part of the plan, but the other guys were waiting for Alvin to arrive. It was known that St. Gabriel had gone north, but the team was confident that nothing would have happened to someone like Mr. Walker. There was no need to go after the master, because he came before dear Lois began to cry for him. Mr. Walker never stayed too long because he was very good at his skills. During the battle, he suffered greatly and spent a lot of energy, so his girlfriend took care of him. The warrior collapsed to the ground and gushed the contents of the flask with the restorative potion at the top of his lungs. The fighter said that he met with Gabriel and the pursuit began. Since Yunjae asked not to fight, Walker held on with all his might and ran away, although it was not easy due to the incredible stickiness. But something still haunted the gentleman. St. Gabriel walked on as if nothing had happened, killing angels just like himself. This was the discrepancy that the skyscraper team decided to target. Michael was the one who tried to protect the ordinary angels, and his opposite Gabriel was an angel serving only Metatron. And now Metatron has fallen. When the great Metatron found out that Michael had let the people go without being able to inflict a single blow on them, he boiled with anger. He screamed loudly and slapped the angel in the face because he considered him a useless bastard. The master did not listen to any of the angel's excuses and ordered him to shut up. His entire plan failed, but the ruler needed an assistant who would tear off people's limbs. Suddenly, Michael could not stand it and said that the more important thing was that the ruler first needed to take care of the safety of the angels. Following his insidious plan, the master did not care about his subordinates at all. There was no more time to think. The ruler urgently needed to save the situation, otherwise people would have invaded much faster. Metatron decided and ordered Nael and Rigel to personally go with him. St. Gabriel then fell to his knees and asked the master to give his order. The archangel was ready for anything. After thinking a little, the gentleman told him to personally catch and bring the escaped bastard or commit suicide. Meanwhile, Yunjae and his team were waiting for their opponents. The hero was sure that they would have gone outside, and then he was going to go. If the bird flew out of the cage, it had to be fed to a stronger bird. After some time, angel wings appeared in the sky. Metatron and his minions arrived at the scene. Vladica did not expect to see people here. He doubted that they could come on their own. It was surprising that the gentleman was not angry, but smiled. Both the fragment and the key came to him personally, so he had to greet them with all cordiality. His plan was carried out even more easily than expected. Yunja did not fall before his greatness. He was capable of destroying even such a strong lord. The boy said that for the master he was just food, although he lay before the dragons. The great and terrible Metatron did not know how people managed to get the help of dragons, but this territory was in the domain of angels. He was sure that the heroes could not have won the battle against them without the help of dragons. Hearing about the help of dragons, Yunje was very surprised. The gentleman decided that then angels helped their team in battles. Such thoughts were very suitable for such angels. Since the hero had no more tricks, Metatron sent Rigel and Anael to destroy him. The cruel angels took off and rushed to attack. The young warrior was alone, but strictly adhered to his brilliant plan. The angels did not know that the team of heroes always had an ace up their sleeve in the form of a devilish sword, which was controlled by a possessed boy. His power was capable of destroying an entire crowd. Having received the power of Lamar, Zhang Giwayu activated the demonic abilities of the sword and unexpectedly flew towards his enemies. The angels did not expect to see him, but there was no turning back. The angry boy amazed with his fantastic fight. His powerful strength allowed him to become invulnerable. The guy grabbed the two angels by the heads and pushed their foreheads together, like two rams. Even numerical superiority gave the angels no chance to fight against Lamar's unparalleled strength. Zhang Qiu was the best at what he did, and his body was complete, imbued with the energy of a demonic sword. This is how the quick-witted hero planned to defeat the fallen angels. He activated his magical shard energy and was fully prepared to attack. For 2 long years, the young man waited for the moment when he could stand up to Metatron. The Great Lord was not going to let go of the guy who stood in his way. He accepted the challenge and decided to put his celestial technique to the test. The gentleman gathered all the energy within himself and became stronger before our eyes. A bright flash of heavenly lightning was heading straight towards the hero at rapid speed. Its power was enormous. Yunje was not afraid, because he had been preparing for this battle for a long time. So, without looking, he flew straight to the enemy. The experienced fighter used a powerful technique of magic armor, with which he made his way through the air. Thanks to this technique, he managed to bypass the angel's attack. In this fight, nothing would stop the boy. Metatron wanted to get victory at any cost. He did not stop even in front of such stubborn people. The master became even more angry, and instantly sent 3 magical lightning bolts at the enemy, which had a huge charge. For the protagonist, these attacks were just dust. Despite the fact that the ruler considered his skills to be brilliant, the boy was stronger. Using his protective road, he deftly avoided all the lightning and continued on his way. This obstacle course was too easy for the boy, so he quickly reached his main prize with wings. The guy flew into the air and swung his sharp blade to cut the ruler of the worlds into pieces. One member of the skyscraper team was still inferior in strength to his enemy. The bloodthirsty and merciless angel used the most powerful striking techniques and forced the pitiful man to bow his head to the ground. The angel said that the end of an inferior race was too pitiful. Despite the humiliation, Alvin Walker held on well, and said that the winged ones did not know any more words except these. Bloodthirsty Gabriel just said the right thing, so he got very angry and decided to put an end to the nasty man. He used celestial power and delivered a crushing blow that resembled a huge arrow. Without hesitation, Mr. Alvin launched his counterattack and deflected the rapid flow of magic. His strength allowed him to push the angel away. In fact, the skyscraper warrior didn't like angels, but the angels felt the same. The gentleman said that it would be better if they were honest, like those guys from the demonic clan. It was not clear to Mr. Alvin why they pretended to be right and good. And when all their hypocritical masks fell off, the lives of the other angels who entered this war were not on the list of important things to do. Saint Gabriel knew that man had not saved all his kind. While he was killing angels, people were dying elsewhere. The archangel did not wait for another attack, and used his staff to shoot a bolt of heavenly lightning at the enemy. It seemed incredible, but Alvin easily bypassed the attack and suddenly appeared right in front of the archangel. Their swords touched in battle. Now the man and the angel had to try hard to resist each other. Gabriel was unhappy, because his enemy was not even an angel, but copied their ability and wore wings. He considered people a pitiful inferior race, and ordered a person not to talk about salvation. Suddenly, Mr. Walker made a move with his sword and put it to the archangel's throat. The gentleman pressed hard on the weapon and asked what was more important for Gabriel, the angels or the ruler of the heavenly worlds. The archangel was completely obsessed with the idea that the angels were the ruler of the heavenly worlds. He was not ready to betray his master because he himself adhered to the same attitudes. Mr. Walker understood everything. He shouldn't have let such a bastard who killed his brothers go. The warrior said that Gabriel must have seen the end, perfectly fitting for a hypocrite like him. The clash of opponents sparkled with bright colors. Their energy was excellent and so powerful that it was dangerous to be near. The archangel dealt blow after blow with cruelty, but Alvin held on with all his might. Gabriel laughed loudly because his opponent did not show him the end at all, but simply parried the blows. He took advantage of the opportunity and pelted the man with magical blows from his wand. Mr. Alvin said that the archangel's end was near, but he had no intention of showing it to him in person. At that moment, the attack stopped. Metatron's henchman sensed something was wrong and turned back. Something amazing was happening. A huge cliff, on which the heavenly temple was located, descended from the sky onto St. Gabriel. This structure was completely surrounded by Lois's magical dome. This was the very end that made the archangel scream in fear. Everything went exactly according to plan. Alvin's girlfriend was a little scary in her anger. It was reminiscent of a worldwide catastrophe. Lois was doing things that were simply incomprehensible to the mind. Using her magical powers, she moved the heavenly temple, which made all the angels of this world nervous. The girl's strength was incomparable to what it was before. She concentrated all the magical protection in one place and turned it into a crushing force. Now it was not at all easy to defeat this fiery lady. Metatron was simply furious with what he saw. He called his subordinates to destroy the girl, but no one was around. The gentleman realized that people had started this from the very beginning and were planning to separate them. Yunjae said that no one would answer his call. Even if the gentleman died, he would definitely be reborn later. The boy was interested in why he needed the heads of angels. The young man clearly knew every step and all the intentions of the great ruler. He said that it would be easier to rebuild the castle, but there was definitely something like a fragment in it. An enraged Metatron howled in anger. His power began to flow out of his body. The master could not come to terms with the fact that the nasty boy dared to reveal all his plans and destroy the plan that had been drawn up for many years. The young man said that if the ruler did not want to see his castle destroyed, he could try to stop all this right now. Pointing his sword into battle, the boy jumped on his enemy to fight him off. The battle was brutal, because the ruler was the strongest angel, and the hero was the strongest man. Their swords slammed into each other with great force. Suddenly, Ragal, fighting nearby, noticed their battle. The angel should not have been distracted, because his opponent was the owner of a demonic sword. Zhang Jiwayu did not spare anyone if he entered into battle. He swung harder and wanted to shed the blood of the enemy with a sword that would absorb it. When the young man was already very close and almost killed the angel, Aniel covered his partner with his body and deflected the blow of the possessed man. Even when they were evil, the angels held on to each other. The angel's rod was strong enough that Zhang Jiwayu could not easily break it with the blood-absorbing sword, but no one has yet been able to defeat the power of Lamar contained in the sword. When Anael was almost out of strength, he was ready to succumb to the power of the sword and lower the staff. But he was saved from inevitable death by Ragel, who jumped out from behind and repelled the attack of the possessed guy, throwing him aside. It was incredible, but Zhang Jiwayu did not shy away from the attacks at all. He seemed to teleport from place to place and made his enemy lose his guard. So the angel was within reach. Rhaegal was completely focused on the strike while the enemy was still nearby, but suddenly the boy disappeared and appeared in another place. Using force, the warrior grabbed the angel and hit his head on the ground with enormous power. At this moment, Aniel found the perfect moment and attacked from behind. He spun his rod in the air to deal critical damage and destroy the guy wielding the bloody sword. Zhang Jiwayu was incredibly strong. It was not for nothing that he managed to take over Lamar's power. The young man predicted this attack and at the last moment grabbed the angel by the throat. In one motion, he threw Anael into the ground so that his partners ended up in a mass grave. The angels begged for mercy, but the hallmark of the possessed man was that he never listened to the requests of his enemies. Swinging his sword, he struck his opponents with great force. They would never know how hard the heroes tried to become stronger. Meanwhile, Metatron struggled to resist Lois's power. He single-handedly wanted to stop the destruction of his castle and stopped it with his own hands. The tension in the muscles grew. The gentleman could no longer cope with such force. Even his third eye popped out from the heaviness. Such energy could not be defeated by the physical body alone. Emitting wild cries, the master called on all the angels located in Lakia. He ordered them to protect Ratel. Introducing himself to the heavenly world, Metatron called upon the angels to die in defense of the sacred Ratel. Since the Lord behaved inappropriately from the very beginning, Yunzhi could not forgive it. He gave the master a real test with fire, so that he would be reborn inside the flames if he could. With maximum effort, Lois did everything she could and returned to Earth. The hero also gave his maximum, but it was not the end. He was supposed to come soon. The angels did not carry out the order. Here, they were powerless. With great force, the sacred Ratel fell off the cliff and fell to the ground. Huge clouds of dust filled everything around. The building was completely destroyed. Leaving even his opponent, Archangel Gabriel rushed to the rescue. Among the dusty ruins, he was going to save his master, who could not be allowed to die. Having created a platform in the dusty air with the help of magical protection, the hero found himself on the same level with the angel. He stood in his way to fully punish everyone who was involved in the murders. Gabriel hit the boy with a spear and ordered the inferior and cowardly little man to get out of the way. Yunzhi did not leave and immediately repelled the attack with his sword. Someone else should have come, not the archangel. The boy resisted and asked what happened to Alvin, since the archangel was here. Saint Gabriel pressed the spear with all his might and replied that he could kill such a weak person without any problems. Such a misunderstanding could have happened because the hero asked Mr. Walker to take his time a little. But since the heroes had now achieved their goal, it was possible to kill Saint Gabriel. At this moment, Alvin was already standing behind, and with one movement of his sharp blade cut the enemy in half. The Lord shed the archangel's scarlet blood and praised his excellent expression. Now Gabriel had to die, because he was so annoying to everyone. Falling down, he prayed to follow the ruler of the heavenly worlds. The guys from the Skyscraper clan thought that this guy was no longer dangerous, but suddenly his body seemed to swell. The archangel was turning into a real time bomb. It seemed that the situation was hopeless, but Lois arrived in time. She put the enemy in a magical protective ball that would hold him back for a while. The girl helped so that the heroes could go and deal with the rest. Deep down, Alvin was a caring guy and worried about the girl. She shrugged it off and said she was fine. The warrior maiden had already experienced an explosion of herself once. At this time, the last of the team members was holding on with all his might. His opponent was very strong, so the master suffered from his magical powers. Brave heroes dealt with all the angels in the world of Lakia, and Michael was the last one alive. He suffered greatly because his enemy until recently was the strongest person. Despite his wounds, Archangel Michael wanted to put an end to this battle and prepared his weapon. But suddenly Yun-jae stood in his way and stopped him. The young man said that the Archangel had already lost, so it was enough to fight. Michael was not going to give up, no matter what happened. He wanted to protect the angels so that the hero would die here. The boy told him that in that case, the other angels would also have to die. For the first time, Yun-jae extended his hand to his enemy and suggested a way for everyone to stay alive. It was tempting, because if the Archangel had survived, then the rest of the angels would have had a chance to live. Michael couldn't believe it was true. He always said that ordinary angels were more important than his own life, and now the guy had a way to protect them. He was offered to end this war. After the battle between angels and people, Lakia was almost completely destroyed, leaving huge losses for the angels. An act of truce was concluded between the two sides, so everyone else remained alive. Although the Archangel accepted this situation, he was not too happy. Next time he was going to finish the fight, the result of which was never obtained. Yoon-jae and Kim Jin-suk shook hands. The young man thanked the teacher for stalling for time, thanks to which the heroes were able to avoid great losses. Hearing this, the Archangel was surprised that the master did not intend to kill him. In fact, Jin-suk was about to kill his enemy, and said that it was difficult for him to fight because of the Archangel's power. This made Michael think seriously. The team was talking about the completed test. Jong Gyu said that he did not kill Ragal and Anael, but most likely they had serious wounds, because Lamar lost his temper. At this moment, the wounded Ragil and Anael still reached the others. Seeing that the Archangel was in cahoots with people, the angels became very angry. They said it was better to fight and die. After all the dissatisfaction, Yoon-jae decided to talk to everyone. He said that the ruler died, but still remained the ruler and leader whom everyone followed. The heroes simply fought and were not going to claim that people were right. The hero understood that the angels hated people, but gave them the right to choose. He said that he was looking for a path by which everyone could survive. To do this, he needed the help of all the angels. The warrior was going to get rid of this world. In order to prevent senseless wars between different species, the boy was going to carry out his plan. A few days later, the hero found himself in the forest to talk with the dragon. He told him about everything that was happening in Lakia, but at first the dragon did not believe that the angels agreed so easily. Michael truly cared about the angels. If Yoon-jae got the shard, then no matter what his wishes were, they might be able to return. Enjoying the forest air, the heroes talked for a long time. The boy said that he ate a fragment that was in the center of Ratel. The hero was looking for the previous ruler to ask him something. It would definitely be dangerous, but it was also on the way to the lands of angels, so it was not a big problem for the young man. Galleon really hoped that the man's choice was correct, so he decided to help. Using his magic, he opened an otherworldly portal that led straight to the ruler's domain. If suddenly the hero wanted to see him, he would immediately see him. Yoon-jae, without hesitation, jumped into the portal, and opening the door, found himself in the domain of the Lord. He found himself in an ordinary room, where he met Jahar, the previous lord. All this time Mara watched the boy, who seemed strange to her. She wanted the guy to find the Grail, make a wish and end everything, but he was much more complicated. The hero could not imagine that Jahar looked like this, because he had never met him. The gentleman was glad to see the boy and said that he had been simply watching him for a long time. He wanted to talk about the shackles that were on his wrist. The hero understood that Jahar did this, assuming what had happened. The gentleman interrupted him and said that he saw everything only at the very beginning. From the moment this thing became completely owned by the guy, the gentleman could not see anything about him. But most of all, he was interested in the purpose of the young hero's visit. The boy came to find out what would happen to this world after making a wish. After thinking a little, the gentleman said that he had once received the power of the Grail, but despite this, he was in this world. The man expressed himself too difficultly, so the young man had difficulty understanding that this world would not have collapsed. In this case, he decided to find out who started this battle. According to the boy, this battle was started by those who knew everything from beginning to end, but always adhered to neutrality. The guy was sure that everything happened because of the dragons. Even if the key made a wish, this world would not be destroyed. No matter what choice was made, people could not return. The hero needed to keep choosing new people and keep fighting. Serious disputes arose in the negotiations between the angels and the skyscraper clan. The angels were sure that Yoon-jae was determined to break this chain of battles, which greatly surprised Archon. Michael told the head of the clan that the guy needed an alliance because people alone were not enough. Bowing his head, the tired Archon asked whether he should have been grateful for this or called it recklessness. If the dragons had guessed Yoon-jae's intentions, they would not have given him the Grail so easily. The guy wasn't sure if everything was okay, but he had to try anyway. Jahar also had such difficult times. Suddenly his expression changed. He hoped that the guy could overcome human greed. The power of the Grail was close to omnipotence. Jahar could create what he wanted, and he could also get rid of it. The master was different from the hero. He wanted to enjoy this power more than return to the original world. This was the last test of the journey, from training to now. The Grail contained an omnipotent power that man could not possess. It was not easy to cope with this power, but Yunjae had to return to his family. He said that all the people of this world, angels and even damned demons, had no reason to lose their lives in such meaningless battles. That is why the hero wanted to learn as soon as possible how to control the fragment and how to defeat the dragons. Having obtained valuable information, Mara came to the old man to tell him about the danger. The girl said that a human key opened the other door. The grandfather's eyes instantly filled with rage. He was literally seething with anger. This was a real problem for her, because the key dared to do this without knowing its place. In order to fulfill his wish, Yunja had to learn to control the shard of power. He received two more, one of which is power, and the other is life. If the guy could control that close to infinity power, then he could fight dragons. But in proportion to this, his life force would also begin to decline. Jakar said that the boy could replenish this vital force with the help of a shard of life. It was an undeniable theory. On top of that, the hero could still control time. In battle, the warrior was also close to infinity. Since there were no more nuances in management, the old man said that it was necessary to train. The hero hoped for personal training from Jahar, but the gentleman did not have the same abilities as Garan. But there was another way that would help learning. So the old man waved his hand and used his powers to open the space of the dead. All this was a first for the young warrior. Jakar worked real miracles. Finding himself in complete darkness, the old man lit a lamp. Being next to which the hero would have been fine, he would not have been able to die. But he had to be very careful, because danger could await in every dark corner. Ghosts swirled around Yunjae. These were the dead, the souls of those who fought and died here. They were once humans, angels, or demons. They could be gotten rid of using the power of the fragment. Souls trapped in the other world forever could not return even with the help of the power of the Holy Grail. They wandered in the space of the dead exactly as long as the reverse world existed. Suddenly, one of the ghosts attacked the old man, but he used his magical power and immediately stopped the soul of the deceased. They could not be defeated by ordinary force. The only thing left for the young warrior to learn was the way to control that same power against ghosts. He should have understood how it should have been done, but at that moment Jahar let go of the lamp and deftly climbed out through the portal. In parting, the gentleman said that the flame of the lamp was gradually dying out, so the guy had to be extremely careful. After all, in this world it was possible to survive only with light. Immediately after the master left, the young man became a little confused. He was left alone in complete darkness, under the dim light of a lamp, in a room filled with sinister souls. The fragment should have told the boy about everything else. Yunjae had no choice but to fight in his usual way. Oni used his crushing energy and pulled out his sword to fight the wandering ghosts. The guy managed to strike the first blow, but it did not give any result. The ghost's body immediately glued itself back together, as if it had been created from a viscous substance that had the property of contraction. Everything was much harder, but suddenly a strange energy wrapped a magical ribbon around his sword. The young man did not understand at all what had happened, but he was going to do at least something to deal with the crowd of souls. At this time, Jakar received a visit. Dragon Lord sounded too grandiose, so the old man introduced himself as the oldest dragon. The Gaian asked how the master was doing without him. The old man did not want to go inside because everyone had their own place at a safe distance. He said that the ideal thing was for everyone to be in their own place. At such a late hour, Jakar did not expect to see the old man. He didn't quite understand his words, so he assumed that he was threatening him. This was not the case at all, but the face of the ancient dragon itself immediately changed. His voice cooled, and he said that he was simply asking not to cross the line. The Gaian said that there was one who should have been behind this door and one who should have been outside. Their places were determined absolutely precisely. Such an exhausted old man could not threaten Jakar. He only came because he needed something done for him. The elderly dragon said that originally the key only opened doors that fit his body. So far there have been more than one or two people crossing the line. Now the Gaian stood here, and there instead of all of them stood the Lord. The old man hoped that the gentleman would take this into account. Jakar was very dissatisfied with the old man's words. He realized that he was categorically against the invasion of his lands. The elderly dragon remained silent, turned around, and, turning away from everything, walked away. Meanwhile, the entire other world is completely filled with ghosts wandering in the dark. Yunja desperately tried to destroy them using his usual sword techniques. No matter how much the hero chopped them, the souls of the dead still appeared again. They flew like midges into the light of a lantern and immediately pounced on a defenseless person. The boy did not know at all how they could be defeated. While the boy was thinking about how he could resist the ghosts, he found himself in the wrong place. Suddenly, a huge ghost appeared under his feet, which was about to swallow the warrior standing on his tongue. This was unthinkable. Yunjae had overcome many trials, but he had never encountered anything like this. The giant ghost sharply closed its teeth and wanted to bite off a piece from the man, but the hero managed to jump into the air. In the air, the boy wanted to run away from the enemy, but suddenly felt that the ghost grabbed his hand and pulled him towards himself. This spirit resembled a cyclops, but was round and frightening in shape. Suddenly, the ghost saw a glowing fire in the lamp and immediately took off and flew into the light like a night moth. The bite left a mark on the hero's hand, which was very painful and stinging. Yunjae found himself in a hopeless situation. He didn't know at all how he could resist the ghosts, and the flame of the lantern was slowly dying out. There was less and less time left, so the hero could not delay any longer. The souls of the dead, soaring in the other world, completely surrounded the boy. He was surrounded only by the light of the lantern, which they surrounded on all sides. The warrior was completely alone. His only weapon was his own wits. The time shard was a magical force. Then the fragment used the power of angels, and the fragment of life represented the power of endless rebirth of demons. The feeling of being drawn by the power of angels was very different. After thinking a little, the hero finally understood everything. It was a completely different force, different from the magical power or demon energy that filled him. Something suddenly flared up in the guy's body. The energy of a fragment of life spread throughout the body. His sword shone with an unknown flash of light, and now the warrior had to first show his strength. Realizing the full essence of using the power of the shard, Yunja swung his energy sword and hit the ghosts. A huge crushing flow of energy captured hundreds of souls gathered together. When the main character thought that they were finished, he suddenly choked on blood and fell to his knees. This fantastic power of the fragment emanated from him, but the damned souls again surrounded him on all sides. The shard of life was connected to the power of demons. The boy controlled the demonic force for so long that he was already sick. Having gathered together a concentrated energy core, the guy was going to make the fragment appear. With one movement, the hero absorbed all the accumulated demonic energy and ordered the fragment of life to act. This was the only way to finally gain his power. A bright flash of light surrounded the boy. All the evil energy accumulated inside burst out. Now the power of the shard flowed in his veins, and the warrior attacked his enemies with great fury. Yunja looked like a real demon in human form. He deftly wielded his sword, and his attacks were now filled with demonic energy. Watching such power, the ghosts did not attack. They seemed to be watching from the sidelines. This transformation took too much see. The hero only recovered his physical body. The excruciating pain did not disappear, but it was as if teeth were being gnawed into his mind. The guy held on with all his might. Most likely, now he already wanted to give up. The power of the shard was too powerful and caused great pain. All this time, old Jafar watched the guy train. He knew that the young man had to endure this test. There was nothing that made the mind stronger than the life force shard did. Mara and the oldest dragon were in cahoots. That evening, the two of them came to the dungeon where the detention cells were located. There lived a cruel creature that they wanted to contact. Hearing that the dragons wanted to make him a follower of orders, the bloodthirsty demon was simply furious. He threw iron shackles with great force because no one dared to consider him a fool who pleased anyone. The monster will launch a huge metal ball at people, which limited its movements. But suddenly the Gan stopped him in mid-flight with one hand. The old man appreciated the monster's strength, but he was sad to see how this strength lay like a dead weight. The elderly dragon offered the demon an ability that was even more powerful than the Grail. The person who found the fragments also could not fully control it before obtaining the Grail. The bloodthirsty monster was not weak and always wanted to get the same thing. Finally, he received an offer he could not refuse. In exchange for his grandfather's request, the demon could take over the entire world. With the help of the dimension gates opening over and over again, the monster could absorb the new strongest and become even more powerful. Then, he could get even more. The demon thought that the old man was a dragon, but he turned out to be a real sly fox. Seeing the magical energy, the monster asked to immediately remove the spells, but everything went according to plan. The old man concentrated strong magic in his hands, which opened a portal. It was the Lord's magic, so it took some time. The Gaon wanted to destroy the ruler. This could be called a kind of devotion. At that moment, strong magic penetrated directly into the shackles, and suddenly they collapsed right before our eyes. It was the best the old man could offer the imprisoned demon. The monster was free, but did not understand what it meant to kill out of devotion, because even the demon race did not do that. They also had natural selection, but in return, they were honest because they wanted to kill. because they didn't like someone for no reason. Whatever the reason, the demons said that they did not lie, that everything was wrong, and did not pretend to be close in order to kill them later. Before leaving, the demon was going to take with him a heavy cannonball on a chain. In order to lock it, the ruler made the object very durable. No matter how hard the monster tried, it did not break. He liked the core because of its amazing strength. The demon had better preferences than the pretend humans. Now that the old dragon was in on the matter, the bloodthirsty warlock was about to have some fun for the first time in a long time. At that moment, Jahar sensed evil energy and immediately realized that Warlock was on the loose. This led to inevitable death, so the gentleman needed to act urgently. The hero managed to hold out and did not give up. He experienced wild pain, but continued to use the power of the shard to master it. Now he has acquired the skills that one could only dream of. Kim Yoon-jae's ki has been awakened. In the lower lands, where chaos and discord always reigned, there was a smell of death and cruelty. The demon lands were completely filled with pitiful creatures who killed each other, even despite their kinship. Suddenly, the madness of the demons was stopped by a huge shadow that lay right on top of them. The demonic family froze in horror. Not long ago they were having fun, but now the huge devilish horns made them shake in fear. Natural selection was a beautiful logic. After returning, the merciless warlock is glad to meet these weaklings. He forcefully spun the heavy core in the air and began to destroy every vile bastard from the demon race. The demon spared no one. He had been imprisoned for too long and was now going to restore order where his hand had not touched for a long time. The enormous power of his weapon caused the demons to fly in different directions. When Yoon-jae returned from training, he learned that Warlock had been released. The hero could not believe in this horror because it was definitely sealed. It was all too bad at the right time. Jakar said that while the boy was training, dragons came. Apparently they guessed the hero's plan, and in order to prevent its execution, they called Warlock. But even so, the Grail could only obtain the key. The master already knew that the demon's body was immortal, but he was also still the key. The young warrior was very excited to hear such news. He realized that he had to hurry. The clocks in the place where Yoon-jae was and in the ordinary world ran differently, so a lot of time had already passed. However, before the hero had to go into battle, there was something he needed to know. Jahar was going to tell him a way to counter Warlock that he used himself. At this time, Regel came to Archon to tell him that the energy of the demon race was gathering in one direction. There was a strong demonic force there. The angel could find no other explanation other than that it was a warlock. He was sure that they wanted to start a war again. Archangel Michael came to confirm these words. He said that they gathered men and angels to make the army look impressive. Now everyone had to decide what needed to be done, but there was no word from Kim Yoon-jae. The head of the Skyscraper clan only accepted the angels because of his faith in Yoon-jae, not because he trusted them. The gentleman was going to stall for time a little and hold out in any way. Archon was going to prove that he too was not a man who sat idly by. But Michael was not amused. He wanted to prepare separately. It was his personal right to choose, because Yoon-jae brought him anyway. The Archangel was not happy with such conditions because he believed that the young Ki could easily abandon them and conspire with the demons. He was amused by human trust because leaving all the right of choice to just the Ki was stupid. These words greatly angered the head of the clan. He forcefully grabbed Michael by the collar and ordered him to shut up. The Archangel was not going to take back his words. He considered the ruler a man incapable of anything who was hiding behind everyone. Raising the Archangel above the ground, Archon said that the angels willingly sided with the people and this incapable ruler who saved them after the king died. The leader remembered every person they killed. He said that Michael was nothing more than a traitor who abandoned his master and sided with the people, and the only reason he was still alive was because of that very human trust. After a fiery speech, Archon ordered the dissatisfied angels to close their mouths and begin preparing for war. The meeting was over. The decisive battle was about to begin. Late in the evening, Mr. Alvin was quietly enjoying nature. The bright moon was already shining in the sky. Jong-kyu decided to join and started talking about the fact that the demon family started a war again. The young man said that Archon and the angels had quarreled, and it was not clear how they were going to unite. The head of the Skyscraper clan was responsible for the lives of many people. Mr. Alvin said that the head was not like Yoon-jae. For this man, the survival of people was much more important than the survival of all races. Therefore, his hatred of the angels who killed so many people was a given. Initially, these were places where demons often visited. Rather, on the contrary, the north was safer. It was too dangerous to be in this place, but people still stayed there to live. It was the credit of Archon who came and founded the Skyscraper clan. He destroyed all the demons nearby. This place has become safer than any other. But even being like this, Archon said that perhaps absolutely everyone would have died this time. Mr. Alvin knew about everything, but even being the strongest, he was scared. Jong-kyu did not believe in his fear and said that even if he cut L wine, a drop of blood would not spill. In fact, the gentleman was not afraid for himself. He was afraid of losing his loved one. Mr. Walker said something that didn't suit him very well, so Young-kyu immediately vomited from the overabundance of cuteness. Either way, his friend simply had enough of Lois. Before Alvin Walker came into this world, he had a loved one. Due to terrible circumstances, he was unable to save him. Like Yoon-jae, the cold fighter lost someone important. Therefore, although he was well aware of Lois's feelings, the master could not accept them with a calm soul. He told her absolutely everything. The girl knew everything from the very beginning. Lois said that she herself could protect her loved one. She asked not to intentionally leave the seat next to her empty. Even knowing that it was not the right decision, Alvin again wanted to lean on someone. Even though it was selfish, the master wanted to feel happy again. In this situation, he could not lose Lois as well, because this would be a fatal blow for him. Jong-kyu never lost loved ones. He was alone from the very beginning, so he lived without knowing whether he lived correctly. The guy didn't know much about the pain of losing loved ones, but the young man was sure that people who wanted to protect loved ones, or those who wanted to turn back the past, in which they could not protect someone, were incredible. In the midst of the conversation, a crack suddenly seemed to appear in space, through which Yoon-jae jumped out at great speed. He found himself right in front of the heroes and assumed he wasn't too late. The guys did not expect to see such a spectacular appearance of their partner. Jong-kyu immediately lost his temper and yelled at his friend for constantly walking back and forth. The hero would not go anywhere else. Now he had to finish what he started. Thanks to the appearance of Yoon-jae, the quarrel between Arhan and Michael temporarily stopped. Everyone agreed that in order to confront the demonic race, it was necessary to combine the forces of the two races, but they could not easily accept each other. Both peoples were on guard daily, but still trained. One fine day they were illuminated by the warm rays of the sun, and when everyone thought that today was especially good weather, a terrible thing happened. As if announcing the death of this world, monsters of destruction covered the skyscraper guild. Demons surrounded their castle and were ready to completely destroy the human race. It was time for the decisive battle. The most experienced warriors of the skyscraper clan went to battle against the creatures created by the devil himself. Two completely different representatives of the races of this world had to decide the universal fate. It had been a long time since Warlock had seen the human face with whom he had once entered into battle and found himself a loser. This time, the demon was going to have fun and show people who the real ruler of the reverse world was. The brave heroes prepared for battle. All their enemies were survivors of the war. They could not be underestimated. Archon told Yoon-jae to stop Warlock by attacking with caution. The hero was given a task that he had to do when he first met the demon. If he couldn't catch him, then no matter how much the skyscraper team tried to kill other demons, it would be useless. The day of the decisive battle has finally arrived. Today, the human race of skyscrapers would face the greed of their enemies and put an end to their lust for mass murder. Archon was an excellent ruler and mentored his fighters before battle. He said that it was not just a battle, but a war. His wars had to remain alive in order to be sure to meet at this place again. Saint Michael was sure that the angels would not follow the orders of people. Therefore, he took his fighters and ordered them to fly to another point. It was obvious that something had happened between the rulers. Archon could not forget that conversation with Michael, when the Archangel spoke unflatteringly against the best skyscraper fighter and suspected him of conspiring with demons. The gentleman did not tell anyone about this incident. The heroes had not yet managed to move and enter the battle, but the enemy attack was too close. The bloodthirsty warlock did not wait for the enemies and created a real heat. Bright flames instantly broke out on the battlefield and engulfed the entire kingdom. The situation was very dangerous because Lois had been using magic all this time and maintaining a protective barrier. Yoon-jae ordered her to immediately remove the protection, but the girl was not going to let the demons get to the tower. Mr. Walker was nearby and immediately grabbed the girl and threw her aside. Lois was angry and didn't understand why he did it, but if she continued to use the block, she would simply die. Warlock's fire spread too quickly. The heat burned people and completely destroyed the entire world around the skyscraper tower. Archon couldn't hesitate any longer. He used his power and swung into the air to set things right. Meanwhile, Lois resumed her post and continued to fight using her magical defenses. It created a protective barrier that contained the fire and prevented it from getting too close. Cruel demons turned the reverse world into real ruins. Fire was a familiar habitat for them, so they attacked again and again, looking the pitiful people straight in the eyes. The Demon King attacked with such force that the hot flames were of incredible proportions. Huge fiery explosions reached houses and burned everything in their path. There was no element more terrible than fire, which destroys even the air. The heroes did not give up and made their way through the hot flames, attracting all the fearless fighters with them. They were confident that they could win if they joined forces against the demons. Mr. Walker fought like a pro and wielded his blade deftly. In this war, it was impossible to be distracted for a minute, so the gentleman even blinked according to a schedule. Under the onslaught of his power, the heads of the demons flew in different directions. Lamar's strength was perfect for this battle, because the demon imprisoned in the sword was going crazy with bloodlust. Zhang Jiwayu handled him well, and together they were able to shed the blood of every hellish creature. The demons turned out to be too weak before the greatness and power of the strongest people. The human race has long passed on in the development of those who lived in the lower classes and sometimes walked on four limbs. Despite her young age and sweet appearance, Lois did not need protection or support. She was able to protect herself and her loved ones, so the fearless warrior maiden, without fear, climbed into such hell. With one movement of her hand, the girl created a huge protective cube in the air, and with a wave of her hand, it immediately fell to the ground. Under his weight, a whole crowd of demons turned into cake. This was what was called a mass attack. The hero had the greatest responsibility. He had to deal with the Demon King. Among the hot flames, two enemies stood in the way of one road. The fearless warrior ran up and rushed into the attack with all his might. He was ready for anything, thinking about meeting his wife. For the huge warlock, this was just entertainment. He spun the cannonball in the air and rushed to fight. Yunze was the strongest and had the power of the shard, which allowed him to be invulnerable. Using the skill of a clockwork mechanism and a fragment, the boy deftly dodged attacks and moved so that the enemy would not notice him. When a hero was driven not just by the desire to win, but by a goal, then he could be called invincible. The guy was so obsessed with the desire to kill in order to return that he managed to cut Warlock's body into two parts. This made the demon only laugh. All attacks against him were absolutely useless. Its signature ability was Restoration, thanks to which the monster could literally glue its body back together. Warlock suggested that the boy kill him several times until he died himself. The hero was not going to stop and use the power of the Fragment of Life, which he used in the other world, and attack the demon. The hero's strike created a huge energy explosion. All this was reminiscent of a battle in a world where the guy fought against ghosts that could regenerate. But this time the enemy was more powerful. A huge fiery explosion covered the entire battlefield like a dome. Bright flashes of fire scattered in all directions, making the war large-scale. It seemed that in this battle of two worlds, everyone would burn. Yunze managed to survive even in such a disaster. He used his enhanced defense and created a platform in the air that kept him suspended. There was never a time when the guy didn't have a suitable skill. The brave boy was not even afraid of his own death. His main goal was only his family. Without fear, he pounced on the demon again and again to inflict critical damage. This time, the hero was not in the best situation. Warlock knocked the small man down with a cannonball on a chain, and the boy hit the ground with force. Now he was in danger, because the demon was already breathing down his back. The battle had been going on for a long time, but the Demon King did not understand why the guy was stalling for so long. He assumed that Yunze had gained a lot of knowledge from Jafar. The situation became more and more complex. People urgently needed to do something. Archon commanded and ordered Alvin to stand on the front line, and Lois to set up a barricade and protect the wounded. Zhang Jiwayu and Jin Suk were tasked with attacking the strongest, because they were the strongest. The heroes unquestioningly followed the orders of the head and attacked vile creatures that came out of hell itself. Archon himself did not remain indifferent to this war. Although he always sat idly by in the tower, he now defended his people at the cost of his own life. All fighters fought on equal terms. They thought through their every step, and none of them were injured. The entire attack fell only on enemy creatures. Alvin Walker took on double responsibility and even attacked entire crowds. When he was about to strike his next blow, suddenly the angel climbed in and attacked the demon on his own. Mr. Alvin was very angry about the interference because he could easily cut the angel. During the war, it was impossible to be distracted even by lectures. The demon picked the perfect moment and attacked Mr. Walker from behind. The gentleman was seriously wounded in the wing area. This amused the angel. He said that a gentleman who could not take care of himself would never have been able to cut it down. At that moment, the demon noticed another gentleman who liked to be distracted and struck. The angel fell dead from a strong blow from a sharp blade. There was no mercy for anyone in this battle. In this battle, everyone was equal, so people helped the angels, and in return, they helped people. All fighters acted together, regardless of who their supreme ruler was or what race they belonged to. The opposition against Warlock turned out to be stronger than expected. Yunze was too small to attack the huge demon core, so he had to fly in different directions sometimes. The demon pressed on the subconscious of his human enemy. He said that the young man heard human screams and was afraid of losing his loved ones. This was the young fighter's main fear, and this is why he fought. There was real chaos all around. People were running in panic throughout the burned world. One of the demons noticed an angel who was distracted and decided to destroy him. When his sharp spear was about to pierce the angel's wings, Yunze was just in time and stopped it with his own bare hand. He was ready to give his own life in exchange for the lives of his partners. Arkan also found himself in this place and, grabbing the hellish monster by the throat, pulled him aside. The master said that the angels were their allies, and in a joint battle they could win. Everyone fought, joining forces. The war continued with increasing force. There were a lot of demons, but people coped and held on with all their might. One of the hellish creatures knocked the angel to the ground and wanted to pierce him with a spear. Arkan again arrived in time and pushed the demon away with a strong blow to the face. The head of the clan always helped his allies and watched over each of his people in order to protect them. The master fought for his people like a real warrior, and not just a clan leader. In fact, he had good physical fitness and had fantastic techniques. Fear gave birth to a crevice, and from this small crevice a wave splashed out. No matter how hard the heroes tried to endure, it was impossible to close the already widened gap. The people fought steadfastly, but there were countless demons. The city is mired in monsters. Fire has engulfed the entire territory. Looking at the hopeless situation, Arkan realized that this could be the end of them. Suddenly, an arrow flew straight at the master, but at the very last moment the angel protected him with his body, and the arrow pierced through his body. The head of the clan survived thanks to the kindness of his partner. The bleeding angel told the chief to continue fighting, no matter what the other angels said. After all, Arkan was the leader of the people, and the angel was not particularly important here. With the death of the leader, the entire group would lose cohesion. The angel did not want to lose the leader twice. Before his death, the young man's words sounded even more convincing. The angel died in the master's arms. This was the biggest blow for him, because the life of the team was more important to him than his own. In pain, Arkan screamed at the top of his lungs, and incredible energy burst out of his body. The warriors froze in surprise. The war stopped. Angels, demons, people all watched in horror at the huge stream of heavenly power that was rapidly heading into the sky. It was simply an incredible sight. This force was so powerful that it created a hurricane and bright flashes surrounded the space. Zhang Q didn't understand what it was, but Alvin Walker said that they won. Arkan had his own power. The Golden Lion's real ability was not combat, but the highest order. It was the power by which everyone obeyed his instructions. From that moment on, the master ordered all angels, demons, and people to follow the order. All the creatures were enemies, meeting in battle for different reasons, but by standing back to back for the same purpose, they could always become allies. Arkan ordered people not to ignore the angels remaining in danger, but for the angels to help the escaping people. Anyone who opposed the order of the head of the clan would be considered an enemy. The master's power raised from under the forgotten ruins a huge monster that radiated energy with its entire body. He resembled a giant worm that had fantastic magical powers. Arkan's army lost a lot of strength, their weapons were broken, and their bodies were badly wounded. Calling on his strength, the master endowed each warrior with his energy, which forced everyone to rise again to fight. The demons did not expect to see such strong power from humans. They fought as if they had a second wind. The warriors were invulnerable and deftly destroyed even strong demons. Possessing the power of Arkan, people and angels acted as one organism. Each had their own abilities that complemented the abilities of their allies. The demons had no chance against such a large army. Warlock couldn't believe that human fear was disappearing. He was sure that people had lost their fighting spirit much earlier than the demons, and now they fought as if they had never lost. Yunje noticed that the demon had lost his strength. The monster became stronger, absorbing negative feelings such as fear, horror, hatred, and anger. That is why he never lost in wars. But Warlock underestimated the people who lived every day in such pain as if their bones were being cut. People who help strangers because they want no one else to get hurt. Few people recognized them as heroes, but people sincerely supported others. They were terribly afraid of death, however. They silently conquered fear and did their job. The hero said that there was a man who knew about all their efforts and led them along. This was not the defeat of the demon, and not the victory of Yunje. This victory belonged to people who overcame fear. With one blow, the guy deprived the demon of his head, but he began to laugh. Warlock said that he would still continue to be revived over and over again. Even when everyone died, rotted and decomposed in the ground, he still would not die. The demon could be reborn as much as he wanted, but this time the warrior was going to seal him in his weakest state. Using powerful energy, Yunja forcefully pierced the king's head. The demon's body split into thousands of particles, forming into clouds of dust. If Warlock wanted to return, it would now take him a very long time to do so. Glowing with happiness, Yunjae said that everyone did a good job, and Arkan, who led everyone with him, and Michael, who believed in him, and also the angels and people who fought with him. They were able to win everything together. The war with the demons was over, but it turned out that it was not the end. At this time, the entire sky was filled with winged dragons, led by the Gaon. He said it was better for people to stop. Jafar warned that the hero would definitely have to fight dragons. The gentleman did not know the way by which it was possible to defeat them, because he had never fought with them. Dragons, unlike other species, lived long lives, and during this time they could sufficiently enjoy peace, security, and prosperity. After that, with the beginning created by someone, at some point the dragons became creators. They believed that the way they created new lives was a noble dragon mission. With the help of their powers, many new species of living beings appeared. However, this ability took away the life force of the dragons themselves. Even though their existence was long, they were filled with the desire to live longer and longer. After all, in order to gain more vitality, they had to find a way. So the dragons created one holy grail, which gathered its strength, and the fragments symbolizing its power. If all the fragments were collected together with the grail, then their owner would gain strength akin to that of a dragon. They forced those who wanted to get this power to fight, collected many lives of the dead, and turned them into the life force of the dragon. This was the system of this world. At that moment, the hero realized that it was more profitable for the dragons for people to die rather than survive. Moreover, both the grail and the fragments existed for the sake of dragons. The young man realized that the dragons had created a place where they could control time and space, and even have the power to fulfill their desire. All this was done because of the desire to live longer. They led many races to destruction because greed knew no bounds. Aryan and Jaren were the dragons who opposed this method. As a result, the dragons called it necessary to show the way to the fragments and the key and abandon them. However, they still believed that it was imperative to restore these senseless victims and endless murders. Therefore, like a dragon, Jiran asked for the key to destroy their family. Yunja was incredibly angry and was going to destroy the old man Gaon, who was playing with Changi. He had to die for everything he did to the reverse world. The old man was not afraid at all. He pointed out to the dragons that man was no longer a creature they were supposed to protect. Saying that the boy was evil, the Gaon ordered the dragons to kill him. People still had a chance. The head of the Skyscraper clan gathered all the angels and people together to confront the dragons. The warriors were not going to retreat back. They needed victory. Bloodthirsty dragons rushed to attack. It was time to clean up. Their strength was incredibly enormous, so the human race was in danger. People had to try to destroy them. The heroes only managed to finish the battle with the monsters and found themselves on fire again. Fire-breathing dragons brutally attacked people and destroyed everything in their path. The brave warriors fled in horror in different directions. The situation was truly critical. People could not keep the dragons under control. Now it was definitely the final battle. Mr. Alvin realized that there was no longer any need to hold back. It was necessary to end the war. Despite the fact that the main character was on excellent terms with the dragons, now he had to fight. He should not have saved his strength until the very last moment and thrown out absolutely everything on them. The merciless dragon did not want to let the boy go forward, so he opened his mouth wide and a hot flame came out. Yunjae was ready to fight to the last and jumped into the air to strike. At that moment, Kim Jin-suk flew up to the dragon and thrust a sharp sword into it. The dragon was of incredible size and possessed magical powers, but could not withstand the power of the sword. The main character was absolutely sure that the target was on the island, so his comrades told him to calmly move forward. They were going to clear the way for Yunjae. While the possessed youth wielding the demon sword and the archangel fought against the dragons, the protagonist used his enhanced defense skills and fought his way to the goal. Having traveled a long way, the guy finally found himself in a completely different place. Two huge dragons stood in his way and were about to destroy him. But the warrior was not afraid at all. He had the real power of the fragment. Gathering all his energy together, the boy attacked the dragons and dealt them numerous blows. The bloodthirsty monsters roared in pain. They were wounded by a force they could not resist. Yunche's path was not as easy as it seemed. Unexpectedly, he met the oldest dragon, who had been aiming at him for a long time. The old man was surprised that the boy had come so far. The guy didn't want to have long conversations. He was interested in the whereabouts of the intermediary. He wanted to find it and destroy it immediately to end it all. Before this, the old man wanted to ask the boy something. He slammed his staff on the ground, and the energy of the dragons immediately came out and surrounded the entire space. The old dragon was interested in the young man's desire. He asked this because dragons were like them in their denial of their fate. Resurrecting someone through one's own desire was a denial of fate. Dragons were the same. It was normal for living organisms to go against their given purpose. The old man had dragon wings, but a snake tongue. The main character could no longer listen to the old man's nonsense and attacked him with particular cruelty to kill him. The Gaon laughed, because the boy behaved and spoke exactly as befitted a ruler. The elderly dragon was a real monster. He realized that people still had outstanding potential. That's why he liked them. Yunjae was already very tired of stupid conversations, so he jumped in the air and was going to cut off the old man's head. The guy asked him to stop talking, because there was no point in them. At that moment, something happened that made the warrior very surprised. The old dragon's head instantly exploded, and all the energy inside rushed out. Suddenly, his image appeared before the hero again. The Gaon sincerely knew what those traitors had told the boy. He said that among humans, angels, and demons, those who extended their lives the most were those killed just before their full potential. The elderly dragon said that the guy was just an ordinary person, but thanks to the fragments, he became almost equal to the dragon. He invited the young man to think that if he had the Grail, he could return everything he wanted in this space. Yunze was confused by the old man's words. He could resurrect not only the people he loved, but also the warriors who died here. But he could also fulfill absolutely any desire. The Gaon decided to show the boy the life he wanted. The old man hit the ground with his staff, and black energy poured out, taking the hero with it. He found himself in the abyss of black water, which carried him forward. It seemed incredible, but when the guy opened his eyes, he saw his living wife and daughter in front of him. The girl looked at her dad with emotion, and the wife cursed because he forgot about the agreement to go on a picnic with the whole family. The hero of the Bund found himself at home again, but he experienced completely different sensations. His wife led him by the hand through the city, but the guy did not understand at all what was happening. Unexpectedly, on the way, Yunjae noticed an old friend. Jongkyu knew that the family had to go on a picnic, so he wished him luck. All this was strange. The main character did not understand where he met him. After some time, his wife brought him to the camp, where all the members of the Skyscraper clan team were. Mr. Walker and Lois were there, as always. It looked exactly like peace had finally arrived in the reverse world. For the young man, this was the best time spent with his family in the last few years. It was as if he felt his daughter's touch for the first time, walking with her through a clearing with butterflies. Yunjae listened to Mina's funny stories and rolled her around his neck. The weather was beautiful, so the hero enjoyed every moment. On this day, the daughter said that she loved her dad, and these words stuck in his head. Tears flowed from the eyes of the young warrior. He also loved his daughter. All this was unreality, but only an illusion created by the old man, in which the young man was in his place. The memories brought the hero too much pain, so he decided to act. Having broken the energy space, he independently got out of the illusions and promised his daughter to return. The elderly dragon was surprised by the guy's determination. He asked to evaluate his illusion and said that it was a mirage. But if the hero took possession of the Grail, he could accomplish everything he wanted in this place. Yunja didn't even bother to listen to the old man's story. He was determined to realize his dream on his own. Swinging into the air, the fighter swung and delivered a strong blow with magical power. People had two things that could not be touched. The first was family, and the second was loved ones. The angry warrior was going to show the old man what happened when someone touched them. A hot flame engulfed the boy's body. A strange energy came out. A certain transformation began to occur to him, which destroyed his clothes and his previous appearance. It was a real miracle. The boy acquired his intended appearance. His clothes changed to a formal suit and tie, and now the hero has become the owner of the indestructible power of a dragon. The full wrath of the newly converted dragon fell on the Gaon, who could not imagine what he had done. The strong hero dealt blows that had never been seen before. Before his greatness, the old man only turned his cheeks. There was no mercy for such an ugly dragon. He received what he deserved for his deeds and bad deeds. From the strongest blows, the body of the elderly dragon turned into real dust. To complete the punishment, Yunjae forcefully threw the old man directly into the ground. The Gaon received critical damage and could barely move on all fours. He still had very little time left before he died. The old dragon did not want to give up, no matter what the cost. With the last of his strength, he managed to get to his feet and hit the ground with his staff. All the dragon power contained within burst out and illuminated the entire battlefield. The core of the staff split into many pieces. Powerful energy penetrated the world. Mr. Gaon intended to leave people's lives here. He awakened power in the land of dragons, the great Topia. The unthinkable happened. It turned out that the Grail was hidden underground and has now awakened a huge dragon. Its size could be compared to the entire universe, but Yunja tried to escape using magic steps. The situation was very dangerous for the hero, because the dragon could easily devour him whole. The guy was very lucky that he managed to use enhanced protection in time and deftly climbed the stairs, running away from the monster. The dragon's eyes burned through. They shone brighter than the hot sun. Suddenly, he appeared before the hero in all his glory and asked if the young man was the bastard hunting the Grail. The monster was one that even dragons feared, those who, along with their birth, destroyed the powers of their relatives and forced them to take away the power of other creatures. This was the most ruthless dragon Fafnir. It was a fight between a dragon, who has power that goes against the laws of this world, and the head of the family, for whom the laws were not even visible behind his love for his family. Fafnir reached the size of huge mountains. His power was so enormous that other dragons could not even be his servants. The dragon was not just a fire breather, but spewed out the strongest energy in the world of Topia. Yunjae deftly dodged the crushing stream of fiery force. He used his skills to once again use platforms that could help him escape from the enemy through the air. For the dragon to have such a huge body could mean that its weak points were just as huge. At the most unexpected moment, the old Gon appeared from the flames, who finally showed his true appearance. The old man's appearance exactly resembled a terrible dragon. He had a human body, but huge wings, horns, and the abilities of a dragon. The old man was not going to die as easily as his young enemy wanted. Everything was too difficult for Yunja. He did not expect to encounter such a force in the person of Gaon. The angry dragon dealt the same blows that he himself had experienced from the boy with great force. The beaten and wounded hero found himself in the very place where he had recently knocked down the nasty old man. The guy was barely holding on, and was one of the last to try not to fall dead. Once Garen told him about the impossibility of dodging, even knowing the future. Yunjae found the strength to rise up when he understood the whole point. He had the feeling that all the fights before were just a warm-up. This whole adventure brought the Gaon much joy. Having created a core of energy force, he realized that his enemy was not so powerful. Therefore, even after becoming stronger, the little people had to die. When the dragon was about to release a magical cord directly at the young man, he suddenly received a strong blow and flew to the side. Jaren came just in time and decided to destroy the dragon race. Being a dragon, the young dragon, having found himself out of touch with the others, could no longer tolerate all their evil deeds. These were ridiculous statements for the Gaon, so he directed all the accumulated energy directly at him. At that moment, Alvin Walker flew up from behind and dealt a powerful blow to the dragon, which shed its blood. The master was going to put an end to evil and destroy the dragons who created all the chaos in the reverse world. The heroes completely surrounded the elderly monster to destroy it. Now the Gaon found himself in a trap. He urgently needed to look for a way out of the situation. The dragon wanted to pounce and attack, but the fearless fighters immediately wounded him using all their weapons. The old man was literally chained with sharp swords and spears. The gathered angels and people began to beat the dragon to death with all available means. The monster writhed in pain. There was no living space on its body from the knife wounds. When the dragon was already completely exhausted, the team of skyscrapers threw it to the ground. From a strong blow, the stones on the ground rose up and a huge explosion filled the space. Suddenly, the old man stood up as if no one had hit him. The strength of the ancient dragon could not be underestimated. He was a very powerful enemy. Yunja decided to destroy him and quietly crept up from behind. But at that moment, something terrible happened. The Gaon awakened all the devilish forces within himself, which came out in a huge stream of fiery energy. This force was enormously powerful and pushed the hero aside. The power of the bloodthirsty dragon was incredibly enormous. People should not have angered such a powerful enemy, because he was capable of lifting even huge stones from the ground. At this moment, Zhang Jiwayu suddenly appeared next to him and pierced his body with a blood-absorbing sword. The dragon did not even have time to take his last breath, and Lamar finally received the desired power of the strongest. The demon imprisoned inside the sword could sense this taste very well. Perhaps it was created to withstand the power of the dragon. Once inside the Gaon, Lamar felt quite strange. He felt that the blood was not absorbed, but rather that it was he who was caught. The most ancient dragon could not die from such nonsense. The bloodthirsty Gaon dealt the boy a very strong blow with his hand. Zhongqiu literally doubled over, and the sound of a skull cracking was heard. The possessed guy immediately fell lifeless to the ground. The guy's body lay motionless on the cold ground in a pile of sand and small stones. Seeing that his faithful partner lost, Yunjae could not believe that he had lost a loved one. The main character immediately decided to take revenge on the old man and attacked him. But for such a strong dragon, this was not a problem. He concentrated all the energy in himself and exhaled 3 streams of fire towards the enemy. This crushing force caused Alvin and Lois to fly away at great speed. It seemed that in this battle the heroes would not be able to survive and resist the dragon. Roaring like a real dragon, Yunja ran straight towards the enemy. His eyes burned with a thirst for revenge, and smoke from the fire came out of his mouth. No one could stop the warrior. His impulse was swift. The hero grouped himself and instantly rushed past the dragon. With 2 sharp swords, the boy cut the Gaon several times and made him feel the power of a real dragon. This attack did not break the enemy, so the warrior attacked him with renewed vigor. The sword that belonged to Zhang Guoyu was now in the hands of the hero. Lamar, imprisoned inside, said the owner was his only friend. The battle between the 2 dragons continued. The sword demon assumed that it was created to restrain the bastard and asked Yunjae to use its power. Someone like him could absorb the power of Pafnir and definitely win. Lamar, who has enormous strength, believed in his master's comrade, so the hero decided to destroy evil at all costs. Using his peerless sword and the blood-absorbing sword, the desperate warrior attacked the dragon and with one swing cut off its horned head. The enemy's blood spilled onto the sword, and it became silent forever. The Gaon with the severed head glowed with a bright flash of light, after which he shattered into thousands of fragments. The Grail, which had been inside him all this time, now finally appeared before the hero in all its glory. The Holy Grail spoke to the hero, who succeeded. He said that he had constantly supported him and was now ready to listen to his wishes. Yunze was truly amazing. The Grail could not even think that the guy would kill all the dragons. Now the hero could only choose what he wanted. Only the Grail illuminated the path in the darkness, in which chaos was happening. The entire reverse world was destroyed. The dragons, angels, and people who bravely fought in this war died. In this world, the boy was left completely alone. Now the warrior could save his family for his own happiness, or get rid of this world so that there would be no more such victims. There was no one else left. The young man understood that this time he was left alone. The young man reached a level that he could not surpass, but he could not hold back his tears. If all the people were sacrificed for the sake of his family, then it did not matter to him. The hero realized that he would be no different from dragons if he had chosen his family. This was not the path he wanted. No one should have died like this, because all these people fought with him steadfastly for a long time and saved his life more than once. The guy couldn't just let them die. They became one family. All this caused Yunjae great pain, but he had to make a choice. The young man could not save everyone. There was only one desire, either to make sure that no more such victims appeared, or to save the people whom he wanted to bring back all the time. It was a choice without a choice, because the hero could not exclude one thing. The guy took the plunge and made a wish. He asked the Holy Grail to turn back time to the day before his family died, to do everything from the beginning, and create a future in which everyone was alive. Once in the real world, Yunjae again asked to leave work early. Today he wanted to return home as soon as possible. There were no corporate events that day, so the boss sent him home. This didn't happen to the guy often, so he immediately headed out. After some time, Park Yun-suk was running through the dark streets and did not know where to hide. The mysterious gentleman beat him severely for no reason and drove him into a corner. Having gone through difficult trials and having already killed the maniac once, the main character waylaid him in a dark alley. Well, I already knew the exact time when the murder of his family took place, so I chose the right moment. The killer was severely beaten and begged for mercy. He didn't understand why the young man did this, but he didn't have to ask questions, because he would soon find out about everything himself. This evening, the guy returned home a little later than usual. His wife and daughter immediately met him at the threshold, but Yun Kyung was very surprised to see him in completely different clothes. The young man behaved very strangely. Hugging his daughter, he fell to his knees and called his wife to him. It seemed like it was just a nice family hug, but behind them, Yunjae was already crying. It was the best evening spent by the hero in the last few years. It was the first time he was near his family, where he had dinner, read a bedtime story to Mina, and wished his wife good night. Entering another room, the guy suddenly noticed a notebook. When he opened it, he discovered that only 1 year had passed. Yunjae spent the next moments of his life with great pleasure. Every new day was like the last for him. The guy enjoyed even the most ordinary dinner, which he watched with his daughter. Passers-by considered them too active, but this was the happiest family. The three of them walked, went to the amusement park, had fun, and just enjoyed their lives. For many years, the hero had been waiting for this day, and finally he met his family. That day he was going on a long business trip, which he informed his family about. But it was all to fulfill his plan. Yunjae returned to the training forest, where the rest of the players appeared with him. This day exactly repeated the day from the past, when the hero first wanted to get the Grail. From that moment, the training began. Players were asked to submit their desired weapon, If they didn't choose anything, they would automatically be presented with a sword. Training began, and zombies appeared that the players had to stop. No one could move when they first saw these monsters, but for the main character, it was quite usual. Once he had already passed all the training tests and moved on to the next levels, this time he was going to do everything right. The first and second stages went quickly. When the third stage arrived, the hero entered the Scarlet Door. On this mission, he was supposed to meet old friends. So he and Jongkyo dealt with the demon Lich, and the guy took possession of Jakhar's shackles, after which they caught the Golden Goblin and received the tears of the goddess. Little by little, the hero began to accelerate in development. Passing each test a second time, the boy met the demon warlock and saw Aryan again. The brave warrior passed every test with dignity and a cool head. At the end of all his training, he met the people he missed. The hero dealt with Abram and in Darkmoon, where he again came by order of the Skyscraper clan. The young man broke off the sad connection that had long been connected with him. After this, there was a clash with a clan of killers. The guys cut down the devil's tree and everything was the same as before. Zhang Jiwayu and Yunjae easily dealt with the demons, met with Jinsuk and began training. Although the boy studied for the second time, it did not get any easier. After meeting with Emily, the hero decided to stop her and said that the girl could return to her original position without even becoming a demon. The guy invited her to follow him so that she would not gather criminals into one clan. History began to change little by little. Thanks to Baek Cheon, the young man was able to overcome the limitation of magical power, and again met with the key of demons. The main character did not understand why it was necessary to fight at all, so he told Satan a real story from the past. If he didn't want to believe, then the guy was going to have a fight. Even though Satan didn't have much faith, he decided to agree. After all, fighting dragons would be more fun than fighting stupid people. While the angels descended from heaven, the heroes were doing what they were supposed to do. They met Warlock again and easily sealed him away. In the battle with Metatron, Yunja limited his strength and thereby gained time. Although he did not save absolutely everyone, at least 2 had to die. The evil king of angels. Metatron and his fanatic Gabriel finally appeared before the young man, who suggested that they end the war. It didn't take long to change everything. Demons, angels, people all gathered for a common goal. The hero said that they had to fight, get wounded, and even die, but not for the sake of someone else. After going through all the cruel and difficult trials for the second time, Yunje could die 100 times fighting in them. And after a while, he finally reached the most important thing, where the Gaon was waiting for him. Everything happened exactly as it happened the first time. The brave hero coped well with all enemies, knowing their disadvantages and weaknesses. The elderly dragon showed his true nature, but did not know that the hero was already familiar with it. The Gaon wanted to destroy the nasty boy to show his true strength, but the warrior was not going to fall for the same trick twice. He chose the right moment and cut the dragon's belly. This time the demon powers came in handy and helped in destroying the dragon. Satan quickly flew up to the enemy and used magical chains to immobilize him. The guy with the demon sword also intervened in the battle and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. The dragon's blood spilled onto the sword, which immediately consumed it. The bloody sword was created in order to control this bastard. Lamar, trapped inside the sword, finally experienced the moment he had been waiting for all his life. In one move, Zhang Jiwayu cut off Gaon's head. In the final stage, Yunje pierced the old man with a sharp sword. It was all finally over, and the guy suddenly heard a familiar voice who didn't believe in his return. In front of him, the young man saw himself, who asked him whether the life he started anew turned out to be good. In fact, everything was not so easy. In the end, people still got wounded and died. The hero could not protect everyone. However, the brave warrior thought that he had done everything in his power. This time, the boy wanted only one thing, so that there would be no more such victims. Being in his form, the Grail said that after the boy left the reverse world, nothing else would have happened. The comfort of everyday life would soon become inactivity, and Yunjae would become a weak person, unable to gain the power of this world. The hero agreed to all these conditions, because it was not his initially. He was just returning to the place where he was supposed to be. After making an agreement with the Grail, the wish was fulfilled. The boy shone with a bright glow and rose into the air. All the heroes of the reverse world watched the huge flash of light, which became increasingly larger. A year later, Yunjae was in the real world. That day he was sitting calmly in the room and suddenly the phone rang. It was Jongkyu on the other end of the line, and the boy was very happy to hear him. The young man called to remind him of the meeting next week. Last time the hero ran away, saying that he was busy at work. This time, Alvin and Lois said that they would be there too, so without any excuses, Yunjae had to come. Jongkyu asked his friend to be sure to bring Mina and Yoonkyung to the meeting. He was on a date, so it was awkward to talk, and the boy immediately hung up. The following week, Yoonjae came to meet old friends as promised. On the green clearing, all the participants in the game in the reverse world were already waiting for him. Even Arkin himself came to the meeting and brought drinks. Min Ah and Yoon Kyung were also happy to meet the guy's friends. The head of the skyscraper clan did not change traditions and drank as soon as he arrived. He believed that on such days he needed to drink even more. Looking at the ring fingers of Alvin and Lois's left hands, the two cool partners noticed wedding rings. The guys were very happy that it all ended this way. Mr. Walker was very inactive in the relationship, but proposed first. No matter what happened in the future, even if dragons appeared again and the guys went to another world, the master was ready to protect Lois. The other guys also had good news. Kim Jin-suk had a girlfriend with whom he went on a trip for 3 days and 2 nights. The girl said that it was a very active trip. After hearing what they heard, the guys were simply shocked, because such a cold teacher could not have a girlfriend. And after her intimate story, Mina's mother even had to cover her ears. Until recently, the heroes who fought hand in hand were having a great time. This was the life that Yoonjae wanted, laughing at stupid conversations and enjoying those smiles together. Now the hero realized how valuable time was in ordinary everyday life, which was like a gift. Now he was incredibly grateful for this simplicity. The young man was sure that other races of this world also enjoyed their everyday life, and hoped that they were happy, living their lives in peace. After going through everything that happened, Yoonjae finally made his last entry in his diary. In life, it was impossible to know either the whole future or the whole past, and it was like a live broadcast. Therefore, it was necessary to love even more every day, cherish loved ones, and be more honest. And that was all that Yoonjae learned and that everyone should know.